Release that which Chapter 158 to Chapter 233. The Church's most elite warriors, they are also the top secret weapons used to fight against the extraordinary witches, Ashes said. They are not inferior to me in strength and speed, and... She hesitated. They don't seem to have any consciousness to speak of. During the fight, I cut off the right hand of a God's punishment soldier, but he did not hesitate to use his left hand to gouge my eye. Even if I turned around and ran away, his movement was not affected. This has nothing to do with willpower. Even if a strong person can still maintain their fighting spirit after losing an arm, they will not be able to adapt in a short time. I've only heard of the Church's army of judges, Bendy murmured. Since they have such powerful warriors, why didn't they appear during the previous round of witches? I don't know, Ashes slowly said. Even the name of the God's punishment army, I only heard it from some people after I returned to the old holy city. You went back? Bendy asked in surprise. Yes, how could I let those dregs go so easily? She stood up and walked to the window. I later attacked several small churches and a judgment army station. There happened to be a presiding judge in the station, so I thought they were really not afraid of death. In the face of death and suffering, the other side's performance was not much better than the civilians. They would also show a look of fear, and they would also open their mouth to beg for mercy. From him, I learned the name of the God's punishment army. They were all transformed through a ceremony into the army of judges, and only the best warriors can receive this honor. Accepting the transformation must be voluntary. It seems that the success rate has a great relationship with the strength of the will. In other words, the God's punishment army is different from the witches. They are not formed naturally or because of their talent, but they are artificially transformed. Bendy was shocked by this news and was speechless. I guess they can't use the God's punishment army in the battle like the army of judges, perhaps because of the side effects of the transformation. In a sense, the warriors who have lost their minds are no different from monsters. Ashes sighed. During that time, I hid in the sewers or deep wells during the day, and came out at night to attack the Church's believers. Until the Church launched a citywide search, I was forced to evacuate from the old holy city. On the day I left, the blood on my body stuck tightly to my clothes and skin. I looked hideous. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, I was also a beast that had lost its mind. She felt a hand on her shoulder. It doesn't matter now, you can live a good life here like an ordinary person. His Royal Highness is very good to the sisters. After experiencing the months of demons and the attack of the Duke of Longsong's stronghold, most of the townspeople accepted the existence of witches. This town is the sacred mountain we were looking for. Ashes looked at the woman who was leaning against the windowsill with her. In her impression, the children living in the convent were all thin and weak, and their eyes were gray and dull. Looking at Bendy now, it was hard to imagine what she looked like when she was a child. Whether it was her figure or appearance, they were completely different from the children of that period. Moreover, the natural gentleness in her tone also made her feel peaceful and tranquil. However, there were some things that she had to say. I won't stay here, and I didn't come here for this. She paused. I want to take all of you away, to a place where it's really safe. Border Town is not a place to stay for a long time. You won't stay here. Bendy was stunned for a moment. Why? As long as you live on this continent, you will always be threatened by the Church. Tilly has already gathered most of the witches in the kingdom of Greycastle to go to the fjords, intending to build a country of witches there. But isn't there a church in the fjords? Because of the special topography of the archipelago, the islands are separated from each other, so their influence can only be maintained in a small area. And Ashes raised the corner of her mouth. There is no God's punishment army on the island. It was time to let them experience the wrath of the witches, thunder. Island by island, the Church's power would be uprooted, just like how they eliminated the witches. You and your sisters must leave, Bendy. She continued to persuade. Spreading rumors to attract companions is a mistake. I can hear these news, and the Church can also hear it. They will never allow a witch organization to wantonly expand. I think it won't be long before the Church's army crosses Greycastle to destroy you. In the face of the invincible God's punishment army, do you think that the fourth prince will still protect you? No secular lord will be willing to live or die with a witch. Now he may be good to you, but in a time of danger, he will not hesitate to abandon you. Vendi was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know what the other sisters will think, but I will not leave Border Town. We are already at the edge of the cliff, Ashes frowned. Staying here for another day will increase the danger. If in order to avoid the coming danger, we abandon His Royal Highness and leave Border Town. What is the difference between this and him abandoning us? I don't want to become such a person, and... She took a deep breath. I don't think that His Royal Highness will be like you said, he will succumb to the pressure of the church. Nightingale once asked him the same question, and His Royal Highness' answer was, to let every witch in his territory be able to live like a normal person, even if he has to become the enemy of the church. Ashes didn't answer. For a moment she didn't know what to say. She had seen too many broken promises, and even if the other side was willing to protect the witches, what would be the point? In the face of overwhelming power, it would only increase the sacrifice. However, she had already figured out the situation of the Witch Cooperation Association. After the death of Kara the Snake Witch, the remaining members of the Witch Cooperation Association had basically been accepted by the Lord of Border Town. Theo, who had gone to Silver City to spread the news, was afraid that he wasn't a civilian who happened to rescue the witches, but rather a personal guard of the Lord. Although she didn't know what kind of cunning means he had used to make the witches trust him so much, but under the threat of her sword, it was likely that his carefully constructed camouflage would soon fall apart. I want to talk to your lord, Roland Wimbledon, Ashes finally said in a deep voice. She saw His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince the next morning. Ashes was brought into the office by Nightingale, where she once again saw the disgusting man. Although she didn't want to admit it, he did have the same blood as Tilly. His long grey hair was simply tied behind his head with a headband, emitting a little silver light in the morning light, which was the symbol of the royal family of Greycastle. His eyebrows and nose were also somewhat similar to Tilly's, but the more similar they were, the more she didn't like them. His appearance was different from the one she had often seen in the palace. His clothes were unusually clean, and in addition to his well-fitting clothes, she couldn't see a single ornament, no earrings, necklaces, rings, or bracelets. He was simply sitting in a chair, but she had a feeling that he was looking down on her. The temperament of a superior. Her mind couldn't help but think of this. Well, just from his appearance, he has indeed improved. Ashes coldly said in her heart, I don't know how long you can maintain this posture. Welcome, I heard that your name is Ashes? The other side took the initiative to speak. You are the messenger sent by my sister, right? I decided to come to Border Town on my own. But you are still a messenger, right? Ashes frowned. What was the point of emphasizing the word messenger? She didn't want to be entangled in unimportant things, yes. Before Roland met the new witches, he had already listened to Theo's detailed report. Please go to Literature Building. He didn't expect that the long-lost Tilly Wimbledon would actually become the leader of another witch organization. Moreover, she was ahead of him and had already gathered more than half of the witches in the Greycastle kingdom. What was even more intolerable was that now she actually wanted to extend her claws into his own territory. According to Nightingale, the witch in front of him was an extraordinary, and her ability was likely to be a combat type. Any extraordinary deserved to be treated with caution, so when he met with Ashes in the office, besides the invisible Nightingale, Roland also stood beside Anna. In front of the desk, there were several extremely thin black flames that formed a wall that was invisible to the naked eye. If she dared to rush over, she would be cut into several pieces by these thin lines. When strengthening witches didn't wear a god stone of retaliation, they didn't have an advantage in the witch war, but once they wore the stone, they would have unrestricted destructive power. Fortunately, the god stone was hated by the vast majority of witches. Ashes probably also considered this point, so when she came to Border Town to win over the witches, she didn't bring any of the church's iconic items. Your witches? Don't be arrogant, they are all living people, not your personal belongings. Ashes coldly said. Roland suddenly choked. It was the first time since he had crossed over that he felt the embarrassment of a failed verbal cannon. Usually he was used to saying things like my people, and so on, but now he was unexpectedly criticized by a democratic speech, making him extremely embarrassed. Although according to the convention of this era, there was no problem with the Lord calling the people or things in his territory that way, but now in front of Nightingale and Anna, emphasizing this point was purely a lack of EQ, and he was led into a pit by the other side. So he coughed twice, and readily said, I never thought so. They stayed in border town out of their own will, and I believe this is the best place for them. As for the fjords you mentioned, the journey across the sea itself is very dangerous. The climate of the fjords is unpredictable, and it is attacked by storms and tsunamis all year round. It is not a suitable place to live. But at least there, the power of the church is negligible. Witches can rely on their own power to transform their homes and fight against natural disasters, but there is no way to fight against the church with the god's stone of retaliation, let alone the god's punishment army. Ashes said mercilessly, do you know what a stupid thing you've done? Spreading the news will only tempt the church to come to you. With all due respect, you have no way to fight against the god's punishment army. Letting the witches leave your territory is the right way to avoid tragedy. Roland had heard about the god's punishment army from Bendy before, so he knew that persuasion was more effective than any words. Of course, he could ignore Ashes, but in this way, he would completely give up on fighting for Tilly Wimbledon's witches. Even though the chances were slim, he still wanted to try. How many God's punishment army can you fight at the same time? He asked. Ashes looked a little confused, but in the end she still stretched out 3 fingers. If it's 3, I can still handle it. Then let's have a match. Roland sat up straight and said seriously, let the result of the match tell you whether or not I can win against the God's punishment army. What, did you say? Ashes was stunned for a moment, and her cold face finally showed a different expression. A fair match, 1-on-1. He said word by word, if I can defeat you, it will prove that I have the ability to resist the church, right? Ashes showed a "are you crazy" expression, you and me? Or, do you want the witches to fight? Of course not me, and definitely not a witch. The God's punishment army certainly has a God's stone of retaliation. Roland smiled, your opponent is an ordinary knight. Although it was a pity that he could not personally participate in the battle, the other party was, after all, an extraordinary witch with extraordinary combat power. From Wendy's description, it could be seen that she had fought alone in the cloister and even escaped from the pursuit of a number of God's punishment army. Even if she was barehanded or with a wooden sword, she could still display extraordinary lethality. As for the effect of a revolver in actual combat, it still remained to be seen. For safety's sake, he decided to give this glorious task to Carter. If he had an AK-47 in his hand, then no matter what, he would have to do it himself. An ordinary knight. Ash's expression returned to its original indifference. If I win, will you let the witches go with me? Of course not, just like if you lose, I can't let Tilly gather all the witches in Border Town, right? Then what's the point of this duel? It's not a duel, it's a competition, Roland corrected. The point is to let you know, in the face of the church, I'm not without the power to resist. And if you lose, when you go back, you will naturally remember, if you can't stay in the fjords, there is still a place in the western region where the witches can live. Of course, if you win, when you persuade Vendy, you will at least be more persuasive, won't you? It's impossible for me to lose, Ashes said, now call your knight. Not now, Roland waved his hand, after a week, I can make the necessary preparations for the competition. During this week, you can live in the castle and experience the life of a small town with the witches. Maybe you will change your previous opinion. She looked at the prince for a while, then nodded, maybe we don't have to wait for 7 days, they will change their opinion and leave Border Town with me. Roland shrugged. Just as she turned around and walked to the door, he suddenly called out to her, wait. Have I seen you somewhere before? Although he was sure that he had never seen this face, looking at the figure behind him, there was an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. Roland recalled a little, this familiar feeling seemed to come from the palace in King City. Didn't your guards tell you? She didn't look back, if it wasn't for Tilly stopping me, I'm afraid you would only have one hand left in the palace. After the office door closed, Nightingale appeared, whistling, have you also touched her buttocks? What? Roland was startled, I don't remember there being such a person in the palace. And what do you mean by also touching? Nightingale mouthed a word, he could tell that it was tear. Damn it, although I did touch the headmaid's buttocks, I was afraid of being seen through, so I did it according to the usual practice. I haven't even argued with you about the peeping matter. Ahem, Anna interrupted the conversation between the two, Do you really have the confidence to let the knight defeat the extraordinary witch? If he fails, it may affect the other witch's confidence in you. Fortunately, Anna still looked calm. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. Although the self-strengthening witches are not affected by the god's stone of retaliation, they still fight with their own body functions. Compared with the rapid-fire weapons, the limitations of the body are too great. I think the odds of winning are at least 70%. Roland had been thinking about revolving firearms bullets for a long time. The round lead bullets and loose gunpowder were too backward. Taking into account Anna's processing ability, it was technically feasible to directly manufacture the copper shell ammunition. The key was how to ignite the black gunpowder in the cartridge case without a reliable primer. The primer of the early metal shell ammunition was generally mercury fulminate, which was extremely sensitive to impact. Pulling the trigger to trigger the firing pin would stimulate the mercury fulminate at the bottom of the bullet to ignite the propellant and shoot the bullet out of the chamber. Unfortunately, no matter how much he racked his brains, he couldn't remember what kind of raw materials were needed to produce mercury fulminate. From the literal meaning, there must be nitric acid and mercury, but from the handwritten reaction formula, he could see that the reaction between these two substances would only produce mercury nitrate. Moreover, knowing the raw materials did not mean that he could smoothly produce the finished product. During the reaction process, whether the concentration and temperature of the solution was required, and whether or not he needed to add a catalyst were also key factors that affected the finished product. Moreover, because of the sensitive characteristics of mercury fulminate, it was easy to trigger an explosion during the production. If he was not careful, he would lose 2 fingers, so he didn't dare to try it himself. Therefore, Roland had to settle for the next best thing. In the case of using a metal cartridge case, he still used the flintlock ignition method. This required the spark to enter the cartridge case and ignite the gunpowder. Therefore, first of all, there must be a hole at the bottom of the cartridge case, and at the same time, to prevent the gunpowder from leaking out. Obviously, there was an irreconcilable contradiction between these 2 points. The bigger the hole, the faster the gunpowder would leak out. And if the hole was too small, it would be difficult for the spark to ignite the gunpowder inside. He needed something that could be smoothly ignited by the spark, and at the same time block the hole to prevent the gunpowder from leaking. The first thing that Roland thought of was nitrocotton, which was commonly known as collodion. This was also one of the few chemicals that he remembered could be used in weapons, because its preparation material was very simple. Cotton was soaked in a mixture of 2 strong acids. The acids were the most commonly used sulfuric acid and nitric acid, and there was no danger in the production. He wanted to wait until he recruited an alchemist before he started the trial production of collodion, but now that he had set an agreement of 7 days, he decided to roll up his sleeves and do it himself. Picking up the quill, he wrote down the idea that had been brewing for a long time on the draft paper. First was cotton, preferably undyed cotton yarn, which had been moved back from the Duke's mansion and was now piled up in the castle warehouse. The cotton yarn needed to be degreased, otherwise the grease adhered to the surface would hinder the nitrification. The cotton yarn needed to be degreased, otherwise the grease adhered to the surface would hinder the nitrification process. But Roland had been busy developing agriculture and fighting foreign enemies, so he had no time to develop this daily necessities. However, Roland had been busy developing agriculture and fighting against foreign enemies, so he didn't have the time to develop this kind of daily necessities. As for how to make sodium hydroxide, the simplest was probably the electrolysis of salt. So the prince found that, in order to make a new bullet, he had to start with a direct current generator. Moreover, she noticed that most of the witches would practice their abilities in the castle backyard, which meant that Roland had also found a way to avoid being bitten by magic power. Her original plan to use this vital information to exchange for the witch's favor had been shattered. In addition to explaining the pros and cons to them, and persuading them to leave, there was nothing else she could do. What surprised Ashes the most was Roland Wimbledon. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his gestures had an indescribable temperament, which was incompatible with his previous image of a playboy. Why was it like this? He used to be an incompetent person, and the first thing he would think of was to escape. Not to mention standing up for others, he was even afraid to take responsibility for his own actions. Thinking of the harassment, with just a hateful look, he panicked and fell to the ground. Tilly heard the noise and came over, but he lied and said that he accidentally fell down. He even blamed Princess Tilly for finding such an ugly woman to be her guard. From then on, Ash's impression of the fourth prince dropped to the lowest point. She had thought that such a person would be easy to deal with, but in today's negotiation, she was completely unable to gain the upper hand. Especially after the other side said a one-on-one competition, she found that she couldn't even use force to threaten him. Because the other side didn't evade the question, but intended to use a competition to answer her doubts. At this time, threatening him personally, in addition to reducing the witch's favor, had no other use. Ashes sighed, if only she could be as smart as Tilly, any problem in front of her would be easily solved. If she encountered such a situation, she would certainly be able to come up with a solution, right? The ease and expectation she had when she had first arrived had already disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to help Tilly as much as possible, Ashes would have immediately boarded a ship heading for the port of Clearwater and left Grey Castle as soon as possible. Unconsciously, she found that she had already walked out of the range of the town, and the other side of the river was no longer a lush wheat field, but a woodland that had not yet been cultivated. Just as Ashes was about to turn back, she suddenly felt a fluctuation of magic behind her. She subconsciously turned her head, and a dagger pierced through her cheek, followed by a horizontal slash. The surging magic turned into a monstrous wave. Ashes felt that half of her cheek was stung. The other side's continuous moves were obviously not something an ordinary person could do. She no longer hesitated, letting her body fall completely, avoiding the dagger that swept in front of her eyes. She used one foot to eject herself. However, the other side disappeared into thin air, and in the blink of an eye reappeared behind her. Ashes couldn't even see how the other side moved. She pulled out her giant sword, and her body spun in a circle, causing the blade to produce a dull whistling sound. The speed was so fast that it raised a large amount of dust on the ground. This kind of attack without any blind spots could eliminate any threat within the attack range of the sword, but this trick was ineffective in the face of the other side's strange footwork. The giant sword swept through the position of the shadow, as if it had not touched anything. Oh no, she thought in her heart, her whole body tensed up, ready to take the next round of attacks, but the shadow disappeared in front of her. The dust slowly fell to the ground, and the person was standing not far from her, playing with the dagger in her hand. It was Nightingale. Is this a warning? Ashes frowned. Of course not, she put the dagger back into her waist. I just want to see the strength of an extraordinary. Really? I thought you wanted to say. I want you to quickly leave Border Town, otherwise I won't be polite to you. Nightingale interrupted, in that case, what difference is there between me and Kara? Kara? Why did she mention the former leader of the Witch Cooperation Association? Ashes was puzzled. You can rest assured to persuade each sister. If someone is willing to leave with you, I think His Highness will not stop you, and I certainly won't. But... Nightingale paused. Don't try to hurt or threaten His Highness Roland, otherwise I won't deliberately stab you next time. At this point, she grinned and disappeared into the air. Enjoy your life in Border Town. The principle and structure of the DC generator were very simple. When Roland was a child, he had dismantled more than 10 motors of four-wheel drive vehicles, from ordinary white motors to the legendary Xianxia, and he had even wound the rotor copper wire by himself. These motors were typical DC motors. There was no difference in structure between the DC generator and the DC motor. In essence, they were the same thing, and their functions could be interchangeable. As long as other machines drove the motor rotor to rotate, and the wires continuously cut the magnetic induction wire, it could generate a continuous flow of induced current. With the help of Mystery Moon and Anna, Roland only spent half a day to assemble a simple DC motor. The stator was made entirely of wood, and Mystery Moon gave it magnetism. The commutator at the end of the rotor was embedded in a log, and the center of the log had a hole, which could be connected to the steam engine shaft. This structure was not only convenient to make, but also guaranteed the mutual insulation between the commutator. As for the new steam engine, he and Mystery Moon watched Anna perform her amazing processing skills. When it was necessary to make large parts, she would spread out her black fire and wrap a pile of iron ingots like a cloth. After melting, she would shrink the black fire and press it into a plate that met the requirements, and finally cut it into shape. The next day, when Roland was ready to go to the backyard of the calcining room to test the effect of the generator, the guard brought him a piece of good news, which made him very happy. The chief alchemist from the Redwater City Alchemy Workshop had arrived in Border Town, and he was accompanied by more than one person. Xianxia was very decisive. In the afternoon, he took his family and more than 10 disciples to board the merchant ship to Border Town. Unfortunately, after much hesitation, Chavez refused his invitation. He did not disclose the contents of the letter to other alchemists, because the more people who knew, the later the departure time would be. Kyle was worried that the news of the success of the crystal glass would soon reach the ears of the Duke, and then it would not be so easy to leave. For such a high-profit luxury product, the Duke would definitely want to keep it in his hands. He had written the formula and firing method of the crystal glass on a parchment, which was stored in the formula cabinet in the refining room, as a reward for the Duke's investment in building the alchemy workshop. But in front of the truth of alchemy, whether it was crystal glass or alchemy workshops, they weren't worth mentioning. 5 days later, Kyle finally met the person who had written the letter, the Lord of Border Town, Roland Wimbledon. In the castle's reception hall, he had just bowed and had not even sat down when he impatiently said, "Your Highness, I want to have a good talk with your alchemist." "My alchemist?" The other side smiled. "Before you came, there was no alchemist in Border Town. But now, you are my alchemist." "You mean, those alchemy formulas were written by you?" Kyle directly ignored the latter half of his sentence, his face turning pale. He suddenly thought of another possibility. The other party was a prince, and all the knowledge he received came from the palace tutors. If he knew all this, didn't it mean that the alchemy workshop of the king's city had already mastered the essence of alchemy? Yet, he was delusional enough to think that he was above them. This was simply too laughable. "Not exactly," Roland said. "These formulas came from an ancient book more than 400 years ago, and I found them by accident. It seems that hundreds of years ago, they called alchemy chemistry." Chemistry. When Kyle heard that the formulas didn't come from the alchemy workshop of the king's city, his heart suddenly felt a lot better, but the answer given by the prince still surprised him. Alchemy books from more than 400 years ago? One must know that the alchemy workshop of the king's city only had a history of less than 200 years. Could it be that the later generations were not as good as the predecessors? Yes, in the books, those scholars mentioned a hypothesis, which is the theory of the immortality of matter. The matter that makes up everything in the world will not disappear or increase, it just changes from one form to another, such as this pastry. Roland pointed to the cake on the long table. "After you eat it, part of it is absorbed by you, and part of it is excreted. If you add up the absorbed part and the excreted part, their mass should be equal." "Wait. Your Highness," Kyle thought for a moment, "if I burn a piece of wood into rice powder, no matter how I weigh it, the weight of the burned rice powder will be lighter than that of the wood. If the matter is immortal, then where does the missing part go?" "This is also explained in the book," Roland said with a smile. "They become gas and water. The water is baked and evaporated by the flame, so in the end, you can only see the residue left." "Gas?" Kyle felt that something was about to come out of his heart. "Does the air also have weight?" "Of course, all matter has mass." The prince nodded. "It's very simple to verify this point. Put a pile of sawdust into the bottle, cover the mouth of the bottle and place it on the balance scale. When the balance is reached, you will ignite the sawdust. Eventually, you will find that the weight of the bottle will not change. Because the gas released from the combustion can't escape, it remains in the bottle." "This is also written in the ancient book?" Kyle asked eagerly. "Can you let me see that book?" "If you can promise me a few conditions," Roland said, spreading out his hands. "Please go ahead. First of all, you have to work for me, and your salary will be calculated according to your salary in the Redwater City Alchemy Workshop. Second, once you accept this job, you must abide by the confidentiality regulations. That is to say, you must not disclose the content of your work to other alchemists. Third, if you agree, we will sign a contract. This contract will last for 5 years. After 5 years, you will be free to choose whether to stay or leave, and your alchemy results will no longer be restricted by the confidentiality regulations. You can show them to other alchemists or the Alchemy Guild. In return, if you accept these 3 conditions, Border Town will provide you with housing and a chemical laboratory. At the same time, I will lend you the book Elementary Chemistry to read. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. It doesn't sound like harsh conditions, Kyle thought. Although words like confidentiality regulations and chemical laboratory were difficult to pronounce, he could still understand the general meaning. A 5-year contract was not too long. He had thought that the Lord would ask him to stay in Border Town forever. And, even if the conditions were harsh, he wanted to see the book that recorded the essence of alchemy with his own eyes. Thinking of this, Kyle got up and slightly bent down. I am willing to serve you, Your Highness. Very well, then it's settled. The prince didn't seem to care much about etiquette. Your workplace will be by the Redwater River. After signing the contract, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the laboratory, and introduce you to the use and operating procedures of the glassware. What made the chief alchemist feel a little strange was why His Highness talked about alchemy so skillfully, and even gave people a sense of confidence. Was he just an ordinary noble who had accidentally come into contact with an ancient alchemy book? But these were all minor details. He suppressed his doubts and asked, "What does Your Highness want me to refine?" Full of lies, when Roland finished dealing with the alchemist's matter and returned to the office, Nightingale said aloud, "What 450-year-old ancient book? Wasn't elementary chemistry the textbook you wrote for Scroll to memorize? That thing will be taught to the people sooner or later, right?" "It's just a white lie." Roland picked up the cup and drank a mouthful of tea. Since the king's merchant Marjorie gave him a bag of black tea, he could finally say goodbye to the days of drinking plain water or ale every day. A prince living in the palace, how could he know so much about alchemy? If he did, it would be from the king's alchemist's teachings. See, the literature building gave him a textbook for him to study by himself, which is much easier to accept than me teaching him alchemy. After all, people always believe in themselves the most. Oh? Nightingale suddenly leaned over and moved closer to Roland. Then who taught you your knowledge? Roland had just opened his mouth, but Nightingale's finger stopped him. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. I don't want to hear you lie. He blinked, and the other side withdrew her hand. There are still 5 days before the competition. Roland took the opportunity to change the topic. I have to let Carter familiarize himself with the operation of the new weapon in advance. But didn't you say that the ammunition problem hasn't been solved? Collodion only affects its use in actual combat. If it's only for the competition, it's still possible to shoot 1 round with each gun. After all, during the competition, there's no need to worry about transporting bullets and reloading repeatedly. 10 bullets are enough to get the result, Roland said. Of course, the problem of the firing rate decreasing due to the lack of collodion was a matter of probability. This point could only be decided by God and Carter's face. West of the town's walls. Carter came to the previous explosive test field, accepting the new task assigned to him by Roland. Fight with a witch? The chief knight was startled. Can I wear a godstone of retaliation? Of course you can, Roland said with a smile, but you are facing a special witch. The godstone of retaliation is ineffective against her, and her fighting style is similar to that of a warrior, using a greatsword to attack. You mean, she is a witch who is proficient in close combat? Carter glanced at Nightingale, who was standing beside Roland. More or less, but because her ability is to strengthen herself, both her strength and speed are far superior to ordinary people. Roland said, you have to be mentally prepared. The opponent's physical fitness is probably several times higher than the death row inmates who were used to test the pills. Several times higher. Your Highness, do you know what that means? Carter's eyes widened. It's very likely that even if I had observed her movements, my body wouldn't have been able to react. If she really is as powerful as you say, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat her. Theoretically speaking, your chances of winning are indeed 0. The prince handed over a strange-looking firearm. But with this, your chances of winning will greatly increase. This is a new flintlock? Carter took it with both hands. Because its trigger and barrel were very similar to that of a flintlock, the knight judged that they should belong to the same type of weapon. It wasn't big, but it was heavy in his hands, even heavier than a flintlock rifle. What was particularly eye-catching was that, except for the wooden grip, the entire gun body was made of metal. The smooth lines and corners, as well as the grayish-white metallic luster, had an indescribable beauty. Carter almost instantly fell in love with this weapon. Its name is a revolver. Roland took out another weapon with the same shape and ejected a beehive-like wheel to the left. Now I'll teach you how to use it. Carter quickly discovered that its operation method was much simpler than that of a flintlock rifle. The pellet and gunpowder were already connected, and as long as it was loaded into the middle wheel, it could be fired. There were 5 holes in the revolver, which could be loaded with 5 rounds of ammunition at a time. This was probably the reason why it was called a revolver. At the end of the revolver, there was a small hole corresponding to the revolver. As long as the trigger was pulled, sparks would burst out from the hole, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Maybe there was a piece of flint hidden inside, he thought. However, the design of this bullet was too exquisite. The light yellow shell was probably made of thin copper plates, and the whole body was perfectly round. The whole body was smooth, and you couldn't see any traces of joints. The front of the bullet was thin and the back was thick, and the tail was about the thickness of an index finger. It could very accurately fit into the hole of the cartridge. In the end, how was this made? This is an unfinished product, so you always have to pay attention to the opening at the bottom of the bullet. Roland made a shooting motion. Like me, the muzzle is slightly downward. Don't let the gunpowder leak out from the opening. After each shooting, you have to clean the bullet nest of the revolver, to avoid the scattered gunpowder accumulating in the hole. Unfinished product? Yes, the prince shrugged. There is still a key technology that needs to be solved. If everything goes well, you may be able to catch up before the competition. When the time comes, the opening at the bottom of the bullet will be sealed, and you won't have to worry about the problem of gunpowder leaking. Let's try shooting first. If the bottom was sealed, how could the gunpowder inside the bullet be ignited? Carter thought for a moment, then decided to give up thinking about this seemingly impossible problem. After all, he wasn't as knowledgeable as His Royal Highness. That's right, he was knowledgeable. Carter now admired His Royal Highness from the bottom of his heart. Whether it was a court scholar, a master alchemist, or an astrologer, no one could invent so many strange things like His Royal Highness. Moreover, these things had a very high practical value, unlike snow powder, people carrying kites, and the like, which could only be reduced to the aristocracy's toys. His Royal Highness's invention of the steam engine had already been used in the mine's mining and pumping operations, and the guns and cannons had repelled the demonic beasts and the Duke's coalition forces. Now, Carter firmly believed that as long as there was enough time, the one who would ascend to the throne of Grey Castle would inevitably be His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon. The target stood 10 meters away, and at this distance, the human-shaped target was only the size of a palm. In accordance with His Royal Highness's teaching, he held the gun with both hands, slightly tilted his body, aimed the barrel at the target, and pulled the trigger. Sparks and gas sprayed from both sides of the wheel, and a loud noise shook his ears. He felt as if someone had pushed him, and his wrists unconsciously lifted up. When the smoke cleared, the target looked intact. "Continue," Roland said. Carter took a deep breath, and fired the remaining 4 bullets, but still, none of them hit the target. This? Carter looked at His Royal Highness, but the latter didn't seem to care. Ashes sat at the top of the castle, waiting for the day of the duel. In the past few days, her persuasion had not made any progress. The stubbornness of the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association had far exceeded her expectations. Whether it was the older scroll or the underage Lily, they all refused her invitation. The only difference was that the way they refused was different. Some chose to stay because of Roland, and some didn't want to leave their sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, leading to the 10 witches acting like an iron plate. As for Anna and Nana, who originally belonged to Border Town, she didn't even have the mood to try. Especially the former, when Ashes stood in front of her, she felt that the magic in Anna's body was completely different from the previous witches. The magic in Anna's body was like hard steel, smooth and dense, like an iron wall spanning across the two of them. Among the many witches that Tilly had gathered, no one had ever given her such a feeling. After inquiring about the other witches, she found out that Anna's ability was very common, the ability to control flames. Ashes was puzzled as to why the invisible flame made her feel as if there was a solid barrier in front of her magic power. As for this small town, it was very different from the towns or villages she had seen before. If she had to describe it, it would be that it was full of vitality, and people seemed to have endless things to do every day. From the top of the castle, she could see a panoramic view of the town. In the center of the town, where the population was the most dense, new houses were being built. They had planned the square site into a small district, and the houses in each district were almost the same. The carriage transporting bricks from the north didn't stop for even a moment. The stonemasons first dug a dozen pits of the same shape, and then began to stack the bricks. This kind of construction speed was amazing, and in almost a day, they could build a fence that was half the height of a person. Looking to the northeast, she could see the billowing smoke rising into the sky. It wasn't a forest fire, but rather a brick kiln at work. There were also several particularly thick brick towers being built. At first glance, they looked like piles of red giant trees that had been cut down. On the riverbank, there were several sailboats arriving at border town every day. From the flags hanging on the masts, most of them came from Longsong Stronghold. The goods that had been unloaded from the ships had almost filled the yard to the brim. There was a team of guards patrolling the yard with wooden spears. Unlike most city guards, they did not walk lazily for a while or simply find a place to hide and take a nap. Instead, they lined up in a straight line from beginning to end, walking between the dock and the yard. Sometimes, they even took the initiative to help unload the cargo. In Ash's memory, this was a scene that she had never seen before. What kind of magic did Roland Wimbledon have to make these people so passionate about building a remote and barren town? Just at this moment, a cooing sound came from above. Ashes raised her head and saw a huge fat pigeon descending from the sky and landing on her shoulder. "I've finally found you, coo." The pigeon rubbed her cheek. "Tilly sent you?" Ashes took out a handful of wheat from her pocket and threw it on the roof. The pigeon flapped its wings and flew over. Suddenly, it seemed to realize something. "I'm not a bird, coo. Then turn into a human and talk to me." "Okay, coo." As soon as the voice fell, the pigeon's feathers suddenly swelled, and a white light penetrated through the gaps between the feathers. Then, a head came out, and the swollen feathers quickly shrank, turning into a bunch of long white hair. No matter how many times she saw it, Ashes would always be amazed. Maggie, a witch who could change into a variety of birds, except for her body size, all other details were wonderful. Sometimes she even envied her ability. Compared to the extraordinary magic of the god stone of retaliation, she was more eager to be able to quickly travel between two places. That way, whenever she wanted to see Tilly, she could set off at any time. Even with the sigil of tracking, it's not easy to locate your direction. Maggie shook the fluff on her body. "The distance is too far, my magic stone statue can hardly feel the fluctuation of the sigil. Fortunately, Shadow knows where you are going, so I flew over the fallen dragon ridge." Only then did the statue show some reaction. In addition to her iconic white hair, her biggest characteristic was her short stature. Obviously, she was already an adult, but her hair reached her waist, and her appearance was that of a little girl. As long as her white hair was untied, it could almost wrap her whole body inside. "Has Tilly safely arrived at the fjords?" Ashes sat down and patted the tiles beside her. Like a bird, the other party obediently came over. Her empress arrived safely, but the second ship, the North Wind, hit a reef when it approached the shore, so no witches were killed. The third and fourth ships are still at sea. When I came to find you, I flew over their heads." "That's good." Ashes was relieved. Although His Royal Highness looked disgusting, there was one thing he was right about. That was, the voyage from Grey Castle to the fjords was full of danger. Climate changes in the sea were far more rapid and violent than on land. In the blink of an eye, a storm could be set off in a clear blue sky, and under the overwhelming waves, extraordinary power seemed insignificant. "You all said the same thing," Maggie said. "Shadow said that you couldn't go back with us because you wanted to go to Border Town to win over more witches, not because there was a problem." Lady Tilly's first words were also "that's good." She paused, her head looking around. "What about your companions? Where are they?" "They don't want to leave," Ashes sighed, and gave a brief account of what had happened. "Compared to me, they believe more in the lord of this place, that is, Tilly's brother. Lady Tilly is willing to accept us, and her brother is also willing to accept us." "Well, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing," she said, tilting her head. "In that case, you should leave for the fjords as soon as possible." Without your help, Lady Tilly can't carry out the cleaning plan. Ashes shook her head. I have to wait until the end of the competition before I leave. But you just said that even if you win, the other side won't take the initiative to drive away the witches. Maggie muttered, do you still want to complete the competition? If there is even the slightest chance, I want to try, Ashes said calmly. It doesn't matter if I delay the cleaning plan for a few days, but if I can bring back one more witch, the power of Tilly will increase a lot. Well, Maggie nodded, then I will also wait here for you to go back together. But there is one thing you need to pay attention to. When passing through Fallen Dragon Ridge, I saw a group of people carrying the church's flag. There were about 10 of them. Xianxia had hardly slept these days, and he found that coming to Border Town was the best choice he had ever made in his life. He spent 2 days and 1 night reading through the entire elementary chemistry, and after sleeping for 2 or 3 hours, he was full of energy. Now he had returned to the first page, and began to carefully study the ancient book. Matter is composed of very small particles. The change of matter is the decomposition and reorganization of particles. During the reaction process, the total amount of matter remains the same. My God, what kind of person is the author of this book? He can even describe the world that people can't see so clearly. He had more than once suspected that the contents of the book were fabricated, but according to the examples of alchemy experiments, the results were completely consistent. Moreover, some common examples in reality could also prove the correctness of the book. For example, the oxygen described in the first chapter. This gas is the main component of air, and people don't breathe air, but oxygen. Flames need oxygen to burn, because burning is essentially an oxidation reaction. The more oxygen there is, the more vigorous the combustion. These words reminded him of the glass kiln in Redwater City, where it required 2 people to constantly shake the blower to raise the temperature of the furnace to the melting point of sand and stone. Since it is a matter, it is obvious that through alchemy, through chemical reactions, pure oxygen can be extracted. If you can directly pass oxygen into the furnace, can you save the blower equipment? And the most surprising thing was that the book said that water is composed of 2 hydrogen particles and 1 oxygen particle, which is probably the reason why all living things drink water. But hydrogen seems to be a gas, and the 2 gases combine to form a liquid. How is this possible? Kyle found that he still had many questions to ponder. But there was no doubt that he had already walked ahead of all the alchemists. While they were still exploring the formula in the chaos and fog, a straight and flat road appeared in front of him. However, he still had to get down to business. He reluctantly closed the book. At this time, the sky was getting brighter, and it was time to work. Kyle blew out the candle, approached the bedroom, looked at his wife and daughter who were still sleeping, and quietly went out the door. The residence assigned to him by His Highness was located to the west of the castle, and it was much larger than his own home in Redwater City. The walls were made of bricks, and compared to the wood that was easy to mold, this kind of house was obviously much more comfortable, and it also had all kinds of furniture and kitchen utensils. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was quite satisfied. The disciples lived in a small district 2 streets away from him. The houses were smaller, and they were not individual houses. It was more like a hotel, with 1 bedroom for 4 people. Walking to the chemistry laboratory by the Redwater River, the disciples were already busy. They were carefully selected by Kyle, and they had been learning how to clean materials in the alchemy workshop since they were children. Now, they were between 20 and 30 years old. Kyle nodded with satisfaction when he saw the clean laboratory and the sparkling glass containers in front of him. Good morning, Lord Chief Instructor. All the disciples bowed their heads in greeting. Let's start. He took a pair of gloves from the cupboard and put them on. The gloves were extremely thin and flexible, probably made from animal intestines. There had never been such a rule in the alchemy workshop before, but His Royal Highness had repeatedly emphasized the danger of chemical experiments. In the operating rules, whenever there was a reaction with corrosive raw materials, they had to wear gloves and open all the windows. Unlike the workshop, now their job was very clear, which was to make acid for His Highness. They had already operated the method of making acid with 2 stones many times, so Kyle only needed to patrol and give directions, and didn't have to do it himself. These 2 acids were recorded in detail in elementary chemistry. One was called sulfuric acid, and the other was called nitric acid. Previously, he was used to naming them after the products, such as the former was called green vitriol, and the latter was called nitric acid. Although the names were different, the production method was basically the same. Through the dry distillation of green vitriol and nitric acid, the acid was condensed and collected. Green vitriol was usually associated with sulfur ore, and nitric acid was produced in large cities in special nitration tanks, so they were both common raw materials. However, His Royal Highness emphasized that the concentration of the two acids must be high, and specifically explained the method of purification. For example, after the sulfuric acid was collected, it could be heated to evaporate the water, and finally, the concentration could reach up to 98% concentrated sulfuric acid. However, nitric acid was a lot more troublesome. According to His Royal Highness, this acid itself was not very stable, and it was easy to volatilize. When the concentration reached a certain level, it would even decompose when exposed to light. Therefore, the dilute nitric acid produced by dry distillation had to be mixed with concentrated sulfuric acid, and then heated, so that the concentrated sulfuric acid could absorb the water, and then evaporate the nitric acid and store it in a brown glass bottle. For this reason, His Royal Highness had specially prepared a thermometer. At first glance, Cal felt that this thing was really a wonderful workmanship. A hollow glass tube was filled with mercury, and both ends were sealed, so there was no need to worry about the mercury leaking out. There were several lacquer lines drawn on it, and when heated, the mercury would gradually rise, and the position where it finally stayed represented the current temperature. Today, the laboratory had produced 3 bottles of concentrated sulfuric acid and 1 bottle of concentrated nitric acid. At this concentration, he found that the sulfuric acid was not as easy to flow as water, but more like some viscous oil. At high concentrations, the nitric acid was no longer colorless and transparent, but became pale yellow. As long as the glass bottle was opened, it would emit bursts of white smoke. "Master, do we have to make these 2 kinds of acid every day?" a disciple named Amon asked. "Until His Royal Highness gives us a new task." Kyle paused. "What's wrong? Are you worried that you don't have time to explore the alchemy formula?" Amon nodded. Kyle touched the stubble on his chin and smiled. "I forgot to tell you, the alchemist title is no longer needed, so you don't have to rely on exploring the formula to become an alchemist." "No." Amon was stunned. "No need?" The other disciples also slowed down their work, and listened attentively to the master's next words. "Yes, the alchemy formula no longer needs to rely on exploration, but memory and deduction." Kyle clapped his hands, and simply gathered everyone around him. "His Royal Highness gave me a book called Elementary Chemistry. This is also the reason why I brought you here. If you study it thoroughly, most of the world's formulas can be deduced from the contents of the book." "Deduced?" the disciples whispered. Lightning shuttled back and forth through the hills south of Border Town, filling the parchment filled with squares in her hands one by one. This was the new task she had recently accepted, which was to cooperate with Soroya to draw a map of the Western Territory. If she flew with Soroya, the altitude would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to pass through the woods. Therefore, she first drew a rough outline, and then Soroya pieced them together to draw the whole map. Under the magic pen, the map looked the same as if it was looking from the sky, and every detail was lifelike. When the parchment was filled, Lightning turned around and returned to Border Town. Today, after several months of practice, her flying speed was getting faster and faster, and according to His Highness Roland's calculation, her speed was almost 120 kilometers per hour. At this speed, the strong wind blowing against her face almost made her unable to open her eyes. She thought that this was the limit of what she could achieve, but just the day before yesterday, His Highness gave her a gift. It was a leather headband, wrapped in 2 copper rings, and one side of the copper rings was inlaid with pure transparent glass. As long as she wore it, she would be able to stay away from the wind. His Highness said that this was called windproof glasses, which were made when he was making glassware. He also said that with this, she would be more like a little Israel. Lightning didn't know who Israel was, but she understood that it took a lot of effort to join the leather, copper rings, and lenses together. Each piece of leather had a double layer of stitching, and the inner side of the copper rings was tightly wrapped, so there was no need to worry about scratching the skin. The back also had a buckle similar to a belt, which could be adjusted at will. It didn't look like something that was casually made. She immediately fell in love with this gift, and almost slept with it on the top of her head. Now, as long as she pulled down the windproof glasses, she could fly as fast as she wanted, no longer having to pay attention to the whistling wind in her ears. After a while, Lightning arrived over the town, and was about to return to the castle to give the grid map to Soroya, when a white figure suddenly passed by the corner of her eyes. Looking sideways, she saw a pigeon spreading its wings and gliding in the direction of Longsong's stronghold. Pigeons were not rare birds, but this one was different. It was too fat. Just its wings alone were enough for him to gnaw on for a day. Lightning swallowed her saliva. She remembered the time when she was stranded on a deserted island, catching fish and birds with her own hands and roasting them over a bonfire. Although the food provided by His Royal Highness was also very sumptuous, she had been eating butter bread and mushroom soup for a whole month, and she was already somewhat tired of it. If only she could catch a pigeon and roast it. She touched the small bag of salt and pepper on her waist and made up her mind. With a turn, Lightning dashed straight towards the pigeon, who quickly noticed the uninvited guest. It folded its wings and swooped down, as if it wanted to drill into the forest and get rid of its menacing pursuer. Lightning was slightly stunned. She didn't expect this pigeon to be so smart. Then she grinned, turned sharply, and chased after it. Since the months of demons, when she had lured the hybrid demonic beasts, the little girl was confident that nothing could escape from her eyes. Sometimes the pigeon would fly over the treetops, sometimes it would fly at a very low altitude, flying close to the ground. However, the distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. No matter how hard it flapped its wings, it was unable to get rid of Lightning. The forest quickly retreated, and the sun shone through the dense branches. Light and shade alternated, until they passed through an open area. The surroundings suddenly became empty and bright. Seizing this opportunity, she raised her speed to the limit, and in a flash, she hugged the pigeon from behind and pressed it to the ground. The pigeon struggled hard but was unable to break free from her grasp. Lightning pulled out a knife from her waist, ready to kill her prey, but the other suddenly opened its mouth. "Don't coo. Help me coo." The little girl shivered, and was so scared that she almost dropped the knife. But she quickly recovered. "Are you a witch?" The pigeon nodded again and again. "I thought I could change my taste." Lightning regretfully sighed and put away her knife. "My name is Lightning." "What's your name?" The other swelled up, and then turned into a human shape. "Maggie, you actually wanted to eat a bird?" she accused. "I ate a lot before." Lightning shrugged and reached out to pull her up. Suddenly, a bead rolled out of her arms, bounced twice on the ground, and fell into a small pit. Lightning walked over to pick up the bead, and when she was about to hand it back to Maggie, she found that this glass-like transparent red bead was engraved with a string of strange runes, which looked very familiar. She frowned and thought for a moment, then hooked the string around her neck, and took out a dark red pendant from her chest. Comparing the two in her hand, she found that the runes on them were exactly the same. "Huh?" Maggie poked her head out from behind. "You also have a tracking sigil?" "What is a tracking sigil?" "You don't know? This thing can be sensed by a magic stone, and can locate the holder's position." She paused. "No, why should I tell you? You just wanted to eat me." "Do you have a magic stone?" "No." Maggie shook her head. "So you can locate my position?" Lightning asked curiously. "No, you must have a matching magic stone in order to locate the corresponding sigil." This time she answered very quickly, "And only witches can use it." "You don't know anything, so how did you get it?" "My father gave it to me when I was a child." Lightning returned the bead to the other. "What about you?" "I'm not telling you." Maggie made a face, then curiously looked at the former. "Are you a witch of the Witch Cooperation Association? I heard from Ashes that you don't want to leave Border Town. Are you one of her people?" Lightning curled her lips. "I thought you were a newcomer attracted by the rumors. Everyone is living well here, why would they want to leave?" "Because it's dangerous. The church may send an army at any time." "An explorer won't be timid because of danger," Lightning said, her face slightly red. "Well, the trip to the stone tower doesn't count. When I go to the ruins next time, I must be the first to step into the basement. Moreover, His Highness Roland has a lot of incredible inventions. As long as you see them, you will definitely be attracted to them." One of them is a weapon that can shoot fist-sized iron balls, and anyone who touches it will be torn to pieces. Really? Can you take me to see it? Maggie exclaimed. That won't do, unless you join the Witch Union and become one of us. But I have to take Ashes back. She hesitated. Then you can take her back, Lightning persuaded. There are a lot of fun things here. There's a machine that moves by itself when boiling water. There's a weapon that can attack the enemy from a kilometer away. How far is a kilometer? In short, it's very far. People will only look the size of a tree branch. She gestured with her hands and feet, and in the concealing forest, there are even more places to play. Poking a beehive, picking mushrooms is nothing, but hunting birds and wild boars is interesting. After peeling off the fur, you can roast it over the bonfire until it's shiny, and then sprinkle salt and pepper on it. It will be delicious. Really? Maggie couldn't help but lick her lips. On the 5th day, Roland finally prepared all the raw materials for the production of collodion. During the electrolysis of salt water, he made a serious mistake. He used the copper strip left by Anna to cut the bullet as an electrode, which resulted in the electrode being dissolved, wasting a basin of salt water. In order to prevent chlorine gas from dissolving in water during electrolysis, the electrolyte was usually saturated salt water, and salt was not a cabbage in this era. Therefore, when he poured away the waste salt water which had been mixed with copper ions, Roland felt that he had thrown away several golden dragon bullets in vain. Finally, he replaced the electrode with a carbon rod to solve the problem. After boiling the water with caustic soda to remove the grease, he brought the remaining caustic soda to the chemistry laboratory. The esterification of collodion was the most important step in the production process. He did not know the principle behind it, but he knew that the gauze had to be soaked in a mixture of acid, and after the nitrification was complete, it could be taken out. The ratio of the solution and the reaction time were all unknown. Roland let Kyle divide the samples into several groups to control the time using an hourglass. After soaking the gauze, he repeatedly washed it with water, and then soaked it in a solution of sodium hydroxide to remove the excess acid. The wet finished products were transported back to the castle and handed over to Vendi to be air-dried. Due to the use of a high concentration of fuming nitric acid during esterification, most of the trial products could be quickly ignited. Among them, 1 part nitric acid and 2 parts sulfuric acid soaked collodion had the best effect. After obtaining the general formula, the laboratory started mass production. After soaking and washing the collodion, it was immediately transported by the soldiers of the First Army. Even the chief alchemist did not know the use of the things they had made. The air-dried gauze was cut into fingernail-sized cubes by the maids, packed and sent to the North Slope Mountain, where it was finally loaded in the backyard of the firing room. In the absence of machines, this process could only be completed by manpower. A group of personal guards spread out and gently inserted the collodion gauze into the bottom of the cartridge case with a wooden stick, sealing the ignition hole. Then, they poured the granular black gunpowder into the cartridge case through a funnel and compacted it layer by layer, keeping the amount of each cartridge as consistent as possible. The last step was to press on the bullet. The bullet processed by Anna and the cartridge case had a very high degree of adhesion. After pushing it in with bare hands, they could then gently hit it a few times with a hammer. The efficiency was a bit low, but they could still produce hundreds of bullets a day. On the 6th day, Carter was finally able to use his new weapon. As the chief knight, who had excellent physical qualities in all aspects, his accuracy had greatly improved after a few days of repeated practice. Compared to Roland's performance in military training, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. After reloading the flintlock, Carter finally did not have to use the strange shooting posture of his wrist drooping down to hold the gun. As long as the sealing cotton did not break, the cartridge would be kept clean. At the same time, it was several times more sensitive to sparks compared to black gunpowder, so the firing rate was also guaranteed. Taking advantage of the last day, Roland let Carter Lannis practice drawing his gun quickly and shooting with 2 guns. Even with black powder, the recoil of the 12mm pistol was very impressive. It was difficult to guarantee a hit rate of the second shot when holding the gun with one hand. But in Roland's plan, this was a counterattack when Ashes was behind him. Carter would carry 2 guns on the stage. If it was a tug of war, 10 bullets would be enough to determine the winner. If he was closed in the beginning, he could also quickly pull out the other gun to counterattack. And considering that the opponent's weapon had a certain defensive ability, Roland deliberately chose steel bullets that were not easy to deform to increase the penetrating power and reduce the killing power of the cavity. In addition, due to the limitations of the smelting technology in this era, Ash's greatsword was most likely made of pig iron. An exaggerated shape would not improve the quality of the weapon. On the contrary, if the huge iron weapon was not sufficiently forged, the internal stress distribution would be even more uneven. It could not be called a good shield. From Roland's point of view, the greatsword was at most a white-grade weapon. If one's luck was not particularly bad, the possibility of ricocheting was very low. If Ashes wanted to defeat Carter, she must first get close to the knight. This was the natural disadvantage of a cold weapon against a hot weapon. As long as it was not exaggerated to the point where one could see the trajectory of the bullet and dodge the bullet, this distance was an insurmountable gap. It was not until the sky was getting dark that Ashes waited for Maggie to fly back to her room. "Why did you come back later and later these days?" she asked after closing the window. "Lightning took me to catch a bird." Maggie changed back to her human form and took out a roasted bird leg from her waist bag. The overflowing fragrance suddenly filled the room. "I specially saved it for you." "I ate it." Ashes shook her head. "Is Lightning a witch of the Witch Cooperation Association?" "Yes," she nodded vigorously. "Her ability is the same as mine, flying, but it is much more convenient to use." After a pause, she then asked, "Sister Ashes, do you really want to fight this battle?" "I think they won't go with you. Moreover, they are living a good life here." Ashes was startled and did not answer. "Because even I want to stay here." Maggie sat on the bed and said, "The bed is soft, and the food is good. I saw that during lunch. The Lord specially set up the table in the backyard, so that the witches could eat together after they finished their practice." Everyone was talking and laughing, and he would occasionally add one or two sentences, which was completely different from the other nobles who hated him. "In the afternoon, I was dragged by Lightning to play Gwent, where two people draw 10 cards and compete with each other. In the end, the one with the most points wins. It was very interesting. They also gave me 2 sets of cards." "Sister Ashes, do you want to play? I can teach you." "No." Ashes shook her head and took a deep breath. These days, she was aware of Maggie's change, but until now, she suddenly realized that her thinking seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Most of the witches lived in fear, and a stable and comfortable place to live was all that they pursued. For example, before she was accepted by Tilly, Maggie had been hiding in a thatched hut in the slums of King's City. Just like a real bird, she spent every night curling up in the narrow cracks of the roof beams. Even when Tilly decided to cross the sea to the east, Maggie was still running around, contacting the witches hidden among the people. She had not stopped for half a year. Such a comfortable and peaceful life, it was probably the first time she had experienced it. Wasn't it the same for herself? Until she met Tilly, she lived a life that she didn't even dare to think about before. Accustomed to the relatively peaceful life in the palace, she ignored the significance of the town to the witches. In the eyes of the witches, the attraction of the town had always been unparalleled. They wanted to stay here and protect this territory, just like how she wanted to protect Tilly. If Roland Wimbledon could really resist the crazy god's punishment army as he had said, there was no doubt that this was a better choice than the fjords. Going to a completely unfamiliar land to establish a witch's country sounded very desirable, but in reality, no one could predict how many hardships they would have to go through. But if he couldn't resist, should the witches leave? Ash's mood suddenly calmed down. From another point of view, if Tilly couldn't establish a foothold in the fjords, she would probably choose to stand by her side and protect her until the last moment. As the person who gave her a home, she had no reason to leave first. This place is always under the threat of the church. If we can't resist the god's punishment army, the destruction of Border Town is only a matter of time. This competition was indeed not necessary, but she still decided to complete it, either as a warning or as a proof. What if they can resist? Maggie muttered. I hope so too, so I will help them verify this point, Ember said in a deep voice. The venue of the competition was at the foot of the western wall of the town. In addition to Roland, the spectators included Iron Axe, Sir Pine, Brian, and all the members of the Witch Union. There was also a fat pigeon squatting on the watchtower. In order to avoid accidental bullets, everyone had to climb up the wall to watch. The two contestants, the chief knight Carter Lannis and the extraordinary Ashes, would fight one-on-one near the wall. Carter's attire was not the usual knight armor, but a close-fitting leather coat, with a custom-made holster around his waist, and a revolver on each side. There was also a dagger on the back of his waist, which could be used in an emergency. But Roland knew that if he had to use a dagger to fight with an extraordinary, it would be better to directly admit defeat. Ashes was still dressed as usual, a black robe covered her body, and her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, naturally hanging down her back. It seemed that she did not care that this would create unnecessary weaknesses for herself. The only difference was that the big sword, the cloth wrapped around it had been unwrapped, and the dark brown sword had almost no light. As Roland expected, the surface of the sword was uneven, not like a well-made weapon, and due to lack of maintenance, the place where the sword was cut had rust spots. The two walked into the field, and Carter constantly adjusted his position until he was more than 15 meters away from his opponent. At this distance, he had more than 80% confidence in hitting a fixed target. Taking out two pistols, he finally checked the bullets and the firing nozzles. Roland let Echo imitate and amplify his voice. The rules of the competition are very simple. Stop when you go too far, you are not allowed to hit the head, and you can admit defeat. As long as you don't die on the spot, Nana's healing ability can quickly restore you to your original state. Are there any questions? He waited for a moment, and seeing that the two had no objections, he then said, after hearing the bell, the competition begins. Ashes silently looked at her opponent. As an extraordinary, most of the time she followed her instinct to fight. After following Tilly, she also learned fighting skills from the court's master swordsman, but she always felt that these skills were of little help to her. The other party was the chief knight by the prince's side, but he did not carry the usual sword, shield, or spear on his back. He did not even wear armor. The weapon in his hand was extremely strange, but based on its shape, it was obvious that it was not a dagger-like melee weapon, so there was only one possibility left. It should be similar to a crossbow, a long-range weapon. Crossbows posed no threat to extraordinaires. This was something Ashes had learned from many battles. If it were a light crossbow, she could even catch a flying bolt with her bare hands. However, looking at the prince's confident expression, the weapon in the other party's hands was definitely not as simple as a crossbow. Her instincts were telling her that she had to get close to the knight as soon as possible and not wait for him to attack first. Therefore, before the start of the duel, Ashes inserted the front part of her sword into the ground. This posture seemed harmless, but it was the most effective way to deal with the archers. At this moment, a clear and melodious bell rang from the city walls. Ashes moved almost at the same time. She held the hilt of her sword with both hands and slammed it forward. Soil, grass, and gravel rose with the broad blade, splashing in the direction of the knight, forming a muddy smoke screen. The chief knight's reaction was also very fast. The weapon in his hand burst into flames and made a loud roar, but Ashes did not see anything. Either the other party did not load an arrow, or the arrow was so fast that she could not detect it. Compared to the first almost stupid mistake, she was more inclined to the latter. Under the cover of the muddy smoke screen, Ashes sprinted from the side. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was shortened to half, and at this time, the muddy smoke screen had not completely landed. Most people would subconsciously avoid the overwhelming amount of mud. As long as she could interrupt the other party's shooting, she would have won the battle. But Carter did not move from his position. He ignored the sand hitting his face and narrowed his eyes as he aimed his weapon at the approaching supernatural being. Then he pulled the trigger again. With a roar and a flash of light, Ashes reflexively took a step to the side. She still did not see the arrow that had been thrown at her. At the same time, the knight did not prepare to pull the bowstring or load an arrow. This new type of weapon could probably be fired continuously, but after missing 2 shots in a row, the outcome was already decided. The last 10 steps were also covered in the blink of an eye. She raised her sword vertically in front of her, stomped her feet on the ground, and charged at the knight like a bull. Such an impact would not kill him instantly, but it would be enough to knock him out. Even if he managed to hold on with his strong willpower, the shattered bones in his chest would make him completely lose the ability to fight. In this last breath, the opponent's third attack exploded in front of Ash's eyes. She only felt a fierce shock on her sword, making a crisp buzzing sound, and then her right abdomen was numb, as if she had been grabbed by something. Almost at the same time, her whole body hit Carter's chest, directly knocking him out, drawing an arc in the air, and rolling to the ground. Only then did she have the time to check the injury on her waist. But just as she lowered her head, a strong sense of dizziness came to her brain. She staggered twice and almost fell to the ground. The power brought by the extraordinary magic seemed to be flowing away like water, and her limbs became extremely heavy. Ashes used her sword to support her body. The numbness of the wound had turned into a burning pain. Her waist seemed to be missing a part, and she could even see her bright red internal organs. Only by clenching her teeth could she not let herself fall. In Roland's eyes, the whole process of the match was only 4 or 5 seconds. He saw the extraordinary witch pick up the soil debris towards Carter and at the same time launch a charge from the other side, change direction once in the middle, and then hit the knight's body. Carter had shot a total of 3 bullets before he was hit, which was beyond Roland's expectation. In the face of the unusually fast Ashes, he was afraid that it would be difficult to even keep his eyes on the opponent's figure, but he was still able to aim and shoot, which fully proved that the title of Chief Knight was not undeserved. The first 2 missed shots were normal. In fact, if Ashes changed direction several times at this speed, Carter was afraid that he would not be able to hit his opponent. The key was the third shot. In the last 5 or 6 meters, Ashes blocked a straight-line hit with her sword in front of her chest. If it was a crossbow, even if it was a heavy crossbow, at this time, at most the sword would be nailed, and it would have no effect on the extraordinary. But the 12mm caliber ammunition plus the steel bullet at this distance burst out with unparalleled power. At that time, Roland only saw the black debris splatter, and Ash's side burst into a cloud of blood. When she stood still, the prince found that half of her waist had been lifted off, as if she had been bitten by a demonic beast. Her intestines had slipped out, hanging on her side. There was a bowl-shaped hole in the lower half of the sword, probably caused by the bullet hitting the iron sword and passing through it. The unstable bullet, together with the flying iron filings, rotated into her abdomen and opened up a huge wound. Even though she was seriously injured, she still did not faint, and insisted on standing on the field. The extraordinary witch's physical fitness was indeed terrifying. If it was the previous lead bullets or small caliber bullets, perhaps she could rely on her body to withstand it. Maggie rushed to Ash's side, wanting to support her, but unfortunately, because of her short stature, she could only hold her legs, her face anxious. Nana had already rushed to treat Carter. Roland also quickly walked in front of Ashes, who was still holding on. She seemed to be waiting for this moment. "Go away. You filthy beggar." Someone pushed her hard, but she did not move an inch. Instead, she watched as the other person staggered 2 steps back. The arrogant look on his face immediately disappeared. After glaring at her fiercely, the other person left dejectedly. She was unmoved and continued to move into the crowd. Seeing this woman in tattered clothes, most people frowned and avoided her. Just like that, she slowly moved to the inner city gate of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. There was already a sea of people here. Although the inner city did not have a traditional city wall or gate, people still erected a symbolic gate made of wooden strips and garlands. On both sides of the gate stood a row of warriors in full body armor. The exquisite armor reflected a dazzling luster under the sun. The hollow, eagle-shaped armor on their shoulders and the iris decorations on their chests, coupled with the handsome faces of the warriors, caused a group of rich girls to shout and scream. The warriors were all wearing red fur cloaks that dragged on the ground. From afar, it looked like a red wall. It was these handsome and mighty warriors that separated the crowd, leaving a path several feet wide behind the gate. Flags were fluttering on the side of the road. Many long golden flags hung from the top of the flagpoles, giving off a solemn feeling. There were many different patterns embroidered on the flags, most of which were towers and spears. She knew that this pattern represented the royal family of Grey Castle, which was also the host of today's ceremony. Today was the coming-of-age ceremony of Princess Tilly Wimbledon. As early as a week ago, this matter had already spread like wildfire, and everyone in the city knew about it. Other than the local nobles of Grey Castle, there were also many envoys from other kingdoms. They brought gifts and marriage contracts, hoping to win the favor of Princess Tilly. The church would also send a bishop to preside over this ceremony, which would be held in the Dawn Square in the center of the city. At that time, the royal family would give out meat porridge and thick soup, which was also the reason why so many people were attracted. But she did not come for food. Her target was the archbishop. Presumably, killing an archbishop in front of the eyes of the kingdom would definitely make the church lose face and greatly damage its prestige. The sweet taste of revenge always made her excited. She touched her chest. There was a short knife that she had stolen. Although it was of low quality, it was enough to kill a mortal. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cheer came from the crowd, interrupting her thoughts. She looked towards the inner city and saw the Royal Knight Regiment marching neatly towards her. The knight who was walking at the front was dressed in shiny clothes. Their red cloaks with golden edges fluttered behind them like clusters of leaping flames. Behind the knight was a carriage pulled by 4 horses. The walls of the carriage were engraved with the emblem of the Grey Castle Royal family. The wheels and frame of the carriage were gilded. A bright red triangular flag fluttered on the roof, and silk embroidered with golden threads hung from the 4 corners of the carriage. At a glance, the entire procession looked like a moving golden ocean. The crowd followed the convoy to Dawn Square. She was also mixed in the crowd and entered the periphery of the square. The inner circle had been isolated by the guards. Only the nobles could watch the ceremony up close. She estimated that it would only take a few seconds for her to rush over. As long as the archbishop stepped onto the square, he would not be able to escape from her. The children of the royal family jumped out of the carriage. Those who slowly walked onto the central platform were probably the 5 children of Wimbledon III. Among these people, she saw Princess Tilly Wimbledon. There was no doubt that the 5th princess was the main character of the day. Her eyes shone with a lively light, as transparent as a gem. Her neat side-parted bangs matched her refreshing grey long hair without any accessories. Her appearance was especially outstanding among her siblings. The patterns on her dress were not complicated, and it matched her temperament perfectly. And the most incredible thing was that she actually looked past the layers of the crowd and directly at herself. Then, she nodded slightly as if greeting her, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was definitely not an illusion. In an instant, she had the same feeling. This feeling was incomparably intimate, as if they were friends who had known each other for many years. It was warm and sweet. It did not come from the recognition of blood, identity, or status, but from the resonance of magic. Unconsciously, she let go of the hilt of the knife and quietly watched the woman on the platform. After the ceremony, 2 guards found her and wanted to take her into the palace. As long as she had the intention to refuse, the guards could not stop her. But she did not ask anything. She followed the 2 into the inner city, and finally entered the magnificent palace from a side path. In a secret room of the palace, she stood in front of Princess Tilly. So that's how it is. What an unfortunate story. So that's how you ended up in Grey Castle. Don't worry, you don't have to wander anymore. You can stay with me. I will give you a good makeup and make sure that they will never recognize you again. I have inquired about it. The monastery was destroyed by fire and all the children are missing. The whole building is in ruins and ashes. Did you have a name before? In that case, I will call you Ashes. When Ashes opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Maggie's face. Maggie blinked and then hugged her. You finally woke up, Coo. She tried to move her fingers. There was no feeling of weakness or numbness as she expected, and there was no sharp pain in her waist. How long was I in a coma? An afternoon, Maggie said. Nana said that as long as you are cured, you can wake up at any time. But at this time your body will be very tired. Let it take its course and rest for a while. When you wake up, it will be much better for your energy to recover. Ashes patted Maggie's head and slowly sat up from the bed. She opened her clothes and found that her abdomen was intact. The huge wound was like a nightmare. When she woke up, it disappeared without a trace. How did she cure me? I guess you don't want to know. Maggie curled her lips. When she saw Ashes's determined eyes, she said, they collected your scattered, parts and filled them into your stomach. Then Nana used her magic to restore them to their original state. I heard from Lightning that the more parts she collected, the faster she can cure them. If a limb is completely lost, she can't make it grow back. Ashes felt goosebumps all over her body, then the dirt and grass that got stuck on it are also. After the wound heals, the dirt is discharged outside. Her ability seems to be able to distinguish what is useful and what is useless. She breathed a sigh of relief and rolled out of bed. She tried to feel the strength of her body. The result was just like Nana said. After waking up, she didn't feel weak. Instead, she felt stronger than ever. Ashes put on her black robe, looked at the sky outside the window, and walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" Maggie asked. In the office, she once again saw Roland Wimbledon. He was immersed in writing something, probably dealing with government affairs. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west, the sky was dyed with a touch of gold. The afterglow passed through the glass window, leaving a long shadow in front of the table. Until the prince put down the quill, Ashes opened her mouth and said, "I won." "Indeed, you won." The other side simply nodded. Such a straightforward attitude surprised her a little. She thought that Roland would quibble, she didn't expect him to recognize the result. "But I admit that you have the ability to fight against the God's punishment army," she said. "The God's punishment army is not invulnerable. Their strength and body are similar to mine, but they lack the ability to think, which is why I can deal with 3 of them at the same time. According to the previous test, if the knight's opponents were the God's punishment army, I think they would only attack from the front. Therefore, the God's punishment army can't be sent alone like the army of judges. If I'm not wrong, the church needs to send someone to lead them in battle." "Thank you," Roland smiled. "This information is very important. What is the new weapon in the hands of the knight?" "A flintlock," he said. "In the future, my soldiers will use this weapon. Even an unarmed farmer can defeat a well-trained army of judges with a flintlock." Ashes hesitated. "Can you give me a flintlock?" "Only if you join the witch union," Roland said. "After all, this kind of thing is still very rare at present." The other's refusal was expected. She exhaled. "I must meet with Tilly as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, I will leave Border Town. If you can't hold on, you can move to the fjords to take refuge." He nodded. "You too, don't forget to tell this news to my dear sister. There is still a place for witches in the western region of Grey Castle." Ashes was silent for a moment. "I will think about it." Just as she was about to leave the office, the prince stopped her. "Wait, I have a gift for you, it's behind the door." "Gift?" Startled, she turned around and saw a huge sword placed by the door. Because it was blocked by the door, she did not notice it when she came in. "Your longsword can no longer be used, so I asked Anna to cut one for you. This isn't an inferior pig iron sword, it's made of pure steel." Indeed, its entire body was smooth and uniform, reflecting an orange-red metallic luster under the setting sun. She walked forward and gently stroked the sword. She could see that the thickness of the sword was very uniform, and there were traces of quenching on one side of the blade. There was no doubt that this was an excellent quality weapon. The only thing that puzzled Ashes was its shape. Compared to the standard double-edged sword, it only had a blade on one side. The other side was about the width of a little finger, without a sword tip, and its head was trapezoidal. Most peculiar of it all was the front of the sword. Besides the strange talisman markings inscribed on it, there was a round protrusion at the side of the blade that hadn't been sharpened, and it was painted gold, causing it to be extremely striking. Although she didn't want to admit that she liked it, she couldn't help but reach out and pick it up. "Why does it look so strange?" "Because this isn't an ordinary weapon," Roland said with a smile. "Its name is Ash's Emissary. Compared to your previous white greatsword, it can be regarded as a legendary item." Ashes decided not to delve into the inexplicable words that came out of his mouth. "In that case, I'll accept it. In return, I'll give you a gift." "Oh? What is it?" the prince asked curiously. She didn't answer and left the room. Early the next morning, Roland opened the door and saw Nightingale sitting at the desk with a piece of dried fish in her mouth. "They're gone." "Both of them left?" "Yes," she answered languidly. She was on her way at first light, and Wendy went to see her off. Roland couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Vendi was full of concern for any of her sisters, not to mention the witch who had saved her from harm and indirectly helped her escape from the monastery. He had thought that Vendi would leave with ashes, but he didn't expect that she would be the first to refuse the others' invitation. In the end, the witch union still had 12 people, which filled Roland with enthusiasm. Do you think they will really tell the news here to the witches on the other side of the sea? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. But when they encounter difficulties that they can't solve, they will always think of Border Town. Closing his eyes, Roland went through the memories of Prince Roland in his mind. Tilly didn't walk close to him, or rather, she kept a certain distance from everyone, even Wimbledon 3. In addition to her beautiful appearance and outstanding intelligence since childhood, there wasn't much information left in his mind about her. When Princess Tilly began to secretly shelter witches, and when she planned to go to the fjords, Roland didn't know anything. But no matter what, she was a natural ally that could be won over. After all, fighting against the church was their common goal at this stage. As for sending Theo to spread the news, it wasn't in vain. The awakening of witches was a random event, and it was impossible for Tilly to take away all the witches. Especially after the withdrawal of the organization, the newly awakened witches would be even more eager to find a place to live. Now that he knew the information about the God's Punishment Army, the next thing he needed to do was to expand the production of the double acid. More efficient gunpowder and explosives couldn't be separated from nitric acid and sulfuric acid. After the first army changed to a revolving rifle, the rifled barrel with fixed bullets would greatly improve the shooting accuracy. Therefore, the significance of training became particularly important. In the era without the suppression of the barrage, a veteran with excellent archery was worth 10 recruits who randomly shot. At that time, the consumption of bullets would be an astonishing number. Moreover, the black powder would remain in the barrel, blocking the rifling and reducing the service life of the barrel. Only smokeless gunpowder could solve this problem. The early smokeless gunpowder was actually nitrocellulose, and later it was a mixture of nitrocellulose and nitrocellulose. Now, the amount of nitric acid used to soak the sealing collodion was quite insufficient, not to mention replacing all of it with collodion. After all, the laboratory method could only be used for small-scale production. If they wanted to meet the needs of the army, industrial production was necessary. Unfortunately, in the face of a completely unfamiliar chemical industry, Roland couldn't think of any good solutions. In addition to this, education couldn't be neglected. Not only the popularization of primary cultural knowledge, but also ideological transformation needed to be implemented as soon as possible. The natives had gone through the test of the months of demons, and with the propaganda of the First Army, they had a higher recognition of the witches, but the outsiders still accepted the ideas instilled by the church. Nowadays, the foreign population of Border Town was increasing rapidly, especially the serfs. They were still living in wooden sheds by the Redwater River, which could be regarded as the outer city of Border Town. But once they were promoted to free people, they would inevitably gradually move into the city. At that time, it would be too late to change their ideas. He had to come up with a kind of moisturizing and silent transformation method that could be easily accepted by the general public. After thinking for a while, he opened his eyes and suddenly found that Nightingale was watching him from the side. The moment their eyes met, she subconsciously turned her head away. "Ah, yes, I forgot to tell you one thing," the witch looked out of the window, pretending to be nonchalant. "Vendi asked me to pass on a message to you." "What?" Roland asked. The sun slowly sank into the mountains, and night fell on the western region. The emissary delegation found an open space not far from the road and pitched their tents. Soon a bonfire was lit in the middle of the tent. The warriors took off their armor, stretched their tired bodies, and sat around the bonfire to boil water and cook porridge. Alicia came into the tent with a basin of hot water. "Lady Priestess, please wash your face." "Thank you." Mira nodded with a smile and dipped the towel into the water. "We'll arrive at Border Town tomorrow." "Thank you for your hard work." "Compared with dealing with demonic beasts, this is nothing," she replied. "But your riding skills impressed me. I thought the priestesses were not good at traveling." "Haha, I'm not a natural priestess. When I was a merchant, it was common to travel on horseback." Mira wiped the dust and sweat from her face with a towel and handed the basin to the female warrior. You wash your face too. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling better? What? Alicia was startled. It's about the gods' punishment army. The priestess smiled and shook her head. Your mood is written all over your face. It's because of Abram's words, right? She took the basin and did not answer. We will encounter a lot of difficulties and challenges. If we can't overcome these thresholds, not only the church, but the whole world will suffer. In order to stop those terrible enemies, sometimes sacrifices are necessary, Mira said. This is a dilemma, but don't forget the church's motto. Choose the lesser of two evils, Alicia whispered. Yes, to measure whether the price is worth it depends on the purpose. The most important thing is that the conversion ceremony of the God's punishment army is completely voluntary. When Abram's brother decided to join the God's punishment army, he was ready to sacrifice himself for the church. This is a noble ideal. His name will also be engraved on the tablet of glory and be passed on with the glory of the church. Thank you for your guidance. Alicia put her right hand on her chest. I feel much better. The priestess is right. They are all dedicated to follow the glory of God. No matter what the result is, at least the God's punishment army followed their beliefs. Thinking of this, she felt the depression in her chest dissipate a lot. As long as I can help you, Mira chuckled. Let's go out and enjoy dinner. They should be ready by now. To be honest, I've been eating porridge so much that my tongue can't even taste it. Fortunately, today is the last day, Alicia said with a smile. Tomorrow, we should be able to enjoy the Lord's personal hospitality and a sumptuous dinner. After the tasteless dinner, the presiding judge selected the night watchers for the night. The judgment warriors who were not assigned any tasks went into their tents and slept early. Alicia was no exception. She and the priest returned to the tent, extinguished the oil lamp, and covered themselves with bedding. After an unknown amount of time, when she was in a daze, she suddenly heard a soft muffled sound, as if something had fallen to the ground. Soon, the second sound rang out. This time, she also heard the sound of the armor hitting the ground. It was not obvious, but it was definitely not an illusion. Her eyes flew open. Alicia quickly grabbed the two-handed sword beside her and slowly moved to the side of the tent. When she was about to lift the corner of the tent to see what was going on, she heard the roar of the presiding judge. Enemy attack. Warriors, attack. The roar broke the silence of the night, and the camp instantly boiled up. Then there was a loud noise. The presiding judge's voice stopped abruptly. Without hesitation, she rolled out of the tent and saw that the presiding judge's sword had been split in half. No, not only his sword, but the presiding judge himself had also been split in half. Blood spurted into the sky. Under the light of the bonfire, he knelt down weakly, his body split in two, and slowly fell at the feet of a woman. This woman with a strange giant sword was the attacker. Her whole body was covered in a black robe, and her face was covered by a hood. Under the shadow of the brim of the hood, Alicia could only see a pair of golden pupils shining. Two more members of the Judgment Army rushed forward, but in front of that terrifying weapon, their resistance was futile. The enemy killed a warrior with a single slash, and the man and the sword were cut in half. The loud noise came from the moment the weapons collided. Sparks and debris flew everywhere, followed by the sound of the blade rubbing against the flesh and bones. This nightmarish sound almost froze the female warrior's blood. It's a witch! Someone exclaimed. She was the only enemy. She dared to attack the Judgment Army with her own strength, except for the fallen who had obtained the power of the devil. There was no other possibility. Take the priest away. A calm voice suddenly came into Alicia's ear. She turned her head and saw that it was Abrams. You actually want me to abandon my companions and leave? Alicia stared at him with wide eyes. Otherwise, you will only die here for no reason, don't you understand? He frowned and growled, the enemy is not afraid of the God's stone of retaliation, only an extraordinary has this ability. I will try my best to stop her. You take the priest and go in the direction of Longsong's stronghold. Remember to take the main road, and immediately call for help if you encounter a caravan camping. With that, he rushed towards the enemy with his sword. Extraordinary, she gasped. According to legend, only the gods' punishment army could fight against them, so if they encountered an extraordinary, they should immediately ask for help from the local church. Xianxia knew that he was right, staying here would only make their sacrifice in vain. 5 of her teammates had already fallen on the field, so the remaining judgment warriors changed their strategy and used the tents and terrain to fight, which could buy them a little more time. But she knew that in front of an extraordinary who was far stronger and faster than them, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. She gritted her teeth and rushed into the tent, pulling Mira, who had already put on her shoes and was waiting for the news, and ran to the place where the horses were tied. What happened? The priest asked in a deep voice. An extraordinary attacked the camp. I must take you away. She turned over and mounted the horse. Please hurry. However, it was impossible to see the road clearly at night, so if they ran wildly on the bumpy road, it was easy to trip and break the horse's leg. If they jogged, they would not be able to run far before the enemy caught up with them. Xianxia decided to let the horses run along the road, while she and the priest sneaked into the woods on the side of the road. In the absence of light, it would not be easy to find them. The sound of weapons clashing gradually faded away. She took Myra's hand, relying on the dim moonlight to distinguish the surrounding environment, and continued to go deeper in the direction away from the road. Maybe they would encounter beasts or poisonous snakes, but it was better than encountering witches. It wasn't until the 2 of them arrived near the impassable mountain range that Xianxia felt slightly relieved. The other side didn't seem to be chasing after them. Apart from the annoying bird cries above their heads, the surroundings were completely silent. What should we do next? Mira asked. Even at this time, she still did not appear to be too flustered. This calmness made Xianxia admire her. My lady, we can find a leeward place here, temporarily spend the night, and wait until dawn to return to Longsong's stronghold to seek support. Don't you want to go to border town to avoid danger? It will take at least 1 day and 1 night to go back from here. No need, Xianxia shook her head, the extraordinary came too coincidentally. I suspect that the Lord has already colluded with the witches. It is too dangerous to go to border town now. What you said also makes sense. Xianxia suddenly froze, her eyes looking straight behind the female warrior. Devil. Xianxia unsheathed her 2-handed sword and stood in front of Mira. Devil? Her tone was cold and almost emotionless. Then what about you who send orphans and abandoned babies to the monastery to be raised and choose witches from them? What nonsense are you talking about? The female warrior scolded. The church takes them in out of God's mercy. If there is no monastery, how many of them can live to adulthood? However, the pervasive devil always corrupts the weak-willed among them, leading a very small number of people astray. Once someone is found to have degenerated into a witch, the church will immediately deal with them. You have completely reversed the cause and effect. Hearing the word deal with, the witch's golden eyes instantly dimmed a lot. She raised her giant sword with one hand. I don't have much interest in persuading a dead person, so be it. Before her voice fell, the owl spread its wings and flew up. Her figure had already rushed in front of her. Xianxia deeply remembered the tragic scene of her teammate who had been split in half with his sword. Instead of retreating, she pounced towards the lower right side of the extraordinary. In the swordsmanship training class, the instructor had more than once mentioned that the lower right side was the most difficult position to take care of, because of the limitation of the sword-holding posture. If you want to change the direction of the blade, you need to spend an extra half a breath of time. Like a leopard, Xianxia pounced to avoid the witch's direct slash. When she passed the witch's side, she held her 2-handed sword horizontally, trying to counterattack. But the extraordinary's reaction was amazingly fast. With a light jump, she easily avoided this horizontal sweep, at the same time turning around to lift the giant sword. Until this time, Xianxia had not even completely landed. Everything happened in a flash. Half of her calf flew into the sky along with blood. A tearing pain came from the lower part of her body, almost making her lose consciousness. Relying on her instinct to tightly clench her teeth, the female warrior did not cry out on the spot. The gap was too big. She now understood how powerful Abrams was, who was able to fight with the extraordinary for more than 10 swords, giving her the opportunity to escape. Xianxia struggled to turn over, just in time to see Mira take out a crossbow from her backpack, raise her hand and aim at the extraordinary witch who was paying attention to her. This was her last chance. She realized that she might be able to attract his attention, just as the female warrior was about to say something, the greatsword swept past her like a whirlwind. She felt her throat tighten, and then the world turned upside down. No, perhaps she was flying. She saw her body weakly kneeling down. At the same time, she saw an owl swooping towards Mira, but in midair, it transformed into a girl and viciously smashed into the priest's body. Her vision quickly blurred, and she finally fell to the ground, falling into endless darkness. This damned rock, Ku. Maggie touched the bump on her head and complained, "You were too careless. If it wasn't for me, you would have been shot by that arrow." "Don't worry, I've noticed it. I just want to finish this quickly." Ashes quickly dug a shallow pit with her sword, dragged the two of them into the pit, and covered them with soil. Both the god's stone of retaliation and the golden dragon were now in her bag, so she had enough money to travel to the port of Clearwater. She also found a letter on the body of the woman wearing the priest's robe. Glancing over it, she found that if the Lord of the Western Territory, Roland Wimbledon, did not collude with witches, she would ask him to buy baby girls and orphans. Before this, the other party in this transaction was the Duke of Ryan. As long as they were underage women, they could pay the market price, or they could use pills to offset the price. After reading the letter, Ashes sneered, put the letter on the torch and lit it, directly burning it. "Let's go, we still have a pile of bodies to bury." Ku. Maggie turned back into an owl, taking Ashes with her to the first place of attack. Digging, transporting, burying people. Maggie couldn't help much with these physical tasks. Moreover, the smell of blood and broken limbs made her a little dizzy, so she could only land on a branch and watch Ashes busy herself. "Why are you doing this? If the church finds out, wouldn't it be terrible? When they find out that the emissary group has disappeared, it will be 2 or 3 months later," Ashes said while shoveling the soil. "Generally, when the church sends out an emissary group to investigate the witches, if the Lord cooperates, it will last for more than a month, plus the time it takes for them to return, it will be almost 2 or 3 months. But His Royal Highness will certainly not cooperate with them. Ku. You'd better turn back into your human form and talk to me again," Ashes sighed. "If the Lord allows the emissary group to enter Border Town, the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association will inevitably be exposed. The emissary group doesn't need to ask the prince himself, they only need to catch the people and interrogate them. Roland can either sell out the witches and lie that all of this has nothing to do with him, or he can only catch them all. If the other side is prepared in advance, as long as one of them escapes, Hermes will soon receive the news. You can also see that they are also carrying carrier pigeons. Pigeons can't see at night, so I have already caught them." Maggie patted her bulging waist bag. "When they are cooked tomorrow, we will each have one." Ashes secretly shook her head, she had never seen her catch a bird to eat before. She had only been in Border Town for a few days, but she unexpectedly had a strong interest in roasted bird meat. If the church decides to send out the army, he will only have about a month left. But now, as long as his luck isn't too bad, he can at least have 3 more months. So, this is my gift to him, it is also my revenge against the church. So that's how it is, as expected of Sister Ashes, Maggie praised. There was one more point that Ashes didn't say. In this way, it was equivalent to her making the decision for the prince. When the church found out that they had lost contact with the emissary group, they would certainly blame it on Roland Wimbledon. At that time, even if he wanted to sell out the witches, he wouldn't have the opportunity. When everything was ready, the sky was gradually turning bright. "So, we will part ways here," Ashes said. Maggie was stunned. "What?" She touched the other small head and squatted down. "You like Border Town very much, don't you? With Lightning and Vendy, you will certainly be very happy here." "But..." The other lowered her head, looking hesitant. "I also like you and Lady Tilly." "I don't want you to stay here all the time," Ashes smiled. "Roland Wimbledon and Tilly are different. After all, he is an ordinary nobleman. It is difficult to guarantee that he will always stand on the side of the witches. This is also the task I want to give you. Once a month you will fly back and tell us what happened in Border Town. At the same time bring our news back to the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. In this way, the two sides can also establish contact. If the town is in danger, you can also help them escape from Grey Castle and go to the fjords." "Is that so?" Maggie blinked. "That's it," she nodded. "I believe you can do it." That's all for today. Class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. The little girls said in unison. Irene closed her textbook and watched the children walk out of the classroom. This place originally belonged to a noble family, but after the months of demons, it was expropriated by the Lord, and now it had been transformed into a college. The partitions of the small rooms downstairs and upstairs were connected into several larger rooms, which could accommodate 4 to 6 groups of apprentices at the same time. According to the division in the textbook, they were called classes. During the day, most of the students were children, and at night, it was adults. She thought that it would take a long time for her application to be a teacher to reach the city hall, but she didn't expect that after Philin reported the matter, the next day she got the approval. Then she went to the city hall to register her identity, receive her teaching materials, and get a class list. She was responsible for teaching the children of the townspeople. In order to make this group of troublemakers listen to her class, she spent a lot of effort. There was also a chapter in the textbook on how to maintain classroom discipline, which was an eye-opener for her. In addition to the traditional verbal criticism and cane corporal punishment, there was also the evaluation of excellence, the division of groups, the establishment of a team leader and class monitor, and so on. The person who wrote this textbook must be an elder who had studied teaching for many years, so he could consider everything so well. Walking out of the college, Irene saw the knight, Philin Schilt, waiting for her at the gate. He was no longer wearing a shining armor, holding a shield and a sword embroidered with a lion emblem, but he was still very handsome. A simple leather coat set off his tall and straight figure, coupled with his well-defined facial features. Even if he was empty-handed, he was still the light of dawn in her memory. After giving him a hug, Irene noticed that Philin's expression was a little strange. "What's wrong?" she asked. He hesitated. "His Royal Highness invited us to the palace in the afternoon to enjoy tea." Irene was startled. "We?" She immediately guessed what he was worried about. She patted his back and shook her head. "His Royal Highness has never seen me before. How could he be like the Duke? Besides, don't I still have you?" Philin nodded. "This time, I'll protect you." In the afternoon, Irene dressed herself up simply and chose a decent dress before heading to the Lord's castle with her husband. He was ushered into the guest hall by the guard. Not long after, a gray-haired man appeared at the entrance. Without a doubt, he was the Lord of the Western region, His Highness Roland Wimbledon. He was accompanied by a lady who was about 30 years old and had a calm and capable posture. From her charming facial features, one could tell that she must have been an outstanding beauty when she was young. The two of them hurriedly got up and bowed. "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Schilt." Roland sat down at the head of the table. "The dishes on the table are all palace delicacies. Feel free to enjoy them. Thank you for your invitation. It's my honor to come here and enjoy the refreshments." Philin replied in accordance with aristocratic etiquette. "This lady is called Scroll. She's also the person in charge of the City Hall's education department. I think you should have already met her." "Indeed." He nodded to Scroll to show his respect. "I haven't thanked you yet. Without your permission, Irene wouldn't have become a teacher so quickly." So it was she who had helped me, Irene thought, and gave her a grateful smile. After chatting for a while, Philin tentatively asked, "I don't know why your Royal Highness called us here." "It's related to education." Roland paused and looked at Irene. "I heard that you used to work in the Longsong Stronghold Theater. Are you an actor?" Irene didn't expect that His Royal Highness would ask her this question. "I've only performed once. It's like this. I plan to put on a play in the town square every weekend," the prince said directly. "As for the scriptwriter, and the conductor, I'm only missing performers. You don't have many classes, but you have experience in theater. I want you to star in this play. Of course, there will be extra pay. I don't know if you're willing?" Irene looked at His Royal Highness in disbelief. After confirming that the other side wasn't joking, she excitedly nodded and said, "Your Royal Highness, I'm willing." Standing on the stage and performing had always been her wish. After leaving the Longsong Theater, she knew that she might never have the opportunity to perform in a play again. In front of Philin, she didn't show any regret. She just hid her wish in the bottom of her heart. She didn't expect that there would be a day when she would return to the stage. These plays are performed for the masses, so the requirements aren't high. As long as the story is clearly told, it's fine. Do you have any friends in Longsong Stronghold who have a certain understanding of theater, but don't have the opportunity to perform on the stage? If you do, you can write a letter to them saying that in Border Town, there are performances every weekend, and the salary is the same as in the Longsong Stronghold Theater. Even they can do it? I know a lot of them. Irene was overjoyed. I'll write to them when I go back. If they can get the opportunity to perform, I think they will be very happy to come to Border Town. Very good. Roland handed over 3 books. This is the script, there are numbers on it. Your performance will start with the first story. The content is adapted from Scroll, very close to the lives of ordinary people. You can take it back and read it carefully. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Scroll. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Thank you. Irene bowed. Is this okay? Scroll asked, those stories are obviously what you came up with. It doesn't matter, in their eyes, the prince can't write such vulgar things. Roland stretched, and without your final revision, the script can't be completed in a short time. I don't think the story is vulgar at all, she shook her head, although I don't know why you know so clearly, those are the things that happen to the people, touching and thought-provoking, the performance will certainly be very popular. Of course it will be very popular, Roland thought. The first 2 plays were adapted from Cinderella and The Rooster Crows in the Middle of the Night, and had been tested by the people for a long time. The former described the touching love between the common people and the royal family, and the latter was the struggle of the people at the bottom against the unscrupulous landlords. Of course, they had been localized adaptations, such as the witch in Cinderella became a witch, and the landlord in The Rooster Crows in the Middle of the Night became a fierce little aristocrat. Roland intended to release the 3rd work, The Witch Diaries, after the first 2 plays had a profound impact, which was also his real purpose. This was a play completely conceived by him, telling the story of 3 children who became witches, but each went on a completely different path. He did not directly mention the church, but focused on the fate of these 3 people. 1 child was abandoned by her parents, 1 was used as a tool, and the last lucky child's parents still loved her deeply, and in order to protect her, they gave up their lives. In the end, the 3 people came together by chance, defeated the enemies who wanted to kill them, and obtained their own happiness like ordinary people. When they returned home, Philin shook his head helplessly. Can't you think about it for a few more days before you answer His Highness? When he saw his wife come back, she was almost jumping up and down. The last time he saw her so happy was probably at the wedding. No, Irene stuck out her tongue, I can't sleep even if I'm late for a day. Yes, she loved the theater so much that when she was in the Longsong Stronghold Theater, she often practiced until midnight, and often rehearsed her lines with herself. If it weren't for the Duke, she would have already changed from the flower of the theater to the star of the theater. Thinking of this, he gently hugged his wife from behind. I'm sorry. Irene patted his head. It's not your fault, at that time you were transferred to another city, there was no way to stop him. She smiled gently. If you want to apologize, go cook, I want to read the script first. Okay, I'll cook. Philin kissed her earlobe, meat porridge and fried eggs, plus a roast sausage to celebrate. Many of the furnishings of the new residence were different from the ones he was familiar with in the past, such as the cooking stove. In Longsong Stronghold, whether it was a noble or a commoner, they would always have an open hearth in the center of the main living room, unlike the new residence, which had a separate room for the stove. The stove was surrounded on 3 sides, and the back was directly connected to the chimney. There was a horizontal baffle at the entrance, which could be closed when not in use, to prevent the smoke of the residents downstairs from coming out of the stove. Philin could easily think of the advantages of such a design. After closing the door, the living room could not be affected by cooking fumes and smells, and in summer it could also effectively reduce the indoor temperature. He filled the stove with firewood and sawdust, raised the flame, and began to concentrate on cooking tonight's dishes. After dinner, Irene continued to immerse herself in the script. Almost to the end of the candle, she put down the 3rd book, and took a long breath. How is it? Philin couldn't help but be curious. What kind of script could make her spend so long to read? It must be known that when she was in the theater, she could read more than a dozen such thick books in half a day. It's really hard to describe, Irene exclaimed. Every book is full of new ideas. I've never read a story like this before. In Cinderella, the prince did not fall in love with a princess, but a beautiful commoner girl. This was not surprising, but he insisted on marrying a commoner as his wife. I even wondered, when His Royal Highness read this story, would he not be dissatisfied with its absurd and bizarre contents? Aside from that, the whole story was exciting, especially when the prince found Cinderella again and put on the crystal shoe for her. I couldn't help but want to applaud them. The rooster crows at midnight is also very interesting. Compared to Cinderella, it's much simpler. I think the story can be explained in about 2 or 3 scenes. Moreover, the part where the serfs plucked up their courage to fight against the nobles is very wonderful. After a long period of foreshadowing, the serfs' emotional changes from trying to endure to the point where they could no longer bear it. The feeling of eruption when they finally decided to resist is very satisfying. The serfs fought against the nobles? Philin frowned. This was something that the nobles absolutely could not tolerate. If the serfs in the Schilt manor dared to use hoes and shovels to fight against the head of the family, I'm afraid that the next day my father would erect their heads at the entrance of the manor. Does His Royal Highness really want you to perform this kind of play? That's because you haven't read the script, Irene gave him a blank look. After reading it, you will have the same feeling as me. Standing up and resisting was not something they could do, the small nobles simply bullied them too much. In the face of a life-threatening situation, they still just put the nobles in a cloth bag and beat them up. I think they already restrained themselves very much. Later, the nobles wanted to execute all the serfs, but a witch who was passing by saved them. She turned into the image of a well-known local nobleman and stopped the bad guys, then went to the lord's castle to plead for the serfs. After a debate, the lord made a wise and benevolent decision. He bought the serfs and promoted them to free people. I bet that by the time the play reaches this point, the audience will be cheering. But the nobles will certainly protest, Philin disapprovingly thought, and then the theater will come under pressure from the nobles, and finally the crew will be disbanded. Wait a minute, he suddenly realized that in addition to Viscount Tigu and His Royal Highness, there are no other nobles living in Border Town, and the latter is also the founder of the crew. In other words, the plays that His Royal Highness asked them to perform were really only for the general public to watch. But they can't even earn a few copper royals from their hands. According to the standard of the Longsong Stronghold Theatre, this is simply a loss. Did His Royal Highness just want to entertain himself? But my dear, Irene didn't notice the change in his expression, although the first 2 plays are wonderful enough, but compared to the 3rd book, The Witch Diary, they are nothing. I bet that even if it was in a big city like Redwater City or King City, the theater would immediately pick out a crew, specially rehearse and publicize the story in advance. I have to say, Scroll is really a genius screenwriter. Whether it is the content of the story or the narrative technique, it is far better than any other play today. Are you sure? Philin was amused by her serious look. Even in Longsong Stronghold, I often hear the name of Mr. Cajun Fells. His To the Rose and The Chronicles of a Prince's Search for Love are both highly acclaimed works, not only in King City, but also in other kingdoms. I heard that there are also troops from other kingdoms who come to watch and learn from it. Do you think it is better than these classic plays? Of course, you are doubting my judgment, my dear. She roughly explained the content of the play. Not to mention the plot, it is the first time I have seen such a novel narrative technique. Compared with the previous plays, which are like listening to a third person telling the story, this one firmly focuses on the 3 witches, and their actions have a profound impact on each other, but they themselves are unaware of it. But near the middle of the story, all the seemingly unrelated clues come together, and the 3 witches become an inseparable whole. I have to say, this kind of parallel development of the story will certainly cause a sensation, of course, not in Border Town. I even doubt how many people will be able to see this level. She excitedly found a pen and paper and buried herself in writing a letter. No, I have to quickly call all the theater partners over. I really want to see their surprised faces. However, Philin stepped forward and held her hand. Wait, Irene, don't you think the content of the story is too contrary to common sense? After listening to his wife's narration, he also felt that the whole story was exciting, showing the good and evil of human nature. However, the description of the witches was completely opposite to what the church said, and it was too detailed. For example, the third lucky witch, because of the love of her family, was able to release her ability without restraint, but eventually found that the demonic bite was just a lie. Apart from being able to control magic, witches were no different from ordinary people. They could also laugh, cry, and grieve when their loved ones passed away. Isn't Prince Roland afraid that the church will come to find him if the news gets out? Contrary to common sense? No. Fill-in, before they became witches, they were all ordinary people, right? Well, that's right. What about me? Irene widened her eyes and said, if I become a witch, will you think I'm evil? No, of course not, Fill-in quickly said, you will always be the kind girl I know. Then what if we have a daughter, and she becomes a witch? Of course, that's even more impossible. He suddenly closed his mouth. In his heart he already understood what his wife meant. Judging witches from an outsider's point of view was completely different from judging one's loved ones as evil. That's right, Irene nodded with satisfaction. If we really have a witch, I will be like the father of the third witch in the story, I will take good care of her. The knight knelt down on one knee and made a vow of loyalty. This is a qualified answer, she put down the quill and chuckled. I think we can try it now. 2 days after Ashes left, Maggie unexpectedly returned to Border Town and once again appeared in front of everyone. After finding out the reason, her return was warmly welcomed, and the Witch Union had a new member. What moved her greatly was that the welcome banquet was held in the castle's back garden. On a long iron shelf hung all kinds of meat, which could be taken down and roasted at will. The seasonings were also very rich, including salt, oil, chili powder, pepper, and the barbecue sauce prepared by Roland himself. It was stewed with mushrooms from the concealing forest and a whole chicken, and then mixed with salt, sugar and wheat flour, which could make up for the regret of not having MSG. Maggie almost ate until her stomach was full. In the afternoon, Roland tested her ability. According to Nightingale's judgment, her total magic capacity was at an average level among the witches, and her ability was to change into a variety of birds, provided that she had seen them before. The magic consumption was quite large, and she could continuously change 4 to 5 times a day. Maintaining the state of transformation consumed very little magic. It was a summoning ability, which was affected by the god stone of retaliation. Her favorite bird was pigeon, but Roland noticed that no matter what kind of bird she changed into, her body would be a lot bigger. For example, a sparrow, in his opinion, was the same size as an ordinary pigeon. As for a pigeon, it was almost the size of a sea eagle. Maggie could not change into the imaginary flying beasts, such as the phoenix, griffin, and kuan-pung that Roland had drawn, which made him feel quite regretful. In addition, Ash's plan was also worth his attention, and that was, what kind of abilities did the numerous witches that Tilly had gathered? If there were assistant witches that could greatly improve the efficiency of farming, he did not mind exchanging their skills. For this reason, Roland decided to write a long letter to Tilly, first explaining the natural alliance between the two sides, then warning her of the church's intention to unify the continent, and finally extending an olive branch, expressing his desire to cooperate and make progress together. When Maggie went to the fjords next month, he would let her take her there. The next day, the prince received another good news. The construction of the factory for the production of the steam engine was finally completed. The factory was located on the other side of the Redwater River, on the west side, next to Leaf's experimental field. The entire plot of land had been surrounded by wooden fences, and a simple road leading to the side of the pontoon bridge had been leveled. According to Roland's plan, this place would be the town's industrial park. In order to expand the building space as much as possible, the factory was built with lighter wood, covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. The machine tools made by Anna had already been transported in. There were 2 steam boring machines, 2 manual milling machines, 1 manual grinding machine, and 1 manual lathe. Although the principle of these machines was simple, the workmanship was first class. Other than the base or pedals, which were made of wood, the other parts were made of wrought iron or steel. It could be said that with the current level of materials, they had achieved the highest precision of processing. At present, there were only a pitiful dozen workers in the factory. They were originally blacksmiths and apprentices of the town's blacksmith shop, but now they were recruited by Roland with a high monthly salary of 50 silver royals to learn how to operate high-end machine tools. Their smithing tools and blacksmith shop had also been moved to a brick building outside the factory. In addition to making some unimportant parts, the production of the steam engine would all be completed by machine tools. Roland held a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the entrance of the factory. In order to strengthen the momentum, he summoned a group of officials from City Hall and gave a short speech. In the midst of echo-simulated gun salute, the establishment of Grey Castle Industries was officially announced. In the next few days, as the head of the company, Roland would run to the factory whenever he had free time, personally demonstrating the operation of the machine tools, as well as the manufacturing process of the steam engine. In order to let the illiterate blacksmiths master how to process and assemble a steam engine, the best way he could think of was to illustrate the process, similar to the assembly manual of a model, indicating the name, number, and size of the parts one by one, and then depicting their installation order and connection method in the form of a diagram. In this regard, Soroya helped him a lot. In the first few days of production, as he had expected, almost none of the parts met the requirements, let alone putting together a complete steam engine. However, Roland did not care about the failure rate. In the hands of Anna, these defective parts could be recast into new plates in the blink of an eye. He believed that after repeated practice, these blacksmiths would master the production methods of the new era sooner or later. In addition to the industrial factory, the prince transformed the firing room of the North Slope mine, together with the backyard, into a military factory, mainly for the production of revolving rifles and bullets. After the arrival of the furnace expert Xianxia, who was recommended by Carr, in Border Town, the temperature of the new batch of blast airbags had greatly increased, and they could independently fire cement powder, so there was no longer a need for the firing room to exist. However, due to the limitations of the technology, the production of revolving rifles and bullets was still completed by Anna. Roland was designing a steam punch for stamping bullets. Although the efficiency was not as good as Anna's cutting and molding, at least it could reduce her burden. In order to thank Anna for her busy work in the past 2 weeks, he decided to give her a gift. A gift? Anna put down the cut parts in her hands, smoothed the hair that had slipped to her forehead, and showed a bright smile. Okay. Aren't you going to ask what the gift is? Roland teased her. Well. She thought for a moment. I like all the gifts you give me. After more than half a year of recuperation, there was no trace of the first time he saw Anna in the dungeon. She was thin and weak, but now she was slim and graceful, her blue eyes were full of spirit, her plain dress looked fresh and neat, and her whole body was full of youthful vitality. This was what an 18-year-old girl should look like. Seeing the other side couldn't help but raise the corner of the mouth. Roland's mood became a lot better. The gift was placed in the castle courtyard, and in order to surprise Anna, it was also covered with a layer of linen. When he was making the messenger of ashes, he had this idea in his mind. Since he was a prince, the gift naturally had to be special, like jewelry and the like. Finished products would seem too insincere. He thought for a long time before he came up with this idea. Roland opened the linen, and a rattan basket appeared in front of the two people. The top of the basket was connected with a lot of hemp ropes, and the other end of the hemp ropes was a huge canvas. What is this? Anna walked forward and circled around it, curiously asking. A hot air balloon, he replied with a smile. It can take you up to the sky, like a bird looking down at the earth. Fly to the sky? She turned her head, her eyes flashing with excitement. Is it really possible? Soaring in the sky was the dream of mankind since ancient times. From the glider to the hot air balloon, from the airship to the airplane, people had paid huge sacrifices in the exploration and challenge, and had never given up the pursuit of this aspect. Although witches existed in this world, flying was still the right of a few people. The scenery seen from a high altitude was bound to leave a deep impression. Of course, as long as the hot air fills this airbag, it's fine. The principle of the hot air balloon was very simple, and there were only 2 difficulties in making it. One was the combustion device, and the other was the airbag. The first point was that without a pressure vessel to provide gas fuel, relying only on firewood or charcoal to heat the air was not only inefficient, but also limited by fuel. It could not fly very far. This was also the reason why the principle of the hot air balloon was discovered very early in history, but the first to be put into use in actual combat was the hydrogen balloon. So Roland simply gave up on the combustion device, and let Anna ignite the fire to heat it. The difficulty of the airbag was its airtightness, but for Roland, who had learned from the experience of his predecessors, this problem was very easy to solve, and he just needed to use a sandwich cloth. The outer layer of the airbag was a wear-resistant canvas, the middle was lined with cow intestinal epithelium, and the inner layer was a light gauze, so that when stitched it could prevent air leakage, and at the same time, it was not afraid of the pecking of birds. Roland opened the bottom of the airbag, and let Anna spit out a black flame with a temperature close to that of an ordinary flame. The airbag slowly swelled up, looking like a wrinkled winter melon. Considering that the hot air balloon needed to carry 2 people, the widest part of the airbag had a diameter of 5 meters, using the intestinal epithelium of 12 cows, and the stitching process took nearly a week. If he was not the lord of a territory, he might not have been able to make such a big toy. Does it use the buoyancy provided by the hot air to fly? Anna asked. I remember it mentioned in the book that hot air always rises. That's right, hot air rises, and cold air sinks. This is a common natural phenomenon. Using particle theory to explain it, the hot air ball's movement will intensify, and the ability to spread around will be stronger, and after the volume expands, the density will decrease. For the surrounding air that does not change, it is equivalent to it becoming lighter, so it will rise. After Roland finished explaining the principle, he found that except for Anna, who showed an expression of understanding, the other 3 were at a loss, and he could not help but secretly sigh at the importance of talent. When the airbag completely inflated and floated up, the traction rope was slowly straightened, and Roland was the first to flip into the basket, and then he took over the climbing Anna. I am still a little worried, Nightingale said uneasily. Why don't you let me go up and try it first? Believe me, nothing will happen, Roland said with a relaxed smile, and even if there is an accident, there is still lightning. I will catch them, don't worry. Lightning patted her chest. And me. Maggie imitated Lightning and patted her chest. With a shake, the hot air balloon pulled the basket off the ground, and gradually climbed. Not long after, the 2 of them crossed the top of the castle, and the whole town appeared in front of them. To Roland, such a scene was not unfamiliar to him. After all, he was also someone who had seen skyscrapers. However, in Anna's eyes, it was a brand new experience that was completely different from her previous perspective. She leaned against the side of the basket and looked out. She grabbed Roland's arm tightly with one hand, looking excited and nervous at the same time. This was the first time that Roland had seen such an expression on her face. Perhaps people whose feet had never left the ground would have a slight fear of heights when they first flew into the sky. This was the first time that Roland had seen her show such an expression. She was probably a person whose feet had never left the ground. The rope was about 50 meters long, which was the height of a 15-story building in the future. Roland told Anna to reduce the firepower, and the hot air balloon finally hovered in the air. At the beginning, Lightning stayed close to the basket, but when she saw that the basket was stable, she felt relieved and began to play a game of tag with Maggie around the hot air balloon. Looking down from here, they could clearly see the roof of the castle, the town under construction, the Redwater River flowing from west to east, and the green farmlands along the river. How do you feel? Until Anna retracted her head, Roland asked with a smile. Thank you for your gift, she said excitedly. I didn't know that I could fly so high. You can go even higher. Roland sat down against the side wall of the rattan basket. If the rope was longer, it would be no problem to fly 10 times the distance. But the higher you go, the more complex the airflow will be, and it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. Moreover, this is only a primary aircraft. Later, when the piston machine is built, ordinary people will be able to fly faster and higher than birds, and then. He looked up at the blue sky. People will even be able to fly out of this world and go to the boundless space. Anna held her breath. Her eyes shone brightly as if something was about to come out of her mouth. I can't guarantee that we will be able to fly out of this world. Roland was amused by her appearance. But if we can build a piston machine, so that ordinary people can fly like birds, it should be possible in my lifetime. In fact, with Anna, there was no bottleneck in the processing ability. The current shortcoming was the performance of the materials. Inferior pig iron could be used to make a steam engine, wrought iron could be used to make cannons, and steel smelted from the black fire could also be used to make a revolving gun. But if it was an internal combustion engine, it would probably need high-quality cast iron, cast steel, or aluminum. The reason why Border Town can have its current appearance is all thanks to you, Miss Anna. After hearing this sentence, Anna was stunned. After a while, she sat down and softly said, "My mother died in a fire, but I not only didn't die in the smoke and fire, but also became a witch. For a long time I thought that my awakening had caused the fire, and I was extremely disgusted with myself as a witch. When I was locked in prison, I thought that I might be able to usher in freedom, but you rescued me from the prison and taught me how to use my ability. I didn't expect that in addition to burning and pain, flames could also have so many uses." Anna paused. "Being able to meet you, I should feel extremely satisfied, but now I find that my thinking has changed. Sometimes I feel suffocated and uncomfortable, and I hope to get more." She climbed onto Roland's shoulder. "Even so, do you still want to hire me?" Her lake blue eyes sparkled, and her breath blew on his face, making him feel a little ticklish. Separated by thin clothes, he could feel her soft body and her thumping heartbeat. Even so, she didn't avoid his eyes. When there was no Nightingale, she was always full of enthusiasm and initiative. Before Roland could finish his words, Anna had already sealed his lips. After separating, he gently gasped, "I want to hire you, always." "Miss Anna." "Yes." This time, he took the initiative to lower his head, and pressed his body against hers. "Hey, wait." Maggie chased after Lightning for a while, suddenly stopped in the air, and looked at the empty basket. "They're gone, Coo." "Ah?" Lightning tilted her head and glanced at them. "They just sat down. Won't you not be able to see the scenery outside?" "The scenery can be seen at any time, but there are not many opportunities like this." "Opportunities?" Maggie shook her wings, and landed on Lightning's shoulder. "I don't quite understand, Coo. Do you want to go see them, Coo?" "No way." Lightning hugged the pigeon. "This is a sacred ceremony. It can't be interrupted." "Coo?" After staying in the air for half an hour, the hot air balloon slowly landed in the castle courtyard. As soon as the basket landed, the witches who were attracted by the hot air balloon began to gather around. Compared to the beginning when only Nightingale was present, now the members of the Witch Union were basically all present. Scroll, who had just returned from the city hall, had even trotted all the way here. After asking about the situation, she had been anxiously looking at the sky, fearing that this huge ball would fall. As soon as His Royal Highness climbed out of the basket, Scroll and Vendi immediately went up to preach to him, advising him not to put himself in danger. After the prince defended himself with a few words, he wisely used this novelty to change the topic. Nightingale thought it was a bit funny, but when she was about to greet him, her heart suddenly froze and she stopped in place. She saw His Royal Highness Roland carry Anna out of the basket, her eyes overflowing with a smile, her cheeks tinged with a touch of red. Her flaxen bangs were neatly parted to one side, and her hair was hung with a small clip, shining with a silver light. Nightingale remembered a few days ago when he was instructing the blacksmiths how to operate the large machines in the factory, he had casually ground a piece of silver ingot. Was that a hair clip personally made by His Royal Highness? The other witches also clamored to ride the hot air balloon, and soon, the air balloon inflated again. This time Anna and Nana were the ones who took off. Nightingale stood outside the crowd, watching the hot air balloon getting smaller and smaller. Her mind was filled with Anna's tender smile. Anna, who usually had a very calm and indifferent face, rarely showed such an expression. Nightingale had seen many similar expressions on the streets and alleys of the big cities during her wandering journey with the Witch Cooperation Association, so she knew what it meant. Obviously, His Royal Highness and Anna were not simply watching the scenery from above. Although Lightning and Maggie were there, it was impossible for them to do that, but once this idea emerged, it was difficult to suppress. She suddenly felt as if her heart was empty. Although she had already made a decision, when faced with this moment, Nightingale found that she was far less indifferent than she had imagined. She walked to a corner and sat down against the wall. Her mind went blank as she watched everyone making a ruckus. The hot air balloon descended again, and after Nana climbed out of the basket, Leaf, who had seized the opportunity, immediately sat inside. When Nightingale came back to her senses, Roland was no longer in the courtyard. After being lectured by Scroll, he returned to the castle to busy himself with his work. She was supposed to follow him to his office and stay by his side, just as she had done in the past. However, when Nightingale stood up, she found that she could not take a step forward. She really did not know what kind of expression she should use to face Roland. Even if he could not see her after entering the mist, Nightingale still knew that his happy expression would make her feel even worse. Just like that, the hot air balloon went up and down. After everyone had sat on it once, Vendi walked over. "Why are you still here? Don't you want to try it? The feeling of looking down at the town from the sky is amazing. If there was anyone who was more difficult to face than His Royal Highness Roland, it would be Anna." Nightingale stood up in a panic. "No, I have to go back to my office." After saying that, she entered the mist. After walking 2 steps, she realized why she had to use her ability in the courtyard. She looked back at Vendi, who was looking around with a puzzled expression. Gritting her teeth, she quickly left. After dinner, she went back to the bedroom and threw herself on the bed. Today, until the end, she had not shown herself in the office. When His Royal Highness tentatively called out her name, she only used her hand to point at his back twice, indicating that she was here. Even when the other side took out the salt-baked dried fish from the mahogany table, which usually made her salivate, she did not compromise. "What's wrong? Did something happen today?" Vendi walked into the bedroom and closed the door. "I saw that while everyone was riding the hot air balloon, you were sitting alone on the side." "It's nothing." Nightingale turned over. "Obviously there is something." Vendi sat on the edge of the bed, turned her body, and stared at her for a while. "I thought you were willing to tell me everything." The latter closed her eyes, and after a long time, she murmured, "It's because of Anna." "Anna?" Nightingale didn't want to say these annoying things, because it would only make her feel narrow-minded. After all, the first witch that His Royal Highness knew was Anna, not her. But if she didn't say it, her heart would feel like it was blocked by something, making her even more uncomfortable. In the Witch Cooperation Association, Vendi had helped her a lot. Whenever she was confused, the first person she thought of was always Vendi, and the other had never disappointed her. Thinking of this, she gently held Vendi's hand and roughly explained the matter. After listening to her, Vendi sighed. "Anna doesn't understand the importance of this matter. Do you also not understand? Last time I reminded you, it is impossible for him to be together with a witch. Roland Wimbledon is the king, he needs an heir to inherit the kingdom. From this point, he will never choose a witch as his wife." "He will." "What?" Vendi was startled. "His Royal Highness Roland will marry a witch." Nightingale suddenly opened her eyes and said word by word, "He said it himself." She wanted to hide this information in the bottom of her heart, but now she couldn't bear the feeling of not being understood. Vendi seemed to be scared. After a long time she frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" "It's true." Nightingale repeated Scroll's question from the other day. When he was asked if it was possible for you to marry a witch, his answer was, "Why not? You know my ability, I can tell whether a person is lying or not." When he said this, he was serious. Vendi suddenly grabbed Nightingale's arm. "You remember, don't tell this to anyone, not even the Sisters of the Witch Union." "Why?" "Because he is destined to become the king of Grey Castle." "What does it mean to be a king without descendants?" "Even if there is no church, it will be difficult for the local nobles to support such a person to become their king. So this matter must be kept a secret, absolutely can't be told. What you need to do now is to protect his safety. Don't forget, whether he can become the ruler of Grey Castle or not, is related to the fate of all sisters." Nightingale nodded. "As for the matter that is bothering you," Vendi thought for a moment, "do you want to ascend the Queen's throne, or do you just want to stay by His Royal Highness' side?" "Of course I want to stay by his side," Nightingale said without hesitation. "Then aren't you by his side now?" Vendi smiled. "There is indeed only one queen, but even if he ascends the throne, he will still need your protection. Do you understand what I mean?" Nightingale blinked her eyes and didn't answer. "So it's not difficult to be together, the difficult part is to accept the choice you have made." Vendi spread out her hands. "If you can't do it, you can only retreat, or go further. As for this question, only you know the answer." Hermes Cathedral Chamber. The position of Pope was still vacant. The 3 bishops sat side by side, and it was still Maine who spoke first. "I heard that there was some unrest in the kingdom of Everwinter." The judgment army stationed there is already dealing with this matter. The one leading them is High Priest Coborn, Tayfun replied. What's the reason? Isn't it because of those dregs who were drawn into the church? Heather whistled. After the queen was beheaded, those nobles joined the church one after another, and became the church's upper echelons. It was all because of your compromise plan, Sir Main. Under the guise of arresting witches, they wantonly plundered the city, and the city guards also turned a blind eye to it. The people couldn't accept it, so it naturally caused a backlash. This is not my plan, Madam Heather, Main said in a displeased tone. This is the will of His Holiness the Pope. This way, we can use the shortest amount of time to obtain everything in the kingdom, and not continue to compete with the nobles. There is no lack of outstanding talents among them, and if we can rope them in, it will be of great help to us. As for those parasites, they don't have the privilege of being inherited by the bloodline and will be eliminated in just one generation. Well, since you've even mentioned His Holiness the Pope, I won't say anything more. Heather shrugged her shoulders, but those who have ruined the church's reputation must be handed over to me. Main looked at Bishop Tayfun, who pondered and said, I suggest not dealing with them for the time being. After suppressing the unrest, we can put the nobles under house arrest. After all, they've just joined the church. If we attack them now, it might cause general unrest among the nobles. No. Heather pounded the table and said, the rules of the church must not be violated. Any robbery carried out in the name of the church is a felony, and I am the one in charge of the law and arbitration. At times like this, we have to look at the bigger picture. I'm talking about the big picture. Heather directly interrupted Tayfun's words. Don't forget what we relied on to establish an image of justice and fairness throughout the Kingdom of Endless Winter. If we don't strike a severe blow at this time, the people of the Kingdom of Endless Winter will lose confidence in us. This was the foundation of the church, not those damned nobles. If you don't agree, I will ask His Holiness the Pope directly. The Pope did not have time to worry about such things. The foundation of the church was not in the people, but in how powerful they were. Main sighed and gestured for Tayfun to calm down. Then let High Priest Coborn escort them back to the new holy city for trial? No, I'll go there myself, Heather said. I've been busy recently, and I expect to be back in about 2 or 3 months. For a trial, the more people who see it, the better. The Eternal Winter Royal Capital's ice platform seems to be a good place. Are you sure? Main frowned. There aren't any extra commanders to protect you in the Kingdom of Everwinter. You'll be in danger if you encounter an extraordinary. How could there be so many extraordinary witches? Heather said disapprovingly. Just give me a team of judges, that's enough. If you insist. Main didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. I have bad news here. When the church's army attacked the Broken Tooth Castle in the Kingdom of Wolfshard, they encountered an accident and lost more than 20 God's Punishment Army soldiers and more than 100 Judgment Army soldiers. Until now, the Broken Tooth Castle still hasn't been captured. More than 20 God's Punishment Army soldiers? Tayfun stared. Who's the commander? Belle, she's already dead. The commander died in battle? It seems that they really encountered a terrible challenge. Heather said with great interest. Losing so many God's Punishment Army soldiers, it seems that Lord Wren will have a headache. You can't blame him, the terrain of the Broken Tooth Castle is special. The city gate was opened in the middle of the mountain, and it was about 3 feet, about 10 meters, high. They also destroyed the wooden bridge to enter the gate, and even used some of the alchemist's gadgets. Main explained, according to the report, after they set up the wooden ladder, the God's Punishment Army soldiers had just climbed up when they were attacked by a strange flame. First, a large pile of white solid was ejected from the pipe above the city gate, and then it started to smoke and catch fire. The flame stuck to their bodies, and they couldn't get rid of it until it burned them. Now they are contacting the church's believers in the city to see if they can attack from both inside and outside. I dare say that the church in the city has certainly been bathed in blood. Heather curled her lips. If they want to attack, they should send more people to fill it up. The alchemist's gadgets have never been able to be produced in large quantities, they will be used up after filling it up. That's the God's Punishment Army. Tayfun was so angry that his beard trembled. Do you know how difficult it is to transform a God's Punishment Army? Now there are less than 1,000 people, If we lose more than half of the God's punishment army in order to unify the continent, how will we resist the months of the demons? Not to mention the devils afterwards. Don't argue, Maine said aloud. I told you this news, not to let you argue about the means of attack. The church currently needs more God's punishment army, and now that the kingdom of eternal winter is under the control of the church, some things can be done more justifiably. In the past, the seeds were sent twice a year, but now, I want to add one more time. Spring has been affected by the months of demons, so the length of the season is not consistent, so from summer onwards, a batch of seeds must be sent to the holy city every quarter, and the transformation ceremony will be held accordingly. This matter will be handed over to you, Lord Tefun. But, there aren't that many orphans and babies that can be taken in, the old bishop stroked his beard. Not everyone will send their abandoned children to the church. So you want to find a way to fight for it. The kingdom of eternal winter is already the church's longest established kingdom, and it has the most believers. If even this land can't provide enough manpower, the other three kingdoms will only be slower to digest. Don't forget, in the process of unifying the continent, the turmoil will have to be quelled by the army of judges and the God's punishment army. It's not that there aren't any people. Heather curled up the corner of her mouth. There are as many stray children on the street as there are stray cats and dogs. I heard that there are also black street rats who specially recruit these children to join them, training them to become pickpockets, informants, smugglers, or scapegoats. Before the nobility was eliminated, they could still carry the rats to shelter them from the wind and rain, but now, thanks to Lord Maine, they have all become part of the church. If the sewers have no cover, where can the rats hide? If you send out the army of judges to catch all the underground forces in one fell swoop, I think you can harvest a lot of children, while at the same time cleaning up the dregs will leave a good impression on the people, and will also deter those nobles who are ready to make trouble. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, isn't it? It's indeed a good method, Maine thought. No matter how extreme her temperament is, when faced with a problem, she can always come up with a solution quickly, except for some words that must be deliberately ignored. Let's implement this method. In short, before the fall, we must occupy the entire territory of the Wolfshark Kingdom, except for the army of judges who are stationed to maintain order. All the other troops must be transferred back to Hermes to defend against this year's months of demons. This time, the enemy will only be stronger. Although Tefun was reluctant, he finally nodded. When the time comes, the nobles whose interests have been damaged will jump out to protest. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In addition, the Rose Kingdom has already noticed the movements of the neighboring countries. Many of the nobles in the cities are targeting the church, and in some places there have been incidents of looting and burning of churches. I suggest that we organize a temporary evacuation of the believers. There is no need to waste them in this kind of conflict. No, they must resist to the end, Maine rejected. The more the believers are sacrificed, the more reason we will have to retaliate. This is not a waste, but a spark to ignite the fire. For the church, there are not many believers, and the foundation of the kingdom is not deep, so retreating will only make the church weaker. Well, I was just mentioning it, that's all. Tefun spread out his hands. Finally, there's the kingdom of Grey Castle. Well, you see for yourselves. He took out a roll of paper from his sleeve and threw it in front of Maine. Maine opened it and glanced at it. This letter was actually written by the Queen of Clearwater, Garcia Wimbledon. Soon, his eyebrows wrinkled. She actually hanged Priest Decca? She also fed all the believers to the fish, Tefun added. The church was also demolished to the ground. She should have discovered the side effects of the pill. Heather smacked her lips. I already told you, even if you continue to replenish that thing, the effect will become weaker and weaker, until finally it will die. Using this kind of thing to destroy the enemy's army is a good thing, but once the effect appears, the other side will also know what the church is planning. But the troublesome thing is, I remember that the previous intelligence report mentioned that not many of her subordinates took the pill, right? Instead, a lot of them were eaten by the southern barbarians. No more than 1,000. She said that this account is on our heads. Maine put down the letter. It's simply ridiculous. Without the support of the church, how could she become the Queen of Clearwater? Where is Timothy Wimbledon? After receiving our pills, why hasn't he attacked the southern territory yet? Genius 1 second. Remember Love Yogo? TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Ha ha ha. Heather laughed out loud. It's impossible to expect a chess piece to completely obey orders, as long as it maintains the same goal as us. Love go little talk netku no matter where he attacks, as long as he continues to consume the soldiers. In any case, Grey Castle is the last kingdom to be attacked, so there is still time for them to fight. Didn't Roland Wimbledon refuse our pills last time? We can let Timothy put more pressure on the Western Territory, maybe he will accept it. That being said, the Queen of Clearwater's open hostility still made Maine somewhat unhappy. After all, this chess piece was personally chosen by him. If Timothy occupied the other territories of Grey Castle and still didn't fight with Garcia, but instead stationed his troops to maintain a stalemate, the fight for the throne would not be able to achieve the desired effect. It seems that some other means will have to be taken. Regarding the Western Territory, let's wait for the news from the diplomatic mission before making a decision, he said. That's all for today, please act according to the plan, I still have to go to Hermes. Ah, that's right, Heather suddenly realized, today is the transformation day, right? How many people have applied to participate in the transformation ceremony? This is the secret of the mechanism. Maine stood up, and without looking back, walked out of the secret room. After going down the long suspended stairs to the bottom of the cave, the Archbishop stepped over the mirror-like smooth white grinding stone, and walked towards the depths of the mechanism. Different from the usual quiet, today the mechanism was quite lively. A group of approved judges were standing outside waiting, most of them entering this place for the first time, so they were curiously looking around. Seeing Maine, all of them straightened their chests, clenched their fists and saluted, "Your Excellency." He smiled and nodded in return. These judges were the church's elite warriors, pious to God and willing to sacrifice themselves. The God's Punishment Army's transformation ceremony was not guaranteed to be successful. They had already understood this before submitting the application, but even so, they were still willing to sacrifice their lives for this great honor. Under the reverent eyes of the warriors, he passed through the third checkpoint and arrived in front of the pivotal secret area. The Pope's guards were already waiting here. They bowed and pushed open the metal door behind them. Maine followed the guard into the room. From here onwards, it was the heart of the Hermes mechanism. All of the church's research and inventions were carried out here. There were no torches in the pivotal secret area. His vision suddenly turned dark. After a while, a long and narrow passage appeared in front of him. The walls and ceiling of the passage were cast from iron, and both sides were inlaid with fluorescent stones. This strange stone was a kind of God's stone of retaliation. After being stained with demonic beast blood, it would emit a green fluorescent light. At the end of the passageway was a cage. Walking into the cage, the guard pulled the trigger, and the chain above his head creaked, sounding especially ear-piercing in the quiet passage. Accompanied by this sound, the cage slowly sank into the hole in the ground. Then, Maine's eyes suddenly opened up. An extremely spacious underground space appeared in front of him. Love go small say netku such a shocking scene, no matter how many times he saw it, would always give him a feeling of insignificance. According to common sense, the cave buried underground should be dark, so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. But here, the whole cave was illuminated by the light of the God's Stone of Retaliation. The huge God's Stone of Retaliation looked like countless prisms rising from the ground, forming clusters of crystal flowers. The smallest prism was as thick as a person's body, and the biggest one was so big that it would take more than 10 people to encircle it. The height was uneven, and the tallest one almost reached the top of the cave, even higher than the Tower of Heaven of the Hermes Cathedral. Their colors were also different. The densest cluster of God's Stone of Retaliation was lavender, while the clusters on the side were from dark blue to light green, and the smaller ones were white. There were also some prisms that had just emerged from the ground, almost transparent. The luster of the purple God's Stone of Retaliation was the most conspicuous, especially the one that surpassed the Tower of Heaven. Its brightness was close to that of the full moon, so that the bottom of the cave could be faintly seen without the help of a torch. Under the influence of such a dense and huge number of God's Stone of Retaliation, the inside of the mountain was in an area where magic could not operate. Moreover, all the God's Stone of Retaliation sold by the church were mined from here. The space of the cave was enough to accommodate 5 or 6 Hermes Cathedral, and they had indeed built a building here that was exactly the same as the cathedral, and named it the Pivotal Secret Temple. However, compared to the cathedral on the top of the mountain, this one looked much older. From midair, Maine could see that there was a black iron gate on the mountain wall behind the temple, which was the entrance to the foot of the Hermes mountain, which was connected to the old holy city. Therefore, in a sense, this ancient building was the main body of the mechanism. It had existed here long before the establishment of the new holy city. It took no less than half a quarter of an hour for the cage to reach the ground. Maine walked out of the cage, tidied up his robe, and followed the messenger to the temple. The transformation ceremony was held in the hall on the first floor. After entering the hall, the bishop felt that the surroundings had been restored to the light. It was no longer the cold blue and purple light, but the orange light of thousands of burning candles. Above his head was a three-tiered tower-style chandelier, and there were also many candlesticks placed around the hall. In the blink of an eye, it looked like countless stars were swaying. Thanks to the open flame, the chill in the cave had been dispelled a lot. The man standing in the middle of the two transformation tables was the highest leader of the church, Pope O'Brien. He wore a striking red robe with gold trimmings, and a glittering jewel crown on his head. He was carefully inspecting the transformation equipment, making the final preparations for the ceremony. "Your Holiness." He went forward and knelt in front of O'Brien, kissing his fingers. "Rise, child." The Pope's voice was hoarse and slow. "There's no one here other than the guards, so there's no need to pay attention to the complicated etiquette." "Yes." Maine stood up, and could not help but be startled. His Holiness looked much older than the last time he saw him. His face was covered with deep wrinkles, and his skin was an unhealthy white, loose and dull. The densely packed brown spots were extremely eye-catching. The bishop's eyes became hot. "You have worked hard." "This is the trace of time," O'Brien said calmly. "No one can fight against time. I don't have much life left, and I'm afraid I won't see the day when humans defeat the demons, so I don't have to bear the unknown pain. But you still have to continue fighting until you finally defeat the enemy, or be defeated by them. And if we fail again, we will be completely destroyed." Maine nodded. "I will do my duty until the last moment." "Very good." The old man smiled. "You've done very well recently. You've increased the number of Judgment Army soldiers for the church by more than 1,000. This time, there are also 62 applications for transformation, which is already the highest number in years. Your Holiness, can you tell me how many God's Punishment Army soldiers we need to defeat the demons?" Maine hesitated for a moment before asking. "All the information I know about the demons comes from the Holy Book. But the records in the Holy Book are not complete. There's no record of their origin, number, or fighting methods. I know that I'll only be qualified to know these secrets after I become the Pope, but..." O'Brien reached out his hand to stop him. "You're too anxious, child. You have to be patient. It won't be long before you take over this crown and become the next Pope. At that time, all your questions will be answered in the library at the top of the pivotal secret temple. Now, I can only tell you that the more, the better." He took a breath. "In addition, although I didn't ask you to come for the transformation ceremony, since we've met, you'll try to preside over this year's transformation. With me watching, it can also be considered as accumulating some, experience in the future." Maine quickly patted the Pope's back. When the Pope's breathing became a little smoother, he bowed his head and said, "Yes, Your Holiness. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote on it. Your support is my greatest motivation." For mobile users, please read it here. The God's Punishment Army's transformation ceremony was something that the Pope had to master. A year ago, when Maine received the God's Punishment Army's ancient book from His Majesty O'Brien, it was equivalent to obtaining the right to inherit the position of the next Pope. Maine had already memorized the contents of the book by heart. A God's Punishment Army needed to sacrifice a witch's life, fusing her blood with the God's Stone of Retaliation, and then injecting it into the body of a judge. This ceremony had been improved several times over the past hundreds of years, but the essence remained the same. The witches determined the upper limit of the number of God's Punishment Army, and the will of the judges was the key to the success rate of the transformation. After reading this ancient book, he finally understood why the church took in so many underage women every year. The witches appeared without any warning, and before the magic gathered, they were no different from ordinary people. But once the magic began to gather, their bodies, organs, and blood would all be changed. Therefore, in addition to expanding the scale of breeding, there was no other way. This was also the reason why he agreed with Heather's statement. Everything they had done could already be regarded as extremely evil. Every high-ranking member's hands were stained with blood, and they had slaughtered more witches than any executioner. But in order to defeat the devil, in order to avoid the destruction of mankind, they had to do this. Only the winner was qualified to receive God's favor. 2 judges were lying on the transformation table. Maine recognized them. They were Darian from the advance camp and Tucker Thor from the Holy City Guard. The latter was also a presiding judge. Although both of them were smiling, the bishop could still see the tension in their muscles and clenched fists. He patted their shoulders. "Relax, I believe you can do it. My lord, when the time comes, we only need to endure the pain?" Darian couldn't help but ask. "That's right, we just need to endure it," Maine said with a smile. "You're Darian, right? You still remember my name," he said excitedly. "Of course, you're a member of the advance camp, and participated in the defense of Hermes last year. The captain is Alicia, am I right?" Yes, Darian nodded repeatedly. "Our team suffered heavy casualties in a battle. Half of our team members died at the hands of demonic hybrids. At that time, I thought, if only I had the ability to kill all those deformed hybrids. So, Your Excellency, I want to join the God's Punishment Army." "It's good to become stronger to protect your comrades," Maine encouraged. He then looked at the presiding judge. "What about you? Why did Tucker Thor decide to join the God's Punishment Army?" "In order to protect the new holy city, Your Excellency," he said firmly. "The priests said that every year from now on, the demonic beasts will become stronger and stronger. Last time, they had already touched the walls of the holy city. If it weren't for the God's Punishment Army, the cathedral might have been destroyed. I also want to be a strong shield against the demonic beasts and a spear that can pierce through the enemy." "Very good. Both of you are the pride of the church." Maine followed the instructions in the ancient book and used conversation to dispel their nervousness and fear. Seeing that the two of them were getting more and more excited, he waved his hand and signaled for the ceremony to continue. The guard came forward and blindfolded the two of them, then used bracelets and ankles to firmly fasten their limbs to the conversion platform. Then the witch was carried in and placed between the two of them. As a witch raised by the church, she had spent most of her life in the monastery of the old holy city. After her awakening, she would be sent to the pivotal secret area to wait for the conversion. The day before the sacrifice, she had been given a large amount of dreamland water, an herb made from sleeping fern and winter flowers, to ensure that any noise during the ceremony would not wake her up. "Number, age?" "Number 1, 18 years old, the guard replied. This was a routine inquiry. Only the blood of an adult, which was enough to meet the requirements for the conversion of 2 God's Punishment Army members at the same time. Maine checked the list of witches again and announced the start of the ceremony. A delicate silver needle was inserted into the witch's arm. Red-brown blood flowed down the tube wrapped around the needle and gathered in the crystal basin under her body. The bottom of the basin was covered with a layer of light blue God stone of retaliation. The blood gradually soaked the stone and finally filled the whole basin. Soon, the God stone of retaliation changed. Through the side of the basin, it could be seen that the blue stone was absorbing the blood. After about a quarter of an hour, the stone gradually melted and disappeared. The turbid blood became clear and the color changed from reddish-brown to sky blue. These operations seemed simple, but after tens of thousands of experiments, a complete and reliable set of steps was obtained. For example, the estimation of the witch's blood according to her age and body shape, the production of the silver needle and the tube, which part of the body to insert the silver needle and which part to insert the blood, as well as the quality and quantity of the God stone of retaliation used and so on. The ancient book recorded in detail the previous failed experiments and improvements, and also explained the general principle of the conversion. After the witch's body was transformed by magic, her blood had the ability to strengthen the organs and tendons. If it was used directly, it would only kill the recipient. In an instant. It was necessary to soak the God stone of retaliation in the witch's blood and dissolve the unknown power within it. Only then could it be injected into the body of the transformed person. Even so, this kind of blood would damage the person's mind, causing them to gradually lose emotion and intelligence, and eventually leaving only instincts and a strong will. The strength of the surviving God's punishment army was equivalent to that of an extraordinary. Moreover, even if they didn't wear the God's stone of retaliation, they would still have the anti-magic effect. It had to be said that this was a wonderful combination. The witch's blood could kill humans, and swallowing the God's stone of retaliation could also put people to death. But when the two were combined, they could instead minimize the adverse effects. When the blue liquid slowly flowed along the tube into the bodies of the two judges, the blue veins on their arms and necks suddenly bulged. Their expressions became grim, as if they were enduring great pain. Darion was the first to shout. He struggled on the stage, his 5 fingers clenched and then opened, but his hands and feet were unable to move. Soon, his whole body was covered with a layer of sweat. Tucker wasn't any better. He issued a series of low growls, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body twitched. The level of the liquid in the crystal basin slowly decreased, and when it was about to reach the bottom, Darion's voice turned into a sobbing voice. He randomly shouted some unclear words, his skin burst open and dissolved, and his whole body emitted white smoke. According to the description in the ancient book, his transformation was basically on the verge of failure. When Maine was hesitating whether he should continue to observe, the Pope pressed his shoulder from behind. Enough, let him be free. A guard came forward, pulled out a dagger, and neatly pierced Darion's neck. Then he suddenly twisted the hilt, ending his pain. After an unbearable wait, Tucker Thor's twitching subsided, his breathing gradually stabilized, and his skin changed from red to light blue. Maine knew that he had survived the transformation ceremony. One person succeeded, one person failed. Such a result made the Lord sigh. In a short period of half an hour, the church had lost a devout judge, and at the same time wasted half of the witch's blood. However, there were still 60 judges waiting to be transformed, so he must let the ceremony continue. When the ceremony was completed, Maine could hardly stand. He staggered down the stage, and almost lost his manners. He sat against the wall of the hall. The Pope slowly walked over and stood in front of him. To tell you the truth, your performance surprised me, child. The first time I presided over the ceremony, it was much worse than you. That year, I was 45 years old, and the strong smell of blood made me vomit directly on the ceremony stage. I almost wasted a whole basin of blood. The former Pope even severely beat me, but after the beating, he ordered me to return to the stage and continue to preside over the ceremony. Maine opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. So, don't think about anything, go back and rest for a day. Yes, Your Holiness. The bishop took a deep breath, and when he was ready to leave, he suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit. By the way, you asked me to come to the pivotal secret area for, oh, look at my memory. O'Brien shook his head. I asked you to come to give you a new poison developed by the agency. Poison? In the pivotal secret area, there was an institution that specialized in the research of God's stone of retaliation, such as cold-expelling pills, fluorescent stones, berserker drugs, and so on. Once there were results, they would be distributed to the bishop. But he had never heard that they were also involved in poisons. In Maine's impression, this should be the expertise of the alchemists. According to them, this result was completely accidental. The Pope slowly said, as long as it is sprinkled on a rotten corpse, it will have a long-term effect on the surrounding people, unlike ordinary poisons that must be poured into the mouth. Without a special antidote, there is basically no cure. You can ask Master Crow's-Eye about the specific situation. I think it may come in handy in the battle against the 4 kingdoms. Recently, Roland was immersed in a happy mood. Even when sitting alone in the office, he would occasionally hum 1 or 2 songs, while recalling the good times in the hot air balloon basket. The appearance of Anna closing her eyes and asking for a kiss was too cute. Just thinking about it made him unable to help but raise the corner of his mouth. And the most important thing was the meaning of her words, which had undoubtedly revealed her fiery feelings. The only thing he could do at that time was to respond to her more enthusiastically. So much so that when he landed, Roland felt a faint pain in his lips. Maybe it was because the kiss was too long that she couldn't breathe properly, and when she panicked, she used her teeth. In any case, he hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. When he was close to a quarter of his life, the skills he had learned from TV, movies, novels, and comics could finally be put to use. Moreover, the target was such a beautiful and moving Miss Anna. Roland felt that he had finally taken the first step towards becoming a winner in life. Satisfied, he took a deep breath and put his hand into the drawer, wanting to chew some snacks to calm his joy, but the result was that he felt empty air. The beef jerky was obviously put in yesterday. Roland looked back at Nightingale, who was lying by the window. The latter whistled and pretended to casually look at the scenery. He had deliberately replaced the fish jerky with beef jerky in order to prevent Nightingale from stealing it, but he didn't expect that she would also accept the beef jerky. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. "Your Royal Highness, Sir Berev is asking for an audience." "Let him in." Nightingale didn't hide her figure like before, but pulled down her hood, returned to the recliner by the wall and sat down. The assistant minister pushed the door and saw that there were other people in the office. He was a little surprised, but soon returned to normal. "Your Royal Highness, this month's population statistics have been done." He handed over a roll of parchment. "So fast?" "With the registration file, it is now much more convenient to count," the assistant minister said with a smile. "Your previous decision was really a wise move." "Well, now they're starting to flatter me." Roland unrolled the paper roll and saw that according to the different occupations of the people in Border Town, the number of tools was arranged according to their categories. It was clear at a glance. Compared to the reports that didn't even have paragraphs when he first transmigrated, Berev's ability had indeed improved significantly. The first row was also the largest group, the serfs, currently totaling 3,628 people, including their families. There was also a note at the bottom, 1,500 serfs engaged in farming. "Your Highness, aren't there too few farmers?" Berev pointed to the first line and said, "According to Sirius Eli's estimate from the Ministry of Agriculture, if we want Border Town to stop importing food, I'm afraid we'll have to double the amount of farmland and manpower in order to meet Border Town's food needs." Roland had some impression of the name Sirius. He should be a knight of the Charging Wolf family. The 1,500 people engaged in farming were the first batch of serfs, and the subsequent batches were all transferred by Roland to the mines or cars construction team. They had also received the same guarantee: as long as they worked for a long time, they would be promoted to free people. "I don't intend to be self-sufficient in food this year. There is still a lot of wheat stored in the castle warehouse, enough for 2 or 3 months of consumption. Moreover, the newly planted wheat this year is also different." "Different?" Berev was startled. "Well, you'll know when the time comes," Roland smiled. That was Leaf's improved golden ones. The yield per plant was at least 3 times higher than ordinary wheat, and when the harvest came, it would definitely surprise everyone. This was also the reason why he didn't want to invest too much of the population in agriculture. With Leaf's magical crops, in the future, only a small number of farmers would be needed to feed the majority of the people, thus saving precious human resources and investing them in industrial development and urban construction. He continued to look down. The second line of the parchment was the construction personnel. The following remarks were very complicated. There were stonemasons, bricklayers, clay craftsmen, carpenters, handymen, and so on. The total number was more than 1,100 people, most of which were serfs working as handymen. It was precisely because of this new force that Border Town was able to quickly build a batch of residential areas and factories. Building templates, batches, and procedures were an important means of speeding up the construction progress. Although in Roland's eyes, this speed was still not enough, for the locals, it was already considered shocking. The third line was the mining personnel. Very similar to the construction industry above, the number of local residents in Border Town had dropped to 25, mainly responsible for steam engine operation, mine registration, and management work. The remaining 1,600 people were outsiders, including the captured mercenaries in the Battle of Longsong Stronghold and the serfs who were sent later. "Recently there have been several fights in the mining area," Berev said, "mainly between the mercenaries and the serfs. This is a hidden danger, Your Highness. They are too many. Once a fight breaks out, it will be impossible to rely on the 25 managers to control it. I suggest that the First Army be responsible for helping guard." "Well, Roland thought for a moment. Let's do it this way. Now there is a lack of manpower, there is no way to form a police force. I will talk to Iron Axe, a team of about 50 people should be enough. Police, what is that? You can think of it as a patrol team, but the scope of jurisdiction is much larger. Basically, the internal security is completed by them. In this era there was no distinction between internal violence and external violence, so letting the army take care of public security would not become a dark history. Before dealing with the huge enemy of the church, he did not intend to disperse manpower to form a second set of violent machines. Ranked 4th was the 1st Army of Border Town. After the end of the Battle of Longsong Stronghold, the 1st Army's prestige resounded throughout the western region. 300 people defeated the Duke's coalition army of 1,500 people at a very small cost, making the nobles of Longsong Stronghold lose the courage to resist. After the reward, Roland doubled the size of the 1st Army, increasing it to 600 people. And this time, when the recruitment list was released, the town's name filled the whole square. Roland still followed the idea that the People's Army was composed of the people, and selected 300 people with good qualities and no criminal records to join the 1st Army. The rest were all kinds of technical personnel. For example, in the smelting and firing industry, the number of people had increased significantly in the past month, from the original 20 people to about 400 people. Thanks to the furnace expert Xianxia, the North Slope Furnace Group could not only produce red bricks, but also fire cement and glass. At the same time, 3 shaft furnaces were being set up, and soon, the ore placed in the yard could be first smelted in the shaft furnace, and then transported to the place where it was needed. As for education, chemistry, industry, and animal husbandry, these added up to less than 50 people, so from the point of view of population, Border Town still had a long way to go. However, the town, which was originally mainly composed of hunters and miners, could become like this in half a year. It could be said to be earth-shaking. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? TalkNet, providing you with wonderful novels to read. After Barov left, Roland put the statistics table into the drawer and looked at Nightingale. He wanted to ask her what was going on, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't ask. He had a vague answer in his heart, but this kind of thing was too embarrassing to say. If he guessed wrong, it would be even more embarrassing. Roland had to swallow these words into his stomach. Let's go to the North Slope mine. Want to see what kind of changes Soroya's new ability has brought? Although Nightingale's behavior had become a bit strange, her attitude was still the same as before. She took off her hood and said with a smile, "Let's go." Maybe I'm thinking too much, Roland thought as he looked at the witch who was walking quickly to his side. Riding the hot air balloon that day had affected far more than just 1 or 2 people. He had never thought that Soroya would actually become the second witch to have a qualitative change in her ability. In fact, even she herself hadn't been aware of this change. Roland also happened to discover this yesterday. Since he had given the hot air balloon as a gift to Anna, it had been placed in the castle courtyard. If anyone wanted to go up to the sky to see the scenery, they could just call Anna and Lightning. Until the day before, when it rained, Roland suddenly remembered that the rattan basket would become soft and peeling after being soaked in water. Even if it was dried, it would still reduce its toughness, so he thought of taking it back to the castle. He had intended to call the attendants to do this, but after thinking about it, the hot air balloon was a gift from him to Anna. Moreover, the rope and the air bag were easy to damage, so he simply decided to personally move it back to the castle. Love go small say netku. He called Hummingbird to go to the vestibule, but the result surprised him. He saw that the basket was full of pictures, all of them were aerial views of the scenery of Border Town, but it was different from the previous pictures. This time it was as if her picture was standing up. Roland didn't care about the falling raindrops. He took a closer look and found that for the first time, her picture had a thickness. It was not strange for a painting to have a thickness. In theory, a real painting should have a thickness because the paint itself had a thickness. In oil paintings, this kind of thickness could even be used. Brushes, or scrapers could be used to create uneven textures. Through the changes in layers, the texture could be enhanced and the expressive power of the painting enhanced. However, Soroya was different. Her paintings were not drawn with pens and paint, but the manifestation of magic power. That was why the thickness created by the magic power was particularly strange. He still remembered that when he gently touched the protruding trees, it was as if he was really scraping the branches and green leaves. They were not hard and solid, but slightly soft and gelatinous. But when he touched the ground, it felt much harder, as if he was really touching a piece of stone. It was simply unbelievable. The rainwater flowed down the landscape painting, unable to soak into the vines at all. When he returned to the castle, he immediately called for Soroya, and Nightingale also confirmed this. Under the observation of the mist, the mana in Soroya's body was no longer in the form of a golden vortex like before. Instead, it had condensed into a constantly spinning ribbon. Walking into the courtyard of the Jean factory, Anna greeted him with a smile and gave Roland a big hug. Since they had made their relationship clear, she had obviously been more affectionate in front of him. Roland was in a good mood and rubbed her head. The silver hairpin on her hair shone in the sun. But he saw from the corner of his eyes that Soroya, who was also about to come over and bow, stood in place, not knowing what to do. Finally, she blushed and looked away, pretending not to see anything. Ahem, Nightingale pulled Soroya back to the table and deliberately asked loudly, "Did you paint all these?" Roland shook his head with a smile, let go of Anna, and walked over with her. He saw that the table was covered with Soroya's paintings, which were the scenery that could be seen in the courtyard. The only difference was the thickness of the painting. Some were only about a millimeter higher than the paper, while some were close to 3 centimeters. This was also the training content that Roland had arranged for her this morning, to test the maximum thickness of the magic-generated paint as much as possible. "This is the thickest one?" Roland touched the 3-centimeter thick painting with his finger. When he was enchanted with the blue sky, that part of the paint was so soft that it seemed to have no texture, but when he slid it down to the courtyard wall, he immediately felt a gritty friction. It seemed that it was really as he had guessed. After the evolution of the magic pen, the things drawn were not only consistent with the shape and color of the real thing, but even the touch was close to the real thing. It can be thicker, but after this thickness, the magic consumption will become very large. Soroya pointed to a brown protrusion on the table. "I wanted to draw a tree outside the wall, but when I just drew a tree trunk, I used up half of my magic." "So this is what you painted?" Roland stretched out his hand and found that the paint was at least 10 centimeters thick. "I thought it was really a standing piece of bark." Having said that, it was stuck to the table very firmly. The prince grabbed the bark with his hand and lifted it up until the 2 legs of the table were off the ground, but the bark was not separated from the table. Nightingale took out a dagger and cut it for a long time before she made a small cut at the bottom. "This thing seems to be embedded in the table." In the end, it was Anna who cut it open. The black flame turned into a thread and swept across the table. The paint gave off a white smoke and fell to the ground. The cut was smooth but not smooth, and there were black burn marks. Roland picked up the fallen paint and held it in his hand, only to find that its weight was far lighter than he had imagined. "Why did you suddenly think of changing the style of painting?" "No, I mean, how did you decide to fill the painting with thickness?" he asked. "I think it's probably because it's the first time I've seen such a landscape," Soroya said, recalling. "When I looked down at the earth from the sky, I realized that the paintings I've made before, which you said were almost comparable to the photos of the real scene, were in fact not real. Especially after I painted the scenery in the basket, I felt that it was not real." She paused a little and slowed down her speech. "The tops of the trees are pointed and will sway with the wind. The mountains are high and low, like the rising and falling chest. The rivers are embedded in the earth, and the ships go through them. This is the scenery I saw, not a thin flat surface. So I wanted to make the painting more real. I wanted it to stand up like these magnificent scenery. But I redrew it several times, but I didn't succeed. Just when I was feeling a little depressed, I suddenly remembered the little ball you mentioned." "Little ball?" Roland raised his eyebrows. "Yes," she nodded with some embarrassment. "It's the knowledge you taught us." "I thought if everything is made of little balls, then is the painting the same?" I tried a few more times, imagining the painting with the magic pen as a colorful ball. They stacked on top of each other, and finally formed a whole color. Then, the painting suddenly squirmed, the emerald green forest rose up, the dark green river sank, and finally became what you see. At that time Anna and I were startled by this change. If you didn't mention it to me later, I would never have thought that it was the ability that evolved. I see. But compared to Anna's black fire, my evolved ability seems to have no other use other than to make the painting more vivid. Soroya stuck out her tongue. No. How could that be? Roland shook his head. In my eyes, it is not a simple painting. It would be too wasteful to only use this ability to paint. He remembered the scene of the rain sliding over the surface of the basket, but it could not soak into it. Rather than saying it was a paint, it was better to say it was a magic coating. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on it. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile users, please read it here. As long as it could cover the surface of an object and form a solid continuous film, it could be called a coating. The coating itself could be gaseous, liquid, or solid, and its uses were also different. From the initial aesthetic decoration to the later protection of the object's durability, it could all be considered a kind of coating. Roland then carried out a series of tests. The results of the tests made him exceptionally happy. Probably because of the concept of the longer the painting could be preserved, the better. It was already very difficult to completely remove her previous photo paintings without destroying the carrier, and after the evolution of her ability, this characteristic was raised to a new level. First of all, this kind of pigment with high adhesion and light weight showed two completely different physical properties. It could change the flexibility of its own material according to the painting object. For example, when painting the sky or clouds, it would be as soft as cotton candy, and it had a high resistance to stretching and shearing. When it was replaced with iron ingots or glass, it would become hard and brittle, and could be directly smashed with a hammer. In other words, due to the limited quality, its performance in the aspect of flexibility was far better than that of rigidity, which was also in line with Soroya's understanding of pigments. Secondly, no matter what kind of characteristics it showed, its chemical properties were very stable. Not only would it not react with dilute sulfuric acid or dilute nitric acid, but it also showed repulsion to water and oil. When he filled a cardboard box with paint with water, the thin bottom of the box did not show any signs of water seeping. After pouring out the water, the clear liquid beads rolled in the box, like dew on a lotus leaf. At this time, when he touched the bottom with his fingers, it still felt dry. In the high-temperature resistance test, after Anna dripped molten iron into the paper box, the paper as a carrier suddenly burst into flames, but the coating itself did not change much apart from being pushed open a little by the molten iron. It was not until Anna's black fire continued to heat up the coating that it began to melt and to form, at the same time emitting white smoke, and finally turned into a black gelatinous substance. What made Roland most excited was that this coating also had insulating properties. After covering the copper wire, it could be regarded as the enameled wire of the future. He used the simple direct current generator in the courtyard to prove this point. At this point, Roland had a complete understanding of Soroya's new ability. Unlike Anna's black fire, which surpassed green flame in every aspect, Anna's ability after her evolution was more like an expansion of her previous painting ability. Now, she could paint realistic oil paintings, as well as thin photographs like before. It all depended on the thoughts in her mind, and both abilities could be used simultaneously. In addition, when drawing a thick scroll, if the thickness was controlled to less than 1 centimeter, Soroya could draw for several hours without stopping. Once it was more than 3 centimeters, the consumption of magic power would increase rapidly. After 10 centimeters, it would reach a threshold. Almost all the magic power in one's body would only be enough to draw 1 or 2 strokes. Of course, from another perspective, this was also the fastest and most effective way to vent when facing the bite of mana. It was still a summoning ability. Within the effective range of the Godstone of Retaliation, the magic pen would suddenly disappear, and Soroya would not be able to draw a new pattern. However, the already drawn coating would not be affected by the Godstone of Retaliation. Under the observation of Nightingale, there was no trace of magic power left on it. In other words, the substance produced by the magic pen was real. As for the use of the coating, there were too many. Soroya herself would never have thought that her new ability would bring so many changes to the town. This meant that Roland could quickly obtain a batch of water pipes coated with anti-rust materials, as well as a large bundle of enameled wire, and even high-temperature resistant fireproof bricks. The originally unreachable three supplies project, water, electricity, and road, suddenly saw the light of dawn. At the same time, this also reminded him that personal experience was far more profound than the axioms in books. If the witches could see the microscopic world more intuitively, wouldn't it accelerate the process of their acceptance of the particle theory, thus triggering a new round of evolution? For example, a microscope that could observe the structure of cells and microorganisms. Roland felt that it was necessary to give it a try. North Slope Furnace Group. Blast! Let the fire burn brighter! Xianxia shouted. Although he couldn't see what was inside the shaft furnace, with 3 carts of charcoal poured in, the iron and stones inside should have been heated red. When he was called to Border Town by a letter from Caravan Bait, he thought it was a desolate and barren place. If the letter didn't mention that the Mason Guild might be reborn here, he would not be willing to go to the border of the kingdom to resume his old trade. After temporarily leaving his family, he packed his luggage and prepared to leave. He was ready to eat porridge and live in a tent. As for the lack of manpower and money, that was a common problem during construction. Xianxia also didn't intend to stay in Border Town for a long time. He wanted to see Karl, his old friend of many years, as well as his fellow stonemasons who were either exiled or living in seclusion. But the reality was always so incredible. After arriving at the town by boat, he met Caravan Bait at the dock, an outstanding mason in Greycastle King's City and a strong competitor for the next leader of the Mason Guild. Compared to his appearance in Roland's memory, there was white hair at his temples and a few more wrinkles on his face. However, his body was not thin, but a lot stronger, and his face was even glossy. After greeting him, Carr did not take him to the noisy and messy construction site. Instead, he led him to an obviously newly built residential building. He handed over a key and said, "This house is yours. Put your luggage down first, and let's go to the pub for a drink." Then Xianxia heard a series of incredible stories from the other party. Carr was recruited by the Lord to work in City Hall as a civilian. He became an official with a fixed monthly salary, and he was also the director of the construction department. If he stayed, he could also work in City Hall. He would get a free house. After 10 years of work, he could get a retirement allowance. What was a retirement allowance? Even if he did not work, he could still get money. Xianxia thought that Carr was drunk at that time, but he did not expect that what he said was true. "Sir, the ore is melting, and I see molten iron flowing." The worker at the top of the furnace shouted. "Open the slag outlet and discharge the slag." After getting to work, none of the problems that Xianxia had envisioned appeared. Not only did the higher-ups give him people, they also gave him money. Moreover, they gave him money very quickly. Often after the application was made, he would get a reply the next day. In addition, there was also an alchemy material called cement, which could quickly bond bricks and stones, so the construction speed was improved by leaps and bounds. He felt a kind of unprecedented joy here. In just a month, Xianxia built 5 furnaces with air bags and 3 shaft furnaces for smelting iron. The shaft furnace in front of him was the work that he had been thinking about for many years after he left the Mason Guild. He thought that it could only be passed down in the form of drawings, but he did not expect that it would become a finished product one day. This improved shaft furnace was nearly 2 meters high, and its inner diameter was about 75 centimeters. There were many air nozzles at the lower part of the furnace body, which could be used to blast and draw air. At the bottom, there was a slag outlet and an outlet for molten iron to flow out. Next to the shaft furnace, there was a slope made of sand and stones, which made it convenient for the workers to add materials and observe the situation inside the furnace. Today was the day that the first shaft furnace was officially put into use. Before opening the furnace, a smelting test had to be done according to the usual practice. After opening the slag outlet for more than 10 times and adding charcoal to the furnace 2 times, the test basically passed. There was molten iron in the furnace, and the slag outlet was unimpeded. The temperature at the moment was also enough to meet the smelting needs, so there was no need to continue to waste charcoal. After all, in order to reduce wastage, the first test used the waste ores in the corner of the yard. After opening the iron outlet to discharge the melted molten iron, Xianxia announced that the furnace would be stopped. 2 days later, the townspeople who cleaned the furnace dug out a few dark stones. Under the high temperature, the other waste ores had shrunk several times, But these pieces of ores had not changed when they were first thrown in. Instead, their surface was brighter, and they were as black as ink. Xianxia could not determine what kind of ore it was. He could say that it was useless waste ores, but its shape and appearance were really pleasing, and it did not seem useless. But if it was useful, how could it be made into a tool if it could not be smelted? After thinking about it, he simply picked out the most square-shaped ore, wrapped it in cloth, and asked his man to go to the castle and give it to the lord of border town, Roland Wimbledon. "What is this?" Nightingale looked at the shiny black stone on the table and asked. "Obsidian." Roland didn't even raise his head, concentrating on drawing the blueprint in his hand. "Black, what stone?" "No, I'm talking nonsense." He sighed, just looking at the shape and color. Who knows what kind of stone this is? He didn't study geological exploration, he may not be able to distinguish pure metal in front of him, let alone ores. The little knowledge he had in his head told him that ores were mostly complex compounds with different impurities and different colors. Take iron ores for example. Hematite, pyrite, and siderite, in terms of appearance, could be said to be thousands of miles apart. Pyrite, in particular, would sometimes show a light yellow metallic luster. It was often mistaken for gold, which was why it had the nickname of fool's gold. As for heat resistance, compounds have no fixed melting point. It is also related to impurities and composition, so it can't be distinguished by temperature alone. Moreover, metal elements exist in the ionic state. Without knowing the method of purification, it is useless to burn it. You also don't know something? Nightingale was surprised. There is a lot. Roland put down the quill and made himself a cup of black tea. Do you want to drink? No, she waved her hand. By the way, beef jerky is not as delicious as grilled fish. In the future you should put fish in your drawer. Roland was silent for a moment. He decided to pretend he didn't hear this sentence. He also planned to give this stone to the chief alchemist Xianxia to deal with. Minerals more or less have a certain degree of radioactivity. It is not a good choice to put it in the office as a decoration. Recently, after the evolution of Soroya's ability, he found that he can suddenly make a lot more things. First is the tap water system, which can greatly improve the happiness of the residents. Think about it, after a busy day returning home sweaty, want to wash your sticky body, only to find that the water tank is empty, and you have to go to the nearby well to fetch water. This feeling must be terrible. Moreover, Roland was also very tired of the process of scooping water from the water tank to wash his face and hands. He always felt that if the water was left in the tank for a few days, parasites would grow. Not to mention that the water tank was rarely cleaned once a month. If he looked carefully, he could even see the accumulated scales at the bottom of the tank floating like caterpillars. If they used a water tower to supply water, there would not be any technical difficulties. They would use a steam engine to pump the water from the Redwater River into the water tower, and then rely on the siphon principle to flow through the pipes to every household, thus forming an automatic water supply system. The reason why Roland had never put it into practice was because of the materials. Water supply pipes were either made of iron or copper. If the iron pipes were not treated with anti-rust treatment, they would be scrapped after a few years. Copper pipes were the perfect water supply pipes. They were resistant to corrosion, did not form scales on the inner walls, were non-toxic, and even had the effect of sterilizing copper ions. But to use the metal used to make money as a water supply? The output of the North Slope mine was far from this level of luxury. Even in the future, copper pipes were only considered for high-end residences. At present, Border Town was not only unable to export minerals, but also had to import metal ingots. Therefore, whether it was iron pipes or copper pipes, Roland was reluctant to use them to create a water supply system that could not be used for profit. But now it was different. With Soroya's coating, it meant that he could use his magic to produce water pipes. For example, he could take an iron pipe as a mold, wrap it with paper, and then let Soroya cover it with the coating. After pulling out the mold, it would become a pipe. Even if such a pipe could not withstand pressure, as long as it was placed in a covered pipe ditch, it would be fine. Next was the power supply system. I'm afraid that in a short period of time there would be no way to popularize the whole town, but making the castle full of light was something that Roland had always wanted to achieve. Reading with a weak candle was too painful, and it also caused great damage to the eyes. Plus, summer was coming. What kind of feeling would it be to light torches and candles on a hot and muggy night? Now that there were generators and wires, it would not be so far before the castle entered the electrical age. As for the filament of the light bulb, he vaguely remembered that before the use of tungsten filament, people generally used carbonized bamboo filament to make incandescent lamps. Bamboo was not a rare thing, it could be found in the woodlands south of the Redwater River. However, what border town currently needed the most was an iron smelting facility. The output of iron was directly related to the scale of mechanical production and weapon manufacturing, and it was also the foundation of the town's survival. What you drew is a tower? Nightingale sat at the table and asked curiously. Almost, Roland nodded. But it is empty inside, it is used to fill fuel and ore. Its function is the same as a shaft furnace, it can smelt iron ore into pig iron. This was an upgraded version of the ancient shaft furnace. He had been to the construction site of the shaft furnace designed and manufactured by Xianxia. To tell the truth, apart from its small capacity and low temperature, the structure of the furnace was very close to that of a blast furnace. If it were not for Soroya's evolution, which gave the town the ability to produce refractory bricks, he would have built 10 more such shaft furnaces. But with refractory bricks, he naturally had to consider a furnace with a higher furnace temperature and a higher output. The height of the newly designed furnace was nearly 8 meters, 4 times that of a shaft furnace. The furnace body was tower-shaped, with a maximum internal diameter of 3 meters. In order to prevent collapse, there was a support frame at the bottom. The furnace wall was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. The belly was half a meter thick, and the innermost layer was made of Soroya's brand-coated fireproof bricks. At the same time, it was equipped with a circle of air supply vents for the steam engine to pump air into the belly of the furnace. In order to make full use of the power of the steam engine, Roland also designed a set of automatic feeding equipment for the blast furnace, including a climbing rail and a special feeding cart with a movable door at the bottom. After the cart climbed to the top of the furnace under the traction of the steam engine, the buckle at the bottom of the cart would be hooked, so that the fuel or ore would be poured into the furnace. For this era, this system could be regarded as the top technology. Unlike the shaft furnace with a large opening and low heat, once the blast furnace was put into production, it would not stop for a long time. It needed a continuous supply of fuel and ore, and its output was much higher than that of a shaft furnace. As long as 5 or 6 such blast furnaces were built, the town's pig iron output would double. After drawing all the blueprints, Roland rubbed his numb wrists, took out a box from under the table, and pushed it in front of her. Nightingale was startled. This is... Well, I originally planned to give it to you earlier, but it took some time to carve the pattern. After all, I'm not very familiar with the machines in the factory. Roland smiled. Open it and take a look. She reached out to open the box, and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Inside, she saw 2 revolvers placed on both sides of the box. Different from the prototype used by Carter on the day of the competition, these 2 revolvers were shining with a silver light, and their surfaces were so shiny that it could reflect a person's shadow. The handles and the body of the guns were engraved with exquisite patterns, and the barrel was also printed with Nightingale's name, to Veronica. This plan had been brewing in Roland's mind for a long time. Compared to the inconvenient and troublesome front-loading flintlock, the newly developed revolvers were already quite perfect. Whether it was safety or firing rate, they were all maintained at a relatively high level. For a witch with such high mobility like Nightingale, what kind of power could the guns display in her hands? He was looking forward to it. Thank you, she smiled, picked up the 2 revolvers, jumped off the table, and made a shooting posture. Will you teach me how to use them? Scroll stood at the door of the bedroom and hesitated for a moment before she pushed the door open and entered. Vendi was sitting at the table with a sad face holding a book. She didn't need to look carefully to guess that the book must be Natural Science Theoretical Foundation. Scroll couldn't help but chuckle. She rarely saw her show such an expression. Even when the Witch Cooperation Association was trapped in the impassable mountain range and was short of supplies, she still smiled and cheered for each of her sisters, as if she had never worried about those hardships. She didn't expect that a book would make her so distressed. You can't understand it at all, right? Scroll said, the first time I read a book, it was the same. I thought it was Nightingale. Vendi heard the voice and turned her head. What about now? I still can't understand it. Fortunately, you and I are the same. Vendi sighed, not to mention Anna. I didn't expect that even Soroya would comprehend a new ability. I feel that if I don't work hard, I will be surpassed by the younger generation. I really don't understand how His Highness knows so much. He can describe the invisible world as if it is real. In fact, he doesn't know much, Scroll shrugged, I mean in some aspects. Such as? Such as Nightingale. She pulled out a stool and sat next to Vendi. Have you noticed that her current behavior is very different from before? When protecting His Highness, she rarely hides her figure. Even when she goes out, she only wears a hood, and she even listens to the class at night. You live in the same bedroom with her, so you should know better than me. Can you tell me what happened in the end? In fact, it's nothing. Vendi shook her head. It's her own choice. Her attitude made Scroll somewhat surprised. Choice? Well, it's just as you guessed. Vendi closed the book and said bluntly, she likes His Highness Roland Wimbledon. Of course, this can be seen without guessing. The person who provides protection to the witches will, over time, gain the witches' favor. In the journey of the Witch Cooperation Association, this kind of rumor is not uncommon. That's a story made up by others. Most of the sisters didn't end up well. Prince Roland is different from them. Scroll was startled. She didn't expect that Vendi, who had held the same view as her not long ago, would say such a thing. You know, witches can't give birth, and the prince can't. The prince will take a witch as his wife, Wendy said, spreading her hands. Moreover, he told you himself. How did she know? Could it be that Nightingale was there at the time? Scroll suddenly understood something. Are you blaming me for hiding it from you? No, Vendi, I didn't say it because I didn't want this matter to be leaked out. It would have a negative impact on His Royal Highness' road to the throne. Vendi was silent for a while before she said, I know, I'm not blaming you, because I said the same thing to Nightingale. Before knowing this matter, I thought that the sisters wouldn't have a result, but since the prince doesn't mind, do we still have to force them to change their minds? Compared to Nightingale, who suppresses her feelings and is depressed, I prefer to see her like this. No matter what the final result is, at least she followed her heart. So that's how it is, Scroll thought. Although she agreed with the idea of not spreading the news, she didn't want to stop the feelings of the sisters. She didn't want to arbitrarily make a choice for them. Unlike Kara, Vendi always looked from the sisters' point of view, cheering for their remaining courage. But, does His Royal Highness know this? Scroll suddenly thought of a serious problem. What if his wish is based on not knowing that witches can't give birth? Well. Vendi also lowered her voice. How about, you go and ask? Outside the western border city wall. The approaching summer sun shone brightly on the grassland, and in the distance, herds of cattle and sheep could be seen leisurely eating grass. It was hard to imagine that 3 months ago, this place was still covered with ice and snow, and there was nothing but terrible and ferocious demonic beasts. The shooting training had lasted for most of the afternoon, and the speed at which Nightingale mastered shooting skills was much faster than Roland had expected. Probably everyone has a different talent, he thought, and some people are born to fight. Now, her posture of reloading, aiming, and shooting was completely different from that of a novice. If she was born in a knight family, she would definitely become the top star knight in Grey Castle. Carter couldn't help but praise, just like me. Fortunately, she didn't. I don't want her arms to become as thick as yours. Roland glanced at him. How does it feel to fight an extraordinary to a draw? The moment I was hit, I even thought that I was fighting with a battering ram, and my whole chest felt like it was smashed. Carter said honestly, to tell you the truth, it was terrible. There shouldn't be a next time, he laughed. After another round of standing shooting, the prince applauded Nightingale. So far, it's very good. Next, let's do a simulation training. Nightingale put the pistol into her belt and walked to the prince's side. In the bright sunshine, the sweat on the tip of her nose sparkled. Do you see those targets? Roland pointed to the 5 half-body targets not far away. They have godstones of retaliation hanging on them. You should be able to see them clearly in the state of fog. The next thing you need to do is to combine your ability with your gun and knock down these enemies in the shortest time possible. Because in the state of fog, objects and space were always changing, it was difficult to ensure that the bullets were flying towards the target. She had tried to shoot directly in the fog, but the result was that 9 out of 10 bullets rushed out of the fog and changed their trajectory, and one bullet almost hit Roland, who was standing behind her. Therefore, when shooting, Nightingale had to get out of the fog, and the shorter the time of exposure, the harder it was for the enemy to counterattack. Understood. She smiled, raised her cloak with one hand, and disappeared in front of the two. When the first gunshot sounded, Roland only saw a white figure quietly appear, followed by an eruption of flames and gas, and the target was smashed. Before the splashing sawdust completely fell to the ground, she had already reached the back of the second target, and pulled the trigger at a range of 3 or 4 meters. Then the third target, the fourth target. Every time she shot, she was not even completely out of the fog. Apart from the silver pistol and the sudden flash of fire, Roland could not see any more details, and it was even difficult for him to catch her position with his eyes. Nightingale jumped in the fog as if she was teleporting. This kind of scene could only be seen in the movies. In the blink of an eye, the 5 targets had all been smashed. He blinked, and Nightingale returned to his side. "How is it?" she asked with a smile. Roland looked at the dumbfounded Carter and asked, "What do you think?" "I'm afraid no one can catch Miss Nightingale." Chief Knight took a deep breath, even if it's ashes wearing the godstone of retaliation. "So, do I graduate?" She wiped the sweat from her nose and wiped it on Roland. The Swan sailed westward along the Redwater River. May stood at the bow and looked straight ahead. She didn't want to enjoy the scenery, she just wanted to see the pure border town as soon as possible. "How long until we reach our destination?" she asked impatiently. "Soon, Miss May. It's too hot here." "You'd better go back to the cabin and rest," Gate said behind her. She didn't need to look to know that he must be smiling ingratiatingly at the moment. Looking back, May found that it was true. "When you told me before, it was already soon, and now it's still soon? Have you ever been to Border Town?" He was speechless for a long time, and finally scratched his head. "The last time I was here was 10 years ago. Longsong Stronghold can change its master in 1 year, let alone 10 years. May said angrily. "But there are exceptions. I don't think you've changed much. 10 years is the same as 1 day, and you still can't get on the stage." Seeing him retreating with a stiff smile, she finally felt a little better. If it weren't for the news from Irene, she really wouldn't want to go to Border Town with this group of acrobats. As the star actress of Longsong Stronghold Theatre, she was quite famous throughout the Western region. This time, she was invited by the Tower Theatre to go to Grey Castle to perform A Prince's Search for Love. The performance was a great success, and even the drama master Mr. Cajun Fells praised her for playing the role of the martyr princess. Although she wasn't playing the heroine, she left a deep impression on the audience. But when she returned to Longsong Stronghold in high spirits, she found that the place had changed dramatically. Duke Ryan was defeated and killed, and the stronghold fell into the hands of Prince Roland Wimbledon. Currently, Perot Hull of the Honeysuckle family was temporarily in charge. She had been away for less than a year, and the Western region had become strange. Fortunately, the upper-class political turmoil has little impact on the theater. If that were the case, May and her sisters would only be able to talk about it a little after dinner. However, the news that the first knight of the Western region, the Light of Dawn, has been captured suddenly grips her heart. May immediately rushed to the theater, wanting to find Irene to ask about the situation, only to find that she had also gone to Border Town half a month ago, probably to reunite with her husband. This news made May feel disappointed and a little envious at the same time. They both worked in the theater, but she was the well-deserved leading actress, while Irene was a newcomer who had not yet made a name for herself. The title of The Flower of Tomorrow only came from the mutual flattery of a group of miscellaneous actors. In terms of appearance, she was confident that she would not lose to Irene. In terms of family background, although she was from a common family, Irene was just an orphan adopted by the theater, so she was much better than Irene. However, it was difficult for May to forget that the Light of Dawn, Philin Eltek, had fallen in love with the naive Irene. Later, in order to marry her, he did not hesitate to give up the inheritance of the family. "Look, the farmland," someone shouted. "We're not far from Border Town." May looked to the left side of the ship and saw rows of knee-high wheat stalks swaying in the wind. Farmers wearing straw hats were busy in the fields, as if they were in a green sea. The wheat fields, accompanied by the sparkling river, extended westward, as far as the eye could see. "This scenery is really beautiful, Miss May." Rosia came over and nodded to her. "I didn't expect that in this remote place, we would be able to see vast farmland that is not inferior to Longsong Stronghold. Compared to King City, this is nothing," May disapprovingly said. "In King City, the wheat fields can even connect the two cities. Along the way, there is nothing but wheat and more wheat. It's so boring." "Is that so?" She smiled awkwardly. "I have never been to such a far place." Well, this is the reaction that an ordinary person should have, May thought. If Irene heard these words, I'm afraid that she would only show an envious expression and ask me to tell more. "Rest assured, you will have the opportunity to go in the future." "I hope so." Rosia patted her chest. "Thank you for your encouragement. I'm saying that you only need to spend a few silver royals, and you can hitch a ride with a caravan to King City. I'm not saying that you can also go to King City to perform in a play." May rolled her eyes in her heart. However, the other party was, after all, Irene's good friend, so May was too lazy to say all of these things. Rosia had joined the theater earlier than her, and was about the same age as herself. However, because of her plain appearance and poor memory, she had never been able to get the opportunity to perform on the stage. In addition to Irene, there were only a few people in the theater who were willing to pay attention to her. "Does Irene know that we will arrive today?" May asked. "I gave her a reply in the letter, and she should be waiting for us at the pier." "That's good," she nodded. "I don't want to look for a hotel alone in a strange town. Can I ask you something, Miss May?" "Miss May," Rosia hesitated for a moment. "Why do you want to go with us to Border Town? Moreover, why do you want to hide it from the theater? Irene's letter said that there might be an opportunity to perform here, but you don't lack opportunities. If I told the truth, do you think the theater would let me come to this damn place?" May curled her lips. "As for why I want to come here, I just want to see how my theater companions are doing." She didn't know why she made such an impulsive decision. Longsong Stronghold Theater had a big play to perform in the next 2 days, and if she left now, she was afraid that the theater owner would have a headache. Although there were still a few backup actresses, without her, the nobles might not buy it, and if it was serious, they might even protest to the theater. To be honest, this was not a wise choice. May was very clear about this. No matter how big her reputation was, she still had to rely on the theater to survive. If she annoyed the theater owner, he would simply put her in the cold storage and try to promote a new actress, and she would have no other way. Either she compromised and admitted her mistake, or she could only leave this place and compete with the other theater's pillars. Otherwise, after seeing Philin, should I immediately take a ship back to Longsong Stronghold? May thought. So that's how it is. Rosia nodded and said, "When Irene sees you, she will certainly be very surprised." The scenery on the riverbank gradually became richer, and on the side of the impassable mountain range, there were many more tents and wooden houses. At this time, it was almost noon, and the farmers were busy cooking porridge and stewing soup. Smoke rose from the residential area, and May could occasionally smell the fragrance of wheat. Children gathered by the river to play, and those who were good at swimming would take off all their clothes, plunge into the river amidst the cheers of their companions, and then triumphantly climb up to the shore. May finally saw the long-awaited dock. After the Swan docked, Gate and Sam volunteered to take care of all the ladies' luggage. The group had just walked down the pier when Rosia excitedly shouted, "Irene!" May followed the direction of the other side's shout, only to see a woman wearing a white dress waving at them from the pier, and standing next to her was a tall man. Even though separated by a long distance, she could still see from his tall and sturdy figure that he was extraordinary. The light of dawn, Philin Eltek. As soon as she saw him, May immediately threw the idea of returning to the back of her mind. "Oh my God, May! May!" After approaching, Irene exclaimed in disbelief, and then grabbed her hand and pulled her in front of the knight. "Dear, do you know who she is?" "She is the most famous actress in the Stronghold Theater, Miss May. The number of people who want to see her performance can line up from the theater hall to the street." Although the word dear made May's heart skip a beat, her habit of acting made her smile reflexively, and she nodded slightly. "Hello. Of course I know her. You said she is the most famous actress. Who in the Western region doesn't know the name of the star of the theater? He sighed and apologized to May. My wife was rude. I am Philin, hello. He did not give his name, identity, and even his surname was hidden. A surge of sadness surged in May's heart, but she still maintained the most elegant appearance on the surface. I know you. The first night of the Western region, the light of dawn, Sir Philin Eltec. Because of the busy rehearsal, I couldn't attend your and Irene's wedding. It's really a pity. That's all in the past. The knight smiled and shook his head. I am a teacher now, and no longer a member of the Eltec family. You don't have to be so polite. After that, he waved to the others and said, let's go back and talk. I have already applied for a place to stay. Teacher? May was startled. Does he mean the court tutor? The lord of this town was indeed a prince, but no matter how poor the prince was, he would not ask the knight to take on this position. And what does it mean to apply for a place to stay? Shouldn't Irene be the one to bring them to a safe and reliable hotel? Before she could think about these questions, Irene had already come over and said, oh my God, I really didn't expect you to come here. If you acted in Cinderella, it would definitely cause a sensation. Really? May could not deny it. She had never heard of the name of a play before. It was probably written by a new playwright. Besides, she didn't have time to rehearse. She came here, just to see how the light of dawn was doing. Maybe she could help him. After entering the town, May found something strange. This was clearly a barren town located outside the border, acting as an outpost of a fortress. Why did it look like a new city? The road was covered with grayish-black gravel, and not a single bit of mud could be seen. Moreover, the road was too wide, almost enough for two carriages to pass side by side. What road is this? Sam asked the question that had been on her mind. It's strangely flat. Hee, Irene smiled proudly. When I first came here, this place was covered in mud, and now it has become like this. Also, this is not a road. I heard from those masons that this is only the foundation of a road. They're just bluffing, Rosia retorted. Only a house needs a foundation. Things lying on the ground will not collapse, so why would they need a foundation? It's true, they use a kind of gray powder mixed with stones to make it flat. After sprinkling water, they use a stone roller to press it back and forth until the ground is flat. At first, I thought this was a new way of building a road, but the masons said that this was the method that His Highness the Prince had instructed them to do. It seems to be called water or something. In short, it's just the foundation. Irene was leading the way with her hands behind her back, her long braids swaying back and forth. In the future, when there are more people and carriages, this place will be paved with slabs. That is the real road. Slabs, May sneered in her heart. Apart from the inner city of King's City, which other city could pave an entire area with slabs? Having such a wide and flat road was already good enough. Even in Longsong Stronghold, there were still a lot of muddy ground. As they went deeper into the town, she saw that many houses on both sides of the road were being demolished. There were mud tile houses and wooden houses. Although they weren't new houses, they were far from being uninhabitable. Were they driven away by the Lord because they were blocking the street? No, they all moved to a residential area. A residential area? May asked, what is that? A newly built residential area. Inside, there are exactly the same brick and stone houses, Irene explained. All the original residents will be able to get their own house. At that time, there will be no more leaky houses in the town. Everyone can get their own brick and stone house? May couldn't believe her ears. This was even more exaggerated than the slabs. In the end, did she even have an idea of the cost of building such a house? Since she couldn't say anything in front of Philin, May had to swallow her words. There were many pedestrians on the street, and they would occasionally stop to greet Irene and Philin. May found that Irene seemed to be a so-called teacher. Aren't you going to perform a play here? She asked. Why do the townspeople call you Teacher Irene? That's my job. The play is just a part-time job. There is no theater in this town. Irene told them about His Royal Highness' summons. Although it's an open-air performance and the audience is civilians, the salary is calculated according to the Stronghold standard. I think this is a good opportunity, at least I can train myself. Yes, I'm very satisfied to be able to go on stage. Gate and Sam nodded. An open-air performance for civilians. May simply didn't have the strength to speak. Compared to Irene, she was even more confused as to what His Royal Highness, who had come up with this idea, was planning to do in the end. Could those people who lived every day just to eat understand the love and twists and turns in the drama? In this way, they arrived in front of a 2-story building. This is the teachers' building, but there are currently only 9 teachers in Border Town, so there are still a lot of vacant rooms. Philin has applied for the temporary right to live in 2 houses for you. During the performance, you can live here. Irene handed out 2 keys. Gate and Sam can live in one room, Rosia and Tina can live in the other, and Miss May, I'll live with you, May said. But, I came here to see how my colleagues in the theater are doing, she said with a smile. After all, we've worked together in the theater for so long, and you probably won't return to Stronghold. I want to talk to you more. You won't dislike me, will you? Of course not. Irene happily held her hand. I'm just worried that the room is too small for you. I also have a lot of questions about the performance that I want to ask you. Then she turned her head and said to the other 4 people, let's put down our luggage first, and then go to my house and read the script together. May climbed to the 2nd floor and followed Irene and Philin into their new home. Her last shred of hope was shattered. Although she didn't want to admit it, this small room did reveal a comfortable and clean feeling. The tablecloths and curtains were obviously newly purchased, they were all thin red and white cotton. The floor was swept very clean, and there was a linen carpet in the living room. There were a few strange cups on the low table in the living room, which attracted May's attention at first glance. She went forward and picked one up to examine it carefully, but she couldn't immediately recognize its material. It was light, a bit like wood, but the surface was smooth and the color was full and gorgeous. It didn't look like a cheap product that ordinary people could afford. There was also a pattern on the cup, which seemed to be 2 puppets intimately touching each other. It's a beautiful cup, isn't it? Irene came up and said, but it's too expensive. It's sold at the convenience market for 5 silver royals each, and 4 are counted as a set. The people in the pattern are all in different poses. Philin said it was to celebrate payday and insisted on buying it for me. In the end, he used up all his pay. That fool. Convenience market? May deliberately ignored the latter half of the other party's sentence. Yes. She nodded. The Lord opened a market in the town square, selling some very exquisite daily necessities, but the price is not low at all. I can take you to see it tomorrow. May had mixed feelings. Everything was completely different from what she had expected. She had thought that as a defeated and captured knight without a ransom, even if he was released by the Lord, his life would be very difficult. Irene usually didn't have much savings, so other than accompanying him in suffering, she couldn't help him in any way. At this time, any help she gave to Philin Eltek would be a timely help. If she could go a step further and use her influence to persuade the local lord to let her redeem the first knight, she might be able to completely change the knight's heart. But, she found that all her ideas were in vain. The other party didn't need her help at all, and could also live well in Border Town. So should she go back? She chose to leave this place and forget Philin and Border Town together. When summer came, Marjorie's inland river fleet arrived at Border Town. Roland deliberately received the businesswoman at the dock and checked the goods she had brought. The most important thing was the 3 full ships of saltpeter. Now the gunpowder in Border Town had basically been exhausted, and even the First Army's shooting practice had been stopped. Although the revolving rifles had begun to be equipped on a small scale, they were only used to practice reloading, gun maintenance, and reloading ammunition. Now with this batch of saltpeter, they could finally resume the live shooting practice. In addition to the saltpeter, she also brought 2 ships of ore ingots, mainly iron and copper, as well as some green vitriol ore. It would take 2 or 3 days to unload these goods. Roland also placed the 2 steam engines in a conspicuous position in the yard, and as usual, draped them in red satin and tied a big red flower for Marjorie's inspection. In fact, the Western Industrial Company had only managed to piece together 1 steam engine in nearly a month, and this was built on the basis of hundreds of scrapped parts. So Roland had to let Anna reprocess the defective parts that didn't deviate too much, so that the second steam engine could be delivered on time. To Roland's surprise, Marjorie didn't come alone this time. She also brought a merchant group from King City. After the delivery of the goods, Marjorie and her party followed Roland back to the castle and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the living room. "Your Royal Highness, this is Hogg, my old friend, and also one of the top mining merchants in King City." Marjorie introduced them one by one. "This is Gammon, who, like Marlin, belongs to the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan. Their main business is the sea trade between Grey Castle and the fjords. They are all very interested in the steam engine. I have known them for many years, so I was embarrassed to sell them at a higher price, so I brought them to introduce them to you. Greetings to you, your Royal Highness." Hogg, who had a big belly and an oily face, opened his mouth. "I heard from Margaret that this machine can replace manpower, and can quickly pump water and transport ore from the mine. Moreover, it also has extraordinary strength, and doesn't need to rest all day. Can I see it with my own eyes?" "Of course." Roland took a sip of the wine. At first, he couldn't get used to the sour taste, but now he was getting used to it. "But if you wanted to carry the ore, you need to install a rail system. After lunch, I can take you to the North Slope mine. Your Highness, I'm very curious about the use of the steam engine you've described. Can it really be installed on a sailboat and drive the ship forward instead of sails?" Marlin opened his mouth and asked, "What if it's a 3-masted or 4-masted ship?" "I'm afraid it doesn't have enough strength. Steam engines are the same as horses. Some are strong and some are weak, depending on the model they are made. Of course, machines with higher output were naturally more expensive. Also, if one isn't enough, we can have 2 or even 4, Roland replied with a smile. Putting a steam engine on a ship, even the most primitive paddle steamer, involved a complex system of power, transmission, and control. Apart from Border Town, there was no other place in Grey Castle that had the technical strength to modify it. And to modify such a ship, the cost would inevitably be much more than the steam engine itself. That being the case, the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan would also like to order this machine from you. Gammon forked a steamed bun that had just come out of the steamer and stuffed it into his mouth. His eyes were squinted by the fragrant gravy. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. A rich man's friend is still a rich man. He didn't even look at the actual effect and directly made the order, as if he didn't care about the thousands of golden dragons. Roland shook his head. Unfortunately, Border Town is short of manpower. Plus, the manufacture of a steam engine is very complicated. Before completing Marjorie's order, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make additional machines. I can provide you with manpower, Your Highness. Gammon patted his chest. Whether it's carpenters, blacksmiths, or even shipbuilders, I have a lot of them at the port. Moreover, I don't have to pay for them. And then let them learn the manufacturing method for you to use? Hogg interrupted. No. Of course not. He widened his eyes. How could I dare to play such a trick in front of His Royal Highness? 10 years, Your Highness. He opened his palms. I'm willing to let them work for you for 10 years, and I'll pay for them. I only have one request, and that is to give priority to the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan when they manufacture the steam engine. This is an interesting proposal, Roland thought. It's similar to the technology partnership of later generations, where I only provide the technology and earn the most. Of course, the other party can also get the steam engine as soon as possible, and after 10 years, they can also get a group of technicians. The salary of the workers for 10 years is equivalent to the cost of purchasing the technology. There's no need to rush into a decision. We can slowly discuss these details after seeing the real thing. Roland pressed his hand down. Moreover, I don't only have a steam engine here that is worth buying. There are some things that I think you will also be interested in, such as this. He snapped his fingers, and the guard next to him moved a large pile of things from the wooden box at his feet, and placed them on the table one by one. These are the new products of Border Town. No matter what it is, they are all of high quality, and the price is reasonable. For example, this is the simplest mug, Roland said, pointing to the colorful cups on the table. It's light, beautiful, and not as fragile as a crystal cup. The pattern on it can be customized, and it won't get wet, so it's very easy to clean. It won't get wet. Marjorie picked up a cup and carefully looked at it. You can try it with wine, the prince joked. After drinking it, you can pretend to be drunk and throw it on the ground. If it breaks, I'll pay for it. This workmanship, gee, it's really exquisite. I'm afraid that not every cup can be guaranteed to be of such quality, right? The big-bellied hog had already filled his own cup with wine, and drank it in one gulp. Hey, it's actually dry. Of course it was dry. It was essentially an ordinary wooden cup, but it was covered with a layer of Soroya's painting, and the patterns on it were all designed by herself. It doesn't conflict with a crystal cup. Compared to a formal palace banquet, it's more suitable to appear in the boudoir of a rich young lady. Roland said, as far as I know, they have no resistance to things with bright colors and beautiful shapes. I also think so, Marjorie nodded with interest, you seem to have a lot of experience. Ahem, the prince coughed twice, and look at this, a complete breastplate with a uniform thickness, a total of 2 pieces, both made of wrought iron. Compared to the knight's plate armor, it's not only light, but it can also be worn by one person, and when closed, there's no gap. It's suitable for caravan guards without squires. The most important thing is, it's cheaper than plate armor. After introducing all the products, the merchants couldn't help but whisper to each other. Roland simply gave them a period of free discussion, got up and left the hall, going to the garden corridor to relax. Your Royal Highness, I haven't seen you for a month, but you have a lot of new things here. Marjorie also followed him out. Don't you want to exchange opinions with them? No, I don't need to listen to other people's opinions when I see something, whether it's a product or a person, it's the same. She smiled and shook her head, the caravan will probably stay here for 3 or 4 days, can you let me see lightning again? Although she didn't recognize you, at least she didn't show any dislike last time, so I think there's no problem. Thank you. Marjorie said gratefully. It's nothing, Roland smiled, oh yes, since you're staying here for so long, why don't you come and see a play? 3 days later, the town will hold its first theatrical performance. In just 1 month, you've built a theater? She asked in surprise. Of course not. This is an open-air performance, right in the middle of the town square, I think it will certainly be different. After a field visit to the North Slope mine and 2 consecutive days of negotiations, Roland reached a new trade contract with Hogg and the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan. Hogg's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the high-speed operation of the ore transportation system. He even proposed to invest money to build a factory in Border Town, specializing in the construction of mine tracks and supporting equipment, and split the profits equally, but was rejected by Roland. Attracting investment was something that could only be done when there were many people. What the town lacked now was people, not money. After all, Hogg was only a mining businessman. Although he owned several mines and managed an open-air silver mine for Earl Kambala in Silver City, he could only provide miners, which was much worse than the strength of the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan, who owned an island. In the end, he signed a contract to order steam engines 6 months later, the same number of 10, and a complete mine transport system, including tracks and mine cars. Half of it would be delivered before the months of the demons, and the rest would be made up for next year. The tone of the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan was much bigger, and Gammon directly signed a 10-year contract. When the caravan came next time, he would bring a team of 300 people, mainly composed of blacksmiths and carpenters. The remuneration of these people would be paid by the Crescent Moon Bay, and Roland only needed to provide accommodation and food. The steam engines they produced in the next 10 years would be sold to the Crescent Moon Bay first, and after 10 years, they would voluntarily decide whether to stay or leave. This point was negotiated repeatedly by Roland. There was no doubt that there would be confidants of the caravan in this group of people, and even with this, the other side would inevitably choose as many people as possible who were loyal to the Crescent Moon Bay, and when the time came, it was unknown whether half of them would decide to stay. But for Roland, skilled workers were always not enough, and leaving 10% was a profit. He was never worried about technical advantages, but worried that no one would come to transform his technology into practical products. In addition to the steam engine, the second big order came from the transformation of ships. Together with the 300 craftsmen, there were also 2 river sailboats. The Crescent Moon Bay Caravan hoped that Border Town could transform them into steam-powered paddle steamers. The transformation fee for a single boat was as high as 1,800 golden dragon coins. The two boats added together directly exceeded Marjorie's steam engine order. In contrast, although the mug had received 3 orders, the total amount was less than 300 golden dragon, and that was when Roland raised the price 10 times higher than the convenience store. He couldn't help but sigh at the difference in profits between industrial products and civilian products. If he couldn't mass-produce them, civilian products would just satisfy the needs of the town's residents. To the prince's surprise, the iron breastplates and the iron farming tools were neglected. Later, it was during dinner that Marjorie answered his doubts. Although your breastplate is indeed cheaper, the production is too small. If you resell it, after deducting the transportation costs and taxes, you might only make 5 or 6 golden dragons worth of profit. Also, your armor was forged by a hydraulic hammer, right? Or a steam engine. In any case, the price of this armor is very fixed. It's expensive because of the high-quality iron, not because of the labor. She paused. It's even less necessary to buy it for your own use. Sea merchants, whether guards or sailors, rarely wear heavy iron armor, which will make them sink quickly when they fall into the water. Most of the time, the armor is a shackle for them, not protection. The same is true for farming tools. If you can't get a lot of cheap iron, even if it's cheap, it won't be much cheaper. Compared with the local similar goods, it's difficult to form an advantage. Unlike those colorful cups, the price is completely uncertain. If you meet a nobleman who likes it, you may be able to earn several times the price. I see. Roland thought about it and found that it was true. For goods with stable prices like armor and farming tools, it was difficult to push down the price too much when the material cost was a large part. He was cheap because the steam engine forging was more efficient than the water hammer. Unfortunately, this price difference was not enough to attract the interest of big businessmen. Moreover, the white plate armor with Soroya's piercing coating was also part of the First Army's change of equipment. Before the iron production increased, it was impossible to sell it in large quantities. The day of the anticipated opening of the place soon arrived. In the afternoon, the townspeople surrounded the central square. This was under the situation where Roland demolished the surrounding old buildings and doubled the area of the square. In order to promote the play, Roland began to issue an announcement a week in advance to notify the people, and also specially ordered the Ministry of Agriculture to send people to the outer residential area of the town to mobilize the serfs to watch the play. As the Lord, Roland obviously had the best viewing position. In the direction of the performance stage, Carr set up a temporary wooden stage. The wooden stage had a total of 3 rows and could accommodate about 100 people. Roland sat in the middle of the 3rd floor. On one side of him was the Witch Union, next to him was Anna, and on the other side was the merchant group, with Marjorie being the closest. The first and second floors were mostly officials and apprentices of the city hall. In order to ensure safety, the people around the wooden stage were all soldiers of the First Army. While they watched the play, they separated the prince's position from the civilians. At this time, it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun had already faded. Coupled with Bendy's cold wind from time to time, all the people on the viewing platform enjoyed the VIP treatment. Amidst the applause of the crowd, the actors stepped onto the stage one by one. To be honest, Roland had no idea what the final result of this premiere would be. After handing over the script to Irene, he no longer cared about this matter. Whether it was recruiting actors or rehearsing, she and Philin were all busy. Now that he thought about it, a newcomer in the theater, who only appeared on the stage once, how much experience could she have? Moreover, the friends she found were probably all minor actors who couldn't get a chance to perform in the theater in Longsong Stronghold and went to border town. In other words, this was a new play directed, choreographed, and implemented by a new team. Fortunately, Roland didn't mind failure. This play was not for the ticket income, nor was it to promote how excellent the script was. This was an enlightenment performance, and it would be performed more than once. If they didn't perform well this time, they would improve next time. "I know why you're so confident in this performance," Marjorie suddenly exclaimed. "You actually invited Miss May." Roland was stunned. "Who? May, don't tell me you don't know about this." "God, before I came here, I saw her performance in King City." Marjorie smacked her lips. She's the best in both the understanding of the role and the creation of emotions. A prince's search for love won countless tears. Even Cajun Fells was full of praise for her. Who's Cajun Fells? Roland rummaged through his memory and found that he had no impression of this name at all. Your Highness, are you really from King City? Marjorie blinked. If I may ask, who is the person you're most familiar with in King City? Except for the people in the court. Magic Hand Yurko, Roland blurted out. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Oh. Karina gave him a meaningful look. The most famous playboy. I heard that women can't forget him with just his hands. I see. With just his hands? Anna tilted her head. Why? There were no curtains, no speeches, only a wooden board separated the stage from the preparation room. It was the first time for a group of people to perform a play on such a simple stage, and it was also their first official performance in their lives. The story takes place in the capital of a kingdom. In the outer city, there is a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. As the narration sounded, Irene slowly walked onto the stage. She was wearing a dirty gray robe, her hair was messily coiled on top of her head, and her face was covered with black dust. Swinging the broom in her hand, she carefully swept the floor, and from time to time bent down, using the corner of her robe to wipe off the dirt that was difficult to remove. After several days of rehearsal, Irene had already memorized the entire plot process. The story was very simple. A commoner woman who had lost her mother was bullied at home, but because of her kindness, she saved a witch. The witch used her magic to send her to the ball held by the prince, and she fell in love with the prince at first sight. However, her magic time was limited, so she had to leave the ball in a hurry, leaving behind a crystal shoe in her panic. In order to find this beautiful girl, the prince did not hesitate to search the whole city, and finally found her in the outer city, after which the two lived happily together. The story was simple and easy to understand, and the plot was different from the usual description of the love between the princess and the prince. Instead, the commoner woman relied on her good nature to obtain the help of the witch, and finally won the prince's favor. As the protagonist of the play, Cinderella, from tolerating the bullying to mustering the courage to resist, was also something that the actors needed to focus on. But Irene never thought that May would actually give the role of the heroine to her. She was very happy that the star of the Western region was willing to perform with her on the same stage, and as the pillar of the Longsong Stronghold Theatre, May had enough pride and confidence to play the leading role in any play, but in Cinderella, she took the initiative to play the role of the leading role's half-sister. This made Irene somewhat unbelievable, until the other side repeatedly stressed that this was a performance for a newcomer, and Irene accepted the role of Cinderella. In the following rehearsals, she worked hard. Not only did she practice every scene repeatedly, but she also pestered May, who shared the bed with her, to teach her acting skills after the candles were extinguished. She didn't want to let May down. Fortunately, Irene was not inexperienced. Looking at the eyes of the countless people below the stage, she relaxed her body and repeated the content that she had practiced repeatedly. So far, she felt that she was in good condition and did not make any mistakes. When Rosia, who was playing the role of the witch, was so nervous that she forgot her lines, she even encouraged her with her eyes. I'll share half of the oatmeal with you. Don't eat too fast, it's still hot. Thank you for your kindness, little girl. I will repay you. When Rosia walked backstage with a hunched back, the crowd applauded one after another. This made Irene feel relieved. One had to know that forgetting one's lines during an official performance in the Fortress's theater was an intolerable mistake. The nobles would only jeer at the actor instead of applauding him. At this moment, May appeared. This scene was the first conflict between the mean elder sister and Cinderella. Under the elder sister's bullying and humiliation, the latter could only hide in the basement and cry in front of her mother's portrait. But when the other party stood in front of her, Irene suddenly found that the atmosphere on the stage had suddenly changed. She was no longer the silent star of the theater during rehearsals. She had become the ruler of the stage. Her arrogant manner, perfect body movements, and undisguised contempt in her eyes made Irene feel a strong sense of oppression. Hey, look, who is this? What are you thinking about instead of working in broad daylight? You pitiful thing that no one wants. Hurry up and clean my gown. Don't be so clumsy. This is a formal dress for a banquet. You can't afford to damage it. May pushed her fiercely. Originally, Irene should have pretended to fall, but under the other party's cold eyes, she couldn't help but take a few steps back and accidentally tripped herself. Without any buffer, she fell to the ground. Her elbow hit the stage floor, and a burst of burning pain came. Really a useless waste. May no longer looked at her. Instead, she walked to the center of the stage, faced the silent square and the crowd, and began her monologue. As expected of Miss May. Marjorie lowered her voice and praised, with a few simple words, she attracted everyone's attention. This role has been completely brought to life by her. Well, she's really good. Roland nodded. But this person is too good. The disgust and contempt she showed for Irene seemed real. Even sitting here, he could feel her ruthlessness. The emotional appeal could be seen from the expression of the whole audience. But, she was not the main character. Irene's originally good performance suddenly lost a lot of color in front of her. If this went on, I'm afraid that the supporting role would be superior to the main character. Irene was a little stunned. She knew she had to stand up quickly. May's monologue was mainly to express her desire for the prince and to lead to the palace ball. It wouldn't last long. She had to leave the stage before the scene changed. But the familiar feeling from the past rehearsals had left her. For the first time, Irene found the stage so strange. Is this all you've got? It wasn't until May finished her performance and walked past her. The fluttering hem of her dress slapped her face that she came back to her senses. The other party didn't speak, but Irene read this sentence from the Star of the West's cold eyes. Irene knew that May couldn't pull her up. The two of them were like fire and water. Once they reached out, the play would be over. She bit her lips, and the smell of iron overflowed from her lips. Looking at the back of May disappearing behind the partition, she wanted to get up and leave, but Gate and Sam had already trotted up with the props. Sam also took the opportunity to place the barrels in front of her and whispered, "The next scene is still yours. Go on, come on." Irene knew that this was against the rules, but indeed, she had missed the opportunity to go on stage. So the audience saw a wonderful scene change. Cinderella sat motionless on the stage, and the surrounding scene changed from the living room to the basement. The beautiful round table and wooden chair changed into barrels and rattan baskets. The people carrying the props went back and forth, but the girl remained in the same position, as if frozen in time. The next plot was Cinderella trapped in the basement, and the witch appeared to rescue her. Not only did she give her beautiful clothes, but she also summoned a carriage that could directly take her into the palace. Remember, the time can only last until midnight. You must leave the palace before the dragon bell rings. Otherwise, the clothes and the carriage will disappear. Ah, yes. I know, thank you. At this time, Irene still hadn't gotten rid of her bewilderment. Previously, when she was hiding in the backstage and secretly watching May's performance, she only felt that this woman was very free and at ease, and in front of more than 1,000 spectators, she only felt that this woman was very powerful. But when she stood on the stage and faced this bright star, she completely understood the other side's amazing acting skills. Is this the distance between a star and a flower? The prince actor is quite handsome, but his expression is too stiff, Marjorie said. Ah, it's him. Roland was a little surprised. The Light of Dawn, the first knight of the Western region, is now a teacher in Border Town. He's not an actor. Not an actor? The businesswoman was surprised. Then how can he go on stage? We have limited manpower, he said with a smile. Look at the other two. They are the actors who moved the props for the scene. If they were to play the prince, they would not be able to make Cinderella fall in love with them at first sight. You're right. Irene, who had changed into her costume, stood aside and watched May walk to Philaneltech, put her hand on his shoulder, and dance with him. No, Phelan didn't know how to dance. He was just guided by May's exquisite dancing skills and swayed with her steps. This part didn't appear in the rehearsal. Irene realized that this was an impromptu performance by May. The elder sister tried to seduce the prince in every possible way, but the prince remained unmoved. He only maintained a polite conversation with her until Cinderella appeared in front of the prince. Only then did the prince shift his attention to this beautiful woman with bright eyes and white teeth. Irene knew that as long as she walked over, Philin would leave May aside according to the script and play out the love story of him falling in love with her at first sight. However, anyone could see that her current muddle-headed appearance was not attractive to May at all. Why would the prince leave her, who was more beautiful and moving, and choose her, who was ordinary? At this moment, she saw the look that Philin cast at her. There was helplessness, comfort, encouragement, and love. Irene felt that the stage suddenly quieted down. The laughter, cheers, and discussions of the townspeople disappeared. Her friends in the theater also disappeared. Only May, Philin, and herself were left on the stage. That's right, her acting skills were far inferior to the star of the Western region. So, should she just give up and admit defeat? No, a voice in Irene's heart whispered to her. No, she wanted to continue acting. This was a rare chance for her, or rather, her last chance. If she gave up, she might not get another chance like this again, to be able to compete with such an outstanding actress on the same stage. She also wanted to become a person like May, who could stir up the atmosphere of the audience with her every movement, and let everyone's focus gather on her. I'm sorry, May, she said in her heart. If the prince was an actor in the theater, she wouldn't even have the courage to compete. It was almost impossible for her to defeat the star of the West with her acting skills now. But he wasn't. He is the light of dawn, my lover, Irene thought. Please forgive me for being shameless, I don't want to lose to you in front of him. The stage disappeared, and in front of Irene was a wheat field. The golden ears of wheat had matured and hung down heavily, swaying gently with the evening wind, waiting for people to pick them. In the distance, she could see the setting sun falling into the horizon, gilding the slowly flowing Redwater River with a layer of warm color. This was the place where they often met. In the reddish-orange sunset, the prince turned back into the knight, who had been in love with each other for a long time. As long as she revealed her most beautiful side in front of him, he would never be able to look away from her. This was not acting, but her true self. Irene lifted the robe that was in the way, tied a knot, and walked towards Philin. Confidence returned to her heart, and everything was so natural. She walked to the knight and smiled at May, who unconsciously released her hand on his shoulder. Can I dance with you? She asked. A familiar smile appeared in Philin's eyes. Of course, Mississippi, although he wasn't as skilled as May, but under her guidance, the knight's dance was more natural than before, and the tacit understanding between the two infected the audience. Everyone began to applaud and whistle, followed by cheers from all directions. The noise brought Irene back to the stage. She stood on tiptoe, kissed the prince on the cheek, then pushed him away and quickly ran backstage. At the same time, the deep sound of the bell rolled over the square, echoing faintly from the distant mountains, no more, no less, exactly 12 times. Soon, the play came to an end, and it was the final climax of the play. The prince searched from house to house in the outer city, and finally came to Cinderella's house. At this time, the little girl had changed into a dirty gray robe, holding a broom, and was pushed aside by her sister. But her sister was still beautiful, and could also wear the crystal shoe. Your Highness, what are you hesitating for? I am the person you are looking for. No, she is not. You shut up for me. Although at this moment, May's performance was not inferior to before, and even a bit more oppressive, Irene no longer cowered. She walked out from the corner, step by step, to the center of the stage, and looked directly at the other side, revealing an unyielding and defiant look. The audience applauded this wonderful scene. At this moment, the witch suddenly appeared. She waved her hand, letting Cinderella put on the evening dress again. Your Highness, she is the person you are looking for. Rosia forcefully tore off Irene's gray robe, revealing the evening dress underneath. Almost at the same time, her coiled hair suddenly scattered. After smoothing it out, the Cinderella who stole the prince's heart once again appeared in front of everyone with an incomparable posture. The atmosphere of the audience exploded in an instant. Everyone was boiling under the embrace of the prince and Cinderella, and the sound of a gun salute from outside the stage pushed the atmosphere to the climax. The long applause and cheers continued until the end of the narration. The actors bowed and left the stage, and everyone did not stop applauding. This is really wonderful, Marjorie clapped. I thought that the little girl would be completely overwhelmed by May, but I didn't expect that she would be able to come back in the end, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but her interaction with the prince was more natural than May's, as if she really should be with the prince. It is indeed surprising, Roland nodded. Irene at the back was like a different person, it should be her own performance, so she could maintain her confidence under the aggressive May. In a short time, the prince turned back into her husband, and got rid of the shackles of the stage. This ability is also very good. In time, presumably, she can also become a rising star. In addition, the bell and the gun salute created by Echo were also perfect, because there was no rehearsal. Roland only told her to play freely before the play began. He did not expect the effect to surprise him. Lost. May closed her eyes. She tried hard to let the role of the prince be played by Philaneltech, in order to leave a deep impression on him on the stage she was best at. She used her acting skills to completely defeat Irene, in this way to show him the gap between Irene and herself. For this, she did not hesitate to stay in the town for nearly a week, rehearsing the play with some actors she usually would not look at. After such a long delay, she was afraid that when she returned to Longsong Stronghold, the theater owner would not be as enthusiastic as before. And the most ridiculous thing was, even on the stage, she did not completely defeat Irene. She did not lose to the other party's acting skills, but to the other party's love. In this case, it was time to let go. May took a deep breath, changed her clothes, and took the lead to leave the preparation room with a straight face. Just as she walked down the wooden ladder from the stage, a man suddenly came up to her. He was also tall and handsome, wearing a shining silver armor, should be Border Town's knight. The difference between him and the light of dawn was that Philan's smile was always warm, while his raised eyebrows, narrow eyes, and thin lips seemed arrogant and indifferent. "What's the matter?" May frowned. Perrault took a sip of black tea, leaned back in the soft lord's chair, and took a deep breath. It had been more than 2 months since he took over Longsong Stronghold, and he found that he liked this hall more and more. The stair-like structure allowed him to look down at the officials and attendants standing below from the main seat. This feeling of having power in his hands made him very satisfied. In the first month, some small nobles jumped out to openly question him, or secretly planned riots and so on. Of course, the people behind the scenes who provoked them were from the elk and wolf families. Perrault followed his father's advice and sent all the nobles without titles or underground rats to the gallows, and the small nobles with titles were imprisoned until their families paid the ransom and expelled from the western region. Thunder implemented this set of measures, and the situation quickly calmed down. After all, except for the Honeysuckle family, the other families' knight were all arrested in Border Town, so it was impossible to openly oppose Perrault's policy. Afterwards, he divided a part of the profits of Longsong Stronghold to compensate the big families for the losses during the arrest, so that all the nobles temporarily formed a relatively stable interest group. Now, 30% of the income of Longsong Stronghold was turned over to Border Town, and 30% of the remaining 70% was used to maintain the city's operation, 20% was used to appease the other great nobles, and the whole territory received the remaining 20%. Now, the portrait hanging behind the Lord's throne was replaced by the Duke Ryan, the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, who was looking forward to the day when he could hang his own portrait of Perrault Hull. If he could completely control Longsong Stronghold, his Earl's territory and Longsong Stronghold would be connected, becoming a veritable duke's territory. He could also save 50% of the taxes paid to appease the nobles and invest it in Longsong Stronghold's business and trade in exchange for more generous returns. Of course, the premise was that Roland could smoothly ascend the throne and become the king of Grey Castle. "My lord," a guard walked into the Lord's hall and handed him a letter. "It's news from Border Town." Hearing the words Border Town, Perrault immediately sat up straight. He took the envelope and flattened the thin papyrus. From the poor quality of the paper, he could see that the letter came from his informant among the serfs. The result of the battle more than 2 months ago was incredible. Although Perrault did not go there himself, he heard a bizarre story from his father. In order to ascertain the cause of the Duke's defeat, he placed many of his confidants in the hands of the people he sent to the town. They disguised themselves as craftsmen, herdsmen, or serfs, and sent back to the stronghold the news and intelligence they saw. He believed that the other families would do the same. But so far, apart from the 2 people disguised as serfs who still sent new information every month, there was no news from the craftsmen and herdsmen, as if they had disappeared. Did they betray him, or were they killed by the prince after he found out? He shook his head and focused on the secret letter. The contents of the letter were written with charcoal, and the handwriting was crooked, with traces of water in some places. It seemed that it had been written surreptitiously while working. The first paragraph said that an unknown iron tower was being built on the bank of the Redwater River. The top of the tower was piled up with a huge iron pot, 3 of which had already been erected, each of which was close to the height of the stronghold wall. The blacksmiths seemed to have completed the production of the iron tower in the town, and when they arrived at the river, they had already completed the tower. Then the soldiers of the First Army would erect a barrier around the iron tower, and the next day, it would magically be erected. Construction. It's this word again, Perrault thought. The last secret letter was also like this. Looking at the information, it seems that the prince is constantly building the town. Last time it was roads and bridges, and this time it is building the iron tower. Does His Highness want to spend all the golden dragon that he plundered from the stronghold castle? Moreover, the purpose of the iron tower is still unknown. It must be known that the spy hidden among the serfs is not a real serf, but an experienced and knowledgeable guard. If it was a sentry tower or an arrow tower, he would certainly be able to see it at a glance. Probably because the iron tower has not been completed yet, it is not easy to judge. Perrault shook his head. Maybe he will have more detailed information next month. He moved his eyes to the next paragraph. In the letter, it was written that a large merchant fleet stayed at the town's pier for a week and then left to the east, their destination unknown. During the stay, a lot of ore ingots and saltpeter were unloaded from the ship. The purchase of saltpeter was easy to understand. The second month of summer would become very hot, and the castle would need to consume a lot of saltpeter to cool down. It could also be used to refrigerate wine and fruit juice. As a member of the royal family, he certainly did not want to sweat all day long like a farmer in the field. But the purchase of ore ingots made Perrault feel a little surprised. Border Town is an ore-producing area. He remembered that before the months of demons, when he went to the town as a messenger, Prince Roland had exaggerated and said that he would double the total amount of ore sold. But now, not only did he not export ore, but he also wanted to import ore ingots. Thinking of the iron tower that was as high as the stronghold wall, he found that he was becoming more and more confused about what His Highness wanted to do. But when Perrault read the last paragraph of the secret letter, he suddenly froze. In the last 2 weeks, Border Town has held several open-air theatrical performances in the square. They don't charge tickets, the names of the plays are unheard of, and they even encourage the serfs to watch. What surprised him the most was that among the performers, the star of the Western Territory, Miss May, had disappeared recently. What's going on? The disappearance of May was a big news in the stronghold recently. Several of the plays that she was supposed to star in were changed, and the nobles left halfway to express their protest. The theater had to issue a notice, claiming that May had left the theater without telling anyone, and her current whereabouts were unknown. As soon as the news came out, the theater-loving nobles of the Western Territory suddenly went into an uproar. In the end, she ran to Border Town? There is no theater there. And to perform for civilians and serfs. Perrault could not imagine such a scene for a while. In his impression, Miss May was not an approachable actress. After thinking about it again and again, he decided to write a letter to His Highness Roland and formally ask him about it. As a theater enthusiast, he hadn't seen the wonderful performances of the Star of the Western Territory for a long time, and even the opportunity to invite Shirley had decreased a lot. Since the play was performed in the town square, it was not surprising that it was seen by a peddler. It just so happened that this peddler came from Longsong Stronghold, so the news had reached his ears. Thinking about it this way, it should not expose the hidden guards among the serfs. Just as Perrault was about to let the attendants draft a letter, a knight quickly walked into the hall and said in a hurry, "My lord, the guards at the East Gate Watchtower have found a night team approaching the stronghold." Night? Can you tell where they came from? He suddenly stood up. There were about 50 people, all dressed in armor, shining in the sun. There were 4 flags in the team, 3 of them were the flag of the royal family of Greycastle, the Twin Spears Tower flag, and the last one was the flag of the Horsehead Tower flag. After thinking for a while, he recognized that it should be the symbol of the Haas family of the northern region. One of the knights' team walked out and shouted, "I am Lehman Haas, the messenger of King Timothy." I bring the resolution of King's City, please lower the drawbridge. Where's the proof? Perrault asked loudly, poking his head out. The other side took a bow and arrow from his back, tied a paper roll to the arrow, and directly shot it to the top of the city wall. The guard next to him immediately picked up the arrow. Perrault unfolded the parchment and saw that the bottom of the document was faintly inlaid with crisscrossing gold threads, and the lower right corner was stamped with the royal seal of Wimbledon. It was indeed the messenger of the new king. Lower the drawbridge, open the door. Perrault took a deep breath. He had already roughly guessed the content of the so-called King's City resolution. It was most likely related to Roland Wimbledon. Since the other side was not a fake, he had no reason to refuse the new king's messenger, otherwise it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of Greycastle King's City. Once this news spread, the other families would certainly not hesitate to point their spears at the Honeysuckle family territory, and the suppressed undercurrent in the city would instantly rebound. However, Timothy only sent a delegation of 50 people to inquire about the situation, which also confirmed the fourth prince's statement: the new king might not have the time to govern the western region. Since His Royal Highness could even repel the Duke's coalition army of more than 1,000 people, perhaps these 50 people could only return without accomplishing anything. Of course, this news still needed to be reported to His Highness Roland as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he called the previous night: Westeros, you take 3 short-tailed horses, change them all the way, and as soon as possible tell this news to the Lord of Border Town. Just say that Timothy's men have arrived. Yes, sir. Westeros nodded. Seeing the knight turn around and leave, Perrault sighed. Let's go down and welcome the new king's messenger. Only when he stood at the city gate did he realize that other than the dozen or so people at the front of the procession who seemed to be in high spirits, the rest of the night looked a little dispirited. Their bodies were hunched as they sat on their horses, as if they would collapse at any time. Hello, Sir Lehman, Perrault nodded in greeting. I'm the fortress manager, Perrault Hull of the Honeysuckle family. The word fortress manager made him feel a little awkward. If he was really in charge of the western region and the Duke of Stronghold, he would not have to salute the messenger, nor would he have to greet the messenger at the door. He would only have to wait in the Lord's castle and wait for the messenger to ask for an audience. I've heard of your name in Coldwind Ridge, acting Duke. Lehman dismounted from his horse and walked up to him with a smile. Your western territory is really a strange place. Duke Ryan gathered an army but was unable to capture a small town. Instead, he lost his life. This is rare in Greycastle. Of course, this might be good news for Honeysuckle. Perrault automatically ignored the sarcasm in his words. How are your subordinates? They look a little uncomfortable. Don't worry about them, Lehman glanced back at him. They probably haven't acclimatized to the climate after such a long journey. They'll be fine after a short rest. To be honest, this place is too hot. It's the north that's too cold. Since the other side didn't care, Perrault didn't bother to pay attention to this matter. I'm curious, why did His Majesty's messenger set off from Coldwind Ridge instead of King's City? Because His Majesty Timothy is currently in the northern region, he said bluntly. Duke Ace took advantage of the fact that the border guards were weak to create riots in the north. He was suspected of rebellion, so the king had to send troops to suppress the rebellion. Rebellion? Perrault frowned. This didn't make sense. Although the border guards had knight and mercenaries from all over Greycastle, most of the members were still the Duke's own subordinates. How could he start a rebellion when his own subordinates had suffered heavy losses? Thinking of the Duke Ryan's letter that he intended to take advantage of this opportunity to annex the northern region, a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that Timothy Wimbledon had the same idea? So what was King City's decision? A recall order, Lehman said. His Majesty sent me here precisely because he didn't want to see the western region also fall into chaos. If I remember correctly, as early as the months of Demons, His Majesty sent a recall order to Roland Wimbledon, but he still hasn't returned to King City. The document should have been sent to Stronghold 5 months ago, but His Highness Roland didn't return to Stronghold to take refuge before the months of Demons like the previous lords. Perrault paused. At that time, he was in Border Town leading his people to resist the invasion of demonic beasts, so he couldn't immediately return to King City. Now it's been almost 3 months since the end of the months of Demons, Lehman couldn't deny. The king sent me to escort him back to King's City. When do you plan to go to Border Town? We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Normally, it would take them 3 days to reach Border Town, but if the knight I sent out traveled day and night, it would only take 1 day and 1 night to deliver the news. In this way, His Highness Roland should be able to make preparations. Perrault thought, I can only do this much. Leading the delegation to the stronghold's camp, he stopped and said, this was originally the Duke's Night Regiment station. You can rest here for the night, dinner will be sent to you. As for Mr. Messenger, he looked at Lehman Hawes, the castle will hold a sumptuous dinner for you, please be sure to attend. Thank you for your generosity, Sir Perrault, the latter said with a smile. After the dinner, Lehman returned to the camp and walked into the central tent. Several of his men immediately surrounded him. How is the situation? He asked. There are people watching all around, and there are nearly 100 troops stationed at the exit, but most of them don't have complete armor, so they should be the city patrol, one of them reported. It seems that the Lord doesn't trust us. At least the information is correct, and the news I heard from the banquet also confirmed this. Lehman said in a deep voice. After the Duke's defeat, most of the knight were captured and sent to Border Town, so there are not many elites in Stronghold who can be used in combat. Before arriving here, he had already learned about the situation in Longsong Stronghold. The task given to him by His Majesty Timothy was very simple, that is, to find out the reason for the Duke's defeat, and then take the corresponding measures to seize control of the western region as soon as possible. Those who took the medicine, how are they? They are almost at their limit, another man said, now as long as they are given the pills, they are willing to do anything. The envoy delegation was just a cover, a team of 50 people, of which only 13 were real knight, the rest were mercenaries pretending to be knight. Under the influence of the church's pills, they were now more obedient than hounds, and more ferocious than demonic beasts. This was the key to Lehman's capture of the city gate. According to the plan, another 1,500 militia troops were slowly approaching Stronghold. As long as they opened the gate, the city would fall into their hands. The play was a great success. In 2 weeks, there were 3 performances of Cinderella, and many people saw it more than once. If the first performance was because of the publicity and notice, then the next 2 performances were completely spontaneous. There were even people who went to the city hall to ask when the 4th performance would be. Such a response made Roland overjoyed. Everyone was completely attracted by the story, and almost no one raised any objections. Why was it a witch who helped Cinderella? Next month, when the Rooster Crows at Midnight would be performed, it would be almost exclusively for the poor people. He didn't know what the serfs would think of the witch who helped them in the play. Another good thing was that the crew settled down in the town and accepted the existence of witches. After the 3 performances, Irene took the initiative to find Roland and asked him why there was a sudden sound accompaniment during the performance, and Roland introduced Echo to her. Under Nightingale's secret observation, although Irene was surprised, she didn't show any disgust or disgust. Instead, she seemed very curious, asking Echo all sorts of questions and making her demonstrate the sound illusion several times. As a result, Echo also joined the crew and became the master of music behind the scenes. In order to avoid accidents, Irene only rehearsed alone with Echo when she needed to match the sound effects, and the rest of the crew didn't know about it. There was no doubt that the next play would reach a new high in the richness of the sound effects. Another good thing was that the castle was about to usher in the era of running water. The towering water tower stood in the castle's backyard. The tower was made of welded iron frames and was triangular in shape. The top of the tower was connected to an iron bucket with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 3 meters. There was a float valve in the bucket, which could easily control the height of the water. The tower was welded by Anna, and then covered with an anti-rust coating by Soroya. Finally, with the help of Hummingbird, most of the weight was reduced, so that it could be installed on the pre-poured cement base. Due to the height of the castle, the water tower in the backyard was higher than the one by the Redwater River. It was close to 12 meters, almost level with the top of the castle. In order to prevent it from collapsing, Roland also added a wall connection to the water tower, so that the water tower and the castle were connected as a whole. The steam engine was located outside the backyard and used to supply water to the water tower. The water source came from the well in the backyard of the castle. This was the third generation of steam engines, and the biggest improvement was the reduction of noise pollution. Gaskets were installed on every connection point of the steam engine. These light blue gaskets were the same color that Soroya used to paint the sky. They were very soft and tough, which greatly reduced the vibration and noise of the machine. The inside of the cylinder and the edge of the piston were covered with the color of grass to reduce air leakage and improve work efficiency. The parts that were prone to tremors, such as the exhaust pipes, were all replaced with coated hoses. In order to prevent the steam engine from being exposed to the sun and rain, and to further isolate the noise, Roland also specially built a small room around it. The walls of the room were painted by Soroya with a layer of honeycomb paint to act as a porous sound-absorbing material. The actual test results showed that even if it was operated at night, the noise of the machine would not wake up the sleeping people in the castle. However, Roland's attempt to make the steam engine feed automatically failed. His original idea was to use the flyball of the steam engine governor to control the valve of the wooden box. When the steam pressure dropped, the flyball would close and open the valve, allowing the firewood in the wooden box to roll into the furnace. But in this way, the governor must be made very large, otherwise the flyball's weight would not be able to drive the valve. Roland thought about it and decided to give up. The wooden box could only be filled with firewood once, and after it was used up, it had to be filled manually. It would be better to arrange people to fill the water tank with water every day. The last step was to install the water pipes, including faucets, showers, pipes, and the corresponding drainage pipes. Because the castle was not like the newly built brick houses in the residential area, these holes were left, and the stone roof and walls made the transformation very troublesome. This step took nearly a week. In order to live a happy life, Roland personally directed Carr to transform a room on the second and third floor into a bathroom. Soroya's new ability once again played a key role. After the drainage pipe was paved with cement, a thin layer of grass was painted on the floor. Not only was it waterproof, but when walking into the bathroom, it was like walking on a grassland. Inspired by this, Roland simply let her paint the whole room. The ceiling was an open blue sky and clouds, the four walls could see the distant valley and green grass, and the four walls of the bathtub were crystal clear, just like a gem. On the day that the water system was put into operation, the prince called all the witches to the bathroom to experience this great result. The water tank in the backyard was already filled with water. He turned on the faucet, and the water gushed out along the pipe. From today on, there is no need to bring water from the well, Roland proudly announced. The bath water also doesn't need to be returned every 3 days, you just need to stand under the shower and pull this switch. Huh? Where does the water come from? Lightning stuck out her tongue and licked the endless water droplets. It's sweet. Maggie stuck out her head from under Lightning and did the same. It's sweet. Roland stopped the third Nana, who wanted to stick her head closer. Anyone who wants to drink water must wait until it is boiled before drinking. The water flowing out from here can only be used to wash hands and bathe. This is the siphon principle, right? Anna looked at Roland, her lake blue eyes sparkling. What is that? Hummingbird raised her hand and asked. Under the training of Teacher Scroll, the witches in the class had now developed the habit of raising their hands and asking questions. According to elementary physics, when the liquid level of 2 containers is different, the 2 liquids are connected by a pipe. No matter what the shape of the pipe is, under the action of the liquid's own gravity, there will always be a tendency to keep the liquid level moving. Anna recalled while explaining, our position is lower than the water tower, so the water will constantly flow here. Absolutely correct, Roland praised. To be able to connect the knowledge she learned with reality, she was indeed a genius. What about this? Nightingale curiously pointed to the shower hanging high up. Why does it have so many small holes at the bottom? Roland turned the valve, letting the tiny water droplets spray out, for the convenience of bathing. As long as you stand under the shower, you can easily wash your body. So, you've been tossing and turning in the castle for a week, just to make bathing more comfortable? Lily curled her lips and whispered, you're indeed a noble who loves luxury. Lily, Scroll said, frowning. Not long after the prince returned to his office, Scroll also followed him in. Your Highness, I'm sorry, Lily, that child didn't mean it. I don't care, he smiled, she's just a little girl. Only you are so tolerant of us, Scroll sighed, she wasn't like this at the beginning, but after being deceived, it's hard for her to trust ordinary people. Was it before she joined the Witch Cooperation Association? He asked. I remember she joined you only a year ago. Indeed, I found her on the outskirts of Redwater City, Scroll said. You know, I can feel the existence of magic, and the closer I am, the stronger it is. Although I can't directly see the shape and color of the magic like Nightingale can, it can at least be used to find new witches. So every time I passed through a town, I would disguise myself as a noble lady who wanted to adopt a child, and go to the local shelter or orphanage to look for sisters who might have awakened. She paused. At that time, Lily was locked in a remote town shelter, but when I asked to adopt her, I was refused. The owner of the shelter told me that they only sold adult girls. Why? Roland asked doubtfully. The latest time a witch awakened was before adulthood. Could it be related to this? At that time, we also felt very strange, so we let Nightingale sneak into the shelter, looking for the books, records, and relevant information. Fortunately, the shelter was far away from the town, so we could stay here for a longer time. Why didn't you take Lily directly? With Nightingale's help, it shouldn't be difficult, right? Indeed, it's not difficult, Scroll nodded. In addition to the owner wearing a god stone of retaliation, there are no other stones or traps in the shelter. But we can't do this, there is a precedent for this kind of thing. What precedent? The prince made a cup of tea for Scroll. Thank you, she took the teacup. In the beginning, as long as we found a witch, we would forcibly take her away, but an accident happened in Xianxia, which changed our approach. At that time, there was a young witch who had just awakened, who believed that we were evil. After she was taken back to the Witch Cooperation Association, she didn't listen to our explanation and attacked us. In the end, 2 of our sisters were seriously injured and died, while she was also killed by Kara's death sentence snake. So from then on, we would carefully observe the witch for a period of time to determine her situation and thoughts before taking any action. If the church pursues us too closely, we can only choose to give up. So, the meeting between Nightingale and Vendi wasn't a coincidence? Of course not. Scroll took a sip of tea and shook her head with a smile. From the time we discovered the existence of Nightingale to the time when Vendi came into contact with her, only a little more than a month had passed. During this time, we also recruited other sisters, such as Red Pepper and Windchaser. At this point, her expression dimmed a lot. Unfortunately, they were all buried in the barbarian land. If everyone had chosen to settle down in Border Town from the very beginning, it would have been much better. Roland also felt quite regretful. If more than 40 witches of the Witch Cooperation Association had gathered in Border Town, I'm afraid it would have already entered a modern life. Let's not talk about that, Scroll took a deep breath. Let's talk about Lily. After searching the shelter and tracking the owner's whereabouts, we discovered a shocking fact: this small country house is neither a real shelter, nor was it built to screen witches. Then what was it for? In order to satisfy the owner's selfish desires. Even if Scroll was a person with good self-restraint, when she said these words, her expression became somewhat gloomy. Every week, the owner would go to the slums of Redwater City, abduct those homeless girls, and deceive them by saying that he was a kind-hearted aristocrat who had opened a shelter in the suburbs, and that there would often be great aristocrats who would disguise themselves and come to choose their adopted daughters. As long as they were chosen, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Not everyone would be deceived, but, over the past 10 years, there have been hundreds of girls who have gone to the shelter. So many? Roland frowned, but you said that the shelter's scale is not large. Hundreds of them are just records in the account book, most of them are dead, she whispered. In the past 10 years, he has found a total of 3 witches, all of whom were sold to the church. As for the other girls, if they were relatively good-looking, he would also dress them up and sell them to those who needed them. As for the ones that no one cared about, he would kill them in the woods of the shelter. For a moment, the prince didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands gently placed on his shoulders from behind. The probability of a witch's awakening is not high, so after deducting the shelter's expenses, the golden dragon that he earned over the years was about 20, according to the account book. But for these 20 golden dragon, nearly 300 people died, and the pits in the woods were filled with corpses. When Kara interrogated him as to why he did this, he unexpectedly said that earning the golden dragon was not his original intention, it was only to maintain the shelter's operation, and that it was also for this reason that he only sold adult women, a witch could be sold for a much higher price than an ordinary woman. His purpose was to enjoy the pleasure of having the power to decide the life and death of these wandering girls. He felt like he was a king. Kara, in a rage, killed him, and when we tried to disperse the group of girls, most of them glared at us, as if we had taken away their chance to be adopted by the nobility. Lily was also like this at first, until Kara took her to the woods behind the small building, where she saw her friend, the lucky girl who had lied about being chosen by the nobility and left the shelter a month ago, as well as several smelly pits. After that, Lily vomited and fainted in Kara's arms. When she woke up, her expression was dull, and there was no spirit in her eyes. Later, under the care of Vendi, she slowly recovered. From then on, she was full of vigilance and distrust towards ordinary people, especially the nobility. Scroll said, but I believe that she will slowly correct this view. After all, you are also a member of the nobility. So that's how it is. Roland secretly sighed in his heart, after experiencing this kind of thing, to still be able to pull himself together, it can be said that he has a strong will. Scroll picked up the kettle and refilled their cups. After a long silence, she opened her mouth and said, Your Highness, I have a question to ask you. What question? He was startled, and found that Scroll's expression was somewhat serious. Nightingale, are you also here? Well, Nightingale appeared. Do you need me to leave? No, you already know about this matter. She shook her head. Just accompany me to witness it. For a moment, Roland wondered if he had misheard. What? Scroll bit her lip and repeated it again. This time he was sure that he hadn't misheard. Would a witch care so much about his marriage? Are you sure that witches can't have children? Is it because, for some reason, it led to a wrong understanding? For example, the Holy Mountain. I also hope so, she sighed. Unfortunately, many examples have confirmed this point. Whether it was with ordinary people or forced, there were no examples of witches giving birth. The Witch Cooperation Association didn't have any, and the other witch organizations also didn't hear of it. Reproductive isolation, such a word emerged in Roland's mind. Have witches really completely surpassed ordinary people and become a new human being, so that they can't conceive offspring with the old human beings? Or is it because of the magic power gathering in the body, leading to this phenomenon? But now is not the time to get to the bottom of it, he thought, the key lies in its influence. Would this be a hindrance to his idea of marrying a witch? The first thing that came to Roland's mind was Anna. Although it was a pity that he couldn't have children with Anna, but the premise of him liking children was based on his love for Anna. Not having children would not reduce this love. Moreover, for him, who had a modern soul, the relationship between him and his descendants was far less important than the ancient emphasis on blood inheritance. As a separate individual, he didn't see his children as an extension of himself. The latter could neither inherit thoughts nor memories, but was an independent person. Therefore, from an emotional point of view, he could completely accept the fact that witches couldn't have children. Then there was only one obstacle left, the problem of an heir. However, this wasn't a difficult task for me, who had studied the long river of history. All I had to do was establish an empire that didn't need an heir. There were many ways to implement this, and I could slowly consider it later. Overall, Roland was surprised to find that this was actually a major piece of good news. How to build a social framework in which new human witches and ordinary people could live in peace and progress together was a problem that he had been thinking about since the night talk with Nightingale. But he found that even with the suppression of the God Stone of Retaliation, as long as enough time passed, the witches and their descendants would always form a stronger group. Even if the technology developed to the point where ordinary people could also use magic, it still couldn't make up for the witches' overall superiority in intelligence, memory, and thinking speed. And now he was told that witches were infertile. This, to a great extent, prevented the formation of family groups and weakened the gap between the witches and ordinary people. At the same time, he saw the hope of the two working together. Perhaps because he had been thinking for too long, Nightingale couldn't help but grab his arm. Roland snapped out of his thoughts and patted the back of her hand comfortingly. He cleared his throat and said, "That's what I thought before, and I still think so." Scroll was stunned for a moment. What? The hand on her arm instantly tightened. Roland couldn't help but laugh out loud. Previously, he had doubted whether he had heard wrongly. Was it the other party's turn now? He coughed twice and said again, "Now I still think so, I am willing to marry a witch." When Scroll left, her expression was very strange. She seemed to be satisfied but also slightly sad, which made Roland confused. He could only ask Nightingale, who was beside him, "Is she okay?" The latter didn't answer, but looked at Roland with a smile. The sunlight outside the window shone on her white face and soft hair, bright and beautiful. "Well," Roland looked away, "I'll take it that you're in a good mood." At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. "Your Highness, a knight has come to Longsong Stronghold. He said he has information to give you." "Take him to the reception room, I'll be there later." When the prince entered the hall, the knight immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee and said, "Sir Perrault asked me to tell you that Timothy Wimbledon has sent an emissary group. They have already arrived at Longsong Stronghold." "An emissary group?" Roland muttered, "How many people have come?" "A total of about 50 people." "That seems to be a persuasion team," he thought. "If it's just a diplomatic means, it won't hurt me at all." "When did they arrive?" "Yesterday morning," the knight said in a deep voice. "Sir Perrault asked me to hurry up and inform you of the news as soon as possible." "It only took them one day. I'm afraid they were carrying torches all night." "You've worked hard, take a good rest for a day and then return." Roland looked at the guard and said, "Reward him with a golden dragon, and take him to the hotel." After the knight left, Roland wanted to put this matter aside. After all, a team of 50 people was no threat to Border Town, and if it was only for negotiation, he could just let the leader come in. But thinking that Perrault was so cautious, it was better to know the whereabouts of the emissary group. Thinking of this, he called Lightning and Maggie, and let them fly to Longsong Stronghold one after the other to check the situation. After an hour, the two witches finished their investigation and returned to the castle. "There's nothing," Lightning reported. "I haven't seen a team of 50 knight on the road. I haven't even seen a single knight." "I haven't seen a single one, Coo," Maggie confirmed. "It seems that after their long and arduous journey to the big city, they need to find some fun to relieve their tired bodies." Roland felt relieved. Before the arrival of the emissary group, you will scout along the road once a day. He paused. "By the way, how's the progress of the map you drew?" "I've put together hundreds of maps, almost enough to fill Soroya's room," Lightning said. "She has now moved the map to the backyard. Do you want to see it?" "Okay," Roland said with a smile. The backyard of the castle had been turned into a botanical garden, and since Sean had brought back the crop seeds from the port of Clearwater, the things planted here had become even more bizarre. Moreover, in order to save land and flower beds, Leaf had put up a wooden shelf in the air, so that many plants, like grapevines, could wrap around the shelf and grow, and even climb up half of the castle wall. Now, the wall behind the castle was hung with grapes, apples, wheat, and sugar cane. When the witches had nothing to do, they would gather in the backyard and eat some fruits and sugar cane from the wall. Unfortunately, these crops could only be grown under the influence of Leaf's magic, so they could only be regarded as incomplete experimental products. The map was placed in the middle of the courtyard. It was 5 or 6 square meters, and was made up of pieces of parchment. "We're here." Lightning put one hand around Roland's waist and slowly floated him up, floating in the air above the map. "Do you see the palm-sized grayish-brown square? From the air, Border Town looks like this. The east and south are blue. Are they the sea?" "Yes, but we have to cross over a mountain ridge to get there." Roland's heart slightly shivered. If it was said that the barbarian land was 10 times wider than Grey Castle, then it would be normal, but he didn't expect that when the complete map was presented in front of him, the Western Territory would actually seem so small. In front of them was the impassable mountain range, behind was the sea. It was simply like a border area sandwiched between natural strongholds. No, not only the Western Territory, he filled in the missing parts of the map in his mind. If the impassable mountain range that divided the mainland was a wall, then Grey Castle, and even the entire mainland, would only be a small piece of land behind the wall. Lehman and his party rode their horses through the streets of Longsong Stronghold. After the battle, the residents of the city hid in their homes, closing their doors and not going out. Not a single person could be seen on the streets. It seemed somewhat deserted. "Sir Lehman, is your hand okay?" Shield Knight Levin asked. It's not a big problem, Lehman shrugged, at least I can still move. But this action made him frown. Last night's battle to seize the gate had gone very smoothly. There were only 20 guards guarding the east gate, and they had never thought that the enemy would attack from inside the city. Although the horn had been blown, it would take at least a quarter of an hour for the reinforcements to arrive. 15 mercenaries took the pills and rushed to the top of the wall, killing the guards one by one, while Lehman led the knight to open the gate. In the darkness, he didn't notice that there was a side door on the wall, from which 2 guards suddenly rushed out, one of them holding a hammer and rushed towards him. In order to make it easier to turn the capstan, he had already put his weapon into his waist, so in a hurry, Lehman had to use his arm to block. Almost at the same time, Levin on the other side thrust his sword straight into the guard's waist. Affected by this fatal blow, the hammer's power was reduced by more than half, but it still left a dent on his arm. At that time, Lehman didn't feel much pain, but after seizing the city gate, he found that it was difficult to lift his right arm. Undoing the armor, he saw that his forearm was swollen like a rolling pin. I hope the church has some pain-relieving herbs, Levin said. They often prepare some strange things. For example, meatballs. The other knight Dorn said with a grin. Of the 13 knights' night attack, 2 were lost, and 1 was seriously injured, now lying in the camp moaning. It was estimated that he wouldn't survive the night. Overall, such a loss is acceptable, Lehman thought. Now that the militia has entered the city, the stronghold has completely fallen into my hands. Soon, a group of people arrived at the entrance of the church. A group of more than 100 militia members were already waiting for orders. Seeing Lehman, they all showed a look of longing. Give them the pills. Lehman dismounted. Seeing that everyone had received the pills, he led the team up the stairs to the main hall. Stop, the 2 believers guarding the door shouted. You are not allowed to bring weapons into the Holy Land. Levin pulled out his weapon and handed it over with both hands. I know, I'll give it to you, okay? Just as the believer was about to take the sword, he suddenly grabbed the hilt with one hand and flicked it upwards. The believer's hands fell to the ground. Ah! Before the believer could scream in pain, the knight had already pierced his throat with the tip of his sword. Although Levin's nickname was Sturdy Shield, his swift sword was rarely matched. Another believer had his throat slit by Dorn. Lehman kicked the door open and walked into the hall expressionlessly. Who are you people? A middle-aged man in a white priest robe with blue edges stepped forward, fearless in the face of the bloody blade. How dare you break into the church? Children, capture them. Lehman sneered. Most of the townspeople were staying at home, and there were only 20 or 30 believers stationed in the church. In the face of the battle-hardened knight, only death awaited those who resisted. Not waiting for his order, Dorn had already pulled out his sword with a strange smile and cut down a believer who had rushed forward. The others quickly joined the battle, and the church suddenly became a mess. Seeing that the situation was not good, the priest shouted, Children, take the holy medicine, let God give you the power to defeat the thugs. His Majesty Timothy had guessed correctly. Lehman was delighted. There really were pills here. He saw the believers' eyes suddenly become red, and blue veins appeared on their faces. During the period of effect of the medicine, an ordinary person could burst out with strength and speed beyond the limits of the human body, and the narrower the terrain, the more difficult it was to deal with. Unfortunately, you are not the only one who has this kind of thing, he thought. Taste your own strength. Get out of the way, he shouted. Militia, meet the enemy. The militia behind him heard this, and couldn't wait to swallow the double-colored pills, and then began to fight with the believers who had gone berserk. At this time, the priest's face finally changed. Why do you also have holy medicine? Lehman bypassed the 2 groups of people who were fighting, and with a sword in one hand approached the other. This is a gift from the church. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid His Majesty would have already unified Grey Castle. His Majesty? The priest's eyes widened. You are Timothy's. His voice stopped abruptly, and the sword in the knight's hand had already pierced his chest, penetrating his heart and lungs. This battle of great disparity in strength quickly ended, and more than 20 believers were slaughtered, their corpses lying disorderly on the ground. After the effect of the medicine subsided, the militia let out heavy breathing sounds, and sat down contentedly against the corpses, not minding the wanton flow of blood in the slightest. Lehman increasingly felt his arm become heavier, and the sword just now made him feel as if he was being torn apart. Sometimes he also wanted to swallow the black pill to make himself ignore the physical exhaustion and pain, but every time he saw the ugly state of those who took the medicine, he withdrew this idea. Regarding the two kinds of pills sold by the church, Lehman already had a deep understanding. For a healthy person, the pill could only take effect up to 3 times, the first time about a quarter of an hour, after which the duration would become shorter and shorter, and at the same time, a strong dependence would form. If the medicine was not taken for a long time, the body would gradually decline until death. Taking advantage of this characteristic, he made all the militia take the pills before setting off, forcing them to obey his orders, and the desire for the medicine could also turn the weakest and most incompetent farmer into a bloodthirsty beast. Now, this was the second time these 100 people had taken the pill, and they only had one chance left. However, even if they continued to take the medicine after 3 times, it could only alleviate the pain, and could not reverse the process. In other words, as long as they took the first pill, it was equivalent to already having one foot in the coffin. Of course, Lehman would not tell this group of people. There was no doubt that the two-color secret medicine was a conspiracy of the church, and His Majesty Timothy was clearly aware of this, so he forbade any knight to use it. However, it was also a weapon to unify the kingdom, or in other words, a necessity. Without it, His Majesty would not be able to defeat Garcia Wimbledon, who also had the pill. When he first heard His Majesty mention this matter, Lehman still couldn't believe it. He really couldn't understand why the church would support 2 royal bloodlines to compete for the throne, but a series of subsequent changes made him increasingly agree with His Majesty's judgment, and now that he had also seen the pills in the Church of the Western Territory, he no longer had any doubts. The church did not intend to help any prince ascend the throne. What they wanted was the entire Grey Castle. I found the pills in the basement. For big boxes, there are several thousand pills. After thoroughly searching the church, Levin excitedly reported, there are also a lot of golden dragon, jewelry, and silk, which should have been donated by the believers. Take away everything that can be taken away, and burn everything that can't be taken away, Lehman ordered. In any case, this is all done by Roland Wimbledon. We are only helping the church suppress the rebellion. Since the secret medicine had to be provided by the church, now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Pushing the blame to the 4th prince would be considered as a dead man with no evidence. In order not to arouse the church's suspicion, His Majesty himself stayed in the north, pretending to listen to the other side's instructions, but sent himself with a small number of knights to recruit a large number of militias to seize the Western Territory. Now that the church's forces were all concentrated in the kingdom of Wolfheart, they had no time to pay attention to the situation here, so it was necessary to unify Grey Castle as soon as possible, so that they could spare some strength to resist the church's attack. His Majesty Timothy believed that sooner or later, they would attack Grey Castle, so before that, it was necessary to store and collect as many pills as possible. At the same time, he also ordered King's City Alchemist Workshop to study the ingredients of the secret medicine, striving to be able to imitate it as soon as possible. The next morning, Roland learned that a large group of soldiers and horses were approaching. Lightning discovered the slow-moving troops during her routine patrol. What, more than 1,000 people? Roland was startled. Wasn't it supposed to be a delegation of 50 people? Maggie added, but not many of them, only 6. What about the people on foot? What about their clothes and weapons? Ordinary, most of them don't have any armor, just ordinary linen clothes, Lightning said. They also have a variety of weapons, but several hundred of them carry a short spear on their back. With such poor equipment, are they forced to recruit civilians or serfs? Roland wondered. In this era, there was no special training for the militia. To put it bluntly, the militia was responsible for carrying food and supplies for the knight's army, and sometimes served as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's arrows. If Timothy wanted to kill him by force, it was impossible for him not to know about the battle between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town. More than 200 knights of the Duke of Ryan's coalition army had not been able to touch the border of Border Town, let alone this group of militia running on foot. Knowing the course of the battle and the result, they still marched to Border Town, which could only mean that they had the confidence to break through the dense line of guns. Roland could not help but think of the church's pills. Before, he had speculated whether the church was supporting him and Garcia, and whether they were also supporting Timothy. If these people all had pills, the situation would be completely different. In a short period of time, a human could run at a speed close to that of a horse without fear of pain. In other words, the line of guns would face the attack of more than 1,000 knight. As long as one of them rushed into the line, the First Army would suffer casualties. Fortunately, the current First Army was no longer the army it had been 2 months ago. Although the revolving rifles had only been replaced with 100 or so rifles, the firepower they could deliver far exceeded that of the flintlock unit. Especially after the shooters were equipped with specialized reloaders, the enemies within a range of 300 meters would be met with continuous attacks. The artillery team had also been expanded after the Battle of the Stronghold, from the original 4 teams to the current 20 teams. Each team was equipped with a modified 12-pounder field cannon, which had increased the effective range to more than 1 kilometer. However, Roland thought of another problem. Did you notice that those people on foot are wearing godstones of retaliation? I didn't dare to get too close, Lightning said, pointing to Maggie. This guy can see much better than me after turning into an eagle. The latter shook his head and said, I didn't see it. Maybe it's hidden in my clothes, Coo. If that's the case. Roland pondered. Why don't you take Nightingale and fly again? With only one person on its back, it should be able to fly at a height of about 10 meters, right? You just fly along the Redwater River. Maggie will be responsible for guarding the front. If you encounter any passing ships, use Nightingale to enter the fog state. He looked at Nightingale and said, when you get close to the enemy, you observe them from a distance to see if anyone is carrying a godstone of retaliation. Do not attack without permission. Yes. Nightingale and Lightning said in unison. Just as the 3 of them were ready to set off, Roland stopped them. Remember, safety is the most important thing. Protect yourself. No problem, Nightingale winked and said with a smile. After the witches had left, he felt a little uneasy. Wasn't that last sentence too much like raising a flag? Moreover, he also realized that he had made a major mistake in his work. That was, his control of Longsong Stronghold's intelligence was too weak. If it wasn't for Perot's messenger, he would have likely encountered the enemy only when they reached the door. Once they were caught in a street fight, it would be difficult for the First Army to reverse the situation after losing their firepower advantage. I'm still too young and too simple, Roland thought. I have to make up for this after the war. Moreover, it's not just intelligence, I should also place my own people around Perot. The prince sat restlessly at the table, not in the mood to eat lunch. Only when Lightning flew into the room like a fairy with Nightingale on her back, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Maggie flapped her wings and landed on Nightingale's shoulder, shouting, No Coo, no Coo. No godstone of retaliation? Most of them don't have any. Nightingale took off her hood, revealing her blonde hair. I observed from the front to the back, except for the 10 people leading the militia, there were only 3 or 4 black holes. Very good, Roland immediately formed a preliminary battle plan in his mind. Are you all hungry? Let's go to the dining room first, tell the chef what you want to eat. Honey barbecue Coo. Maggie spread her wings and raised her head. Outside the east side of the town. Vanner glanced at the busy stonemasons and workers on both sides of the road. What are they building? Hundreds of people first dug several large pits in the ground, and then built brick walls around the pits. He had thought that these walls would be connected to block the road, but he didn't expect that they were built around the pits. Who cares, I only know that there are enemies to beat, Jop said excitedly while fixing the gun carriage in place. Indeed, Vanner thought. Since the last time they defeated the Duke's coalition, His Royal Highness had personally awarded each member of the artillery team a bronze badge, no, a medal. The front of the medal had the symbol of Longsong Stronghold's high wall, and the back was engraved with the year and military achievements. It was made very beautifully, which made the firearms team extremely envious. Moreover, in addition to this honor, everyone was promoted 1 level. Now Vanner was the captain of the artillery team, in charge of 10 artillery teams. The Rodney brothers, Cat's Claw and Jop, were promoted to team leaders. 3 of them were transferred to the newly established group to teach the new recruits how to operate the artillery. The most exciting thing was that His Royal Highness had fulfilled his promise. On the east side of the town, at the foot of the impassable mountain range, Vanner was given a piece of land. Although it was still only a forest, a stone tablet had been erected on the ground, symbolizing that the right to use this land belonged to him. So when they learned that the enemy wanted to invade the town, the First Army suddenly became excited. Everyone was eager to fight, hoping to make a contribution in this battle. When dusk fell, Vanner, who had finished the day's practice, wiped the sweat from his forehead and leaned against the gun carriage to take a break. For the whole afternoon, he had been checking whether the recruits had followed the rules and procedures to fire the artillery, shouting until his throat was almost smoking. "Drink some water," Jop handed over a leather bag. "Thank you." Vanner unscrewed the lid and drank it in one gulp. "I think I know what they want to build," Jop said proudly, curling up the corner of his mouth. "Really?" He returned the leather bag to Jop. At this time, the brick wall had been built to half a person's height, roughly forming a hexagon around the pit. However, on each side of the wall, 30 or 40 centimeters from the ground, there was a narrow horizontal gap, a bit like a window, but slightly narrower. "It can't be a house, right?" 3 days passed by quickly, and the defensive line was basically completed. Roland stood on the high platform behind the position. Just like during the months of demons against the demonic beasts, he personally came to the battlefield to encourage all the officers and soldiers of the First Army. Because Nightingale had a special mission, she had already sneaked into the battlefield with Echo, and the witch who had taken over his protection duty was Anna. Roland himself had also put on a coated armor, with 2 revolvers at his waist. If the defensive line hadn't completely collapsed, it would have been very difficult for the fish that escaped the net to pose a threat to him. "The enemy is about 10 kilometers away from here, Coo." A huge pigeon descended from the sky and landed on his shoulder. "Good job, continue to monitor them." Roland took out a piece of beef jerky from his pocket and handed it to Maggie. She pecked the jerky open and swallowed it, then spread her wings and flew towards the east. With Lightning and Maggie taking turns to scout, he was very clear about the enemy's movements, so he could calmly arrange the battlefield. In order to deal with the berserker warriors who had taken drugs, it was not safe to line up in a long and thin battle line. In particular, according to Lightning's report, he was particularly concerned about the hundreds of people carrying short spears on their backs. If he had not guessed wrong, it was very likely that the other side had used them as a preemptive weapon. Generally, the range of a thrown weapon wouldn't exceed 50 meters, but that was only for ordinary people. After taking the pills, how far the militia could throw their short spears, Roland wasn't clear, but once it exceeded 100 meters, it would become a threat to the firearms team. So he simply chose to put down a batch of bunkers, implement urban tactics, use buildings to block the entrance, guns to block the road, and artillery to suppress the enemy, building an insurmountable line of defense. With enough cement, it was easier to quickly build a bunker than a city wall. Although the single-layer brick bunker seemed a bit fragile in structure, for the militia who didn't carry heavy siege weapons, it was already an indestructible fortification. 10 bunkers were arranged in a diamond shape on both sides of the road, forming a crossfire. Each bunker was equipped with 24 soldiers, half of them were recruits and half of them were veterans. The skilled veterans were responsible for shooting, while the recruits were responsible for loading the ammunition. Soroya had also drawn optical camouflage on the bunker. Looking at it from a distance, the bunker and the surrounding environment were almost integrated into one, and it was difficult to tell the difference between the two. Behind the battle line was the artillery unit. The 20 cannons were lined up in a row, and the firing sequence was the same as before. They adjusted the firing angle and loaded the corresponding ammunition according to Lightning's instructions. There was also an emergency force standing around the artillery position. There were about 100 of them, equipped with flintlocks, to protect the artillery and His Highness in the rear. Looking at the spirited and high-spirited soldiers in the defense line, Roland felt a little emotional. At first, they were thin and weak, and had signed up to join the army for eggs. But after the baptism of the months of demons and the defense of the town, they were now able to shoulder the heavy responsibility of defending their homes. "Your Highness, the enemy is only 2 kilometers away from us." This time, it was the little girl Lightning who flew back to report. "Very good. Leave the surveillance task to Maggie. You can go into the forest and issue the signal to fire." Roland nodded, then turned around and said to the chief knight, "Pass my order, all members of the First Army, get into position and prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes." Carter saluted. Lehman felt that his hand was getting heavier and heavier. 2 days ago, there was still a burning pain, but now he had almost lost consciousness. The armor could no longer cover his swollen and blue arm, and the place where the hammer had hit left a red and black mark. At first glance, the skin looked like it was covered with a layer of oil, somewhat transparent and shiny. It should be a broken bone, he thought. If I don't treat it, I won't be able to keep my arm. Although the painkillers found in the church could relieve the pain, they couldn't make the broken bone grow back. He decided to wait until the end of the battle and immediately return to King's City, where Greycastle's best pharmacists and alchemists should be able to cure this damn internal injury. Sir Lehman, your hand, is it okay? Levin asked with some concern. It only looks scary. He pretended to be indifferent. Besides, we don't need to attack Border Town, we just need to watch from the side. I hope the pain in your arm hasn't made you dizzy, sir, Dorn sneered. Have you thought about how to attack Border Town? The other's tone made Lehman frown, but now was not the time to care about such trivial things. According to the information I heard from the Wolf and Elk nobles, they mainly rely on a long-range attack weapon to contain the knight's charge. This weapon can launch an attack before the knight can accelerate, accompanied by fire and a loud noise, similar to a large ballista, but the projectile it shoots is much faster than the ballista. In other words, although it is powerful, it can't be fired continuously, right? Levin quickly grasped the key point. Yes, the faster we approach the enemy's line of defense, the less attacks we will receive, Lehman nodded. In addition, the number of people is also very important. As far as I know, the Duke of Ryan's Knight Regiment and the Noble's Knight Regiment add up to no more than 200 people, and in the end they are only one step away from breaking through the line of defense, while we have no less than 1,500 people. After taking the medicine, these idiots can run no slower than horses, so the result will be completely different from the last time. Or all of this will not happen at all, Dorn said disapprovingly. Roland Wimbledon may still be waiting for the emissary group to visit him in the castle. We just have to walk into the castle and cut off his head. No, he must have already noticed us, Lehman said decisively. Haven't you noticed that in the past 3 days we haven't met any caravans? It's not strange for the merchants who set off from Longsong Stronghold to stop or return after seeing the tail of the main army, but not seeing any caravans from Border Town is unusual. This can only mean that the prince has sealed off the border. Now do you understand why His Majesty chose Sir Lehman as the captain, and not you? Levin sneered. Well, it seems that there is no problem with your head for the time being, Dorn shrugged. This is also good. Compared to killing the prince, it is obviously more interesting to get rid of those untouchables who dare to rebel against His Majesty. Sir Lehman, Border Town's troops and horses have been discovered in front, the knight in charge of the investigation reported. Let's go and have a look, Lehman urged his mount forward. At this time, the outline of the town's castle was faintly visible, and at the end of the road there seemed to be a shadow walking. He took out his telescope and carefully observed the enemy's line of defense. Those wheeled things should be the long-range attack weapons mentioned in the intelligence, but their number seems to be much greater. Should we let everyone directly rush forward? Levin asked. This road is a bit narrow, I'm afraid it won't be able to accommodate all the militia. He looked to the right side of the woods. We can divide some people and go around the woods, it doesn't matter if it's slow. If we can form a pincer attack from the side, this line of defense won't last long. Just as Lehman was about to order the adjustment of the team, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a white figure from the corner of his eye. He was startled. Is this an illusion caused by the broken arm? Turning his head, he saw that it was actually a woman. She was wearing a hood, her whole body was shrouded in a white robe, and before he had time to open his mouth, a flame suddenly appeared in her hand. Everyone charge! Almost at the same time, Lehman's voice rang out. Levin stared blankly at Lehman Hawes, who had fallen from his horse. The back half of his head had completely exploded, revealing a red and white slime. The broken helmet had fallen to the side, the top of which had a large hole, seemingly unable to provide any protection. Charge, everyone charge! Then Levin's voice also rang out. No, I didn't even speak. Levin covered his mouth and looked behind him. The militiamen had already swallowed their pills and began to run, as if a wall of people were rushing towards him. It's the witch, he realized. The witch had imitated his voice. Don't rush, stop! He shouted. However, This voice was like a small splash in the midst of the surging crowd. Some people stopped when they heard his order, but even more people continued to charge forward. Quick, rush, break through the enemy's line of defense, the town will be yours to plunder. Not only his voice, but Dorn and the other knights' voices rang out at the same time. Moreover, their voices drowned out all the noise, as if they were directly roaring in their ears. Bursts of shouts also broke out from the ranks, as if in coordination with this order. The crowd began to shout the slogan "Plunder" one after another, not knowing who started it, but it soon resounded throughout the entire army. The situation was completely out of control. No matter how much Levin shouted, it was all drowned out by the excited roars of the crowd. He had to control his horse with all his strength, in order to prevent himself from being carried away by the torrent of people. The militiamen seemed to have lost their minds, rushing towards the center of the road. No, that's not right, they didn't have any sense of reason, especially under the guidance of someone. After taking the medicine they would enter a state of extreme excitement, and any slaughter would only stimulate them further. At first, some people avoided Lehman who had fallen to the ground, but later on, the crowd directly stepped over his body. Levin wanted to look for Dorn and the others, but found that they had been scattered by the flow of people, so he had no choice but to follow the direction of the troops, gradually moving towards the side of the woods. If he suddenly moved his horse horizontally, it was likely that he would be knocked down by the militiamen who had increased their strength by several times. At that time it would be difficult for him to stand up again. After separating from the troops, Levin looked around, wanting to find the witch who had created this chaos and dismember her body into 10,000 pieces. In his opinion, this was definitely a witch's plot. The 1,500 people who had taken the pill rushed towards the town's defensive line like a swarm of bees. For the prince, this was also a wave of fatal attacks. Even if the enemy had a large number of new weapons, they would not be able to withstand so many people, and the final result would definitely not be good. In a situation where both sides suffered losses, the witches were obviously happy to see such a situation, so they played tricks and lured the army to advance without authorization. The witch who killed Lehman and created the chaos shouldn't be the same person. Roland looked at the small number of militias around him. They were all standing at the front of the army and had witnessed Lehman's fall, as well as the group of people who had heard his order to stop. However, compared to the huge army, there were less than 30 people gradually approaching them. One of them should have the ability to hide their body, and the other one should have the ability to simulate sound. It's impossible for a witch to have two abilities. Go find the latter, I want to tear her throat with my own hands. From the shooting window, Brian could see that the enemy was getting closer and closer. The bunker in front of them was already firing. His position was located in the middle of the diamond, so he had to wait for the enemy to pass by the purple marking on the side of the road before he could open fire. This kind of waiting made him very anxious. Walking to the other side of the window, Brian looked back into the distance. White smoke was constantly rising from the artillery position, and a loud sound like rolling thunder could be heard. They were the first to get busy. The range of the 12-pound cannons covered almost the entire battlefield, and if you listened carefully, you could even hear the whistling sound of the shells passing through the air. My God, they're really fast. Look at that guy, his hand was cut off by a shell, but he's still running forward. His Royal Highness is right, are they still human? They're just like demonic beasts. Since the First Army had been informed before the war that the enemy was a madman who had taken the church's berserk pill, the enemy's charge against the rain of bullets not only didn't scare them, but instead made them full of fighting spirit. After all, the First Army had grown up fighting against demonic beasts. Captain, they're almost here. Someone reminded him. Brian quickly returned to his position and put the rifle out of the window. Compared to the original flintlock that needed to be reloaded once, the new weapon issued by His Royal Highness was simply a qualitative improvement. He could fire 5 bullets in one go, and then throw the cartridge to the recruits behind him, and then fire the 5 spare bullets. By this time, the recruits should have already reloaded their bullets. However, His Royal Highness had emphasized during training that only when the enemy was within 100 to 50 meters of them could they use this method to suppress the enemy. When shooting from a distance, it was necessary to improve the accuracy as much as possible, because the bullets for a revolving rifle were very troublesome to make, and each person had a limited amount of them. Brian deeply believed that the gunpowder-filled copper shells were thin at the front and thick at the back, and almost every one of them was the same. A blacksmith would never be able to make such an exquisite thing, so he knew that it must have come from the hands of a witch. Usually, everyone would collect the bullet shells and hand them over to Iron Axe, and after the shooting training, they would inevitably have to practice reloading. A group of people sat in the center of the camp, and in accordance with the operating rules, they would put the primer, gunpowder, and warhead into the distributed bullet shells, and then assemble new bullets. Because of this, he was reluctant to indiscriminately consume the ammunition on targets that were difficult to hit. When the enemy crossed the purple mark, Brian took a deep breath and shouted, "Fire freely." The soldiers had been waiting for this order for a long time, and they couldn't wait to pull the trigger on the target they had already aimed at. For a moment, the bunker was filled with the sound of gunfire. The first enemy to cross the line of fire was hit by the crisscrossed bullets from both sides, blood blossomed from his waist, and he staggered 2 steps before falling to the ground. Obviously, they could withstand more pain than ordinary people, but in the face of large-caliber bullets, it was still of no use. Brian noticed that several people had jumped to the top of the bunker in the front row, wanting to sneak attack the soldiers fighting inside from behind, but a thick iron gate blocked them outside. Without hesitation, he turned the muzzle of the gun and killed these fanatics who had exposed themselves one by one. The reason why the bunkers were arranged in a rhombus shape was that they could cover each other, and if the enemy tried to circle behind them, they would be strangled by the firepower of the bunker behind them. "Be careful, they're throwing spears." Suddenly someone shouted. Brian saw a dense black shadow jump out from the middle of the enemy's main force, and after crossing the highest point in the air, it fell towards the bunkers on both sides. This distance, it was probably 200 or 300 meters. He subconsciously shrank his head closer to the pit, only to hear a series of crackling sounds above his head. After this wave of attack, he stood up straight and found that not a single spear had been thrown into the bunker. The situation in the bunker in front was similar, only a few short spears were stuck in the wall, like lonely feathers. "It looks scary, but it's useless," the crowd laughed. At this moment, Brian saw an enemy braving a series of sputtering dust to approach the bunker where he was located. He bent down and threw the short spear in his hand horizontally. The moment the weapon left his hand, he was also knocked down by a dense rain of bullets. "Freckles!" Someone shouted, "He's injured." "Don't move him." Brian roared, "I'll check his injury, you continue to shoot." He handed the rifle to the recruit behind him, who was responsible for loading, and bent over to the other side. The wounded was still conscious. He trembled and asked, "Captain, will I die?" The short spear had stabbed into the lower part of his chest, but it was not clear whether it had penetrated or not. Seeing that his breathing was still smooth, it should not have injured his lungs. During the cultural class, His Royal Highness had briefly explained the role of the various organs of the human body, as well as the emergency measures in case of injury. In this case, the best way he could think of was to leave him alone and wait until the end of the battle for Miss Nana to treat him. "Does it hurt?" Brian asked. Freckles nodded with difficulty. "If you can feel pain, it means you won't die." The knight put his hand on his forehead. "You should know Miss Nana's ability, right?" "Yes," Freckles reluctantly revealed a smile. "Everyone usually wants to see her, so." I can also see her." "Yes, so you have to hold on." After Blair finished speaking, he returned to the front of the shooting window. The recruit looked back worriedly. "Don't you need to pull out the spear?" "If you pull it out, it will easily cause a lot of bleeding. When you learn this, you will naturally understand." He paused. "What we can do now is to defeat the enemy as soon as possible." Standing on the high platform, Roland could clearly see the enemy rushing towards the town like a tide. Every time they crossed a row of bunkers, their speed would slow down a lot. When they crossed the third row of bunkers, the enemy's flanks were completely exposed to the crossfire of the archers. Echo's role was very obvious. Although the team was stretched into a long line, most of the people still followed the witch's continuous command to charge, running on the main road. Groups of people were falling at every moment, and they were helpless to do anything about it. Facing a fortification that couldn't be destroyed by swords and spears, Timothy's militia troops could only endure the casualties and continue to move forward. 300 meters behind the third row of bunkers was the artillery position, and within this distance, it was a dead zone covered by canister shells. In the sky, lightning had changed her flag to a bright red one. The firing angles of the 20 cannons were leveled, spewing flames and smoke in front of them. Roland roughly estimated that the cannons with the most proficient movements could fire a canister in 20 seconds, and the slower ones could fire in about half a minute. At first glance, it seemed to be close to the rate of fire of the excellent cannoneers during the American Civil War, but the latter's 3 shots per minute performance was the performance of firing solid shells, and a lot of time was spent on resetting the cannons and repeatedly aiming. There was no need to aim or clean the barrel when firing the canister, and the firing speed could be raised even higher. But for the enemy, this was already a terrifying rate of fire. The canister bullets were particularly lethal to unarmored targets. Almost every iron ball could penetrate 2 or 3 people. Although the pills could resist pain, they could not suppress fear. When they saw the people around them being turned into sieves, even if they were filled with excitement and the desire to kill, they could no longer suppress the instinctive fear of life. Not to mention that they weren't some iron-willed troop to begin with. Without the pills, these people were just a group of untrained civilians who lacked actual combat experience. When half of the people were lying on the road, the enemy began to flee. Fear spread like a plague. With the first one, soon a second and a third appeared. The front line completely stopped moving forward and began to change direction, retreating towards the rear. The artillery team once again replaced the solid shells and fired at the center of the road, while the flintlock team in the bunker never stopped firing. Piles of corpses fell on the road. Levin's anger gradually cooled down, and he began to feel afraid. More than 20 people first discovered the witch who had created the chaos. She was wearing strange clothes, and when she lurked in the woods, she almost blended in with the surrounding scenery. If the other party hadn't been moving forward with the main force, leading them to the center of the road, it would have been almost impossible for them to discover her. Even so, she caused great trouble for Levin. He discovered that the witch's imitated voice was erratic, and didn't need to come out from the mouth. Sometimes it came from the left, sometimes it came from the right, and sometimes it even came from the back of his head. The content was also varied, such as imitating his own accent to issue orders, or a militia's painful cry for help. But just as they were about to surround and capture her, the woman in white appeared again. Levin relived the shocking scene of Lehman Hawes being killed in the blink of an eye. She was holding a silver crossbow in her hand, and as long as there was a burst of sparks and a loud noise, one of them would fall. The encirclement was torn apart in an instant, and for a moment, everyone became frightened. Their armor was unable to resist, and their shields were also of no use. The iron shield in Levin's hand was broken in half, and the small holes in the iron sheet told him how amazing the power of the other party's weapon was. The only thing that could compare to it was the heavy crossbow. If he hadn't subconsciously ducked, it was estimated that he would have already become a corpse. But the heavy crossbow couldn't be fired in succession. The witch in white's ability to disappear and reappear, coupled with the terrifying weapon that didn't need to be loaded, made Levin realize that he had no chance of winning. Once this realization prevailed, his anger was quickly extinguished, as if it had met a cold wind. Take the pill, and take advantage of her appearance to kill her. Although his mouth was shouting like this, Levin himself retreated, and when she focused her attention on the militia, he fiercely ran out of the woods. It would be safer to stay with the large group of people. She would never dare to attack him in the crowd. The growth of the woods was also very strange. The dense weeds almost reached his knees, and the ground was also covered with vines. If he wasn't careful, he would trip. Stumbling all the way out of the woods, Levin looked ahead, wanting to join up with a large group, but the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. The effect of the pill still hadn't ended, and the militia was retreating. No, it should be said that they were fleeing. Those who were slow to run, or those who hadn't reacted yet, were pushed to the ground and ruthlessly trampled on by the people behind them. Charging like a galloping horse, and running away was the same. The surging tide of people stirred up the dust in the air, and he simply didn't dare to step forward to stop them. What the hell happened? Levin couldn't believe what he was seeing. In such a short period of time, 1,500 people were completely routed? And this was even under the condition of taking the pill. Are the prince's subordinates all monsters? At this moment, the sound of someone stepping on the weeds came from behind him. He clenched his teeth, and fiercely pulled out his sword and stabbed behind him. At this life-and-death juncture, his sword was even faster than before, like a bolt of lightning, but what greeted him was a dazzling flame. The sword was smashed into pieces by something, sparks flying in all directions, and then a stabbing pain came from his right hand that was holding the sword, and the feeling at his fingertips instantly disappeared. When his line of sight moved to his arm, Levin discovered that half of his arm had disappeared, and his red and white muscles and bones were exposed, like a snake grass flower in full bloom. The woman in white walked towards him with an expressionless face, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and then tripped on the ground. The witch's foot stepped on his shoulder, and the cold weapon was pressed against his forehead. From this angle, Levin could see the other's face hidden under the hood. So beautiful. Considering the effect of the pills, Roland did not immediately order the First Army to pursue the enemy. Instead, he sent Lightning and Maggie to monitor the enemy's situation. The wounded soldiers on the defensive line were immediately treated. During the whole battle, only 5 people were injured, and all of them were hit by spears. 4 of them were from the artillery team. To his relief, the wave of spears thrown by the enemy did not cause the artillerymen to scatter. Instead, they crouched down and used the gun carriage to dodge the short spears. Then, they rejoined the battle in the shortest time possible. Nana stayed behind the defensive line and waited for orders, especially when the enemy turned around and fled. Ignoring the rumbling sound of gunfire, she ran to the artillery position with Viscount Tigu and treated the wounded soldiers who were stabbed by the spears. It was hard to imagine that half a year ago, she was a little girl who would feel dizzy at the sight of blood. In the end, all 5 of them survived. In the midst of cheers, many soldiers saluted her and watched her leave the battlefield. In fact, this battle was much easier than the one against the Duke's coalition army. Without the drugs, the militias who had fallen into a state of addiction were extremely weak. Some of them even ran for 2 or 3 kilometers before lying on the ground, unwilling to move again. The pursuing troops quickly gathered all of them and escorted them to Longsong's stronghold. During this period, the First Army also captured 2 night soldiers. Although they did not take the pills, they had already lost the will to resist. Facing the constantly approaching troops, they simply chose to surrender and asked to write a letter to their families in order to get a chance to redeem them. 4 days later, they arrived at Longsong's stronghold. According to the information obtained from the interrogation of the surrendered knight, Nightingale easily disintegrated the troops guarding the stronghold castle. The captain was killed on the spot, and more than 100 militias panicked and scattered, then fell into the ambush circle set by the First Army at the gate. Roland's men found Perrault imprisoned in the castle dungeon. He looked a little haggard, probably because of worry and anxiety, but in view of the noble status of the Earl of Honeysuckle, he did not suffer any inhuman treatment. After nearly 3 months, the prince met the agent again. "Your Highness, it's great to be able to see you." Perrault's uneasy mood finally relaxed, and he told him everything he had experienced these past few days in detail. "I don't know about Timothy's messengers, they're all dead," Roland said casually as he leaned back in his chair. In addition, more than half of the 1,500 people they brought with them died at the border of Border Town. The rest are currently locked up in the fortress prison. Perrault was a little surprised when he heard the news that the emissary delegation had been annihilated. "Your Highness, if you do this, I'm afraid the new king. No, your brother will see you as a thorn in his side. So, I should just surrender and obediently return to the capital, allowing him to do whatever he wants." Roland stared straight into the man's eyes. The latter could not help but lower his head. "No, your Highness, from the moment he sent his troops to the Western Territory, he was already my enemy," the prince said calmly. "In order to seize power, Timothy Wimbledon will only act more and more urgently. He urgently needs land and titles to be distributed to the nobles who support him. If you only want to enjoy yourself, why do you need to manage this fortress on my behalf? You should be very clear that only when I become the king of Greycastle, can your position in the Western Territory be stabilized." He paused, and then said, "In order to prevent such a situation from happening again, I need to form an army to defend the fortress." "An army?" Perrault was startled. "Yes, not a knight, but a professional army composed of civilians." Roland slowly explained his plan. "You will select a team of 300 people from the fortress, and my subordinates will train them on how to fight. The requirements for these 300 people are, they must be civilians, have never committed a crime, are not believers of the church, be between 16 and 30 years old, and have no physical disabilities." During the training period, they will live in border town, and I will provide them with weapons. From now on, your knight and patrol will only be responsible for the city's security. More details are written here. He handed the other a piece of parchment. You can announce the recruitment and screening according to the content. If he wanted to control the city's defense in his own hands, obviously stationing his own army was the most appropriate way. But the number of the First Army was too small, and it was not enough to defend border town, let alone to be stationed in Longsong stronghold. Therefore, it was a compromise to let the other provide the manpower, and to train himself. Nightingale's lie detection ability could ensure the purity of the team, and the new army's training methods and ideological education could make this group of people quickly form a fighting force. They would be equipped with the obsolete front-loading flintlock. Even if it was seized by the enemy, it would not be a big problem. In addition, this army could also shoulder the task of transmitting information and intelligence. As long as someone tried to attack the fortress, Roland would be the first to receive the news. I understand. Perrault nodded. I will review the people you have screened out. Don't try to plant spies in the team, it is meaningless. Roland warned, the spies you sent before have now entered the mine. If something similar happens again. No, Your Highness. The other wiped the sweat from his forehead. I promise it won't happen again. Next is the church. The prince leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. You probably don't know yet, but the stronghold cathedral was set on fire by Timothy's men, and the high priest Tyro was also killed by them. Now there are only ruins left. They actually burned down the church? Perrault was shocked by the news. I have to report to Hermes. The church's law stipulated that the king and the lord had the obligation to protect the local church's facilities from being violated. If they were unable to stop it, they should immediately report the news to the Holy City. For the former ambassador who was proficient in the law, this was considered a normal reaction. Moreover, this kind of thing could not be concealed. Perhaps the devout believers in Stronghold had already sent the secret letter to the Holy City on the same day. Indeed, you should report it, but the content of the letter needs to be adjusted appropriately. Roland raised the corner of his mouth. You only need to say in the letter that the attackers were Timothy Wimbledon's troops. After looting and burning the church, they left Longsong stronghold and disappeared. In addition, you need to attach this thing to the letter. He took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Perrault. Just say that it was picked up near the church. They will naturally understand. What is this? The church's secret medicine, which is also Timothy's goal. It can make ordinary people burst with extraordinary power for a short period of time, but after the effect of the drug subsides, the user will slowly die of exhaustion. Roland simply explained, Timothy wants to rely on this drug to strengthen the army and stabilize his precarious throne. When the church sees this pill, they will naturally understand his intentions. As for whether they will take measures, that is another matter. Roland took a sip of tea, then said, in addition, I intend to carry out basic education in Longsong Stronghold. This is also the test to determine whether you can continue to manage Longsong Stronghold. Hearing the word test, Perrault's ears immediately stood up. Basic education? That's right, Roland nodded with a smile. Now that the church had been destroyed and the high priest had been killed, the church's power had been weakened by more than half. It was a good time to fight for the ideological position. He didn't expect to transform all believers into potential qualified workers, he just wanted to further eliminate the influence of the church. If the Holy City wanted to encroach on Longsong Stronghold again, Roland had many ways to keep them out, and building a new church was out of the question. Basic education is open to all residents under the age of 40, regardless of gender, including reading and writing, simple calculation, the popularization of natural knowledge and ideological education. Roland waved his hand, suppressing the other's doubts. Rest assured, this cost will be deducted from the tax paid to Border Town. From this month onwards, you only need to pay 20% of the tax, and the remaining 10% will be used as a special education fund. You can recruit several scholars from King's City, or hire local knight squires and fallen nobles, but these people won't cost much money. 10% of the tax is at least close to 1,000 golden dragon, so you have to do much more than that. Perrault thought for a moment, then said, Your Highness, do you mean to use this money to encourage the residents to receive education? This guy's reaction was really sharp. Roland laughed. Yes, except for children, most people have to make a living during the day, so their education should be carried out at night. But after a busy day, it's finally time to rest. No one wants to listen to other people's nagging, not to mention learning to read also needs to use their brains. So you can use some means to entice them to learn, such as providing a dinner with meat, or learning fast can get a monetary reward, and so on. Of course, a bright and spacious classroom is also indispensable. He paused. In short, you have to do everything possible to spread this work to all residents of Longsong Stronghold. As I said, this is also a test for you. 1 year later, I want the number of people in the stronghold to exceed 50%. But Your Highness, said Perrault, hesitating. Neither scholars nor nobles have any experience in teaching people to read, let alone to popularize natural knowledge or to educate them. He read out the difficult words. In fact, I don't quite understand them myself. If you use these people, I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve the results you want. I have also considered this point, Roland comforted her. Don't worry, I will send a group of City Hall officials to assist you in carrying out this matter. At the same time, all the books you need for education will be provided by Border Town. They have a lot of experience, so they can teach and train the people you recruit first before educating the residents. When the time comes, you'll understand after talking to them in detail. They can handle the specific matters. In this way, as long as I want to continue to be in charge of Longsong Stronghold, I will inevitably use this group of people, the prince thought. And through the Ministry of Education's officials, the news of Longsong Stronghold can also be sent back to Border Town in the first place. Seeing that Perrault did not express any objection, Roland began to give his last order. The third thing, I plan to build a road between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town, so that pedestrians and caravans can travel between the two places. Your Highness, there is already a road between the two places? Perrault asked in surprise. Can a muddy path created by people be considered a road? It is less than 2 meters wide, and when it rains, it will be full of mud, and the road is full of potholes. It is not suitable for carriages to travel at high speed. Roland shook his head. I want to build a road that can at least accommodate 2 carriages side by side. The road will be flat and straight, and there will be no water when it rains, just like the streets of Border Town. Do you mean a gravel road? The acting lord looked a little surprised. The cost of this kind of road is not low. It requires a stonemason to cut the gravel, and then select the appropriate size of the stones to match together before it can be used. To build a gravel road from Longsong Stronghold to Border Town, it will cost at least 5,000 golden dragons or more. Your Highness, with all due respect, if Longsong Stronghold does not increase taxes, I am afraid that we will not be able to come up with so much money. The stronghold only needs to provide manpower. The prince bluntly said, you will issue a recruitment notice to all the territories in the western region, not only Longsong Stronghold, but also the territories of all the great families. The salary will be 6 silver royals per month, and the construction period will be 1 year. I believe that there should be many people who will apply. For handymen, 6 silver royals is a relatively high salary. Perrault nodded. I do not know how many people you want to recruit. At least 2,000 people, Roland replied. The monthly cost of hiring handymen was not a small amount. In addition to stonemasons and gravel workers, in the eyes of others, it was definitely a high cost. Very few lords were willing to use their own money to build something that seemed to have no return. This could be seen from the other side's expression. However, now that Border Town could sell steam engines, income and expenditure could basically maintain a balance. Roland had never intended to store the golden dragon in the warehouse. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you must first build a road. Investing the remaining money in the infrastructure was undoubtedly the best choice. Building a high-quality road connecting Longsong Stronghold and Border Town was of great significance, not only to facilitate the future trade and communication between the two places, but also the prerequisite for the rapid deployment of the army. If the traffic was inconvenient, even if they received the news that Longsong Stronghold had been attacked, they would have to wait for 3 days before rushing over. I am afraid that the enemy's flag would already be flying over the city walls. I understand, Perrault said. For the time being, you have to do so much. I will immediately return to Border Town. Do a good job, Mr. Ambassador. Do not let me down again. When Perrault was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, stopped and asked, "Your Royal Highness, what should we do with those people imprisoned in the prison?" For the first time, Roland didn't answer so happily. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Keep them, they won't live for long." After boarding Little Town, the prince set foot on his way back. "You don't seem to be in a good mood?" Nightingale appeared, tilted her head and asked, "Is it because of those civilians?" "They were all forced by Timothy," Roland sighed. "If they hadn't taken the pill and been manipulated, they wouldn't have become his minions and died in this strange land." "It's not your fault." Nightingale reached out and held his arm. "Of course not," Roland said without hesitation. "If I hadn't been able to stop them, Border Town would have become a victim of Timothy's power. Of course, the church that made the pill is also one of the main culprits. So you will destroy the church, end the dispute, and make people no longer have to kill each other for such senseless reasons, right?" Nightingale asked with a smile, "Whether it is an ordinary person or a witch, they can all live happily under your rule." The sea was like the blue earth, only flatter. If Maggie was here, she would definitely be chattering to her about how far they were from the island. But now, she could only hear the sound of the waves hitting the side of the ship. Although it was a bit boring to listen to for a long time, it was a lucky beat for the crew, which meant that today was a good day for sailing. "Well, now there's one more," Ashes thought. Footsteps on the old teak planks made a slight squeaking sound. Someone was coming towards her. "I didn't expect you to really live on Sleeping Island." A white-haired old man came to her side and put his hands on the railing. "Although it looks very big, once the tide rises, most of the land will be submerged by the sea, so it's not suitable for settlement. Why don't you live in Crescent Moon Bay? It's the second largest island in the fjords, and there are still many uninhabited open spaces there." Jack One Eye was the captain of the Charming Beauty. As his name suggested, he wore an eye patch that completely covered his left eye. He was also one of the few captains who were willing to transport supplies for the witches. Although the people of the fjords didn't hate witches as much as the people of the mainland, they also didn't like to deal with outsiders. "Not everyone is willing to deal with witches like you," Ashes smiled. "Sleeping Island will indeed be submerged by the sea, but it's precisely because of this that it's still a deserted island, even though it's the third largest island in the fjords." "Third in area doesn't equal to third in living area," Captain Jack shrugged. "If it can't be lived, then it's meaningless no matter how big it is, such as the Burning Fire Islands." "Witches are best at changing nature," she said seriously, "not to mention, this island will become our home. As long as we don't have the suppression of the church, we can create a completely different world, a brand new world." She paused for a moment. "How long has it been since you've been to Sleeping Island?" The captain took off his hat and touched the back of his head. "Almost a month. Last time I sent a batch of witches and a warehouse full of pearl rice. To tell you the truth, the appearance of that group of little girls playing on the ship made my crew look silly. You know how difficult it is for young men to drift on the sea, like a volcano ready to erupt at any time. Fortunately, I stopped them. Otherwise, my beloved ship will suffer." Ashes automatically ignored the second half of his words. "A month's time is enough for earth-shaking changes to happen, Mr. Captain. I bet that the Sleeping Island you see this time will be very different from what you remember." "Really?" Jack whistled. "Then I'm looking forward to." "Wait, what's that?" He leaned over the side of the ship and looked forward. "Monkey. Get on the mast, there seems to be something ahead." The sailor called Monkey nimbly climbed to the top of the mast and raised his telescope. "Boss, that should be an island." "Island? What nonsense are you talking about?" The captain took out his compass and looked at it. "How can there be any other islands near us besides Sleeping Island?" "But it's really an island, Chief, I swear." "What's the use of swearing? Let me do it." Jack took off his hat. No, Chief, you'd better not come up here. It's very windy here." Monkey observed for a while longer. "By the three gods," he cried incredulously. "I know, it's Sleeping Island. It's getting taller." When the Charming Beauty slowly approached the dock of Sleeping Island, the people on the ship could hardly believe their eyes. The towering island was like a small mountain standing above the sea level. The mountain wall was straight and steep, and the distance to the top was at least several feet. It was the first time that Ashes had arrived on this island, so her reaction was much calmer than most people's. In the eyes of Captain Jack, this was a symbol of calm and self-confidence. "You win," he sighed. "I didn't expect that you would be able to make an island rise. It's no wonder that the lunatics of the church hate witches so much. This is almost comparable to the gods." "Uncle Jack, we didn't make the island rise like you said," the little girl standing at the dock to greet them said with a smile. "We just built a circle of walls around Sleeping Island. Later you'll know when you go in with us." Then she turned to Ashes, bowed her head and said, "You're finally back. Lady Tilly has been talking about you for a long time." Ashes touched her head. "No need to be so polite, Molly. I'll have to trouble you to carry the things later." "Leave it to me," the little girl said, patting her chest. When the sailors moved the food from the cabin to the dock, Molly summoned her magic servant, a light blue sphere with 2 arms that could change at will. She gathered more than a dozen bags of food into her arms, and then her arms turned into a net, holding the bags firmly and floating in the air. "Let's go," she said proudly. "Oh, it's really a convenient ability," the captain said, clapping his hands. "You see, boys, so many of you can't even compare to a little girl." The dock was built halfway up the island, and the group went up the stairs. When they reached the top of the island, Ashes instantly understood the meaning of building a circle of walls around the island. It wasn't that the island had risen, but that they had raised the outline of the island. The whole Sleeping Island had turned into a basin, surrounded by a thick circle of edge. And this circle of edge was the wall that Molly had mentioned. Inside the wall, there were many stairs leading down, and at the bottom was the main body of Sleeping Island. "This is really incredible," Captain Jack smacked his lips. "You turned the island into a city. Imagine, what will it look like when the tide is high? My God, you'll live under the sea level." "That's true," Molly covered her mouth and laughed. "That's why we have 2 docks, one under the sea and the other on the sea. Of course, it's also correct to say that one is on the sea and the other is in the air." Walking to the center of the island, there were already various kinds of houses built here. Different from the common wooden or brick houses, these buildings seemed to have grown out of the ground, and the feet of the houses were completely connected to the ground. There was no doubt that they, together with the wall, were Lotus' masterpiece. "Sister Ashes, the northernmost house is Lady Tilly's palace. I'll take the captain to deliver the goods, so you don't need to accompany me. You can go see Lady Tilly first." The little girl waved her hand. Ashes nodded, and after saying goodbye to the 2, she quickly walked towards the north. Along the way, she saw many familiar faces, and they all bowed their heads to greet her, or smiled and waved. The home of witches, this word became brighter and brighter in Ashes's heart, filling her with strength. And the creator of this home was Tilly Wimbledon, the Queen of Witches. Unlike the palace of the royal family, this spacious house didn't have any guards, nor did it have a locked door. Ashes directly passed through the vestibule and walked into the hall, only to see a familiar back appear in front of her. She tiptoed behind the gray-haired woman, and reached out to cover the eyes of the gray-haired woman. "As early as when you were at the door, I already noticed you," the other said with a smile. "Don't forget how I found you in the crowd." Extraordinaires had the ability to sense magic power, and the connection between extraordinaires was even stronger. This kind of connection originated from magic power was like an invisible fetter, firmly connecting her and Tilly together. "I'm back," Ashes said softly. After the 2 of them cuddled for a while, Ashes noticed a pile of jewel-like gadgets placed in front of her and asked curiously, "What are these?" "Come," Tilly patted her side and said, "I'll show you something interesting." Ashes sat cross-legged next to her. She saw her putting on a white silk glove, and the back of her hand was inlaid with a sparkling ruby. "This is a tracing stone?" Tilly didn't reply. Instead, she smiled and stretched out her hand towards the empty space. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning jumped out from her fingertips and struck the ground, making a crackling sound. Soon after, a wisp of green smoke rose from the ground, leaving behind a palm-sized scorched black spot. Ashes could not believe her eyes for a moment. "You have a new ability?" Tilly Wimbledon was an extraordinaire. Her magic was acting on her own body, which manifested in her extraordinary intelligence. It was impossible for her to release it like ordinary witches. The lightning just now meant that she had a new ability, and it was impossible for witches to have 2 main abilities at the same time. This was common sense to the sisters. Tilly took off the glove and handed it to Ashes. It's not that I have a new ability, but this stone. She raised the corner of her mouth. It's that it changes the way magic works, so that magic shows a completely different effect. Ashes rubbed the gem in the center of the glove and was greatly shocked. She knew that Tilly would not lie to her, which meant that non-combat witches could also have fighting ability, and the witch's ability to resist foreign enemies would be greatly enhanced. How many of these stones are there? Only one. Tilly seemed to have guessed Ashes's thoughts, and it's not that easy to use. You can try to imagine magic as something that actually exists, fill the stone with it, and then release it. Ashes thought hard for a long time, but there was no trace of lightning. Do you understand? She laughed and said, we're still extraordinaires, so we can sense magic power. For other witches, it's even more difficult. It takes a lot of imagination and understanding. In fact, I've asked many people to test it out, and out of 100 people, only 2 or 3 can quickly comprehend and release lightning. Are you mocking me for being stupid? Ashes took off her gloves. More or less. Tilly raised her eyebrows. At that time I only used. Ashes kissed her, and she could only let out a low moan. After they separated, the latter let out a long sigh. Alright, you're not that stupid after all. What about the other stones? Ashes licked her lips. Only in front of the 5th princess could she completely relax. Do they all have different abilities? It's a different performance effect, Tilly corrected, her cheeks still blushing. It doesn't give ordinary people the ability of witches, only magic can stimulate it. She paused. This makes me wonder. What question? In the end, what is magic power? Tilly calmed herself down and explained word by word. For a long time, witches have a wide variety of abilities, showing a high degree of uncertainty, and under the perception of extraordinaires, they are also different. But this strange stone completely unifies the magic power. Any witch can release the same ability through it, so I may have been thinking in the wrong direction. Maybe magic itself is an omnipotent force, and witches only have one of its manifestations. What about these magic stones? Ashes asked. They can only be released, but they can't gather magic power. At present, it is not clear whether they are man-made or naturally formed, Tilly regretfully said. Legend has it that they were excavated from the ruins, and now most of them have been scattered among the people. I can only collect these few. I heard that there are ancient ruins in the eastern forest of Xianxia. I really want to go there and take a look. Maybe I can find more information about magic power and historical faults. She's saying something that I don't understand, Ashes helplessly thought. As long as I can live, who cares what happened more than 400 years ago? It's best not to. Xianxia is now one of the most dangerous places in Grey Castle. Why? Before I set off from the port of Clearwater, I heard the sailors chatting about Garcia Wimbledon's Black Sail fleet being dispatched, and it seems that their destination is Xianxia, which is Timothy's territory. She probably wants to take advantage of the flexibility and concealment of the sea, and directly attack his rear camp. Ashes advised, wait until the martial law is lifted, then I will have the opportunity to leave the port. If their information is accurate, I'm afraid that Xianxia has already fallen into a sea of fire. Are they still fighting each other? Tilly looked a little worried. If this goes on, the church will take advantage of the situation. If they can't unite, Grey Castle will be like the kingdom of endless winter, swallowed up by the church. This sentence startled Ashes, and the 5th princess quickly noticed her strangeness. What's wrong? Nothing, she blinked her eyes. Your appearance just now was a bit similar to Roland Wimbledon. He also said the same thing to me. Oh? You actually saw him? Tilly became interested. That's right, you didn't tell me what you gained from this trip to the Western Territory. Quickly tell me. I heard the news of the Witch Cooperation Association and went to Border Town. This should have already been told to you by the Shadow. Ashes took the other into her arms. In the end, I found out that the so-called search for the Holy Mountain was actually a scam set up by Roland. He took over the Witch Cooperation Association, and secretly recruited witches. She briefly recounted what she had seen and heard in the following week. Finally, he told me that we must unite in order to resist the church's attack, and that if we can't stay in the fjords, he will always welcome us to come to Border Town. Well? Tilly pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, this man isn't Roland Wimbledon, he has been replaced. Ah? You said that he has gathered a large number of witches around him, right? My guess is that a witch has taken control of him, or simply changed into his appearance. Tilly said bluntly, I grew up with Roland, so I am very clear about this. Compared to the other two brothers and the third princess, he is the worst at concealment, and his lies are full of loopholes, so it is impossible for him to disguise himself as someone else. As for the weapon that you said was able to fight against the gods' punishment army, it proves this point. A person can hide their character, but they can't fake their knowledge. The court tutor simply didn't teach them these things, so how did he know? Tilly said bluntly, in this world, there is no one who can be born with knowledge, so he certainly can't be my stupid and annoying brother. Is that true? Ashes frowned. Even so, I still need to contact them, Tilly sighed. Roland Wimbledon is, after all, my brother. Although he is ignorant and incompetent, he is not incorrigible. Compared to the others, he is the most harmless one. I hope that the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association have not yet buried him in the ground. I don't think they will do that. Ashes couldn't help but think of Vendi. Moreover, I left Maggie there, and at the end of the month, she will bring us more news about Border Town. That's the only way. After all, our current focus is not here. The fifth princess stood up from her arms, walked to the garden, and opened her arms. Since you are back, the cleaning plan can begin. I want the fjords to no longer have any traces of the church's existence, and eventually the fjords islands will become the witch's residence. The sun shone on Tilly's body from behind, as if gilding her silhouette with a layer of gold. Her long gray hair caressed her cheeks, like a light golden thread, and her expression was full of confidence, as if no difficulty could knock her down. After repelling Timothy's troops, Border Town regained its tranquility. Roland selected 3 people from the City Hall's Department of Education and 2 teachers to form a team, carrying Soroya's photocopied books to Longsong Stronghold. No matter how effective it was, he had finally taken the first step in assimilating Longsong Stronghold. Although Perrault was not good at commanding battles, he was indeed excellent at administration. In just 1 week, 2,000 handymen had arrived in Border Town under the escort of the knight. If the second batch of 10 furnaces had not been put into production, Roland would not have dared to establish a hard road between the two places. Now, he finally had the opportunity to squander it. This road was named Kingdom Main Street by Roland, and was under the sole responsibility of the Minister of Construction, Carr. Its structure was exactly the same as that of Border Town streets, both were cement-stabilized gravel layers. In the era when there were no heavy vehicles, such a road surface was enough to carry out transportation tasks. Moreover, it had a good drainage performance and could be paved with asphalt or concrete depending on the situation. In terms of construction materials, first steam-driven mills replaced manpower and carried out the stone-crushing work, producing dozens of tons of gravel every day. The weak transportation capacity limited the further increase in production. It took more than 100 people a day to carry so many stones in carriages to the construction site. If it were the road overlords of the future, only 1 cart would be needed to transport all the stones. In the furnace area, except for the 4 clay bricks, the rest of the blast furnaces had been put into the production of cement powder. After many component tests and the iron powder supplied by the mine, the cement produced by Border Town was now far better than the first batch of products, both in quality and stability. However, the large number of people transporting gravel and cement powder also brought a lot of negative effects to Border Town, the most serious of which was the problem of dust. In the afternoon, with only a slight breeze, dense dust could be seen flying all over the sky, and the streets had turned pale yellow. Although most of the townspeople did not mind such a situation, for Roland, there was nothing worse than having to close the doors and windows on a hot summer day. Therefore, the carriages carrying cement and gravel were quickly installed with covers to reduce the scattering during the transportation. At the same time, with the help of Leaf's ability, the small town was covered in shade in just a few days. The luxuriant and leafy parasol trees lined up symmetrically along the streets, making the town appear green as far as the eye could see. Coupled with Roland's call for all his subjects to take the initiative to sprinkle water to reduce the dust, the problem was quickly solved. The straight-line distance between the two places was less than 70 kilometers. However, considering that the construction of the road had to avoid the foot of the impassable mountain range, the total length of the road was about 100 kilometers. The estimated construction period was 1 year. With good roads, some forms of transportation could also be put to use, such as bicycles and steam cars. In his vision, the development of education and the construction of roads were all measures to connect the two places together, just like the integration of cities and towns in later generations. After the land development between the two places was completed, Longsong's stronghold and border town would merge into a huge city. If he could turn the hills in the south into a part of the city, and then open up the border mountains, he would even have an outlet to the sea. Of course, developing so much land required more people, and in order to cope with the possible outbreak of war in the future, the city had to be self-sufficient in agriculture, while also providing a large number of workers for industrial production. According to preliminary calculations, he needed to introduce about 100,000 people, and the largest city in Grey Castle, King's City, only had about 20,000 to 30,000 people. Roland set his sights on the north and south of Grey Castle. These two places had experienced the flames of war, and when winter came, it was likely that there would be a large number of refugees who lacked food and clothing. As long as they were provided with food and warm shelter, they could be absorbed into border town. Even the refugees of the Kingdom of Everwinter and the Kingdom of Wolfheart were within his consideration. For this reason, he also wrote a letter to the merchant Marjorie, asking her to help him inquire about the situation in these two countries. After writing down the recent development plan, the prince folded the paper and put it in a drawer. He stretched and decided to go to Anna's room to see how her lenses were cut. Ever since he understood the reason for Soroya's evolution, he intended to make a microscope that could observe the structure of cells. If they could observe the wonderful microscopic world with their own eyes, maybe it would lead to more witches evolving new abilities, or at least it would arouse their interest in learning. For the production of a microscope, it was not difficult to make two convex lenses used to magnify the target. The difficult part was that the focal length of each hand-polished lens was different, so matching the eyepiece with the objective lens was a delicate work, and it was necessary to repeatedly adjust the distance between the two lenses. After briefly explaining the principle of convex lens imaging, he gave Anna a few pieces of excellent quality crystal, letting her try to cut the lenses and measure their focal length. Now that 3 days had passed, Roland's heart was full of curiosity as to what extent Anna had achieved. Walking to the door of Anna's room, Nightingale smiled at him and stood with her back against the wall, as if to show that she would not follow him in. Since she reduced the time of her invisibility, Roland no longer had to guess her whereabouts. Whenever he was alone with Anna, Nightingale would always choose to stand in a distant position. Pushing the door open, he saw Anna sitting in front of the table fiddling with a metal tube. "How is it?" He walked forward and asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Roland was stunned. He saw a few microscope-like instruments on the table, and they were very similar to the schematics he had drawn. "I made a few test products according to the drawings you gave me, and I can indeed see many details that are usually difficult to see." She raised her head, and her slender bangs slid down to one side. "I used it to observe the surface of the paper, the leaves, and the water, and found that they look very different from the usual." Since the hot air balloon trip, Anna no longer used honorifics when the two of them were alone, which made him feel very relaxed. "How did you make it?" Roland was surprised. "That diagram is just a rough outline." "The outline is enough," Anna said with a smile. "You see, as long as the eyepiece and the objective lens are fixed at a suitable distance, it can magnify the image. Then, you use an iron tube to fix them, and the main body of the microscope is completed. When I tested the magnification effect of the lens, I found that the objective lens and the target have to be maintained at a specific distance to see a clear image, and if my hand shakes, it will become blurred. From your diagram, I can also see that you need a shelf to fix the lens, and the table below that carries the target can be moved up and down to obtain the best object distance." She paused. "The piece at the bottom of the diagram is a bit difficult to understand. Can you tell me what it is used for?" Roland glanced at the drawing and found that he had made a mistake. It was a reflector, used to increase the light that passed through the target. In this era, the mercury mirror had not yet been invented, and the general aristocracy still used bronze or iron mirrors to tidy up their appearance. In the imperial palace, they stuck a piece of silver on the back of the glass to obtain a better reflection. Even without this mirror, as long as there was enough sunlight, the microscope could still be used. After he explained it in detail, he couldn't help but sigh at Anna's amazing comprehension. Just based on a rough outline, she was able to produce a nearly complete finished product. If it were him, he would never be able to do this. Looking at the white neck that was exposed when she lowered her head to examine the new lens, Roland couldn't help but move forward, wanting to kiss her, but she pressed her hand against his face and gently pushed him away. "Wait a moment, Your Highness, I'm busy." In the end, the mirror problem was solved by Soroya. She took mercury from the laboratory and directly painted a layer of bright coating on the back of the glass. The effect was similar to that of a mercury mirror, and it also eliminated the risk of mercury poisoning. Compared to the mirror pasted with silver, the overall shape of the coated mirror was more reflective, so Roland simply took out a batch of crystal glassware and made a small portable mirror for each witch. This small gift of being able to clearly see their own appearance made all the witches very happy. Even Scroll, who usually had a calm face, showed a smile. Roland could not help but sigh. Although witches were infertile, they were still women. Unfortunately, this convenient daily necessities could not be sold to the public at a low price. The crystal glass as the substrate was very expensive, and the laboratory also needed to consume a lot of glass to make the colorless transparent container. Xianxia knew how to make the colorless glass, but the laboratory was busy with many tasks, so there was no free manpower. Most of the apprentices were busy purifying the two acids and soaking the collodion, while the chief alchemist with 2 or 3 apprentices was concentrating on solving the problem of mercury fulminate. Before the industrial acid method was developed, they could not think of making anything else for the time being. Apart from the reflector, the way to move the object was also changed from a finger to a knob to control the movement of the barrel. Roland only needed to remind Anna of these changes, and she could understand it. Under the processing of the black fire, the new fixed frame was quickly finished, and 2 sets of the highest magnification lenses were selected, thus obtaining the first complete optical microscope. Taking advantage of the sunny afternoon, Roland summoned all the members of the Witch Union to the castle backyard, and the first natural biology class officially began. When Lily walked into the backyard, she found that the plants here were even more luxuriant. The grapes on the wooden shelves had already turned bright purple, and she remembered that it had been less than a week since they had last ripened. From time to time, lightning would fly up, pick a bunch of ripe grapes, and throw them to everyone. And the big stupid bird, who had just joined Border Town, simply stood on the shelf, pecked at the grapes, raised its head, and swallowed them into its stomach. Under the shade in the middle of the backyard, His Royal Highness and Anna were chatting. They looked like an intimate couple, but Lily knew that they were definitely not flirting. If he went closer and listened carefully, he would definitely hear a bunch of inexplicable nouns and baffling debates. For example, what a ball looked like, a cat that was alive and dead, matter turning into waves, and so on. This was probably the reason why Nightingale kept a distance of more than 5 meters from the two of them. If he listened for a long time, he would definitely feel drowsy. Vendi, on the other hand, was always with Scroll. She always had a gentle smile on her face. Sometimes, she even felt that he looked at her as if he was looking at a child. Lily sighed helplessly. She glanced at Vendi's chest and then looked down at her own. There was indeed a world of difference. When would he become like that? Only then would he no longer be a child. After all the witches had arrived, His Highness Roland placed 2 grayish-black metal instruments on the table. That should be the microscope that he claimed could see the microscopic world. Lily thought, perhaps objects would indeed become different after they were enlarged, but was everything in the world composed of small balls? She still found it hard to believe. How could a round ball form a solid rock? His Royal Highness asked the guard to bring a bucket of water. He took out a few drops and put them under the microscope. Contrary to what Lily had expected, the bucket of water was neither muddy nor dirty. Under the light, it was so clear that she could see the bottom. Could it be that she could really see the flowing ball under the microscope? There is something moving in the water. To her surprise, her sisters cried out one after another. Ah, it ran away. Not just one, there seems to be a lot of them. Oh my God, is this a bug? They all look different. This one looks like a transparent crab. Lily's heart suddenly jumped. If it wasn't a ball, then it was a bug? His Royal Highness was really lying. But, it was also strange that there was a bug. Just a moment ago, there was clearly nothing in the water. When it was her turn, the little girl could no longer pretend to be indifferent. She couldn't wait to squint her eyes and put her head closer to the microscope. Then she saw an incredible scene. She saw that within the narrow aperture, there were many strangely shaped objects wantonly swimming around. Some were square and had soft hair all over their bodies. Some looked like a hybrid between a beetle and a crab. There were also some that looked like grains of wheat with feet. No matter how strange their appearance was, most of them were transparent, as if they didn't have a shell or skin. They could clearly see the inside of their bodies. Of course, the stomachs of these bugs were almost empty. "Your Royal Highness, are these really bugs?" Scroll asked. "What you see should be some protists or single-celled algae. It is not appropriate to say that they are bugs, they should be classified as microorganisms." The prince explained. Microorganisms? Yes, they are also a kind of life form, but they are much smaller. In addition to the two you see, there are even smaller bacteria and viruses. The magnification of the current microscope is not enough to see these two kinds of microorganisms, and they are also the cause of food and various diseases. The more His Royal Highness Roland explained, the more excited he became. These tiny life forms are everywhere, and there are many of them. Fortunately, most of them are not resistant to high temperatures. That's why the water must be boiled before drinking, the fish must be cooked before eating, and the bathing water must not be reused. Although it was hard to imagine that there were even smaller creatures than this, Lily couldn't help but have goosebumps when she thought of how she had swallowed a lot of bugs together with the water she had drunk. Moreover, His Royal Highness said that these inconspicuous little things were the culprits of food. If bread and meat porridge can be kept fresh, then water should also be able to do so. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but release her magic to cover the water droplets under the microscope. An unexpected change happened. She saw that some of the bugs trembled, and then quickly changed their appearance. Their skin was no longer transparent, as if they were wearing purple armor. Tentacles grew all over their body and began to devour the bugs around them that didn't change. No, it wasn't devouring. Lily saw that they were assimilating each other at an alarming rate. The tentacles were like sharp swords. After stabbing into the bodies of other microorganisms, they could also change the other party into their own appearance. She didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but she felt that these mutant bugs were still changing those invisible life forms. Soon, purple spots of light appeared in the water. After a few breaths, more and more spots of light gradually connected together, as if a layer of lavender carpet had been laid out in her field of vision. The tentacle bugs lined up one by one on the ground, neatly like an army. As if sensing her attention, their tentacles all raised up, as if saluting. Nightingale watched the changes in the witch's magic power in the fog. In a world of black and white, there were few opportunities to see so many gorgeous colors. Compared to the memories of the search for the holy mountain, the magic power in their bodies had increased a lot, and the constant practice every day had made their ability to control their abilities more refined. But what made Nightingale feel the most was the expression on their faces. In the Witch Cooperation Association, although there was Bendy's gentle encouragement and Kara's firm action, they had never really had a good night's sleep during the days of hiding. Any rustle of grass in the wind could wake the sisters up from their dreams. The church's pursuit and the suspicious gazes of the masses made them unable to breathe. Even though they were deep in the impassable mountain range, this kind of pressure did not get much release. No one knew if they could really reach the holy mountain and find a place to stay. During that time, the atmosphere in the camp often became very depressed, and most of the sisters' faces were blank and numb. Now, they no longer had to endure hunger, and they did not have to worry about the church's hunting. Everyone's face exuded an unprecedented look. Seeing everyone's relaxed and natural smile, Nightingale felt the same. After all, the holy mountain did exist, but it was not in the barbarian land, but in this border town. At this moment, she felt a trace of magic shock. A purple mist began to spin, and the surrounding magic continued to be drawn into it, like a miniature storm. But this shock was only seen by Nightingale. She recovered from the shock and widened her eyes, holding her breath, not wanting to miss any details. Compared to Anna and Soroya, this was the first time she saw magic condensing. The center of the storm was Lily. She was completely immersed in the microscopic world under the microscope, and did not notice the qualitative changes in the magic power in her body. The mist became thicker and thicker, and as it spun faster and faster, it became more solid. At the same time, the outline also fluctuated, no longer showing the initial vortex shape. Finally, the magic power condensed into a ball and gradually stopped. Her newborn magic power was neither as hard and smooth as Anna's cube, nor as soft as Soroya's satin. It was only the size of a fist, and its body was round. There were 8 pairs of wriggling tentacles around its body, 4 facing down, and 4 facing up. At first glance, it looked like a bug. Roland did not expect that his first biology class would be so effective, and the first witch to evolve was actually Lily. Since her previous ability was to preserve food, other than daily practice, Roland did not give her any other tasks and did not know much about her. After listening to Nightingale's report, he nodded calmly. Only when the class was over did he let Lily stay behind alone. What? You're saying that my ability has evolved? Lily was also surprised. I didn't see the ball you were talking about. Of course not. Roland shook his head with a smile. The ball is thousands of times smaller than a microorganism. Even if you use an optical microscope to its limit, you can't see the ball that makes up the substance. Really? I thought I had to understand the ball theory to evolve my ability, she muttered. I don't believe that everything in the world is made up of small balls. Things as hard as rock and steel, if a large number of small balls are really stacked together, they will collapse into a pool of loose sand. So that's how it is, he thought. It seemed that the microscopic particle theory was not the only way to promote the evolution of ability. So what did you see? Well. Lily thought for a moment. Several purple bugs. I think they should be summoned by magic power. They can turn the creatures you mentioned into the same appearance. Bugs? He was slightly surprised. As big as a microorganism? Almost. She nodded. Anyway, when I looked at the drop of water with my eyes, it was still transparent and colorless. Then, let's test it. Because Lily's ability could not be directly observed with the naked eye like Anna and Soroya, it was much more difficult to test it. Roland was also shocked when he saw such a neat arrangement of microorganisms under the microscope for the first time. They seemed to have a collective consciousness, showing amazing synergy and consistency. The next step was to test it, including its role, effective time, and the effect of the stone of magic on it. The test lasted for 3 days. Although the little girl usually liked to bicker, she still meticulously carried out Roland's instructions. Through a large number of sample comparisons and discussions with Anna, he roughly figured out how Lily's new ability worked. Among these purple mutant bugs, it was obvious that they were divided into 2 major categories, the mother and the clone. When Lily released her magic power, the first microorganism to mutate was the mother. The characteristics of the mother were similar to the black fire. As long as there was a magic supply, it could continue to exist. The distance between it and its creator could not exceed 5 meters, otherwise it would disappear on its own. At the same time, as a summoned creature, it was affected by the god stone of retaliation. Within the range of effect of the stone, the mother would be instantly dispersed. When the mother existed, the microorganisms around it would be assimilated into the clone in a short period of time. To Roland's surprise, the clone was the result of the ability. Just like Soroya's coating, it was no longer bound by the god stone of retaliation. To put it simply, the queen worm created by Lily had transformed the microbes into a new kind of life form, and this life form was real. The clone microorganisms had the assimilation characteristics of the mother and would actively erode other microorganisms. However, the test results made Roland very confused. The assimilation process seemed to be endless. In some samples, the same amount of water solution of the clone was dripped in. Some microorganisms were completely transformed, while others could see the coexistence of the clone and the unmutated microorganisms. Due to the lack of more sophisticated observation instruments, this part could only be guessed. After a discussion with Anna, Roland got a preliminary idea. The number of assimilation of the clone was related to its size. Lily's ability obviously could not distinguish the types of microorganisms. Therefore, among the large number of clones made by the mother, there were viruses and bacteria that could not be observed, as well as protists and single-celled algae that could be seen with a microscope. The size of these clones determined their assimilation ability. The larger the original body, the more assimilation times after the transformation. In addition, the clones could not extend their lives by dividing and reproducing. When the assimilation times were exhausted, the last batch of clones could only survive for about a day. Boiling water could also kill most of the clones. As a new life, they were not much different from other microorganisms. However, the interesting thing was that when there was a mother around, these clones would gather around the mother like a swarm of insects and arrange themselves in neat rows, like soldiers waiting for orders. Limited by the means of observation, there were still many aspects of Lily's new ability that were unclear. For example, could the mother and the clones have a variety of effects on life like bacteria and viruses, or could they be used in chemical and food production instead of various fungi? Unfortunately, the little girl was currently completely clueless about these concepts, let alone instructing them to complete the corresponding instructions. Lily wrapped her wet hair in a towel and went back to the room. Although she had previously accused the prince of pursuing pleasure too much, she had to say that the bathroom was really great. She enjoyed the cold well water under the shower, sweeping away the heat and stickiness brought by the scorching sun. After a busy day, her body felt as if it had been reborn. However, after a carefree shower, she felt a little guilty. That day, I couldn't hold back my words. Should I apologize to His Highness? Traitor! What? Lily lifted the hair stuck in front of her forehead. You obviously said that you don't believe in the ball theory, but now you are the first to evolve a new ability. Mystery Moon knelt on the bed, her upper body upright, and pointed her finger at her. You are a big liar. Lily rolled her eyes. I still don't believe it. Everything is made of a ball. How is that possible? But Sister Nightingale said that your magic has condensed. It has nothing to do with the ball. She shrugged, climbed onto the bed and pressed Mystery Moon's hand down. His Highness said that evolution doesn't necessarily have to accept the ball theory. As long as you can deeply understand your own ability, you can also make a qualitative change in your magic. Really? Mystery Moon pouted. Anyway, that's what he said. When Mystery Moon was in the Witch Cooperation Association, she was not valued, so she always lacked self-confidence, Lily thought. Unlike herself, food preservation was a very important ability for the Witch Cooperation Association, which was short of food. And she could understand the others' feelings, because after coming to Border Town, her own ability had become useless. She was also afraid that she would be kicked out of Border Town, but the result was the opposite of her worries. Although His Highness didn't give her any additional tasks, his attitude towards her wasn't much different from the other witches. Maybe this was also the reason why Mystery Moon had become bolder and bolder, instead of being so reserved and self-abased. Her cowardice was mostly because Kara had never looked at her in the eye, and even forbade her to use her ability in the camp. Then, Mystery Moon frowned. How can I understand my own ability? His Highness said that the magnetic field can't be seen or touched, and the microscope is useless. Don't ask me, I don't understand, Lily yawned. In fact, I only know what my ability looks like. His Royal Highness is talking about cells, bacteria, fungi. I don't understand. He even said that he would write a textbook for me, she said helplessly. Spare me, I don't even know how to read. I also want to become more powerful. Mystery Moon rolled on the bed. I also want to do more things for His Highness. Lily sighed. He was obviously older than her, but he acted younger than her. Really? You can ask Sister Anna. Ask her? The rolling stopped. Yes, aren't you afraid of wasting His Highness' time? Then ask Sister Anna, Lily said. In the entire town, apart from His Highness Roland, she's the only one who knows the most. But Anna is also very busy. I heard that all the machines in the town are made by her. Mystery Moon hesitated. So, you can find some free time to ask her, such as after dinner, or ask her to heat up the bathwater, or simply invite her to take a bath together. Won't you have a lot of time to ask? The little girl suggested. What you said seems to make sense. Her eyes lit up. Then go to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow. Lily untied the towel on her head, wiped it twice, and then fell on the pillow. You go blow out the candles. Well, okay. She climbed to the end of the bed and blew out the candles. Good night. The next day, Lily didn't go to the kitchen or the wheat warehouse to practice her ability as usual. Instead, she sat at the table and began to learn how to use a microscope. This was a new task assigned by His Highness. Before the textbook arrived, she had to fully understand the types and shapes of various cells and fungi, and record their differences. It didn't matter if she couldn't write, she could just draw. Moreover, according to His Highness, Anna was still trying to make a microscope with a higher magnification. If she could achieve a magnification of 400 times, she would be able to see even finer microorganisms. From now on, the content of her practice would no longer be about keeping things fresh, but to try to diversify the uses of the mother and the clone. Regarding this point, Lily found it somewhat difficult to understand. Fortunately, His Highness had proposed several practice directions, such as ordering them to simulate the appearance of a single cell, or using her consciousness to instruct them to destroy or improve cells. Of course, this must be based on a sufficient understanding of all kinds of subtle life forms. Although Lily didn't know whether she could achieve that step, she still had to try. Not to mention, exploring the unknown world itself was a very interesting thing. In the evening, Mystery Moon came back with a depressed face. "What's wrong?" she asked curiously. "Did Sister Anna say anything?" "She said a lot." Mystery Moon threw herself on the bed. "But I didn't understand a single word. She said that the magnetic field is everywhere, and that the compass can point the way because we are in a huge magnetic field. Does this mean that my ability is basically useless? Not to mention the principle of the magnetic field, that the moving charged ball and the magnetic force are interdependent, and that the magnetic field can also produce electric current. Sure enough, if I don't understand the ball theory, I can't make progress?" She muttered in a low voice. "You say, am I too stupid?" "A little bit," Lily said while holding her forehead. "Traitor." Another sister of the Witch Union had gained a new ability, which made Vendi feel very happy. Moreover, Lily's evolution made the other witches very enthusiastic about learning. After the end of tonight's class, there were still people constantly pestering Scroll with questions. Even Maggie, after hearing that learning could increase her ability, obediently squatted on the chandelier and listened to the lecture. Except for one person. When she returned to her room with the natural science theoretical foundation, Nightingale was lying in front of the table, concentrating on organizing something. Vendi knew that it definitely had nothing to do with learning. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Dividing the dried fish slices. Do you want to eat?" Nightingale held a piece of dried fish in her mouth and said vaguely, "I just got it from the kitchen." "So much?" Vendi was surprised to see the pile of golden grilled fish on the table, a rich honey aroma assailing her nose. "Well, the chef saw that I come every day, so he simply roasted the rest of the fish. Anyway, this thing can be stored for a long time." She took out a small cloth bag and put the food inside. There were also 5 or 6 similar cloth bags on the table, each one bulging. Vendi suddenly understood what she was doing. She was preparing dry food. Every time the Witch Cooperation Association was ready to leave the town, they had to divide the dry food according to the amount and put it into the cloth bag they carried with them. Along the way, no matter how hungry they were, they could only eat the prescribed amount, lest they ran out of food. Since coming to Border Town, with a stable supply of 3 meals, plus the frequent afternoon tea, the sisters no longer did this. Of course, for Nightingale, rather than saying that they were preparing dry food, it would be more appropriate to say that they were preparing snacks. "Don't you read?" "Anyway, I don't understand, just listening to those theories and theorems makes me dizzy." Nightingale swallowed the dried fish and said with a smile, "Moreover, my ability is enough, it doesn't matter whether I evolve or not." So that's how it is. Compared to before, at this moment, Nightingale's eyes were sparkling, there was no reluctance or hesitation, only incomparably natural. It's impossible for a confused person to show such an expression, Vendi thought. She has found her goal. When Nightingale understood the path she wanted to take, she would show her firm side. It was like this when she left her noble family, it was like this when she faced Kara, and it was the same now. "Stop!" May shouted at Irene, who was pretending to stab the dagger. "You don't have to look so ferocious. Although he's a heinous scum, he's still the adoptive father of the character you're playing." So, you should hesitate with determination, and when you finally strike, express a peaceful expression of liberation. Do it again. Yes. Irene said seriously. It had been more than half a month since her first performance in Border Town. She didn't know why she hadn't left, but instead participated in the performance of the second play. Now, the crew was rehearsing the third play, The Witch Diaries. Judging from the script, this play was bound to be unparalleled. It was the first time she had seen such a wonderful story with twists and turns, completely abandoning the love between the prince and the princess, and the conspiracy of the court rebels. Instead, it praised the courage, friendship, and faith of ordinary people and witches. Even after reading the whole script, she couldn't help but want to applaud the characters in the story. This was also the reason why May announced that she would stay for the time being. But the real reason, she herself didn't know. Irene fiercely stabbed the dagger, and Sam, who played the role of the adoptive father, let out a scream, "You actually." Then he tilted his head to the side, pretending to breathe. It was a little exaggerated. May shook her head. "She stabbed your heart, you don't have time to scream and then answer. You just raised your hand and pretended to grab Irene, and then you just went limp. This is the most common way to show a fatal injury. Didn't you hear anything in the drama class?" Sam's cheeks couldn't help but blush. I'm sorry." "Do it again," she said with a blank expression. But Irene's performance was somewhat beyond May's expectations. Many details were quickly corrected as long as they were mentioned once. Whether it was her serious attitude toward the play or her own acting talent, she could be regarded as one of the best. It seemed that the title of the flower of the theater was not entirely based on the mutual flattery of the actors at the bottom. "Very good this time, let's stop practicing here for today." When the content of the scene was finally smoothly expressed, May clapped her hands. "Phil and Eltec should be finished soon, right? You guys should go home and prepare dinner. After all, that water." "Tap water," Irene added with a smile. The tap water will be replenished before dusk. If we eat too late, we won't have water to bathe with." May coughed twice. "Miss May, it's mainly because Sir Knight is coming to pick you up, right?" Rosia covered her mouth and chuckled. "There's still at least half an hour until evening. I heard that Master Carter is His Royal Highness's trusted aide and often goes in and out of the castle to accompany His Royal Highness," Tina also said. "Ah. As expected of the most dazzling star in the Western region. He's so eye-catching everywhere he goes." "That's enough." Irene waved her hand. "Miss May may not necessarily accept Master Carter." May raised her eyebrows. Was it because she had not been so strict recently? At first, these two people did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of her, but now they actually dared to come up and joke around. It seemed that in the next few days of rehearsal, they would have to suffer a little. Otherwise, with this level, they really did not deserve to act on the same stage as her. "I'll go first." "Thank you for your guidance." Irene and the group bowed their heads in salute. Originally, only drama tutors were qualified to enjoy this kind of etiquette, but May did not care. She nodded and left the rehearsal room. She felt the hot outdoor air suddenly surround her. She walked to the center of the community and sat in the shade for a while. Then, a tall man quickly walked towards her. It was Catranes, the Lord of Border Town's chief knight. "Sorry to keep you waiting." He touched the back of his head. "It's not that long." May smiled faintly. "Let's go." Since the last time he took the initiative to invite her and was rejected, not only did he not give up, but he also persevered to visit her, which was completely different from the arrogant and indifferent appearance he showed. And she was so confused that he asked her to stay. May was very clear about the other party's intention, but when she thought about settling down in this strange land, she felt a little confused and afraid. Even when she first decided to come to see the light of dawn, she did not intend to live here with him for a long time. In Stronghold, she was a drama star surrounded by stars, but here, she was no different from the other members of the cast. Even her fame was not as good as that of Irene, who had once been the town's teacher. Passing through the wide street covered by the shade, the two walked to the convenience market in the center of the town. The appearance of this town was simply changing every week. Last week, the outside of the community was still bare, but now it was lush and green. As long as it did not rain, there was construction almost every day. If it wasn't to repair the roads, then it was to repair the houses. More often than not, the construction was carried out at the same time. It was rare to see such a scene in full swing, even in King City. The convenience market was located in the north of the square and was divided into two areas, separated by sycamore trees. On the right was the fair area, which was similar to the layout of the market. It was open to the street on all sides, and there was a wooden shed overhead. Inside were some practical ironware and agricultural products. The former included farming tools, hammers, drills, and nails, while the latter included eggs, beef, grapes, and some unknown food. These goods were placed in different categories in the stalls, and each stall was looked after by someone. On the left was the boutique area, which was much smaller and surrounded by brick walls, more like a bungalow. There were a variety of goods inside, and they were more expensive, so there were much fewer people. On her second day in town, she was dragged around by Irene. If it was not for the fact that the chief knight had said that there was a rare new product on sale today, she would have gone to the tavern to drink 2 glasses of iced ale. After registering, the two walked into the boutique area. The sales here were also very strange. There was only one entrance to the whole market, and the goods were placed on the shelves, so people could choose on their own. They didn't accept bargaining, and no one came to brag or promote their products. The prices and product introductions were written on parchment and pasted on the side. You could choose your favorite item and go to the door to pay. May noticed that there were still a dozen colored cups left on the first row of shelves, and the patterns on them were still the same as the last time she came here. This meant that these cups had not been sold for almost a month, and if it was an ordinary merchant, they would definitely have lost money. "Is this market really opened by His Royal Highness?" she asked. Yes, Carter nodded. That's why you can see some incredible goods. He went to the third row of shelves. For example, this. This is the rare new product you were talking about? May followed the knight and saw 5 or 6 light yellow cubes on the shelf, each about the size of a palm, but she couldn't tell what they were used for. This is something that His Royal Highness tried to make himself. Now the witches in the castle, I mean the attendants and guards, are using it. If you use it to take a bath, it can easily remove the grease that is difficult to clean. After washing, you will feel a completely different refreshing feeling, and it can also leave a rose fragrance on your body. I swear, there is nothing more magical than this when you take a shower. The chief knight said confidently. May looked at the parchment pasted on the side, and saw a string of words marked on it, soap. Soap? She picked up a piece and sniffed it. She could indeed smell the fragrance of roses. Yes, it's hard to imagine that before it was made it was a sticky paste. In order to make it full of fragrance, His Royal Highness also added perfume to it. May subconsciously glanced at the price on the paper. The price of 25 silver royals per piece could be regarded as a luxury, but compared to the more expensive perfume, the price was obviously set too low. Are you sure it's perfume? When I performed in King City, a great noble gave me 3 bottles of perfume. Each bottle was only the size of a thumb, but its price was more than 5 golden dragon. Such a big piece of soap, shouldn't it be at least half a bottle's worth? Is that so? Carter was startled. Perfume is so expensive? Of course, May gave him a blank look. It's one of the proudest products of King City's alchemist workshop. Apart from crystal glass, perfume is the best-selling product. I heard that in addition to the batch of perfume given to the royal family, nearly 1,000 bottles of perfume are sold on the market every year. Those who can afford to buy this kind of thing are the upper nobles and wealthy merchants. If it wasn't a gift, I would never have used the remuneration of several plays to buy a bottle of perfume. But when His Royal Highness made the perfume, he didn't use any rare materials. According to him, it seems to be made from sugar cane? Carter saw May's puzzled face and added, sugar cane is a sweet stick, a crop from the fjords. It looks like a stick, and when you bite it, your mouth will be filled with sweet water. At present, it's only grown in the castle's backyard. Next time, I'll ask His Royal Highness to see if I can bring one out. His Royal Highness again. After May came to Border Town, the name she heard the most was Roland Wimbledon. Whether it was Irene or Carter, whenever they talked about the changes in Border Town, they would always mention him. It seemed that His Royal Highness was omniscient, and all these novel things were created by him. Could there really be such a knowledgeable person in the world? She doubted it. No matter how smart a person was, it would take time to learn new knowledge. Whether it was King City or Longsong Stronghold, the recognized erudite people were all white-haired old men. There was even a saying among the people of the western region, the longer the beard, the wider the knowledge. The prince was only in his 20s. How could he know so many things? May's expression remained the same. No need. If it can be used to make perfume, it must be a very rare crop. Especially the perfume formula, it can be sold for a sky-high price in any alchemy workshop. You must not inquire about it from His Highness, and even if you see it, you must not say it. All right, Carter answered. He took out a handkerchief and wrapped the 4 soaps in it. You want to buy so many? Each person can only buy 2 pieces at most. We'll pretend to buy them separately and give them to you when we get out of here. Don't disagree yet. The knight reached out to stop May from saying what she wanted to say. I can ask His Highness if I run out of them, but I don't know when I'll get new ones if they're sold out. You can take these 4 pieces and use them for a long time. May looked at the other party's serious expression and felt as if something was burning in her heart. Use for a long time. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She silently watched as the knight wrapped the soap. Since you're here, let's look at the other goods. He picked up the cloth bag and laughed. When she returned to her home in border town, it was already dusky outside the window. The evening glow shone through the window and dyed the furnishings in the room a touch of orange red. Since staying here to perform the follow-up play, May had also received a set of the same room as Irene. Although it wasn't big, it had everything. She placed the novelty goods she had bought from the convenience store on the table. In addition to the 4 pieces of soap, there was also a bottle of wine. This bottle of wine was different from the common ale and wine in pubs. It had almost no color and was as pure and transparent as water. She remembered that the product description said it was called white wine. It had a high concentration and shouldn't be drunk too much. White wine, she smiled. From the appearance, the name was really appropriate. Pulling out the wooden stopper, May poured herself a glass. She raised the glass and a pungent smell hit her nose, making her frown. But after the smell, a wisp of wine floated into her nose. It was sweet and mellow, completely unlike the taste of the inferior wine in pubs. Because acting required a high degree of concentration, she rarely went to pubs. Only after the success of the play, when the theater celebrated, would she drink a few glasses. The feeling of being drunk wasn't bad, but after witnessing the behavior of many actors when they got drunk, she always controlled her alcohol to a level where it wouldn't affect her thinking. However, May now had a strong urge to get drunk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bought this expensive bottle of liquor despite Carter's dissuasion. She had heard from other actors that after getting drunk, they would be able to block out distracting thoughts and concerns. Seeing the true answer in their heart, she wanted to give it a try. May closed her eyes, tilted her head back and poured the wine into her mouth. Suddenly, a burning sensation exploded in her throat, causing her to spit out the wine she had not yet swallowed. She coughed so violently that she choked on her tears. What the hell? Is this even wine? When the burning sensation completely subsided, she bit her lips and tried again. This time, she only dared to swallow it in small mouthfuls. After the burning sensation, there was a rich mellow taste. The 2 tastes mixed together. It couldn't be said to be delicious, but it gave her a strange feeling. After only half a quarter of an hour, May felt a sense of dizziness welling up in her mind. She took out a fist-sized iron box from her pocket, opened the lid, and saw a bright mirror facing her. This mirror was different from the copper or silver mirrors in the past. Its surface was smooth and flawless, and the scene reflected in it was extremely clear. It must be very expensive. Through the mirror, May could see her slightly red cheeks and confused eyes. This was a gift from the chief knight when they parted. She wanted to refuse, but he turned around and left, not giving her a chance to refuse. He walked away quickly and turned back to wave goodbye to her. To be honest, when Carter Lannis didn't open his mouth, his appearance could be considered impeccable. But if he wasn't a chatterbox, it was unlikely that he would be able to keep her. So, should she take root in this place? Far away from the bustling city, coming to this remote town to start anew, and the only people who knew her identity were the few people in the crew. The fear of the unknown made it difficult for her to make up her mind. May spread out the letter on the table. It was sent to her by His Royal Highness through Irene. The writer was Perrault, the manager of the stronghold. From the letter, she learned that the Stronghold Theatre had announced that her whereabouts were unknown, and that Perrault himself wanted her to return to the stronghold to continue performing. His Royal Highness didn't hide this news, he gave the choice to her. May drank the rest of the wine in her glass, and her vision gradually became hazy. She staggered to the desk, spread out a piece of paper, and began to write a reply. In the midst of her overlapping thoughts, she saw the Stronghold Theatre, Irene, Phil and Eltec, the town square filled with deafening cheers, and those third-rate actors who were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. In the end, these images slowly faded away, and the only thing left in her mind was Carter Lannis' grinning face when he extended an invitation to her. "Hello, Miss May, can I buy you a drink?" Roland sat at his desk, looking at the chief knight who came to report on the First Army's recent situation with great interest. Compared with his meticulous appearance a few months ago, Carter's icy face now had a different kind of emotion. The sense of calmness had faded a lot, and there was more expectation and impatience in it. It probably has something to do with the star of the Western region, he thought. Roland had also heard a little about the fact that Carter and May had recently gotten close to each other. After all, as one of the higher-ups of the First Army and his representative in the army, his every move was being watched, not to mention the eye-catching May beside him. When they first appeared side by side on the street of the small town, the guards had already passed the news to him. Roland did not care about this kind of thing. Carter was about 2 or 3 years older than him, and it was very strange that he was still unmarried. It would be good if he could find his other half in the Western region, as long as it did not affect his work. According to the Chief Knight's report, the First Army currently had about 200 wheels in the production line, and almost every day there would be a new batch of about 10. In fact, if there were enough raw materials, Anna's production capacity could be increased several times, but she had to be responsible for the pig iron smelting and the steam engine at the same time, so the speed was slowed down. But this speed was acceptable. After all, there were only 600 people in the First Army, and in another month and a half, they would all be equipped. And before the new wave of population expansion, the scale of the army could not be further expanded for the time being. Another point was the establishment of the Second Army. For the convenience of training and the need for confidentiality, after the civilians recruited from Longsong Stronghold passed the examination, they were all incorporated into the Second Army by Roland. They were currently undergoing disciplinary training, which was the same as military training. In the evening, there was ideological education, striving to make these people believe that they were the guardians of the Western region and that the safety of their relatives needed them to protect as soon as possible. At present, the training of the Second Army personnel is progressing well, and it is expected that in another week, they will be able to start shooting training. By that time, the eliminated flintlocks will be enough for everyone, Carter concluded. That was where Bing's advantage lay. To train a cold weapon warrior, it would require at least a year, and to train a knight, it would require around 5 to 6 years, while Bing only needed a month to form an army to fight. The longer a battle lasted, the more Bing had the advantage, since pulling the trigger was much easier than waving the sword. You must pay attention to the management of the gun during the live-fire practice. You must take back as much as you fire. The same goes for the gunpowder. Distribute it on the spot during practice and arrange for the veterans of the First Army to supervise. Yes, he answered with a nod. Very good. Roland waved his hand. In that case, you can go back to work. Your Highness. Carter hesitated and said, "Last time, you said that the perfume mixed into the soap was made of sugar cane, is this true?" Yes. The prince leaned back in his chair. What's wrong? Is sugar cane very expensive? No, it's just an ordinary crop. I heard that in King City, a thumb-sized bottle of perfume can be sold for 5 golden dragon. Carter scratched his head. If that's the case, wouldn't using sugar cane perfume bring a lot of income to Border Town? 5 golden dragon? Roland was startled. He had never considered this point. Thinking back to the time when he was in the palace, the fourth prince never cared about the price of a daily necessities. Perfume was even more so. Only women loved these things that could make them full of fragrance. His original motive for buying perfume was just to get soap. Otherwise, with only running water and no soap in the bathroom, he would feel that something was missing. Letting bubbles rub all over his body was the romance of the bathroom. If a small bottle of perfume could buy several golden dragons, it would indeed be a good business. Unlike coated mirrors, sugar cane and flowers as raw materials were much cheaper than crystal glass. Thinking of this, Roland smiled. This is a good idea. I'll think about it. Your Royal Highness, then, can I take a piece of sugar cane out of the castle? The chief knight asked, full of expectation. No problem. Hearing his tone, Roland guessed what the other side wanted to do. After all, the western region was not like the port of Clearwater, where the plants of the fjords were quite rare. As a gift to make a lady happy, it would be a good choice. It's on the wall in the backyard, go and pick it yourself. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Carter bowed and left. Then Roland called Berev. Now it was not appropriate to call him an assistant minister. As the head of the city hall, he could already be regarded as the chief administrative officer of Border Town. After Berev sat down, Roland roughly explained the matter of the perfume. What do you think of this business? Can we earn a lot of golden dragons? Berev didn't immediately answer. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and asked, Your Royal Highness, are you sure that the perfume is made from those sweet crops? Didn't I give you the soap to use? The reason why it has a fragrance is because it was mixed with perfume. Roland spread out his hands. Its raw materials are indeed these worthless things. I just don't know if the perfume in King City is really as expensive as Carter said. It's far more than that, Your Royal Highness. Berev excitedly said, perfume is a top-secret product of King City Alchemist Workshop. Every year, about 1,000 bottles are produced, and only a small part of them will be sold in King City. If sold to other cities in Grey Castle, the price can increase by 20 to 30%. If sold to the fjords and other kingdoms, the price can almost double. In order to prevent merchants from making a profit, the association not only firmly controls the price of perfume in other places, but also personally designates merchants. If you can produce perfume, even if you only sell it to Redwater City and Fallen Dragon Ridge, you can still get a generous return. So that's how it is. Roland thought, thinking that Berev was indeed an assistant to the Minister of Finance for 20 years. Berev was indeed very good at commodity prices and trade. With this information, Roland formed a preliminary plan in his mind. There were many ways to make perfume. The simplest way was to crush the petals or herbs with a unique fragrance and soak them in alcohol, letting the alcohol dissolve the aromatic oil in the plants. Finally, the residue was filtered and diluted with water. The alcohol came from the fermentation of sugar cane juice. The raw materials for the aromatic oil could be rose, or the more common rosemary and spirit vanilla. However, since he wanted to achieve mass production, it was the best choice to let Leaf cultivate a batch of magically modified plants that could directly secrete the aromatic oil. In addition to perfume, the industry could also produce white sugar and liquor, which were also consumables in high demand. Although the profit was not as high as the perfume, if it could be sold to the townspeople at a low price and enrich their diet, it would also be a big step forward for the people's livelihood. The reason why Roland delayed the development of light industry was that it was difficult to earn high profits from small-scale production of daily necessities when there was a shortage of manpower. Investing the limited population into heavy industry production was the most cost-effective approach. In the second month of summer, on the midsummer day, Marjorie arrived as promised. This time, the ships brought by the merchant groups far exceeded the upper limit that the pier could accommodate. Many sailboats could only be docked by the river, waiting for the ship in front to finish unloading before they could connect to the pier. This made Roland realize that the town's pier must be expanded. Grey Castle Industries had finally completed its task this month, reducing the waste rate to 40%, and successfully produced 3 steam engines before the delivery date. Although compared to the third-generation steam engine currently in use in the town, the factory produced foreign trade products in terms of power, leakage, noise, vibration and other aspects were much worse, but compared to the prototype engine, it was already a significant improvement. The Crescent Moon Bay Caravan brought a team of 300 craftsmen according to the contract, and Roland placed them all in the industrial park on the south bank of the Redwater River. In addition to building a new wooden factory next to the original factory, he also ordered Carr to build a staff dormitory near the riverbank in the park. In order to complete this facility within a month, after the huge logs were transported to the site, Carr was responsible for technical guidance, while Anna cut them. The wood processing process, which was supposed to take the longest time, was completed in just 2 days. Carl, Anna's former teacher, was dumbfounded by her new ability. In just half a year, this thin and quiet girl had become full of confidence and high spirits. Roland held a sumptuous dinner in the castle to welcome the arrival of the merchants. At the same time, for the first time, white wine appeared in everyone's line of sight. "Every time you come here, there is always something new. Marjorie really didn't lie to me," Hogg shouted. "Even the wine is so different, compared to this, white wine," Marjorie reminded. "Yes, white wine. Compared to it, ale and wine are simply bland and tasteless." He grinned and drank the wine in his glass. "Your Highness, you must sell me a few boxes of this thing. I think it tastes too hot. Fruit wine is more suitable for me." The female merchant smiled and shook her head. Roland smiled. "This is related to the taste. Not everyone can accept a high concentration of distilled wine. I don't intend to promote it, I just happen to make some for everyone to taste." In the era when brewing was still the mainstream, distilled spirits were obviously a new star with great potential for development. White spirits, rum, whiskey, and vodka were all distilled spirits with high alcohol content, and on top of these distilled spirits, a series of corresponding bartending culture was also extended. But for the current border town, it was still too early to develop this industry. "Your Royal Highness, I've already sent people to collect a lot of information regarding the matter you instructed me to do in your last letter," Margaret said. "After the Church of Everwinter took control of the Kingdom of Wolfshart, there hasn't been much change. Instead, the resistance from the Wolfshart Kingdom has become much stronger. It is said that the Church's troops have all gathered at Broken Tooth Castle and haven't been able to take a step forward for more than 2 months. In addition, the King of Dawn sent a messenger to Grey Castle, saying that the Church's army had gathered in Broken Castle, unable to move for more than 2 years. He called on the 2 countries to form an alliance to expel the Church and fight against the holy city of Hermes together." "How did King City respond?" Roland asked. The Prime Minister, Marquis Wyke, rejected the proposal and reprimanded the other side as nonsense. Gamble shrugged. "This matter has caused an uproar in King City, and even the nobles haven't reached a consensus. As far as I know, many people support the alliance. After all, the Church has shown no sign of returning the ruling power to the successor of the Kingdom of Eternal Winter." "Timothy didn't show up?" The Prime Minister's answer must have been inspired by Timothy. "He himself has now rushed to the eastern region with his army," Marland said with a dignified expression. "I heard that a huge fleet landed in Xianxia and plundered along the eastern coastline. Even the churches weren't spared, and many fjords merchants also suffered. A large number of fugitives have appeared in the eastern region, Hogg and I have taken in many of them," Marjorie added. "They said that this group of looters not only robbed money, but also people. They burned everything they couldn't take away, as if they wanted to turn the entire eastern region into a piece of white land. This is definitely a heavy blow to Timothy, who has just subdued the nobles of the eastern region." Timothy receiving a blow should have been a happy thing, but when he heard that the other side was looting people, Roland felt a burst of pain in his heart. "Those fugitives, are you interested?" Marjorie said with a smile. "When I saw that letter, I guessed that you might want to buy a large number of slaves to enrich the labor force of your territory. But compared to the foreign refugees of the Kingdom of Eternal Winter and the Kingdom of Wolfheart, these people of Grey Castle may not be willing to sell themselves as slaves. I don't need to make them slaves. As long as these people are willing to settle in Border Town, they will have food and housing, and they will also be paid for their work." Roland corrected. At the same time he realized that this was a good opportunity to expand the number of people. "Although this news came a little late, how many people do they have?" "Most of the strong refugees have been taken in by the nobles and caravans, and there are still nearly 10,000 people gathered outside King's City, but there are more young people and women." "It doesn't matter, I will send someone to screen and lead the way," the prince decided. "Do we need to deal with the officials of King's City to take them away?" "No need," Marjorie waved her hand. "They are eager for you to take this group of people away, otherwise there will not be enough relief food, and if their number continues to increase, it is likely to lead to a refugee riot. After the end of the dinner, Roland returned to his office and called his guard Theo. This incident made him realize that his own intelligence system was very backward. If he had known about the fugitives in the first place, he would have been able to make early preparations and bring more people to Border Town. At present, all his knowledge of the outside world came from the caravans, and the transmission speed of once a month simply couldn't meet his needs. Even if he stationed troops in Longsong stronghold and established a sentry post, he could only monitor the Western Territory. If he wanted to compete for the throne of Grey Castle, he had to expand his vision to the whole country, or even the whole continent. Roland didn't have enough loyal people to form a complete intelligence team, and it was even more impossible to find spies and secret agents lurking in various places. So he planned to start from the basics, arranging some people to go to King City and collect information from all over the country. Even if he didn't have detailed monitoring, at least he could quickly understand the changes in the overall situation, and wouldn't be as passive as he was today. Theo, who was very familiar with the forces of King City's Black Street, was the best candidate for the prince. "You want me to follow the caravan back to King City?" Theo was stunned. "Yes, you have two tasks. The first is to help me take in the refugees from the eastern region. I will send a team of about 100 soldiers to escort them, and I will tell you the detailed screening conditions before the caravan leaves." "Yes. The second point, after the end of the refugee wave, you will stay in King City and help me collect information from all over the country. You have dealt with the underground rats before, so you should know what to do. Marjorie's caravan will fully support you, and the cost of the task will be directly collected from them. Unlike the last time you went to Redwater City to spread the news of the witches, this time there is no upper limit to the cost." He put a revolver on the table. "Pay attention to protect yourself, and I hope to hear good news from you soon." 4 days later, the caravan raised its sails and left the dock. Theo and 100 soldiers of the First Army set off for King City. During these days, Roland and Marjorie reached an agreement. Theo could withdraw any amount of golden dragon from her shop, which would be deducted from the sale price of the steam engine. In addition, Roland also needed to pay an additional 1% interest. This time, the other side brought almost twice as much saltpeter and ore ingots as the last time, but with the deposit for the transformation of the 2 river boats, Roland still received more than 2,200 golden dragon. This was almost an unimaginable number during the months of the demons. Even if he sold the ore for a month, he would only earn 300 golden dragon. After the caravan left, it was time for Maggie to temporarily leave Border Town. According to the agreement with Ashes, she would go to the Fjord Islands and bring news about the western region. Roland specially wrote a long letter to her. In addition to expressing the attitude of mutual cooperation, he also hoped that the 5th princess could send some auxiliary witches to assist him. In the letter, he didn't use the identity of the brother, but rather the identity of the Lord of Border Town, the Western Region Governor. Although the possibility of the other side agreeing was very small, he still had to try. Anyway, writing a few more words wouldn't take much effort. The place of farewell was in the castle's backyard, where all the witches were present. Nightingale gave her a small bag of dried fish slices, Lightning gave her a bag of pepper powder. The other witches reluctantly stroked her feathers and hugged her to say goodbye. It was as if they were parting forever. "Don't worry, Coo." She raised her head and said, "I'll be back soon, Coo." "What if Tilly doesn't let you come back?" Lightning said worriedly. "Coo." The pigeon shrunk her neck and thought for a moment, then shook her tail feathers. "Then I'll secretly fly back, Coo." "That's a promise," the little girl promised seriously. "If you come back, I'll personally catch a bunch of birds and roast them for you to eat. Also, the beehive we found last time, we'll wait for you to come back and dig it out together. Coo." She nodded repeatedly. "That's a promise, Coo." What else could he say? Roland sighed with emotion. It had only been a month, and Maggie had been completely swayed to his side. "Well done, Lightning." Then, "Goodbye everyone, Coo." Maggie spread her strong wings and ran on the ground for a while before slowly flying up. After circling twice, she gradually disappeared into the southeast. "She'll be able to arrive safely, right?" Roland looked at her slow movements and couldn't help but worry for her. no problem, Lightning said without hesitation. Then she tilted her head and said, I think. After sending off Maggie, Roland quickly threw himself into his daily work. This time, he wanted to draw a complete set of design plans for the 2 ships left behind by the Crescent Moon Bay caravan to be rebuilt, and they would also become the world's first batch of steam-powered paddle steamers. Since it used a single power source, there was no need for a gearbox, and the steam engine power shaft was directly connected to the paddle wheel. Multiple air pipes were used to control the intake of air, thus controlling the speed of the ship. When you want to slow down or stop the ship, you only need to close the intake pipe and let the excess steam escape from the exhaust port. At this time, the furnace was still burning, so it was very easy to speed up again. The principle wasn't difficult, so Roland quickly drew a rough model. If you want to get an accurate production plan, you have to go to the site to measure the specific size. At this time, Anna came into the office holding a book. What's wrong? He put down the quill and couldn't help but smile. I finished reading this book. She put the book on the desk. It was the book Theoretical Basis of Natural Science. Roland's smile suddenly froze on his face. This is too exaggerated. In just a few months, she finished reading high school level mathematics and physics? He didn't ask if she understood, because if Anna finished reading, it meant that she completely understood, otherwise she would definitely read it again and again, or ask him. These drawings you drew, do you want to use the steam engine to replace the sail to power the ship? Anna's attention was quickly attracted by the sketch on the table, but what? Aren't these 2 wheels similar to paddles? When they turn, they can produce thrust, but half of them are exposed, which is equivalent to wasting some of the power. Why don't you bury them all in the water? Roland was stunned, he didn't know what to say. People born with knowledge can't exist, in other words, she made the above judgment based on this instant impression? He suddenly became interested. Then what do you think we should do? Anna thought for a while, picked up the quill, and began to draw on the paper. Roland supported his chin with his hand and watched with great interest as she drew seriously. Her bangs, which had slipped out of the hairpin, swayed back and forth with her movements, and her slender eyelashes fluttered from time to time. Her white cheeks revealed a natural blush. Although he could only see the side of her face from this angle, under the light, the outline from the bridge of her nose to her chin and neck formed a perfect and soft curve. Do you want to eat fish? Nightingale came over and put her hand between the 2. Yes, Anna nodded, and took the snack that the latter handed to her. Thank you. Roland, whose vision was blocked, coughed twice, and had to shift his gaze back to the drawings on the table. At first, Anna tried to completely bury the wheel in the water, but this would make it difficult to see the position of the wheel when the ship docked, and it would be easy for it to hit the pier or the pier. After that, she placed the paddle wheel at the stern of the ship. This was also a common practice, but the transmission setup was much more complicated. After all, the heavy steam engine was not suitable to be placed at the end of the hull. As a result, the transmission shaft and the gearbox occupied a considerable part of the hull. When Roland saw the new drawing she drew, he couldn't help but be amazed at her sharp thinking ability. The sketch that Anna was thinking about was infinitely close to the arrangement of a single-shaft propeller. The steam engine was set at the bottom of the hull, the transmission shaft extended from the bottom of the hull below the waterline, and the end was connected to 4 square blades, which looked a bit like a windmill. I don't know if this will work, she said hesitantly. It is reasonable to say that as long as the paddles maintain an angle, it can produce a horizontal force, but I reduced the wheel, and only 4 paddles may not be able to move the hull. Of course it can, just a little modification will be enough. Roland took the quill from Anna's hand and drew the original shape of the propeller. Compared to the windmill shape, this shape of the paddles is more suitable for rotation in the water. Your idea is completely correct, but the requirement of the contract is to transform it into a paddle steamer, so we will still follow the first method. This has nothing to do with technology, but a business strategy. He paused. I'm going to test the hull data now. Do you want to come with me? Anna blinked her pair of blue eyes. Yes. After mastering the theory, the best way to learn was to verify it in practice. Nightingale? When Anna followed the prince to the door, she saw that Nightingale was still looking at the drawings on the table, so she couldn't help but ask. You go first, I'll be right there. The merchant fleet followed the tributary of the Redwater River to the north, and after passing through Silver City, they entered the Grand Canal leading to King's City. Theo remembered reading in the Chronicles of Grey Castle that 200 years ago, this place was still a wasteland. In order to transport the silver extracted from the nearby mines back to King's City, Wimbledon I gathered stonemasons and nearly 10,000 handymen, spending 20 years digging the canal connecting King's City and the silver mines. Gradually, a city was formed around the silver mines, which was later named Silver City by the late king. However, the scene in front of him now was difficult to associate with the wasteland of 200 years ago. On both sides of the canal were lush farmland, and a little farther, there were even villages. This made him think of Border Town's Kingdom Main Road. When the road was repaired, he was afraid that the foot of the impassable mountain would also become densely populated. "I heard that you used to live in King City?" A woman's voice sounded from behind him. Theo turned his head and found that it was the owner of the caravan, Marjorie. He nodded. "Before becoming a palace guard, I lived in the inner city." "How does it feel to return to your old home?" "To be honest, it's good," he said. "If it wasn't for His Highness' arrangement, I would rather stay in Border Town. Although King City is prosperous, it makes people feel like they can't breathe easily." This was especially true for the lower nobles, Theo thought. "Is that so?" Marjorie smiled. "How much do you know about His Highness Roland?" "What's wrong?" This question made his heart slightly shiver. "I think he's really an incredible person. Obviously, when he was in King's City, his reputation was extremely bad. You should have heard a lot of rumors about him, but in Border Town, he's completely different from what the rumors say. No matter what he does or what he thinks, it's hard to fathom him." She paused. "If the steam engine is just a proof of his erudition, then why is it that even the soldiers he trained are so different?" Theo glanced at the soldiers of the First Army sitting on the deck. Considering that their activities near King's City should be as hidden as possible, they weren't equipped with guns, nor did they wear the same military uniform. Instead, they changed into a variety of leather armors and carried a wooden spear on their back, looking like the caravan's guards. It was the first time for most of them to leave the western region. Although they looked around curiously and discussed spiritedly, no one took off their shoes or put down their weapons. On the other hand, many of the mercenaries in the caravan had already gone into the cabins to avoid the sunlight. The 3 or 4 people left on the deck had taken off their shoes and weapons and laid down in the shade. "I'm not sure either," Theo helplessly spread out his hands. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it, but he really didn't know that the fourth prince had become very different since he arrived in Border Town. Maybe His Highness has been disguising himself before. "Is that so?" Marjorie did not comment on this answer. She was silent for a moment, and then suddenly pointed in front of her. "Look, that's the King's City wall. We're almost there." At the end of their field of vision appeared a hazy greenish-gray. Just by standing here, they could feel the magnificence of the city wall. It was the most outstanding work of the masons before they were disbanded. Whether it was the height or the thickness, it was second to none in Grey Castle. Theo had heard that there were even rooms and passages inside the city wall, which could accommodate nearly 1,000 soldiers to rest, so that they could achieve uninterrupted patrols and quick support. When the city wall clearly appeared in front of Theo, the figures of the refugees also entered his field of vision. A large number of civilians had gathered on the outskirts of King's City. They had set up simple sheds along the walls, and in front of the sheds there was a fire pit that emitted white smoke. It seemed that they were cooking oatmeal. At present, it seemed that these people hadn't run out of food yet, and their complexions were still good. However, the relief food in King's City would certainly not be distributed endlessly. When the nobles had finished selecting the right labor force, they would send troops to drive these people away. "What are you going to do?" Marjorie asked curiously. "Will you send His Highness's soldiers to go out and recruit people?" "No, not to mention that it would be inefficient, it would also easily attract the attention of others." Theo shook his head. "If you want to do something in King's City, you either have to bribe the officials or hire the rats. You should have a deep understanding of this." "Indeed," she laughed. "I wanted to give you a warning, but it seems that it is unnecessary. So, if you have a need for money, don't hesitate to come to me." Marjorie handed him a token. "As long as you show this, the shop manager will immediately contact me. Of course, less than 100 golden dragon stones can be directly withdrawn with it." "Thank you." Theo took the token. It was a dark red stone, the whole body was clear, and the end was engraved with a line of characters that he had never seen before. "You're welcome," she said with a chuckle. "His Highness will repay me the money together with the interest." After arriving at the canal pier, Theo let the soldiers of the First Army stay in the suburbs and wait for news, as far as possible to avoid the sight of King City's patrols, while he himself entered the city with the caravan. When he passed through the city gate, he noticed that the guards' inspection was a lot stricter. Obviously they didn't want to let the refugees from the eastern region mix into the city. Entering the city, the first thing that caught his eye was a row of towering gallows. Hanging from the gallows were 4 women with their hands tied behind their backs, exposed to the scorching sun, giving off a horrible stench. This scene made Theo immediately frown. "Timothy has been wantonly searching for witches in the city. They are all unfortunate people who have been caught," Marjorie sighed. "But it is not accurate to say that some of the witches are just the result of the nobles getting tired of playing with them, so they took this opportunity to get rid of them. It is hard to say whether it is better to continue to be imprisoned in a dark room, or to get rid of the pain as soon as possible. Anyway, I hope they can rest in peace." During his 6 months in Border Town, Theo had already realized that the witches weren't as unforgivable as the church's propaganda. In addition to their strange abilities, there was no difference between them and ordinary people. Judging from the stature of the women hanging from the gallows, the youngest one was probably only 14 or 15 years old. This made his heart feel a little stuffy, and the feeling of being unable to breathe came back. The outer city of King City hadn't changed much since half a year ago. In addition to the main road directly facing the city gate, which was paved with bluestone, the other roads and alleys were all covered with mud. The midsummer sun caused the ground to crack, and whenever a carriage passed by, it would raise a burst of yellow dust. It was hard to imagine that the capital of the kingdom would unexpectedly lose out to a remote town outside the Western Territory in terms of municipal construction. After crossing 2 streets, the caravan headed towards the market area. Theo waved goodbye to Marjorie, then turned into an alley. He arrived at the entrance of the Underground Trumpeter Tavern, pushed the door open, and walked in. "Hey! This place only opens at night," someone shouted. Theo ignored them and went straight to the front of the bar. Facing the burly man who was immersed in wiping a glass, he said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember me? Which rock did you jump out of? Didn't you hear that the tavern only opens at night?" He impatiently put down his glass and raised his head with a gloomy face. The 2 waiters who were arranging the tables and chairs also came over. "Now I will count to 3, Sir Theo." After taking Theo to a small room on the 2nd floor of the tavern, the brawny man ordered the bartender to continue cleaning, and then closed the door. This place was used to entertain customers with special needs, and it only charged 25 copper royals a night, so the environment couldn't be considered elegant. The narrow bed had an unpleasant musty smell, and the bedding was wrinkled, as if it hadn't been washed and dried for a long time. The cracked wooden table was missing a corner, and the cracks were filled with black flock, making the table look greasy and dirty. But Theo was too lazy to care. He sat on the edge of the bed, quietly waiting for the other side to speak. "It's been a long time," the brawny man grinned, "since Sir Naji replaced your position. How come you don't even come to the tavern? Even if you're no longer responsible for this matter, you can still come and have a drink." His nickname was Black Hammer, the watchman of the Underground Trumpeter Tavern, and a member of the Skeleton Fingers. It sounded scary, but he was just one of the many rats in King City's Black Street. The rats formed their own cliques, divided their territories, and according to the different businesses they operated, they formed a huge and loose organization. These underground organizations were more or less backed by great nobles or wealthy merchants, and the Skeleton Fingers were no exception. But unlike domestic dogs, most rats didn't choose to be loyal to a single person. As long as there were benefits, they could work for anyone. "Enough nonsense," Theo said bluntly. "Tonight, you call Sylvie, Swineherd, Silver Ring, and Pottery Pot over, right here in this tavern. I have something to arrange." "These are the people of the Underground Trumpeter." Black Hammer was startled. "Just them alone are enough?" "As I said, this is a good business." He shrugged his shoulders. "Seeing that you've done a lot of things for me, I specifically looked for you." According to the usual procedure of dealing with the Black Street, the first thing to do was to find a contact person, and then the other party would decide whether or not to accept the task. After the two reached an agreement, the contact person would entrust the task to the right person, and at the same time collect the fee. Of course, there was no contract or written proof to guarantee this process, so whether or not the employer's expectations could be achieved was completely unknown. Generally speaking, the more famous an organization was, the more they cared about their own credibility, and the higher the commission fee was, while the new organization charged a low fee, but it was easy to end up with nothing. These rats and the city patrol formed a delicate balance, working together to maintain the order on the surface of the kingdom. Before entering the palace and becoming a palace guard, Theo had served in the patrol team, responsible for handing over some inconvenient matters to the various Black Street organizations. Therefore, he was well aware of the few most powerful groups of rats in the capital, which also saved him the time to deal with the informant. As for the reason why he chose the skeleton fingers, it was because they weren't completely broken. "May I ask, who are you working for now?" Black Hammer asked after hesitating for a moment. Theo didn't answer, but pointed his thumb in the direction of the palace behind him. Most people only knew that he had become an imperial guard, but they didn't know that not long after, he had been selected by Wimbledon III to be the personal guard of the fourth prince, and had followed his royal highness to border town. They must have thought that he had been in the palace for the past 6 months. Besides, he was only pointing in the direction of the palace, he wasn't lying. The royal family didn't only have one Timothy, Roland Wimbledon was also a member of the royal family. "I understand," he nodded. "But Sylvie and Swineherd are no longer here, can I choose my own men?" "What happened to them?" "They died." Black Hammer said bitterly, "Last winter, they had a conflict with the people from Dreamland Water. They sold poppy flowers and sleeping ferns to the northern part of the city, so Cassus led the others to drive them back. Sylvie's neck was cut, and the blood simply couldn't stop, while Swineherd's canal was filled by them." Theo frowned. This kind of thing was simply ignored by the patrol team. They would even deliberately provoke the rats to bite each other from time to time in order to control their strength and numbers. As for the people who died, no one would care. "That's fine, but you have to remember, it must be someone from the tavern." After leaving the underground trumpeter, Theo took a deep breath. The rotten and damp smell of the tavern made him a little nauseous, until the hot air rushed into his lungs, slightly dispelling this muddy and dull feeling. Although Black Hammer had kindly invited him to wait in the tavern, and even claimed that he would take out the best wine to entertain him, Theo was not willing to stay in a narrow place for too long. If there was an accident, he wouldn't be able to detect it immediately. Next, he decided to go to the inner city and find a reliable inn to book a room for tonight. As for the soldiers of the First Army, they were already very familiar with camping at night, so he didn't need to worry about it. After nightfall, Theo once again returned to the underground trumpeter. At this time, the tavern was already open for business as usual, and from time to time there would be customers coming in and out. He first watched in the dark for a while, and then followed behind a drinker into the room. As a low-end tavern in the outer city, most of the people who came here to drink were civilians, and the drinks were also cheap and inferior ale. 10 copper royals could be used to drink several bowls of it. In the midst of the noise, he quickly found Black Hammer's men. They were sitting around a partition against the wall, and there was a white phalanx on the table. Theo calmly walked over, and immediately someone made way for him. "Good evening, my lord," Silver Ring and Clay Pot nodded in greeting. "Let me introduce these two to you, she is Pinky." Black Hammer patted the tiny girl next to him, then pointed to the young man next to her, Hill Fox, recently joined the Skeleton Fingers. "Fox?" Theo's eyes stopped on the other party's body, and the latter seemed somewhat reserved as he bowed his head in greeting. "In our line of work, there are very few guys with complete surnames." Black Hammer laughed. "He lost everything in gambling, his wife ran away with someone else, even his house was sold, and he had no choice but to join the Black Street. Rest assured, he used to live in the North City, and occasionally visited the underground trumpeter." Silver Ring and Clay Pot were both old acquaintances. Pinky looked no different from an ordinary street kid, but this Hill Fox, Theo felt a little strange. His appearance and expression really did seem like the kind of person who had experienced a drastic change and become mentally and physically exhausted, but his eyes also contained a kind of indescribable thing. It was like... Theo thought for a moment, but in the end he couldn't get an accurate answer. Well, since he lived in the northern district and was an acquaintance of the tavern, it shouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, the first task he had to complete was to transport the fugitives, so there wouldn't be any risk. Listen, it's not complicated. The higher-ups don't want to see the number of fugitives in the eastern region continue to increase, and the food used for relief is decreasing every day. If this continues, sooner or later a riot will occur, and when that time comes, it will be much more difficult to deal with, so we have to find a way to get them out of King City. What do you need us to do? Black Hammer asked. It's very simple, spread the news that the western region is being reclaimed and the local lord is willing to accept these fugitives, and that the escorting mercenaries and fleets have already set off, and will arrive at the canal pier in 3 days. What you have to do is to spread this news to those idiots outside the city. You can freely add the specific details, the more real the better. But, if there is no mercenaries and fleets when the time comes, no matter how real it is, it will be useless, Silver Ring said. Of course there will be such things, Theo smiled. Ah? He was startled. Is there really a lord of the western region who wants to accept them? You idiot, Black Hammer slapped him on the back of the head. If you want to act, you naturally have to put on a show. After they are transported to the western region, will they be able to walk back to King City? As for how to deal with them, let the local lord worry about it. He looked at Theo. It really isn't a difficult task, but as for the reward. For the next 2 days, Theo went back and forth between Marjorie's Chamber of Commerce and the outskirts of King City. Marjorie would provide the ships to pick up the fugitives, and the First Army would disguise themselves as mercenaries and go to the canal wharf to arrange for the fugitives to board the ships. As for spreading the news and enticing people to take the bait, the Black Hammer was already very familiar with this, so Theo wasn't worried about it. It was much more convenient for the rats to do this than for the outsiders. Although the range was only in the northern city district, the fugitives would certainly spread the news among themselves. Moreover, it was impossible for him to take all the people away at once. His Highness had told him that this matter could be done slowly, sending 1 ship at a time was 1 ship at a time. On the day of the fleet's arrival, nearly 1,000 homeless refugees came to the wharf. The effect was beyond Theo's expectations. If he only relied on the First Army to spread the news, it would already be good if there were 100 people who believed it. According to His Highness's screening requirements, he would first let the children board the ships, then the families with children, and finally the adults. As for the elderly, he found that there were almost no gray-haired old people in the crowd. Perhaps they were unwilling to go to such a remote place and risk their lives, or simply unable to escape from the eastern region to King City. The first fleet of 10 single-masted ships set off after carrying more than 500 people. The rest of the people were driven back to the camp, but they also brought back the news that the fleet will come again. Originally, he thought that the first task given by His Highness would be completed smoothly, but he didn't expect that shortly after the merchant fleet transported the second group of people, Theo would encounter a thorny problem. A strange disease suddenly appeared in King City. The first dead man found lying on the side of the road, black spots appeared on his body, his teeth fell off, his skin split open, and the color of the blood flowing out changed. It was as terrible as when a witch was swallowed by the power of the devil. But the dead man wasn't a woman, but a male civilian living in the northern city district. Following that, several more corpses with the same symptoms were found, and some of the people who had been in contact with the corpses began to grow black spots. Regardless of herbs or ice compress, they couldn't subside. Even when they were treated with bloodletting, the blood turned black, as if it was mixed with a lot of ink. Fear soon spread among the people, and the number of people who went to the church to pray increased day by day, but everything was useless. More and more people appeared with black spots. Even the refugees outside the city showed the same symptoms. The high priest of the church stood up. He claimed that this was a conspiracy by the witches. They had released the power of the devil to infect other innocent people. Currently, no treatment method could resist the demonic power, and those who were eroded would die in extreme pain. However, the church would definitely not sit idly by. They had already developed a holy elixir, which was enough to suppress the evil power of the demons from hell. The sermon gave the infected a glimmer of hope. They sat around the entrance of the church every day, waiting for the holy medicine to be distributed. Although Theo was deeply suspicious of the church's claims, but just in case, he temporarily suspended the transport of the fugitives. Why did you stop? Black Hammer was extremely puzzled. Now those guys are also being eroded by the demonic power. If we don't send them away, are we going to let them stay outside the city to be the witches' seeds? This is what the higher-ups want, he said impatiently. It's fine if it's just ordinary refugees, but if the western region is also infected by this evil force, what will become of the kingdom? Black Hammer paused for a moment. But what will become of the western region is none of our business. Sir Theo, why don't you just pretend that you didn't hear what the higher-ups want, and drag them all away? Think about it, this kind of evil thing is very likely to be eroded as soon as you come into contact with it. I don't want to stay together with a bunch of demons from hell, even if it's separated by a wall. Pretend that I didn't hear it? I only have one head, Theo said coldly. You also only have one head. Just do as I say. After leaving the tavern, he found a shop marked with the emblem of Marjorie's caravan, and showed his token. I want to see your boss, the sooner the better. It didn't take long before he saw the female merchant again in the secret room of the shop. This disease certainly has nothing to do with the witches, Marjorie said. If the released demonic power couldn't even be resisted by the god stone of retaliation, then they would have already turned the Hermes into a land of death. I also think so, but the most urgent task is to report this matter to His Royal Highness Roland. Although the two groups of people who boarded the ship didn't show any symptoms of the black spot, it seems that this disease didn't break out on the spot. If someone on the ship is infected with the demonic power, Border Town must immediately respond. Theo took out a folded letter from his bosom. I need your help to send this letter back to His Royal Highness as soon as possible. Of course, she nodded. Merchants always pass messages the fastest. After several days of sailing, Lucia felt like vomiting. For the past month, she seemed to have been constantly on the run. Fleeing from the eastern region to King City, and then from King City to the western region. However, the former was driven out of her home, while the latter was the last hope in her heart. Sister, water, I'm thirsty, Belle let out a painful cry, reaching out and grabbing her arm. Okay, I'll go get you some water. Lucia grabbed the bag at hand and staggered out of the cabin. Lying on the lowest side of the ship, she reached out and dipped the bag into the river. The acid in her stomach bubbled up again, and she couldn't hold it in any longer, finally vomiting it out. The small amount of oatmeal in her stomach was completely vomited out, and acid water flowed out of her nostrils. She resisted the urge to burst into tears, clenched her teeth, wiped her face with the back of her hand, and continued to soak the bag. When the bag had absorbed enough water, she held it in her bosom and quickly ran back to the cabin. Water is coming, open your mouth. But Belle's complexion was even worse than before, her cheeks were abnormally red, and her forehead was terribly hot. She closed her lips and let out intermittent sounds. Lucia had to forcibly open her mouth and twist the bag tightly, letting the water drip into her sister's mouth. Don't get too close to her, the black spot has already spread to her neck, she won't be able to hold on for long. A middle-aged man with a weak breath in the cabin said, We will all die here, you'd better take care of yourself. Not long after leaving King City, some people on the ship contracted a terrible disease. First, they had a fever, then black spots appeared on their skin, and the disease would rapidly worsen after 3 or 4 days. Not only would they fall into a coma, but they would also infect others with the same disease. Therefore, on the 5th day, the fleet specially cleared out a sailboat to carry the sick people. Lucia guessed that the reason why the other side didn't throw all the sick fugitives into the river was that some of their own people were also infected. After the black spots appeared on Belle's body, she didn't listen to others' advice and resolutely followed her sister to this ship full of sick people. In order to take care of the young Belle, she almost didn't sleep for 2 days. Lucia still didn't give up, she believed that as long as they reached the western region, everything would get better. When Roland and the witches had finished their lunch and were about to return to their room to take a nap, Carter rushed into the castle hall. Your Highness, the eastern region civilians from King City have arrived at the pier. So fast? It seems that Theo's efficiency is quite high, Roland happily thought. Worthy of being a member of the patrol team and having relations with both the underworld and the underworld. However, looking at the chief knight's sweaty appearance and frowning face, Roland suddenly felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? But the crew on the ship have all contracted a strange disease, Carter quickly described the characteristics of the patients. At first it was only a few people, but now it has spread to 2 or 3 ships. Even the soldiers of the First Army have been infected. The patients had black spots, and they could also infect each other? It sounded like the plague, which was also known as the Black Death. But the plague bacillus could not change the color of the blood, let alone make the skin split. Roland's brows furrowed. The first thing he thought of was Lily, but whether her ability could deal with this unheard-of infectious disease, he was not sure. If she was unable to cure it and was infected, it would be troublesome. He had to carefully make a decision, but listening to Carter's description, these people would not be able to hold on for long. In any case, he had to at least block the scene. Thinking of this, Roland ordered Carter, lead the First Army and set up a cordon outside the pier, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. At the same time, repeatedly tell them, I will be there soon, and Miss Nana is already on the way. Yes. Is it very difficult? Nightingale asked. It's not clear, the key depends on Lily's ability, he said in a low voice. Summon all the members of the Witch Union, I won't be able to sleep at noon today. Roland considered along the way, and felt that before verifying the effect of Lily's ability, they must remain isolated from the patients. Fortunately, her ability to preserve freshness belonged to the summoning type, so she did not need to touch the target to produce an effect. This distance was the same as most witches' control distance, close to 5 meters. So he called 2 carpenters, and with the help of Anna, they quickly built a rectangular box room. There was a partition in the middle of the room, with a small glass window at the top, through which one could see the scene on the other side. Under the partition was a soft curtain drawn by Soroya. There were 2 symmetrical holes for Lily to put her hands through. The soft sky-colored curtain would wrap tightly around the little girl's hand, isolating the air from both sides. As long as he washed his hands with alcohol after coming out, he should be able to eliminate the possibility of infection. The order at the pier was controlled by the 100 or so soldiers of the First Army on the ship. To be able to maintain order under the terrifying infectious disease, it wasn't because they had strong willpower, but because most of the soldiers believed that the angelic Miss Nana would definitely be able to cure them. After the box room was ready, a soldier who could still walk on his own with the black spots only on his arms was selected. He followed the instructions into the room and stood still. Lily reached her hand through the partition and used her ability. Roland stood beside her, observing her condition through the window. The influence of magic power was silent. The little girl nodded, indicating that she was done. He then asked, How do you feel now? Your Royal Highness? When the soldier heard Roland's voice, he excitedly raised his hand and saluted. Then he froze in place. Hey, I feel that my strength has returned. My God, Your Royal Highness, I feel much better. Roland also saw that the black spots on his hands were quickly fading, which was definitely not a symptom of the plague. If he remembered correctly, the latter's black spots came from concurrent septicemia and high cyanosis. Even if the plague bacillus was killed, these black spots would take a long time to subside, and Lily simply did not have the ability to restore her body. However, her new ability did have a therapeutic effect on the unknown disease, which made Roland slightly relieved. It's good that you've recovered. Go and call the other soldiers. 10 people will enter at a time, whether they show symptoms or not, they must come in for treatment. Yes, Your Royal Highness. The soldier paused for a moment, then saluted again. Thank you, Miss Nana. It's not Nana, this time it's Miss Lily who saved your life. Roland corrected him with a smile. If it's so serious that the skin has burst open and bled, then you need Miss Nana to treat you. Is that so? He touched his head, then thank you, Miss Lily. After the soldier left, Lily glanced at the prince. It doesn't matter if it's Nana's, I don't need to be thanked. Is that so, then why did you stand so straight just now? Roland looked at the other side swaying ponytails, he could not help but reach out and rub her head. Unexpectedly, the other side did not express any protest, just gave a muffled groan. Since it's not the plague, then in the end, what caused the disease? When he walked out of the box room, Nightingale immediately came over. Your Royal Highness, I just saw a strange phenomenon, in the blood flowing out of those people. There are signs of the existence of magic. What? Roland was stunned. In the fog, it was like a little star in the night, Nightingale said with certainty. I have never seen such a small magical radiance. This was an unexpected discovery. Anything related to magic, if it wasn't caused by a witch, then it was related to the church. Now, at least, it was certain that this plague was not caused by natural bacteria or viruses. I see, the prince thought for a moment. In that case, draw some blood and observe it. No, you may be infected. She nervously shouted to stop him. Rest assured, Roland smiled at her, Lily's new ability has completely restrained the disease. The blood sample was taken from a comatose civilian. He inserted the glass piece covered with black blood into the shelf, adjusting the object. As the scene in the lens gradually became clear, if the thing that caused the symptoms was about the same size as the bacteria, then it would be impossible to see anything. But at the moment when the focus overlapped with the target, Roland could hardly believe his eyes. Within the narrow range of his vision, he saw several long tentacles and fat bellies slowly swimming in the liquid, from time to time their tails spurting out a mucus that looked like slender hair. They were about the same size as single-celled algae, but just like Lily's mother, their bodies were not transparent, and it was difficult to distinguish whether they were single-celled organisms or not. Fortunately, the magic radiance of the insects did not affect the little girl's ability to play a role. When the blood mixed with the replicas was dripped into the sample, the replicas even preferentially attacked these strange insects, turning them into their own kind. When all the soldiers of the First Army had recovered, in order to avoid accidents, Roland ordered all the refugees who entered the box room to wear a hood and be led in by the soldiers. At the same time, another box room was also built, mainly for Nana to treat those who were seriously ill. The treatment lasted from noon to the evening. When more than 500 people on the 10 boats had recovered, the crowd burst into thunderous cheers. Many people knelt on the ground, shouting "Long live His Royal Highness," wave after wave of cheers, not subsiding for a long time. "You don't seem very happy?" Nightingale blinked at him. "The one who cured the disease was not me, but Lily and Nana. They are witches." Roland shook his head. They should be the ones receiving the cheers of the people. Having said that, before these people had fully accepted witches, telling the public the truth was not a wise move. He sighed softly, hoping that one day in the future he would be able to let the witches stand in front of the stage. Nightingale seemed to understand Roland's thoughts. She generously patted his shoulder. "No one will care, you have done enough. Besides, this day will come sooner or later, won't it?" She paused. "By the way, there is another good news I forgot to tell you." "What is it?" Belle's condition was stabilized. Just like the strange arrangement when they first boarded the ship, the mercenaries with wooden guns on their backs divided everyone into several groups. Those who were injured and in critical condition were first carried into the strange wooden house for treatment. Following that, they were arranged according to the order of the young, the families with children, and the adults. Lucia and Belle were at the front. The whole treatment process was very fast. Blindfolded, Lucia carried her sister and walked into the house with the help of the mercenaries. She didn't have to wait long before someone handed her a pill. The pill was very small and slightly sweet. The person also took the initiative to tell her that the medicine for her sister had been fed by them and that she did not need to worry. After walking out of the room and taking off the hood, she was pleasantly surprised to see that Belle's complexion was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although she was still in a coma, her forehead was no longer hot, the flush on her face had faded, and the black spots had disappeared without a trace. When everyone was freed from the fear of death and regained a new life, they were almost unable to control themselves. They knelt down and cheered for the gray-haired man in the distance, paying him the highest respect. From the mercenaries, they learned that he was the lord of this place, the ruler of the western region, His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon. What happened next was exactly the same as the rumors said. The lord not only lit a bonfire by the pier, cooked meat porridge and distributed it to everyone, but also told them that as long as they were willing to work for the town, they could get paid, food, and shelter here. While everyone was enjoying the fragrant meat porridge, they were all talking about how lucky they were to board the fleet heading to the western region, praising His Royal Highness for his benevolence. Only Lucia felt a trace of anxiety. In the end, how could she contact the Witch Cooperation Association? The secret news only said that a group of witches had stayed in Border Town, but it didn't mention how to find them. It was probably because the important parts were lost in the process of spreading. She faintly heard that the news came from a big city in the middle of the kingdom. Just as everyone was filling their stomachs, they were led by the mercenaries to the wooden shack by the river, when a woman's voice suddenly appeared behind Lucia. "Are you looking for us?" She was startled, and at the same time, she turned her head and jumped 2 steps forward, ready to escape. But when the appearance of the person came into her eyes, Lucia couldn't help but freeze in place. My God, it was such a beautiful woman. Her long curly hair under the swaying firelight emitted a soft orange light, her eyes were as bright as the stars, and the corners of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. The most eye-catching thing about her was the temperament she exuded. It was not inferior to any of the nobles, as if she herself was a great person. "My name is Nightingale, I am a witch, welcome to Border Town." This kind of feeling made Lucia unable to help but lower her head. My name is Lucia White, I want to join you." "Then come with me," Nightingale said with a smile, "I will take you home." At this time, the sun had already set behind the mountains, leaving only a faint light in the sky. Lucia, carrying the unconscious Belle on her back, slowly followed behind her. "When did you awaken?" she asked. "Awaken?" Lucia was startled. "It is the moment when you turn into a witch," Nightingale explained. "From then on, your body will constantly gather magic power. We call this transformation awakening." "I think it was about 2 years ago," Lucia recalled. "Is magic power referring to the power of demons?" "That is just the church's excuse," she shook her head. "Magic power is an ability given to us by God, it has nothing to do with good or evil. The so-called demonic bite is nothing more than a backlash from the body when magic power is abundant. It can be avoided by practicing abilities." "You don't have to bear that kind of pain," Lucia said with her eyes wide open. "That's right, if it wasn't for the oppression of the church, witches wouldn't have to bear the pain of the backlash." Nightingale blinked. "And here is our home where we can freely use our abilities." She pointed behind her. "Is this cute little girl your sister? What about the rest of your family?" "They are all dead, only Belle and I managed to escape." Lucia was silent for a moment. "A group of people attacked Valencia, burning, killing and looting everywhere. In order to resist them, my father was stabbed in the chest by several swords. My mother told us to run away, but in the end, also." A long-suppressed grief welled up in her heart, making it impossible for her to speak a complete sentence. The hardships, hunger, thirst and fear she had endured along the way all turned into grievances. For the sake of her sister, she had clenched her teeth and persevered until now, but it seemed that the line of defense she had built in her heart could no longer block the violent ups and downs of her thoughts. Her sobs quickly turned into loud crying. She knew that this was not good, and that she should maintain etiquette when meeting for the first time, but her tears were like a storm, she couldn't stop them. She felt that her tears and snot had mixed together, and her mouth was full of a salty taste. However, to Lucia's surprise, a pair of arms wrapped around her, pulling her into a warm embrace. The other gently patted the back of her head, completely not caring about the dirt on her face that had been washed by her tears, and softly comforted her. Cry it out." When Lucia calmed down and raised her head, she saw that the other's shoulder was soaked with her own tears. I'm sorry," she said with a red face. "It doesn't matter, are you feeling better?" Nightingale took out a handkerchief and helped her wipe her face. Then she picked up Belle with one hand and held her with the other. "Let's go, there are still many sisters waiting for you." Lucia had thought that the witches' station would be located in some inconspicuous abandoned warehouse or basement, but she had never expected that Nightingale would unexpectedly bring her to the castle area. Wasn't this the Lord's private territory? What made her even more surprised was that not only did the guards not stop her, they even waved at her. Has the Witch Cooperation Association taken control of the entire town? On the 3rd floor of the castle, when she entered a brightly lit room, she was surprised to find that the man sitting opposite her was the lord who had received the cheers of the people before. "This is the leader of the Witch Union, His Highness Roland Wimbledon. He took in the surviving witches of the Witch Cooperation Association and spread the news to other cities, hoping to attract more sisters who had no place to live," Nightingale introduced, "and this town is the home of the witches. You don't need to doubt this, because the one who treated your sister, as well as all the sick people on the ship, were the witches." Lucia's mind went blank. She had never thought that there would actually be a noble willing to take in witches, instead of treating them as tools or slaves. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly bowed. Her strange posture made Nightingale unable to hold back her laughter. It doesn't matter, His Highness doesn't care about these etiquettes. You came from the eastern region? The Lord's voice was calm and relaxed. It didn't sound like an inquiry, but more like a casual chat. Lucia secretly glanced at the other side, only to see him casually leaning against a chair, his expression full of interest. Yes. As the conversation went on, and Nightingale explained and supplemented, her mood gradually relaxed. Although the other side was a noble, he didn't have an aggressive attitude. Instead, he was like an elder who cared about her. So that's how it is. You've only been awakened for 2 years, but you're still not an adult, he said with great interest. So, what is your ability? I can change an object back to its original appearance. Lucia hesitated, but it doesn't work on everything. The original appearance. His Highness touched his chin, and pushed a beautiful cup to the table. Can you show it to me? It will destroy it. It doesn't matter. Lucia nodded, walked to the table, and put her hand on top of the cup. After a while, the cup began to shrink and deform, finally turning into 3 different substances. The leftmost one looked like a pool of oil, dark and sticky, the middle one was a small cluster of black powder, and the rightmost one was a pool of clear water, slowly dripping down the table. Belle's condition had stabilized. Just like the strange arrangement when they first boarded the ship, the mercenaries with wooden spears on their backs divided everyone into several groups. Those who were badly injured or in critical condition were first carried into the strange wooden house for treatment. After that, those who were young, those who had children, and then those who were adults went in order. Lucia and Belle were at the forefront of the line. The whole treatment process was very fast. Blindfolded, she held her sister and walked into the house with the help of the mercenaries. It didn't take long before someone gave her a pill. The pill was very small and slightly sweet. The other side also took the initiative to tell her that they had already fed her sister's medicine, so she didn't have to worry. After walking out of the room and taking off the hood, she was surprised to see that Belle's complexion was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although she was still in a coma, her forehead was no longer hot, the flush on her face had faded, and the black spots had disappeared without a trace. When everyone was freed from the fear of death and regained a new life, they were almost unable to control themselves. They knelt down and cheered for the gray-haired man in the distance, paying him the highest respect. From the mercenaries, they learned that he was the lord of this place, the ruler of the Western Territory, His Highness Roland Wimbledon. What happened next was exactly the same as the rumors said. The lord not only lit a bonfire at the pier, but also distributed meat porridge to everyone. He also told them that as long as they were willing to work for Border Town, they could get paid, food, and shelter. Everyone enjoyed the fragrant meat porridge while talking about how lucky they were to board the fleet to the Western Territory and praised His Highness for his kindness. Only Lucia felt a trace of anxiety. In the end, how could she contact the Witch Cooperation Association? The secret news only said that a group of witches had stayed in Border Town, but it didn't mention how to find them. Probably the important part was lost in the process of spreading. She faintly heard that the news came from a big city in the middle of the kingdom. Just as everyone was filling their stomachs and being led by the mercenaries to the wooden shed by the river, a woman's voice suddenly appeared behind Lucia. Are you looking for us? She was startled and turned around while jumping 2 steps forward, ready to escape. But when the person's appearance was reflected in her eyes, Lucia couldn't help but stand in place. Heavens, what a beautiful woman she was. Her long, curly hair emitted a soft orange glow under the swaying firelight. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and the corners of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. The most eye-catching thing about her was the temperament she exuded, which was not inferior to any of the nobles. It was as if she herself was a great person. My name is Nightingale, and I'm a witch. Welcome to West Border Town. This feeling made Lucia lower her head involuntarily. My name is Lucia White, and I want to join you. Then come with me. Nightingale smiled. I'll take you home. At this time, the sun had already set, leaving only a faint light in the sky. Lucia carried the sleeping Belle on her back and slowly followed behind her. When did you awaken? She asked. Awaken? Lucia was startled. It's the moment you turn into a witch, Nightingale explained. From then on, your body will constantly gather magic power. We call this transformation the awakening. I think it was about 2 years ago, Lucia recalled. Does magic power refer to the power of demons? That's just the church's excuse. She shook her head. Magic power is an ability given to us by God, and it has nothing to do with good or evil. The so-called demonic bite is nothing more than a backlash when magic power is abundant in the body, which can be avoided by practicing our abilities. You don't have to bear that kind of pain? Lucia's eyes widened. That's right. If there was no oppression from the church, witches wouldn't have to bear the pain of backlash. Nightingale blinked. And here is our home where we can freely use our abilities. She pointed behind her. Is this cute little girl your sister? Where are the rest of your family? They're all dead. Only Belle and I managed to escape. Lucia was silent for a moment. A group of people attacked Valencia, burning, killing, and looting everywhere. In order to resist them, my father was pierced in the chest by several swords. My mother told us to run away, but in the end, a long-suppressed grief welled up in her heart, making it impossible for her to speak a complete sentence. The hardships, hunger, thirst, and fear she had endured along the way all turned into grievances. For the sake of her sister, she had clenched her teeth and persevered until now, but it seemed that the line of defense she had built in her heart could no longer block the violent ups and downs of her thoughts. Her sobs quickly turned into loud crying. She knew that this was not good, and that she should maintain etiquette when meeting for the first time, but her tears were like a storm, and she couldn't stop them. She felt her tears and snot mixing together, and her mouth was full of a salty taste. However, to Lucia's surprise, a pair of arms wrapped around her and pulled her into a warm embrace. The other person gently patted the back of her head, completely not caring about the dirt on her face that had been washed by her tears, and softly comforted her. Cry it out. When Lucia calmed down and raised her head, she saw that the other person's shoulder was soaked with her own tears. I'm sorry, she said with a red face. It doesn't matter, are you feeling better? Nightingale took out a handkerchief and helped her wipe her face. Then she picked up Belle with one hand and held her hand with the other. Let's go, there are still many sisters waiting for you. Lucia had thought that the witches' station would be located in some inconspicuous abandoned warehouse or basement, but she had never expected that Nightingale would unexpectedly bring her to the castle area. Wasn't this the Lord's private territory? What surprised her even more was that the guards not only didn't stop her, but also waved at her. Did the Witch Cooperation Association control the whole town? When they went to the third floor of the castle and entered a brightly lit room, she was surprised to find that the man sitting opposite her was the lord who had received the cheers of the people before. This is the leader of the Witch Union, His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon. He took in the surviving witches of the Witch Cooperation Association and spread the news to other cities, hoping to attract more sisters who had nowhere to live, Nightingale introduced, and this town is the home of the witches. You don't need to doubt this, because the people who treated your sister and all the patients on the ship were the witches. Lucia's mind went blank. She had never thought that there would be a noble willing to take in witches, instead of treating them as tools or slaves. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly bowed. Her strange posture made Nightingale unable to hold back her laughter. It doesn't matter, His Royal Highness doesn't care about these etiquettes. You came from the eastern region? The Lord's voice was calm and relaxed, not like an inquiry, but more like a casual chat. Lucia secretly glanced at him, only to see him casually leaning against a chair, his expression full of interest. Yes. As the conversation went on and Nightingale explained, her mood gradually relaxed. Although the other side was a noble, he didn't have an aggressive attitude, instead he was like an elder who cared about her. So that's how it is. You've been awakened for 2 years, but you're still not an adult, he said with great interest. So, what's your ability? I can change an object back to its original appearance. Lucia hesitated, but it doesn't work on everything. The original appearance. His Royal Highness touched his chin and pushed a beautiful cup to the table. Can you show it to me? It will destroy it. It doesn't matter. Lucia nodded, walked to the table, and put her hand on top of the cup. After a while, the cup began to shrink and deform, eventually turning into 3 different substances. The leftmost one looked like a pool of oil, dark and sticky, the middle one was a small cluster of black powder, and the rightmost one was a pool of clear water, slowly dripping down the table. Welcome to the Witch Union. In the hall, a group of colorful witches of different ages toasted and laughed. Thank you. Lucia felt her eyes were wet again. She sniffed and resisted the urge to cry. She raised the cup and drank the ale. It was not as bitter as she remembered, but with a slight sweetness in the aroma. After meeting the Lord, with the help of Nightingale, she gave herself and Belle a hot bath and put on a set of clean clothes. After settling her sister down, Lucia followed Nightingale back to the castle hall. Here, the witches held a welcome banquet for her. It was the first time that Lucia had seen so many of her own kind, and the last bit of doubt in her heart dissipated. If a witch was imprisoned here or forced to serve the Lord, she would not be able to show such a light and bright smile. Thinking of Nightingale's words that this was the home of witches, Lucia suddenly empathized with them. Compared to those witches who had their identities exposed and were hunted down by the church, it was not easy to have a safe and comfortable place to live. Ever since Valencia was attacked by the thugs, in just over a month, she had suffered all the hardships of being a vagabond. The warm welcome of the Witch Union made her finally relax a little. At the same time, she also saw how magical a banquet started and attended by all witches could be. The black flame instantly roasted the steak, but the wooden basin in which it was placed was not damaged. A little girl with short blonde hair flew in the air, holding a jug of wine and filling everyone's cup. The witches, who looked like aliens, simulated a variety of musical instruments and finally gathered into a beautiful piece of music. Under Nightingale's introduction, Lucia quickly remembered everyone's name and unconsciously integrated into the group. The sadness in her heart was also diluted a lot. In the Witch Union, there were mature and steady Scroll and Vendi, there were sisters like Leaf and Echo, and there were also Anna and Soroya, who were about her age. No matter who it was, no one treated her as a stranger. Lucia was very grateful for this. After the banquet, she and the witches said good night to each other and returned to their new residence. His Royal Highness gave himself and Belle the last guest room on the second floor of the castle. Although Belle was not a witch, he did not force himself and his sister to separate. Sister? Belle opened her eyes when she heard the noise. You're awake. Lucia was overjoyed and quickly ran to the bed. How do you feel? Belle looked as if she had just taken a nap. The pain from the plague did not leave any trace on her body. Her eyes were a little confused, but she muttered, I feel so hungry. Wait. Lucia hurriedly took out a cloth bag from her pocket. When she opened it, the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. It was the dried fish slices that Nightingale had given her. There's food here. Seeing Belle sitting on the bed eating fish fillets, she patted the little girl's head in relief. His younger sister was only 10 years old this year. Now that she had lost her parents, she could only rely on herself. After swallowing 2 fish fillets, Belle sobered up a lot. She looked around and asked, Where are we? There doesn't seem to be such a big bed on the ship. Border town in the western region, we have arrived at our destination. We've arrived? She touched her cheek. But I'm sick, aren't I? Would they agree to let the plague patients enter the town? Yes, indeed they wouldn't. Lucia was amused by her sister's blank look. But the Lord's witches cured you. She told her in detail what had happened at the pier. We are now staying in his castle. Witches? Belle tilted her head and asked, Are they like you, sister? Yes, everyone is very good to me, especially a witch named Nightingale. Lucia gently stroked her head. She also helped you bathe. Well, didn't you often say that the nobles hate witches? Why is the Lord willing to take them in? This question made Lucia slightly choke. She coughed twice. There are occasionally 1 or 2 good people among the nobles. Belle picked up the last piece of dried fish from the bag. So, do you need to work for him? Like a maid at home, sweeping the floor, cooking, and serving in bed? What nonsense are you talking about? Lucia pinched her sister's face. I am a witch. Of course, I will use my ability to serve the Lord. As for what a maid has to do, who told you? Mother. She curled her lips. That's why she never allowed father to recruit beautiful maids. Speaking of her family, Lucia's face suddenly became a lot gloomier. She no longer blamed Belle. Instead, she held her sister in her arms and sighed softly. She wasn't worried about her sister's statement. When she talked with the Lord, she could see that in addition to a simple question about her life, the rest of the focus was on her ability. Obviously, he was more concerned about whether witches could serve him. But when she thought of her own ability, Lucia felt deeply worried. She was not ignorant of the world of witches. There were many witches in Valencia, but half a year ago, they began to withdraw from the city. She heard that they were going to the fjords to find a new place to live. She didn't want to leave her parents, so she didn't agree to travel with them. But after a few contacts, Lucia at least knew that witches were used to dividing their abilities into fighting and non-fighting types. Restoring objects could be said to be useless. Not to mention using it in battle, it would even be difficult to control when using it normally. Her father was a businessman who ran a papermaking workshop. The living room was often filled with papyrus that had been made. On the day she became a witch, she unconsciously and coincidentally used her ability, turning these papyrus back into a large pile of flying grass and powder. Afterwards, although her parents severely reprimanded her, they didn't hand her over to the church. Instead, they asked her to carefully hide herself, and if necessary, wear a godstone of retaliation and pretend to be a devout believer. At first, Lucia was full of curiosity about her own ability. She often secretly hid in her bedroom to test and restore various objects, but she soon found that this ability was extremely difficult to control. Sometimes it was the same papyrus, but sometimes it was grass, and sometimes it was black particles. If she continuously used her ability on an object, it would only make it become less and less, and the final product would be either powder or gravel. This meant that her ability couldn't be used to remake damaged objects, and she would only completely destroy the finished products that others had painstakingly made. Other witches also thought that Lucia's ability was not very useful. When used in a fight, the range was too close, and it was ineffective against living things. Not to mention a well-trained knight, even an ordinary farmer would find it difficult to defeat her. She couldn't be considered a fighting witch, and she couldn't think of any use for non-fighting witches, so it was almost the lowest level of ability. Because of this, she was depressed for a long time. But now, Lucia was more worried that if His Highness thought she was useless, would he drive her out of the castle? Early in the morning, Roland had placed all kinds of test props on the office floor. From solids to liquids, minerals to metal ingots, inorganic substances to organic substances, everything could be found. "You look very happy." Nightingale squatted down, picked up a small soup dumpling from the plate, and threw it into her mouth. Of course, Border Town now has a new witch, and her ability is so incredible. Roland raised his eyebrows. "Also, don't think that I didn't see you eat the test subject just now, right? There are several more." She wiped her mouth. "Is Lucia's ability very useful?" "It's very useful. Whether it's decomposing or restoring, it can bring great progress to smelting and manufacturing." Roland said excitedly. Together with Anna, the strength of the machine can be increased several times. Even if it can't be mass-produced, as long as we make a few machines by hand, it will definitely improve the production level of the town. Today, the machine tools used in the Greycastle Industrial Company's factory were precisely made by Anna. Although the scale was extremely accurate at the beginning, due to the defects of the materials, the wear and deformation of the machine tools became increasingly obvious during the production process. Tool breakage and fragmentation were even more common. Without Anna to supplement and maintain the parts, these machine tools could only be used for 1 or 2 years at most. Lucia's ability made it possible to accurately control the composition of the materials. Using high-strength iron, steel, and even alloys to make the machine tools, not only could they prolong the service life, but the processing efficiency and processing level could also reach a new level. For example, things like the revolver, which could only be produced by Anna for the time being, could also enter the sequence of mass production. "Really?" Nightingale jumped back to the table. "But she doesn't seem to think so. Because she hasn't really realized the value of her ability, just like Mystery Moon." Roland didn't take it seriously. If Lucia can finish reading Natural Science Theoretical Foundation, she will certainly not have such an idea. Nightingale silently stuffed 2 handfuls of dried fish into her mouth. After Lucia finished her breakfast and came to the office, the ability test officially began. Roland watched expectantly as she turned each of the test items into a pile or several small piles of different substances. The iron ingots and iron ore were all turned into silver-white granules. If one looked closely, one could even find some variegated powder on the side. The grapes and steak didn't change, but the soup dumplings turned into water, minced meat, and flour. Halfway through the transformation, she suddenly stopped and said with some embarrassment, "I seem to have exhausted all my magic power." Roland looked at Nightingale, and the latter nodded. She has very little magic power stored in her body. She looks like an erratic cloud of smoke, but this is the first time I've seen such a color. What color? Gray, she said. Roland returned to his desk and waved at Lucia. A witch's magic power grows with age and training. You're not an adult yet, so it's already very good that you can do this. When the little girl walked to the table, he pushed the parchment that he had already prepared in advance in front of her. Since you have decided to stay in Border Town, sign this contract. Lucia looked down at the end of the contract and couldn't help but gasp. 1 golden dragon per month? Your Highness, but my ability hasn't been tested yet, right? It has nothing to do with your ability, Roland shook his head with a smile. As long as you are a member of the Witch Union, this contract will be valid forever. Even if a witch's ability is useless? She asked incredulously. You can understand it that way, the prince said, but I believe that every witch's ability has its own unique use, the only difference is the time of digging. So you don't have to worry about not being useful. He paused. In addition, you should have heard the real reason for the magic bite from the other witches, so in order to ensure that you can smoothly pass the day of awakening, you have to practice your ability repeatedly every day. After dinner, Teacher Scroll will give a lesson to the witches in the living room. You have to go and listen to the lesson. Although you have mastered reading and writing, it is still necessary to study elementary mathematics and basic natural science. Yes, Your Highness. Lucia nodded vigorously. You also have a sister, right? Roland smiled and said, take her with you when you have class. She's at the age where she should be educated. Lucia was slightly startled. She raised her head to confirm that he was not joking. She happily bowed and said, as you command. After the little girl left, Roland put the signed contract into the drawer. He looked thoughtfully at the various test products on the ground. What are the results? Nightingale asked. It's amazing. He picked up the plate with the soup dumplings and fiddled with the minced meat and flour inside. For example, when the flour is kneaded, the gluten inside will form a net-like structure, making the flour ball flexible and stretchy. Once it is cooked, the protein of the gluten will denature because of the high temperature. Even if it is crushed into powder, it is impossible to return to its previous delicate and smooth appearance. This kind of transformation is irreversible, but... Roland picked up a small cluster of powder and spread it out in his palm. It felt smooth to the touch, like fresh flour that had just been ground. She made the flour return to its original state. I don't quite understand, Nightingale curled her lips. But in this case, her ability can be regarded as reducing matter? Not so, Roland pointed to the iron ingot. If it is only reduction, the iron ingot should become iron ore, but in fact, it is decomposed into iron powder and other impurities. Then what is her ability? She asked in confusion. I don't know for the time being, but at least we can speculate that maybe her ability has two effects. As for the specific form, it depends on her knowledge. Knowledge? In essence, there is not much difference between steak and iron ore. They are both composed of a variety of particles. However, Lucia's ability can only decompose iron ore, but cannot affect steak. I think it is probably because she can't understand organic matter, or the composition of living things. Roland explained. He was not sure whether his guess was correct or not, but there was no doubt that Lucia was the one who needed to learn and supplement her knowledge as soon as possible. 3 days later, when the second fleet of refugees from the eastern region arrived in Border Town, the same disease also broke out on the ship. But this time it was even more serious, almost half of the crew were infected. Through questioning, Roland learned that some of the patients had black spots on the first day after boarding the ship. This meant that they had been parasitized by strange insects earlier, and the incubation period had been shortened by a lot. At the same time, Roland also received a letter from King City. The seal was printed with the symbol of the Marjorie Chamber of Commerce. After reading the contents of the letter, he frowned. The demonic plague was spreading in King City. The church claimed that it was a witches' conspiracy, and told the people that they had a holy medicine that could fight against the demonic plague. Outside of King City, a large number of infected people had also appeared. For safety reasons, Theo chose to temporarily stop transporting the refugees. If he didn't estimate the timing correctly, the first returning fleet would return to King City in 4 days, bringing the news that border town could cure the demonic plague. But those who had already been infected probably wouldn't be able to survive on the ship for nearly a week. Moreover, the church's propaganda made him smell a trace of conspiracy. After considering it again and again, he decided to send a team to escort Lily to King City. Otherwise, most of the people in King City and the refugees from the eastern region would die in this man-made disaster, and the survivors would become devout believers of the church. Now that he had made up his mind, the first question he had to face was, should he personally go to King City? This would be the first time that the First Army of Border Town would be fighting far away from the western region. Unlike the previous 2 defensive battles, they would inevitably encounter an unfamiliar environment. Without the preset battlefield, it was still unknown how much of their fighting strength they could display. If he didn't go, it would be hard to feel at ease. Although Roland's military level was extremely limited, his understanding of it could be regarded as the top level of the era. However, once he left Border Town, the western region would become uncontrolled. If the news spread to Longsong's stronghold, it was hard to say what kind of wicked ideas the big families would have. As long as someone leaked this news to Timothy, both the front line and the rear would suffer. Timothy might not care so much about the witches, but if he knew that he was near King City, it would be strange if he didn't mobilize an army to encircle and annihilate him. Even if he let him go and ordered his other subordinates to attack the western region from the north, he would still be at a dead end. In general, compared to the loss on the front line, a fire in the backyard was much more serious. In the end, Roland decided to stay in Border Town. After all, the main task of the First Army was to protect the witches, and the secondary task was to guide the refugees to the ships in batches, rather than to engage in a direct battle with Timothy's King City patrol or the church's army of judges. As long as the rescue measures were carried out properly, and there were no accidents, it was likely that they wouldn't set sail. Of course, he had to develop a rescue plan as perfect as possible. At noon that day, Roland called Carter, Iron Axe, Brian and the members of the Witch Union over. The terrain near King City was only vaguely remembered by the 4th Prince when he was a child, but it wasn't a big problem. He let Soroya draw a simple map on the dining table in the living room, and began to give orders to Iron Axe and Brian. This central square represents King City, and this blue line represents the canal. Roland said while thinking, you have 2 tasks. The first is to protect the witches, heal the refugees, and bring them back to Border Town. The second is to prevent the demonic plague from continuing to spread in King City. Let me tell you something first, this plague is most likely caused by the church. What? Brian's eyes widened in disbelief, and Carter frowned. Only Iron Axe's expression didn't change at all. As a Majin tribe worshipped the 3 gods of nature, he didn't have any reverence for the church and its proclaimed god, which made Roland feel very pleased. After the church annexed the Kingdom of Winter, they attacked the Kingdom of Wolfheart. If the kingdom is destroyed, I think the Kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle will be their next target. In fact, the king's his mind. The prince briefly explained how the church had given Timothy, Garcia, and himself the meatballs at the same time. From this, we can see that he's not supporting any of the heirs, but encouraging us to kill each other. The subjects who swallowed the pill would not become battle-hardened soldiers. Instead, they would collapse and die after the pill ran out. This time's plague is the same, the demonic plague has just started to spread in the capital, when the church claimed that they have the antidote. Ironically, they have delayed releasing it to the citizens. Only the light that shines into hell is the most dazzling, Iron Axe said. Exactly. If you want to play the role of a savior, you must act at the most difficult moment for the people. The stronger the contrast, the deeper the impression the church leaves on the people. As for the innocent people who died along the way, it was just a sacrifice because their faith was not pious enough. Roland stated, so in addition to rescuing the fugitives from the eastern region, we have to try our best to destroy the church's conspiracy. What should we do? Brian took a deep breath. Do your best to conceal yourself and complete the mission without the other party noticing. Roland pointed to a large open space south of the dock on the outskirts of the canal. This should be a crop field, very suitable for hiding. You should find a vantage point here and set up a scouting post overlooking the dock. The soldiers in charge of receiving them disguised themselves as mercenaries from the caravan and escorted the treated fugitives onto the ships. I will ask the merchant Marjorie to gather as many ships as possible, not just 2 fleets involved in the transport. Whether it was Longsong Stronghold or Grey Castle King City, the patrols of the big cities rarely covered the surrounding areas. The scope of their investigation basically depended on the height of the city wall. The farther you could see from the top of the city wall, the farther the patrol area would be. But the area south of the dock was already out of the other side's investigation range, so it would be very difficult to attract the attention of the King City guards. How will those patients be treated? Iron Axe asked. Mainly relying on Lily's clone, Roland roughly explained the little girl's strange ability. She doesn't need to go into the refugee camp to cure these people. Any microorganism can become a clone. In other words, you only need to constantly collect the river water for her to purify, and then feed it to the patients. That's it? He was stunned. There are 2 things to pay attention to. The prince stretched out 2 fingers. First, make sure that everyone on the ship drinks the purified water. Second, you absolutely cannot use boiled drinking water to purify the water. In fact, the dirtier the purified water, the better. The more microorganisms there are, the more clones there will be. You may not understand, but as long as you do as I say, it will be fine. What about the patients in King City, will they also do the same? Almost, but we can't send our people to deliver the medicine, that would be too conspicuous. Theo will be responsible for this part, Roland said. As long as the money is paid, the Black Street rats are quite efficient. Your Royal Highness, the rats are not reliable. As long as there is a profit to be made, they may stab their employer in the back at any time. Carter objected. So the second task is to try to stop them as much as possible, but it is not necessary to complete it, the prince stood up. As long as something is wrong, the First Army should immediately protect the witches and evacuate. If we can smoothly bring back the refugees, it will be a victory. King City's citizens will be saved as many as possible. Moreover, the plan to defeat the church is not simply achieved by relying on the evolution water. As long as the facts are not as they claim, that only the holy medicine can fight against the demonic plague, their trick has already failed. Finally, I will announce the candidates who will go to King City, he said in a loud voice. Iron Axe. Yes. You will lead 240 soldiers, who will be responsible for protecting the witches, controlling the canal docks, and eliminating potential threats. You must bring back the witches and the people of the eastern region safely. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Iron Axe saluted. Brian. Yes. The young knight held his head high. You will lead 60 soldiers disguised as the caravan mercenaries. They will be responsible for delivering the medicine, welcoming the refugees, and maintaining the order of the ships. I will obey your orders, Your Royal Highness. Next are the witches. This time, the people who will go to King City will be Lily, Nightingale, Echo, Lightning, and Vendi. Roland's voice slowed down. I will explain your tasks in detail later, but you must pay attention to your own safety and return safely. Rest assured, Your Royal Highness. Nightingale patted her chest. I am here. Roland nodded. Then the last point, which is also the most important point, is that after the troops arrive in King City, they can only stay there for 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what the actual situation is, they must return to Border Town. He said word by word, if the church plans to destroy Greycastle's resistance, they will certainly not only spread the plague in King City, the western region is also likely to be one of their targets. Therefore, you cannot stay in King City for more than 3 days, do you understand? Yes, Your Royal Highness. Iron Axe and Brian said in unison. Very well, then we will implement this plan. Wait. Your Royal Highness, what about me? Carter raised his hand. You will lead the remaining soldiers of the First Army and protect my border town. Roland patted his shoulder. Genius. 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Fjords, see Dragon Bay. The church's believers climbed up the wall and shot arrows at the witches, but faced with Shavi's invisible barrier and Molly's magic servants, it had little effect. The arrows either fell from the sky or were swallowed by the servants. Only when the other party shot an arrow embedded with a god stone of retaliation would it pose a threat. After all, the number of god stones of retaliation was limited, so the unfortunate witches who were shot would immediately be dragged to the rear for treatment. As long as the bleeding was stopped in time, their lives would not be in danger. After 2 or 3 rounds of shooting, more than 20 witches had already advanced to the wall. Ashes jumped onto the top of the wall and cleaned up the believers who dared to show their heads. After a few days of pre-battle investigation, they knew the weak points of this wall like the back of their hands. The cries of pigeons came from the sky. It was Maggie telling them that they had arrived at the correct location. Lotus, who had experienced several previous battles, did not hesitate to use her ability. The ground suddenly shook, and the believers of the church wanted to rush over to stop it, but they were all killed by ashes one by one. Without the protection of the god stone of retaliation, the walls soon collapsed, allowing the witches to rush in and use their abilities to attack the believers. More than half of the believers who weren't wearing the god stone of retaliation instantly fell down, while those who were still standing were cleanly harvested by ashes. This was the first time the church had been attacked since it was built, and the enemy was the church's mortal enemy. The priest who was stationed here also knew that it was the last moment. He called for the remaining believers to take the pill and sacrifice themselves for God. More than a dozen crazy believers used their flesh and blood to entangle ashes, while the rest of them rushed towards Lotus and the others. Lotus, who was already prepared, raised an earthen wall from the ground, temporarily blocking the enemy. The god stone of retaliation couldn't eliminate the magic effect that had already been completed, so when they bypassed the earthen wall, they found that there was nothing behind it. The manic believers had to return to besiege ashes, but the group of witches would suddenly appear behind them and knock down the enemies who were caught off guard. Every time this happened, the opponents would suffer losses. In this way, after an hour of fierce fighting, the church was filled with the bodies of believers, and finally, only the priest was left. He trembled as he put the pill in his mouth, but before he could swallow it, Ashes, who had walked up to him, cut off his arm with a slash of her sword. "You damn evildoer! A monster cursed by the devil!" He held his severed hand and roared hysterically, his eyes filled with fear. "Are you afraid? When you tortured and slaughtered those innocent people, did you think about their feelings?" Ashes coldly said, "Compared to witches, you are more like the devil's minions, scum who do all kinds of evil. So, be at ease and go report to hell." With that, the giant sword chopped down, cutting off his curse in his throat. "Did we win?" Molly walked up to her, still in disbelief. "That's right," Ashes breathed a sigh of relief. "This is the last church in the fjords. From now on, there will be no more strongholds of the church on the islands. We've won." Although the power of the church in the fjords was very weak, with each church having no more than 100 believers, and there was no army of judges stationed there, this was the first time that the witches had won a direct confrontation with the church. From the beginning, when they were chased around by the other side, when they heard the slightest news, they would tremble in fear. Now, they had captured the church and knocked down the behemoth of the past. Even if it was only a small part of the church, it was enough to make the witches extremely excited. Just as she had expected, after everyone had confirmed this long-awaited victory, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. The church was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Now, they had finally moved the foot of the mountain, allowing a ray of light to shine in. From now on, the fjords would become their true home. "We won! Long live Lady Tilly! Cuckoo!" After returning to Sleeping Island by boat, Ashes couldn't wait to rush back to Tilly's residence and tell her the news of the witches' complete victory. Tilly tucked her gray hair behind her ears and revealed a bright smile. "Maggie has already told me. I heard that you are all safe and sound. This is really great." Indeed, compared to a sailboat, she could fly much faster after turning into a seabird. Ashes looked around, but didn't see that familiar figure. Where's Maggie? She left, right after reporting the news of the victory. Tilly shook her head helplessly. Ashes was startled. She returned to the western region? Yes, Tilly smiled. She probably also met a very good friend over there. It's only been a few days, but she can't wait to go back. If it wasn't to help us defeat the church, I'm afraid she would have returned to Border Town the same day she delivered the letter. I'm really getting more and more curious about that side. Ashes hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth. Should I not have left her there? No, this is very good, the fifth princess replied in a confident tone. Because you let Maggie stay in Border Town, we can easily get in touch with the other side. I also asked her to deliver the reply to Roland and Wimbledon. She made a face. Guess what I replied to him? Of course I refused. Sailing across the sea is full of risks. How can we send witches to the western region? No, I agreed to his request. Tilly raised the corner of her mouth. I also briefly introduced the abilities of non-combat witches to him. In the letter, he said that as long as he could protect the witches, I could consider letting some witches go to Border Town. What did he say? By the way, we can investigate and learn, promote friendship, and work together to make progress. She paused. If necessary, I can even go to Border Town in person. Your Highness. Ashes could not help but call out the honorific she had used when she was a palace guard. I know what you are worried about, but at present, the biggest enemy of witches is the church. For this reason, one more ally means one more strength. Dealing with the Fjords Islands is a relationship of interest, while the Witch Cooperation Association of Border Town is a natural friend. Since we are friends, why not show some goodwill? Tilly laughed. Moreover, I heard from Maggie that witches can further evolve their abilities by learning new knowledge. Aren't you curious? If the witches we send can also learn this skill, Sleeping Island will certainly benefit a lot. But if you go in person, in case the other side. Tilly stretched out her hand to interrupt Ashes. Rest assured, I am not saying that I will leave immediately. Before the situation is clear, I will not personally go to a dangerous place. Don't forget, Sylvie can see through all disguises. Whether it is delicate makeup or magic illusions, nothing can escape her eyes. As long as the first group of people go to Border Town, she can help me find out the truth about the fourth prince. Besides, even if I am in danger, don't I still have you by my side? Ashes looked at her for a long time and finally nodded. Of course, the specific situation can wait until Maggie comes back next month. Tilly smiled. We have a more important thing to do now. What? Ashes asked in surprise. Now that the church in the fjords had been destroyed, it seemed that they only needed to focus on the construction of Sleeping Island. But the other side's expression did not seem to be the case. The fifth princess pointed to the red gemstone on her white silk gloves. Not only in the kingdom, there is also an ancient ruin on the Shadow Islands in the fjords. Most of the magic stones purchased from the islanders came from this ruin. Taking advantage of the gap between the destruction of the church, I want to go and see it in person. Is it the ghost Shadow Red River in the folklore? After staying in the fjords for a while, Ashes had also heard a little about these legends. This ruin is hidden in the sea, and it is surrounded by dangerous undercurrents and sea beasts. It is impossible for ordinary people to go there. Since it was first discovered, many explorers, in order to see this incredible wonder, unfortunately died in the Shadow Islands. You don't know its specific location, how can you enter the ruin? I really don't know where it is, but I know someone who can take us there. In fact, this outstanding explorer is on Sleeping Island, and he was the first to discover this ruin, Tilly said with a smile. To be continued. 8 Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Say net, provide you with wonderful novels to read. Theo had been staying in the hotel in the inner city these days, anxiously waiting for Border Town's reply. The towering inner city walls divided King's City into 2 different worlds, and the entry and exit were strictly controlled. Whether it was a noble or a wealthy merchant, they had to go through a comprehensive examination in a small room at the entrance. Once there were signs of illness, such as fever, flushing, or black spots, they would not be allowed to enter. After leaving the inner city, they had to rush back in the evening of the same day, otherwise once the sun went down. And the city gates were closed, they would have to spend the night outside. But this still couldn't stop the spread of the demonic plague. Yesterday he had already heard rumors that there were nobles in the inner city that had been infected. If not for the church finally releasing the first batch of holy medicines, perhaps the nobles would have already evacuated King City. 6 days after the letter was sent, the news finally came from Marjorie's Chamber of Commerce. He hurriedly rushed to the appointed place, a tailor's shop, and was then led to the basement by the clerk, where the owner of the Chamber of Commerce had already been waiting for a long time. He saw Marjorie sitting at a low table. On the table was a basin of ice water, which was constantly emitting bursts of cold air. Theo, covered in sweat, walked over to her and sat cross-legged, suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing on his face. He couldn't help but feel refreshed. His Royal Highness asked me to give you a letter. She handed him a folded sheepskin envelope. The seal seemed to be intact. Theo couldn't wait to open it, and took out the letter, which briefly explained the action plan, the news of the departure of the First Army, as well as the tasks he needed to complete. After carefully reading it, he quietly put the letter into his bosom and looked at Marjorie. Did His Royal Highness ask you for anything? No, he just sent a messenger to deliver this letter. Of course, the express delivery of the message needs to be charged. I have already put it on the account. Ahem, it's like this. Theo cleared his throat. His Royal Highness needs to transport all the fugitives back to the Western Territory in a very short time, so he hopes that you can provide a large number of ships for continuous transport, not just 1 or 2 fleets. Even if they are infected? Marjorie speculated with great interest. I think he certainly doesn't want to turn the entire Western Territory into a land of death, so. Your Highness found a cure for the demonic plague? Indeed, he nodded. In fact, there were already patients on the First Fleet, but they didn't break out at that time. They only discovered it when they arrived at the town. They are now on their way back to the capital. All the crew members are safe and sound. His Highness Roland is indeed an incredible man. Even the church couldn't come up with the antidote so quickly, Marjorie exclaimed. Then how many days does he plan to use to transport the refugees? A week? Theo held up 3 fingers. Love go small say net could this, is impossible. The female merchant was startled for a moment, but soon shook her head again and again. Even if half of these people died, there would still be more than 5,000 people. Transporting them in 3 days would mean that I would need to prepare nearly 100 sailboats. Even if the other ships of the Chamber of Commerce were to stop for transportation, they would only be able to meet this number. But in this way, I would suffer a loss of thousands of golden dragon coins, and the number of customers I would lose would be even more uncountable. Even if the steam engine was free, it wouldn't be able to offset this loss. So, please forgive me for refusing. If all the people were sitting on the deck, rather than lying in the cabins with the beds, the number of people a ship could carry could be doubled, Theo insisted. If you don't pay attention to comfort, the 2-masted ship used to transport or can also be used to transport people. As long as the hatch is opened, it can carry about 200 people at a time. Such a ship, your old friend Hogg should have many, right? In Silver City, he indeed has several such large ships. Marjorie looked a little hesitant. Moreover, according to your calculations, the number of ships can probably be reduced to about 50. But, this is not a good deal. Theo also thought so. In order to have dozens of ships converge on the canal, just the dispatch and coordination would require a lot of energy. Moreover, the cost of renting a ship wouldn't all fall into his own pocket, it would take a lot of time and effort, and the harvest wouldn't be much. No matter how he looked at it couldn't be considered a good deal. At this point, he could only use his last trick. At the end of the letter, His Royal Highness wrote a line of small characters. If Marjorie is unwilling to provide help, then tell her that lightning has also come. This sentence made people a little puzzled. What kind of special relationship did the female merchant have with that lively and lovely blonde girl? From their appearance, it doesn't seem like it, but His Royal Highness must have his own reasons for saying so. Thinking until here, Theo slowly opened his mouth and said, rushing to transport it within 3 days is also a last resort. What His Royal Highness is doing is equivalent to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. If we delay it for too long, the church is likely to come knocking on our door. Moreover, lightning is also in this team. If they were to discover the existence of a witch, it would be dangerous. What did you say? Her voice suddenly rose a notch. Lightning has also come? His Royal Highness did indeed say so in the letter. Theo pretended to be an honest person. It is probably to guide the team and provide an early warning. After all, this is the territory of the new King Timothy. I see. Marjorie stood up. When do you need a ship? It should be in 4 days, if they aren't delayed on the road. I will do my best to arrange it. She went to the desk and began to write rapidly, but I have one condition. You must tell me the location of His Royal Highness's team. If they want to enter the city, I can also arrange enough rooms for them. Well, it seems that this trick is indeed effective. I think this is not a problem, Theo said happily. In addition, there is one more thing I need your help with. Say it, Marjorie sighed. I need a team of wagons to transport the wine barrels. The more barrels the better, but don't fill them with ale or wine, instead fill them with river water or well water. According to His Royal Highness's letter, the key person to solve the evil plague was the witch Lily. She could transform ordinary water into a cure for the disease. However, there was a serious loophole in this plan, that is, they absolutely could not let the rats get close to the First Army camp. If they knew that there was someone in the camp who could continuously produce the holy medicine, Theo dared to bet that the next day, the whole city would know about it. River water and well water? She raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Rest assured, His Royal Highness will pay for it, Theo laughed. In order to keep it a secret and for safety reasons, the journey from the camp to King City could only be carried by him. If it was like treating the refugees from the eastern region, carrying a water bag to eliminate the demonic plague, not only would it be troublesome, it would also be very inefficient. He had to find a way to bring as much purified water as possible at once. The huge wine barrel mounted on the four-wheeled carriage was obviously a good choice. To be continued. Genius 1 second to remember if you want to go? Say net, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Knowing that His Highness had found a way to cure the demonic plague, Theo's restless mood finally calmed down. Moreover, once he had something to do, the next few days seemed to pass a lot faster. In addition to visiting the winery manor in the suburbs, and planning the route of the convoy, he also memorized the topography from the canal wharf to the city gate. Now it was a lot more troublesome to enter King City. Because of the refugees outside the city, all the major city gates of King City had been closed, prohibiting outsiders from entering. Especially after knowing that the church was distributing the holy medicine, every day there would be desperate people attacking the city gates, hoping to go to the church to seek treatment. The guards on the city walls did not hesitate to respond with crossbows, and now there were a lot of corpses piled up in front of the city gates, giving off an unpleasant smell under the scorching sun. The only open side door was limited to nobles and merchants transporting food. Fortunately, Theo had served in the patrol team for quite a long time, and was also a native of King City. Most of the guards on duty knew him, so they only needed to greet him when entering or exiting. Because of this, the inside and outside of the city were almost cut off. Even if the refugees were transported with great fanfare at the wharf, it would still be very difficult for the news to reach the city. Moreover, for the upper nobles, they were eager for someone to take away this group of refugees from the eastern region who could explode at any time, so that when the time came they wouldn't have to concentrate the patrols to suppress the riots. Theo roughly understood why His Highness had decided to set out on the same day he received the letter. These people had already been abandoned by King City. If the church sent out priests to distribute the holy medicine, then most of the refugees would become devout believers. If His Highness could snatch this group of people before the church, and give them a new life and a place to live, there was no doubt that they would become fanatical supporters of His Highness. On the morning of the 4th day, the returning fleet arrived at the canal wharf on time. Theo was surprised to find that His Highness had sent more than 300 soldiers from the First Army, and all of them were equipped with revolving rifles. With such a strong force as a guarantee, even if the church got the news, it was estimated that they would be powerless to stop the refugees from leaving. Lightning. Marjorie, who was also waiting at the wharf, saw the little girl's figure, and couldn't wait to rush forward and hug her. This is? Iron Axe asked. The owner of King City's Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Marjorie. Theo explained. This time, all the ships needed for the transportation were provided by her. In order for the plan to be carried out, she has contributed a lot. I see, Iron Axe nodded to her. Thank you for your help. I will deduct the cost from His Highness. She shrugged. And instead of thanking me, you should thank Lightning. Lightning tilted her head. Why? Ahem, it's nothing, Theo coughed twice. What are you going to do next? Set up a camp south of the pier and control the area around the pier. We'll start the rescue in the afternoon, Iron Axe said. As for the boat, I'll leave it to you. When Brian led his men into the refugee area, he could not help but frown. There were dying patients everywhere. Black blood and pus flowed out of their cracked skin, attracting flies. However, they didn't even have the strength to drive them away. They just let these flying insects crawl all over their bodies and lick their blood. He could not help but think of the months of the demons, when the people of Border Town were trapped in the slums of Longsong Stronghold. Facing the erosion of hunger and cold, they were also powerless. If this was really the church's doing, it was simply an unforgivable crime. First, gather those who can still move, Brian said. It's up to you, Miss Echo. If they rashly announced to the crowd that they had a drug that could cure the disease, it would cause a sensation. When the time came, all the people would pour into the pier area, and with only a few dozen people, they would not be able to suppress them. Therefore, the announcement had to be made in batches. His Highness had arranged for Echo to accompany him because her ability allowed her to specify a specific area or a specific person's ear. Brian only saw her open her mouth, but no sound came out. Among the refugees, some of them looked over. Soon, a group of people stumbled over. My lord, is what you said true? As long as this disease can be cured, I'm willing to go with you to the western region. Success, Brian's heart was filled with joy. Of course, our ship has already docked in the pier area. Take your family and come with me. The other soldiers also came forward to help carry the patients who were lying on the ground, unable to move. In a flash, the team expanded to several hundred people, walking towards the canal pier. Many people noticed this scene and hurried over as well. Back at the pier, the soldiers of the First Army had already placed the bags of purified water on a long table, while the entrance to the pier was guarded by Iron Axe. Only 2 people were allowed to pass at a time, ensuring that all the people who boarded the ship drank the purified water. Everyone, listen carefully, these water bags contain the medicine to cure the disease. As long as you drink it, you will immediately be cured. Next to the long table was a platform on which stood a soldier, constantly preaching His Royal Highness manuscripts. The church's so-called demonic plague is caused by the witches, and only the holy elixir can cure it is simply nonsense. They just want to earn more money. They also want you to kneel down and thank them for saving your lives. But His Highness Roland not only brought the medicine, but also did not charge any fees. That's right, not even a single copper royal. These words caused a commotion in the crowd, and the first person who drank the purified water soon felt the changes in his body. He couldn't believe it and tore off his clothes, watching the black spots quickly disappear. This medicine is really effective. I'm cured, I'm cured. Me too, God above, my wounds are no longer bleeding. God? Where is it? I only see a group of liars. That's right, this medicine has nothing to do with the church. Long live His Highness Roland. As more people recovered, the reaction of the crowd became more and more excited. If it weren't for the soldiers of the First Army controlling the order, it was feared that the long table with the water bags would have immediately been destroyed by the crowd. Now His Highness Roland is developing the western region, and needs a lot of manpower to cultivate the fields, build houses, and build roads. He does not charge any fees for the medicine, nor will he force you to go to the western region. The soldier in charge of propaganda continued to speak loudly, but His Highness promised that as long as you are willing to go to the western region and work for him, you will receive food, shelter, and salary. No matter what specialties you have, you will be able to get a suitable job. Those who are willing, step forward and follow the mercenaries to board the ship to your new home. Those who are not willing, it doesn't matter, as long as you help us here, you can leave after 3 days, and the food for these 3 days will also be provided by the caravan free of charge. Will there really be shelter and salary? Someone asked loudly. Of course, these are the conditions that His Highness Roland personally said. The soldier nodded in response. Please let me board the ship, I am willing to work for His Highness. Me too. And me, sir. I'm a blacksmith. Brian was delighted to see that this batch of hundreds of people, none of them chose to stay in King's City, but all boarded the ship to the western region. After a ship was fully loaded, it immediately set off, and the following empty ships followed one after another, under the command of Marjorie, without the slightest pause. Next, Brian constantly went back and forth between the refugee camp and the dock, relying on echo sound transmission technique to draw in batch after batch of Eastern region refugees, each time controlling the number of people to be within 300 or 400. Just as he returned to the dock with a group of newly recruited patients, he suddenly saw the First Army stationed in the wheat field in the south start to move. A small team quickly ran towards the north bank of the canal, guns already in their hands. "What happened?" he asked Iron Axe's subordinate. Miss Lightning, who was investigating, said that someone secretly jumped off the ship and escaped, the subordinate said after saluting. "Probably a rat hiding among the refugees?" In fact, there was more than one such rat. Iron Axe looked at the captured man with a blank expression. "You're the third person to jump off the ship and escape. The refugees also said that you're not from the western region. Do you have any last words?" The two people who were caught earlier, after cutting off 2 of their fingers with their short swords, immediately confessed everything about their origins and purpose. Of course, their corpses had already been thrown into the canal. Iron Axe had never been a soft-hearted person. His experience in Iron Sand City had taught him that the best way to deal with this kind of hidden probing was to cut off the hands that had reached out to him one by one. But to his surprise, this guy, whose hands were tied and who was kneeling on the ground, looked very healthy and didn't seem to be sick. Could it be that he was sent by some force? "I'm not your enemy." Iron Axe was slightly startled by his first words. "My name is Hill Fox." "Theo knows my name." At this time, Theo hadn't left the dock area. After being called over by Iron Axe's men, he looked at Hill and curled his lips. "This man is a subordinate of Black Hammer." "Not one of your men?" Iron Axe asked. "It has nothing to do with me. He's just a rat who has just entered the profession." "You deceived Black Hammer and also deceived Skeleton Fingers," Hill suddenly said. "You're not working for Timothy, but for His Highness Roland Wimbledon of the Western region. He knows too much." Theo made a throat-slitting gesture to Iron Axe. "The best place for this person to go is the bottom of the canal." He continued to say, "I've heard the contents of the mercenaries' propaganda. We can cooperate. I'm willing to work for His Highness Roland." "His Highness doesn't need the loyalty of a rat." Iron Axe pulled out his sword. "I'm not a rat, I'm a free citizen of King's City. I'm Timothy's enemy." Hill shouted. "Wait." Theo stopped Iron Axe and walked in front of him. The latter raised his head and fearlessly looked at the guard, his eyes seeming to be burning with something. "So that's how it is. This is the answer I couldn't figure out when I first met him," Theo thought. His eyes were filled with hatred. This hatred was so intense that even though he had deliberately concealed it, he could not completely conceal his anger. "Tell me, why do you want to serve His Highness?" "I do live in the North City district, and I occasionally go to the underground trumpeters to drink. But I didn't lose all my property in gambling, and my wife didn't run away with someone else." Hill gnashed his teeth and said, "She was killed by Timothy." The story was not complicated, and Theo quickly figured out the ins and outs. He and his wife were originally members of the Pigeon and Top Hat acrobatic troupe, and they often performed in the inner city of the royal city. The acrobatic troupe was not big. There were only 7 people, but the atmosphere was very harmonious. As the only woman in the group, his wife was pursued by everyone. In the end, Hill won her heart. The days after their marriage were very sweet. It wouldn't be long before the two of them saved up enough to buy a house in the inner city. But all of this was destroyed by Timothy's witch hunt. Under the leadership of Langley, the patrols were like a group of mad dogs, wantonly arresting suspects. His wife was also one of the unfortunate ones who was mistakenly arrested. Hill Fox thought that as long as he paid the ransom, his wife would be released, or at the very least he would be able to see her in prison. The warden accepted the ransom, but he didn't release her. He didn't even agree to his request to visit her in prison. Instead, he comforted him by saying that after a while it was confirmed that his wife wasn't a witch, she would naturally be released. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the worse. When he was informed to go to the prison to get his wife back, what he saw was a scarred corpse. Hill angrily demanded an explanation from Langley, but in the end, the warden, the head of the prison, and the guards were only sentenced to 10 lashes and a fine of 25 silver royals, while he received 3 golden dragon as compensation. Such a sentence was completely unacceptable to Hill. He even found the highest person in charge of the patrols, Steelheart Knight Sir Weimer, but it still didn't help. Sir told him that Langley was a trusted follower of Timothy Wimbledon, and that the new patrols were also his minions. At the same time, the witch hunt was His Majesty's order. Even the Minister of Justice Pyle wouldn't say a word for him. So Hill decided to take revenge on the new king, but he didn't expect that this decision would be approved by all his acrobatic troupe partners. However, a group of actors with no fighting skills, no wealth, and no subordinates wanted to take revenge, which was almost impossible to achieve. The only thing Hill could think of was to collect information about Timothy and provide it to his enemies, such as the Queen of Clearwater Garcia. One after another, they joined different Blackstreet organizations and went undercover to collect any clues related to the new king. It was also for this reason that he secretly monitored Theo's movements. If Timothy wanted to expel these refugees, he should try his best to stop him. But before he could take any action, the demonic plague broke out, and Theo also stopped the transportation of refugees. Until today, Hill found that these people were once again on the move. In order to find out what was going on, he simply played the role of a refugee and blended into the crowd. The result was that he found out that the real person Theo was working for was Roland Wimbledon, the 4th Prince of Grey Castle. There was no doubt that, as one of the candidates to compete for the throne of Grey Castle, he was also Timothy's archenemy. Probably in Hill's eyes, as long as he could overthrow the new king, he wouldn't hesitate to work for the devil. One last question: when you blended into the crowd to gather information, didn't you think about the possibility that you would be infected? Theo asked with great interest. I don't think that a person with a goal of revenge would despise his own life like this. I have the antidote, Hill said, it's in my underwear pocket. My friends in the acrobatic troupe spent most of their family fortune to buy it for me from the black market. Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out a transparent bottle with the thickness of an index finger, which seemed to be filled with a blue liquid. He handed the bottle to Iron Axe, the church's holy elixir. I think His Highness should be interested in this thing. This man. Iron Axe took the bottle and asked, what do you think? Well, Theo touched his chin. If it was a normal day, he wouldn't have the time to verify the veracity of Hill's words. He would only choose the safest method and directly send him on his way. However, there was someone in the camp who could accurately judge whether he was lying or not. I would like to ask Miss Nightingale to verify it. In the evening, Theo returned to the underground trumpeter. Blackhammer's spirit was obviously not very good. The recent spread of the demonic plague had caused the tavern's business to drop to a freezing point, and the silver ring and the earthen jar being infected had only exacerbated his uneasiness. Hill acted as if nothing had happened. As usual, he sat in front of Theo in a slightly reserved manner. The guard showed a slight smile, and threw a small bag of golden dragon coins in front of Black Hammer. You don't need to be so depressed, I want to tell you some good news, we have business again. Black Hammer counted the coins and put them in his pocket, weakly saying, I don't want to accept any business. Now that the demonic plague is running rampant, who would dare to wander outside? The money we earn isn't even enough for everyone to buy the holy elixir. Do you know how much a bottle of elixir can be sold on the black market? At least 25 golden dragon coins. You managed to get your hands on a Saint Spirit herb? Black Hammer's interest was piqued. Saint Spirit herb? Theo put away his smile and sneered, you don't need the church's medicine to cure the patients infected with the demonic plague. He took 2 small leather bags from his waist and put them on the table. Blaming it on the witches is just their usual trick. Anyway, the dead can't refute it. Black Hammer picked up one of the bags in confusion and shook it next to his ear. Then, he untied the rope and sniffed it. No smell? You take it and give it to the silver ring and the pot to drink, then you will know whether it is the real medicine or not, Theo said. These 2 should still be in the tavern. Ever since I found out they were infected, I told them to hide in the basement and not come out. Now, the black spot patients are easily attacked by the citizens, and the skeleton fingers won't open the door to let them in. Black Hammer picked up the sack. Sir, I'll give it a try. After he got up and left, Hill was still staring at the table. not saying a word, which made Theo secretly shake his head. For an ordinary person who had been living under the ravages of the demonic plague, when he heard that there was a medicine that could cure the disease, how could he be so calm? Even if they weren't so excited that they wanted to snatch it for a look, they would at least ask a few more questions. As an intelligence officer, this performance was really not up to standard. Can this medicine really cure the demonic plague? Littlefinger shouted, "Your Excellency, where did you get it?" Even the little girl was better than him. Theo drank a glass of wine. Of course, it was the lord of the palace who gave it to me. Besides him, who else would dare to go against the church? After a while, Black Hammer returned with the silver ring and a clay pot. "Oh my God, this medicine is incredible." Not long after they drank it, the black spots on their bodies disappeared. "My lord, thank you for your potion." The two of them knelt on the ground. The cracked skin of the clay pot was still dripping with blood. "You saved our lives." "Let's first bandage the wound." Theo waved his hand. Although the purifying water was able to get rid of the disease, it was unable to heal the wound. If the seriously injured person wanted to fully recover, it would take at least a week or so. Rather than thanking me, it would be better to thank my employer. If you complete this mission well, you might even have a chance to get rid of your identity as rats. Your Majesty. No, I mean, does your employer really want us to sell the medicine? Black Hammer asked excitedly. Obviously, he also realized that selling special potions at this time could bring in a lot of money. That's right. The church's use of this method to deceive the citizens has made him extremely angry. If this bunch of scammers continue to do this unscrupulously, I'm afraid that the entire King City will become a cathedral instead of the territory of the Wimbledon family. Theo said in a low voice. In addition, he doesn't want to see such a big city with only a few living people, so the price of the potion absolutely cannot be too high. It must be affordable for the majority of the civilians. He then took out 2 leather bags and threw them on the table. A bag like this can only sell for 10 silver royals at most. 10 silver royals. Black Hammer's eyes widened. That's right. 6 will go to my employer, and the rest will belong to you. He opened his palm and said, "The potion is enough for 5,000 to 6,000 people, so you'll get at least a few hundred golden dragon. Even if it's divided equally, it's not a small number. It's enough for you to spend the rest of your lives." The other side looked like he wanted to say something but stopped, his eyes staring at the leather bags on the table, seemingly thinking about how to get a greater benefit from them. In his heart, Theo was very clear about what these rats were thinking. The potion itself didn't have any cost. Even if it was given away for free it wouldn't be a problem, but with such a large amount of it, relying on him alone would be inefficient, and it would also be too eye-catching. Handing it over to the rats to sell would reduce the risk, and 10 silver royals was also a price that most of the citizens could afford. Of course, it was impossible for these people to honestly sell it at a low price, whether it was secretly selling a part of it to the inner city, or reselling it to the black market. They would be able to get a huge profit. In the end, these potions would be sold at a low price to the civilians, perhaps less than half of them would be sold, but this wasn't the main point of Theo's concern. The task that His Highness Roland had given him was to thwart the church's conspiracy as much as possible, as long as everyone understood that the holy elixir wasn't the only antidote to the demonic plague, and at the same time it wasn't a rare or expensive thing. The content of the priest's propaganda would be questioned by the people, especially those believers who had paid a huge price to get the holy elixir. They would start to doubt whether God's spokesperson was deceiving them or not. I know what you're thinking. Theo opened his mouth. You want to hide some of it and sell it secretly, or sell it to a higher bidder first. I can pretend that I didn't see it, but don't forget, his tone turned cold, my employer is not a kind person. If you don't want to sink to the bottom of the moat, it would be best for you to restrain yourself. After all, you have to live to have the opportunity to enjoy it. But what if someone else takes it and resells it? Silver Ring asked. It's very simple, each person can only buy 1 bag, and they have to use it on the spot. After he finished speaking, he looked at the Black Hammer. How about it, are you interested in taking this business? Relying solely on the underground trumpeter may not be able to eat so many potions, I think. Theo directly interrupted him. The specific arrangements for who to sell it to and where to sell it, that's your business. I'll just keep an eye on you for His Excellency. The Black Hammer gritted his teeth, looked around at the 4 people, and seeing that no one raised any objections, he then pounded the table with his fist. "This business, I'll do it." "Very well," he nodded. "When the sun sets the day after tomorrow, the carriage carrying the potions will arrive at the entrance of the tavern. You arrange the people, and at the same time, spread the news about the new medicine. Do a good job, my employer doesn't want to see you fail." The day after tomorrow will also be the last day of the First Army's stay. After that, no matter what happens in the city, it will no longer pose a threat to His Highness, Theo thought. Not long after he left the tavern, Hill caught up with him from behind. "Don't you want to see my companions? They are all eager to take revenge on Timothy. For the time being, I believe you because you passed the test. But that doesn't mean that I also believe them." Theo shook his head. "If you hadn't been caught today, what would you have done?" "I wanted to go back and tell the news to everyone, and listen to their opinions, whether they should continue to observe for a while, or directly join His Highness Roland's side," he replied. "Oh?" Theo asked with great interest. "What's your personal opinion?" Hill hesitated for a moment, then said, "I think that His Highness is different from the majority of the nobles. There are very few people like him who will try their best to save the fugitives, and he also treats the witches equally. If Timothy was also like this, my wife wouldn't." He was silent for a moment. "Therefore, I am more inclined to directly serve His Highness." "Then you go back now and don't say anything, just pretend that you never went to the pier." "Why?" He raised his head in surprise. In the grand hall of the church, Priest Fairy was looking down at a farmer who was kneeling at his feet. The farmer's originally tall and sturdy body was now bent into a ball, his hands were trembling slightly, and his skin was showing an abnormal bluish-purple color. In less than half a day, these patches of color would condense into black spots, and eventually spread to the whole body. Until today, he was infected, which was already considered strong enough. "I know you live in the Eastern District, Rocky Mountain, and often bring some fresh wheat to the church," the priest said. "You remember me?" "That's great, Sir Priest," he repeatedly kowtowed. "My whole family has been infected with the demonic disease. I need the holy elixir, I beg you." "But what did you bring to the church this time?" "The holy elixir is not something that can be given at will," Fairy said slowly. "It requires you to exchange it with a devout heart." In order to buy the elixir, my money was cheated by the rats," Rocky Mountain said in a trembling voice. "Please forgive me for not being sincere, I should not have sought shortcuts in the black market. Now, I only have one last egg left, please accept it." He took out a round egg from his bosom and held it above his head with both hands. "Pinning your hopes on the deceitful and unfair black market, you will naturally be punished, but God will always lend a helping hand to the lost sheep. Only those who are aware of their mistakes will be able to go further and further on the pilgrimage." Fairy took the egg and said with a smile, "Get up, God has forgiven you." "Really, really?" Rocky Mountain couldn't believe it. "The messengers of God never lie." Fairy waved his hand, and another believer immediately came forward with a box of elixirs. He picked out 4 bottles from the box and handed them over to the believer. "If I remember correctly, your family has a total of 4 people, right?" "Yes, sir." He swallowed his saliva, held the holy elixir in his hands, and bent down to kiss the priest's shoes. Thank you. I will dedicate my whole life to the church, to the true God." The surrounding believers were also moved by this scene and cheered, feeling happy for the addition of a new devout to the church family. When the cheers subsided, Fairy motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then said in a clear voice, "Next." The ritual lasted until dusk. Along with the sound of the bell in King's City, Priest Fairy announced the end of today's ceremony and that it would continue tomorrow morning. Then, he left the hall amidst the pleading of the crowd. Although his body was a little tired, he was still full of energy. He stood in the main hall and listened to the pleas and prayers of the people. Seeing how they couldn't wait to please him, he couldn't help but feel like he was a god. No, the church itself is like a god, Fairy thought. After prescribing the demonic plague and the medicine, it can easily control the life and death of others. This kind of power is no different from that of a true god. He could not help but lament that the best choice he had made in his life was to give up the family business and devote himself to the church. In the face of such power, no one could stop it. A wealthy businessman? A noble with high status and power? In the face of death, they were willing to give up everything in exchange for a chance to live. When he returned to the resting area of the rear hall, a priest hurriedly came forward and whispered in his ear, "My lord, a rat reported a situation." "About what?" "The refugees from the eastern region. He will only tell you the specific information after he sees you." The priest replied. In accordance with the church's previous instructions, Fairy should make full use of the demonic plague and the antidote to convert as many believers as possible for Hermes. Therefore, winning over the refugees was also a part of his plan, but compared to the people of King's City, their importance was not as high. He had planned to wait for 2 or 3 days until half of these homeless wanderers had died from the disease before leaving the city to treat them, while at the same time letting them fill the gap in King's City. In this way, in such a large King's City, 90% of the population would become believers of the church. Such a merit, coupled with the previous order to fight for the throne, would probably be enough for him to go one step further and set foot on the position of bishop. At least in terms of rewards, the church was very fair, never considering the bloodline or identity of the meritorious person. As long as they performed well, they would be promoted. Is it possible that there is something wrong with the refugees? He suppressed the doubts in his heart and said calmly, "You take him to the secret room, I will be there soon." "Yes, my lord." Fairy took off his priest robe, took out a soft armor from the wardrobe and put it on, and then covered himself with a loose coat. After tidying himself up in front of the silver mirror, he walked towards the secret room. Inside the small room in the basement, the priest saw the informant with messy hair, sallow complexion, and skinny arms where the shape of the bones could be seen at a glance. But strangely, he didn't see any symptoms of black spots on his body. "My lord, my name is Needle Eye." The other person immediately knelt down when he saw the priest. "I have important information to tell you." "Speak." "But..." He looked up and looked at the other 2 people in the secret room, wanting to say something but hesitating. "It doesn't matter, this is Priest Shotrath, my right-hand man," Fairy said. "The other one is Granny Brown Teeth. She is responsible for taking care of this secret room and almost never leaves it." "Then I will speak, but you have promised." "Here is the potion." He impatiently took out the blue vial and shook it. "As long as your information is valuable, I will naturally cure you of the demonic plague." "My lord, I assure you that this information is absolutely amazing." Needle Eye raised his head and said, "There is a steady flow of refugees, the canal is full of empty boats. This is what I have seen with my own eyes. I am afraid that in a few days, they will be able to take away all the refugees." "Take away those patients with black spots?" Fairy frowned. "Are you sure?" He had previously received news that there was a fleet of ships taking in refugees from the eastern region, but this was actually a normal situation. Nobles from all over the world liked to take advantage of natural disasters in other families' territories to plunder a batch of labor at a very low cost. Anyway, when the demonic plague came, those idiots would naturally be punished by God. But now, how could there be people who knew that the demonic plague was rampant, and still take in refugees? No, they have a way to cure the demonic plague. After the mercenaries gave the patients a strange bag of water to drink, the black spots quickly disappeared. Some people also claimed that they came from the Western Territory, and as long as the refugees follow the fleet, they will receive food, shelter, and remuneration. Needle Eye paused. "The most incredible thing is that there is a witch among this group of people." "What did you say?" "It's absolutely true, my lord." He shouted. "I mixed in with the group of refugees and boarded the ship. At first I didn't notice it, but when someone jumped off the ship and fled, the mercenaries on the shore soon caught up with them. Only then did I notice that the shadow hovering in the sky was not a bird, but a flying witch. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move until the ship had sailed a few miles away. When I could no longer see any trace of the witch, I finally found an opportunity to jump into the water and escape. It took me almost a day to come back." Needle Eye rubbed his hands. "My lord, do you think this information is worth exchanging for a bottle of holy elixir?" "Wait, you said that they have a way to cure the demonic plague, and you also drank the potion, that is to say, you are currently not sick?" Fairy asked. That's right, but didn't you say that as long as I have some valuable information, I can get it?" Needle Eye awkwardly grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. So that's how it is. He wanted to take this bottle of holy elixir, which he could no longer use, and sell it on the black market. Fairy pondered for a moment. How many people do they have? Are you sure they are mercenaries from the caravan? Indeed, they don't have armor, they don't have horses, their weapons are wooden spears. The number of people. Needle Eye scratched his head. At most, there are no more than 100 people. What about the ship? Which family are they from? This? I don't know, most of the ships don't have flags, even if they did, I wouldn't be able to recognize them. Anyway, the mercenary himself said that the fleet will sail to the Western Territory. Yes, he also mentioned that this is the recruitment of the Lord of Border Town. He racked his brain to recall. It seems that in order to reclaim the land, the Lord needs to accommodate a lot of manpower. I can only remember this much. Well, it is indeed a very important piece of information. After listening to Needle Eye, the priest took a deep breath, took out the bottle of blue potion from his bosom, and threw it towards Needle Eye. Take it, it's yours. Thank you, my lord. The latter scrambled to catch the bottle, but suddenly his whole body trembled, and his eyes widened. Only to see a slender dagger piercing through his neck, the tip of the dagger emitting a faint cold light, and standing behind him, was the aged manager of the chamber. The old woman took back her dagger and placed the needle on the ground. She picked up the bottle and rubbed it on her body before handing it back to the priest. Good job, Fairy nodded. Drag him out and dispose of him. Yes, she replied in a hoarse voice, dragging the body without the slightest effort, completely unlike a dying old woman. My lord, do you believe what he said? After the manager left, Priest Shotrath asked, the caravan and the witches are mixed together, and it is also under the orders of the Lord of Border Town. If I remember correctly, isn't the Lord the fourth Prince Roland Wimbledon? Whether it is true or not, we will have to send someone to check it out, Fairy said with a serious face, but I think it is unlikely that he is lying. As long as you look at the wall, you will be able to notice the movement of the fugitives. If he wanted to fabricate a lie in exchange for the holy elixir, he would at least have to fabricate something that is difficult to verify. I will immediately send someone to check it, the priest said while bowing. Go, if you find any news, immediately report it to me. Fairy slowly walked to the table and sat down, playing with the holy elixir in his hand. These refugees were already in his pocket. In order to control their movements and prevent them from escaping, after the spread of the demonic plague, he instructed the Dreamland Water to send rats to mix with the refugees and spread the news that the church was about to come to their rescue. As long as they endured for a few more days, not only could they obtain God's redemption, they might even be accepted by the church and become a part of Grey Castle. As for the hidden rats, most of them were infected with the demonic plague. In order to exchange for the holy elixir, they would certainly spare no effort to work for him. If the rats' information was correct, this group of people had been transporting the fugitives since at least yesterday, and according to their posture, it seemed that they would not stop until all of them had been transported away, which was equivalent to seriously hindering his plan. What was more serious was that they were in cahoots with the witches. Fairy believed that the one who could cure the demonic plague must be a witch. My lord, the bodies have been disposed of. The old woman quietly walked into the secret room. Has another fallen person appeared? 9 out of 10, Fairy said in a low voice, and there may be more than one. He paused. There are no outsiders here, so there is no need to disguise yourself in such an ugly appearance. It is annoying to look at. Yes. She bent down, and then there was a crackling sound from her body, as if all the bones in her body were rubbing against each other. Her figure grew rapidly, and her white hair turned black in the blink of an eye. Her wrinkled and saggy skin gradually tightened, becoming tight and elastic again. Time seemed to flow in reverse, and when she stretched her body again, she had become a beautiful woman. This looks much better, Fairy smiled with satisfaction. I remember that this man is the one who was hanged at the city gate? Yes, my lord, she nodded. Of the 4 of us, you spent the most time on her. You really know how to please me. The priest smacked his lips. But Shotrath will probably be back soon. There isn't much time. He suppressed the emotions in his heart. And those fallen ones still need you to deal with them, just like in the past. Leave it to me, my lord. The other side bowed and said, I will not let any of the fallen witches go. About a quarter of an hour later, Shotrath returned to the secret room. He first looked at the witch, and then reported to Fairy, my lord, the camp of the fugitives outside the West City Gate is indeed missing a lot of people. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to see clearly in the dark, so I let my men carry torches to go down and look around. Many of the tents are empty. However, there is no light in the dock area, so it is not clear whether the caravan is still stationed there or not. As for the witches, there is no need to check, Fairy interrupted, since the other side dared to transport the sick fugitives, the information from the rats should not be wrong. In this way, this group has at least 2 witches, one to monitor the situation from the air, and the other to eliminate the demonic plague. Especially the latter, they are a huge threat to my plan, so they must be stopped. Now the other side was still outside the city. In case they brought the witches into the city and openly treated the infected citizens, then the holy elixir that he had promoted would become a joke. So what should we do? The priest asked, send the army of judges to capture the witches? He shook his head, this is King's city, not the holy city of Hermes. The church only has more than 20 army of judges. If we send them out, who will maintain the order when the medicine is distributed tomorrow? Moreover, if the number is too small, in addition to alerting the enemy, they won't be able to play any role. Even if we can defeat the mercenaries, I'm afraid the witches will have already escaped. Because it was King's city, the army of judges responsible for guarding the church was only maintained on the scale of a few dozen people, otherwise, the king would not be able to sleep if there was a garrison of several hundred people. Then, should we write a letter to the holy city and ask the bishop to send reinforcements? By the time the army of judges arrives, I'm afraid the fugitives will have already left. Priest Fairy sneered, moreover, to deal with a group of mercenaries, we don't need the church's elite to come out, let's leave this matter to Dreamland Water. Leave it to the rats? Shotrath was startled. At least they have a large number of people, so they can surround the pier in advance and then swarm in. How many rats do you think a mercenary without armor and with a wooden spear can deal with? He asked. Probably 2 or 3 people. Therefore, they can only deal with 200 people at most, while Dreamland Water can gather more than 1,000 thugs. Of course, these brave and ruthless dregs may not be able to match the formation of a team of judges, but they are more than enough to crush a group of mercenaries without armor. Fairy stood up, take my words to Fierce Teeth Tanis, give him 1 day to gather people, the more the better, and tomorrow night we will start. Don't reveal that there is another way to cure the demonic plague, and don't say that it is to deal with the witches, just tell him not to let a single person escape. The reward is a whole box of holy elixir. If he wants to evade or prevaricate, tell him that in the future, he can forget about the poppies and sleeping ferns from me. But the witches, what should we do? Especially the one who can fly in the air. She won't be able to fly forever, and the rats won't be able to end the battle in a short time, or, their role is more to attract the attention of the other party. Fairy walked to the witch's side, reaching out to stroke her face. As long as the faceless one finds an opportunity to sneak into the camp, the result will be no suspense. Through touch, she could completely disguise herself or others as another person. Moreover, not only her appearance, but even her figure and voice could be perfectly replaced. Moreover, even the Godstone of Retaliation couldn't remove it. This kind of ability was simply impeccable for an assassin. It was precisely because of this that she became one of the few witches that the church had specially trained. On the 3rd day, outside the east gate of King's City, Nightingale was hidden in the mist, quietly watching the group of ragged refugees. Under echo sound transmission spell, they were summoned in waves, following the Night Brian as they slowly moved towards the pier. Now they didn't have to walk around the edge of the refugee camp like they did 2 days ago, separating the crowd bit by bit. The large number of refugees had also attracted the attention of the rest of the people. As long as a group of people were pulled away from the edge, there would be a continuous stream of people following them. Even the guards on the city wall noticed what was happening at the foot of the wall, but for them, they couldn't wait for the refugees who emitted a foul smell to leave as soon as possible. The whole plan was progressing very smoothly. There weren't many refugees left in the East City area, and the people of the North Gate were taking the initiative to come here. Probably before sunset, everyone would be able to smoothly leave by boat. While everyone was busy, only she seemed relatively leisurely. Echo was surrounded by layers of mercenaries who were responsible for guiding them, and Lily was under the heavy protection of the First Army, making purifying water. Her own guard work seemed a bit redundant. Only when the mercenaries dispersed to carry the seriously ill patients who couldn't move, did she need to be vigilant. At this moment, Nightingale saw Echo looking up at the magnificent east gate and sighing softly. "What's wrong?" She walked up and asked. "Nothing, I'm just a little sad." Echo's expression was a little sad. "Before I was sold to King City, I suffered a lot along the way. I originally thought that the people of Grey Castle were so cruel to me because of my identity as a Sand Nation, but now it seems that they are also ruthless to their own people, not much different from the people of Iron Sand City." Thinking that Echo had been bought and sold as a slave, Nightingale didn't know how to comfort her. In the end, she could only pat her shoulder. But not everyone is like this. There are many people with good intentions, such as the Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, such as His Highness Roland. "Do you think His Highness can really stop disputes?" Echo said in a low voice, "Whether it's the Six Kingdoms, the Sand Nation, the Fjords, or ordinary people and witches, can they all live together freely and peacefully without fighting each other?" "If it's His Highness, I think he can do it," Nightingale replied in an affirmative tone. "It's not those strange machines and powerful cannons that make me feel this way, but he himself. I always feel that His Highness is not the same kind of person as us. Of course he's different from us. He's the Prince of Grey Castle. No, it has nothing to do with identity." She shook her head. "I don't know where this feeling of difference comes from. It's just intuition. Probably only a person like His Highness could come up with so many strange theories. Even the witch's abilities, he wanted to study them over and over again, so his way of thinking was different from others. In any case, no matter what amazing things he creates, I won't be surprised." "You really have confidence in him," Huiying burst out laughing. The sadness on her face immediately diluted a lot. "I hope that when that day comes, I can also return to the southernmost region to take a look." "Confidence?" "In a way, yes, but in another way." She was completely unsure. Nightingale couldn't help but look towards the Western Territory. She didn't know what he was doing when she wasn't there. Was he busy with those drawings and strange machines, or was he with Anna? She shook her head hard, dispelling these distracting thoughts. "Anyway, after today, we can set off to return to Border Town." Nightingale thought, "When the time comes, I can directly ask him, anyway, he can't lie in front of me." At noon, when they returned to the camp to rest, lightning also slowly descended. These days, she had been patrolling in the sky under the hot sun, and was really the hardest one in the team. In particular, in order to hide her figure, Lightning had to put on a special sky camouflage coat made by Soroya. Not only was her body tightly wrapped, but even her head was covered. This coat, which had been given a strange name by His Royal Highness Roland, was obviously not designed for beauty. It was painted with a layer of light blue and gray patterns, and when flying in the air, it was almost integrated with the background. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find her existence. After landing, the first thing the little girl did was to take off her coat, grab a water bag, and fill her stomach with water. Nightingale saw that her clothes were soaked in sweat, her forehead and the tip of her nose were covered with beads of sweat, and her white cheeks were left with a circle of marks from the pressure of her windproof glasses. "You've worked hard," Nightingale squatted down and helped her wipe the sweat. Fortunately, these people didn't come from the Eastern Territory. Endlessly, Lightning stuck out her tongue, "Otherwise, I would have really fainted from the sun." "Will you be able to go home tomorrow?" Lily listlessly walked to Lightning's side. "I haven't taken a shower for several days, and my whole body feels uncomfortable." Nightingale couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the Witch Cooperation Association, no one had had time to take a shower for more than half a month, and no one had complained about it, but now it had only been a week. She suddenly thought that the bathroom and the soap might be all part of His Royal Highness Roland's conspiracy. Since he knew about those strange and useful things, it would be very difficult for the witches to make up their minds to leave Border Town. However, the tranquility didn't last until the end of the shipment. After lunch, Theo, who had gone to King City to inquire about information, came back with bad news. "You mean Dreamland Water is gathering its subordinates, and is planning to surround the pier?" Iron Axe frowned. "Yes, perhaps they are planning to surround the pier." Theo corrected him, "The first part is a confirmed fact, but the latter part is too bizarre. so my informant isn't sure. Now the other Blackstreet organizations in King City have taken action, in case Dreamland Water suddenly attacked their own territory. However, compared to the other side deliberately releasing a smokescreen to surround the pier, I believe that they themselves leaked the information, which is very common for rats. After all, most of the members of the Blackstreet organization are gangsters or dregs. They simply can't be considered a strict organization. If the information is correct, then Dreamland Water should be under the instigation of some force, otherwise it would be very difficult for them to leave their territory. A group of rats, Iron Axe said indifferently, but will these people running around affect your plan to sell the medicine? It shouldn't be, Theo said. They can't interfere with the patrol, so it's unlikely that they will obstruct me from going in and out of the side door. As for after entering the city, the skeleton fingers will provide protection for the convoy carrying the medicine. I'm just worried about you, because tonight I have to stay in the city to supervise the sale of the purified water, so I'm afraid I won't be able to see you off tomorrow morning. It doesn't matter, Iron Axe patted his arm. When His Royal Highness comes to King City, we will see each other again. Just as Nightingale expected, at dusk, the last batch of sailboats carrying refugees slowly left the pier, heading towards Silver City. The remaining more than 300 people who didn't want to leave King City were ordered to disperse by Iron Axe. Before the sun had completely set, Faceless had already quietly crossed the canal, outflanking the mercenary camp. Her real name was not Faceless, but Aphrodite. This was the name given to her by Bishop Heather in the holy city of Hermes, meaning dust. She liked this name very much, because dust was simple and unadorned. As long as it fell to the ground, it would no longer be distinguishable from each other, just like herself. Only in front of Heather, Aphrodite would restore her original appearance. As a member of the arbitration tribunal, she assisted the bishop in dealing with many fallen people, including witches who had rebelled against the church, and believers who had been corrupted by the secular world. She was sent to King City to complete a key task, to transform a devout presiding judge into the king of Grey Castle. As for capturing fallen witches, it was just a side activity. She liked to imitate those witches who had been punished and tortured, and then experience it from the beginning to the end. Sharing the pain of the fallen people made her feel more deeply the meaning of everything she had done, and it was also the atonement for her devil's power. The other side's camp was very cleverly set up, located in the raised fields on the shore, making it difficult to observe their whereabouts from a low place, and the witches flying in the sky made her not dare to get too close. Aphrodite had to lurk in a farm warehouse, waiting until it was dark to act. When the night shrouded the earth, she unexpectedly found that the situation had changed. The mercenaries had withdrawn from the pier area, all retreating back to the camp, but those Dreamland Water idiots, unexpectedly sparsely holding torches, gathered together on the riverbank. This kind of formation was simply telling the other side that someone was coming to attack the camp. Even if there were no flying witches, as long as the mercenary group was not completely blind, they could easily see that something was wrong. Oh no, her heart was not good. If the other side judged that the rats outnumbered them, and that they had no chance of winning, they would definitely retreat to the east. Although marching at night was very taboo, when it came to escaping, they obviously couldn't care so much. But at the moment there was not even a shadow of the encirclement. Dreamland Water had just occupied the pier, and were still relying on the few rafts on the shore to slowly cross the river. By the time they surrounded them, the other side would have already run away. It was impossible to let the rats chase the enemy at night, so where would she go to find those damn witches? Aphrodite hurried in the direction of the camp, hoping to blend into the group before they retreated. But when she arrived near the mercenary gathering place, the scene in front of her was completely unexpected. There were still people patrolling the perimeter of the camp. The bonfire was burning brightly, and the shadows of people came and went. It seemed to be orderly, and there was no chaos. They didn't choose to retreat. After carefully observing for a while, Aphrodite confirmed her judgment and was secretly delighted. Although he did not know why the other party decided to stay here instead of running away, the outcome was already set in stone. She took out a dagger from her waist, observed the movements of the sentries, and moved towards the weakest spot. In addition to giving her the meaning of survival, Lady Heather also taught her fighting and assassination skills. Their opponents were not elite mercenaries who had been through hundreds of battles. This could be seen from the arrangement of the sentries. Taking advantage of a mercenary looking elsewhere, she quickly threw herself behind him, covering his mouth with one hand and stabbing the dagger into his neck with the other. After quietly killing the mercenary, Aphrodite pressed the other side with one hand and put her other hand on her chest, casting her transformation ability. This was a long or short process. When she replaced the king, in order to ensure that it would last for a long time, she had almost exhausted all the magic in her body, and the transformation time had lasted for nearly half an hour. But this time she didn't need to expend so much effort, and in the blink of an eye she had turned herself into a mercenary. Although the effect could only last for half a day, it was enough for an assassination. Before the patrol could come back, she quickly stripped off the other side's clothes and put them on her body, while dragging the corpse into the wheat field. But when faced with the mercenary's weapon, she felt a little confused. It was an iron spear with a wooden handle, but the shaft didn't have a spear point, instead there was a small black hole. What kind of weapon was this? She thought for a long time but still couldn't come up with an answer. Seeing that the patrol was about to pass by, Aphrodite had no choice but to first follow her memory and carry it on her back, pretending to be a serious lookout. Just like the countless previous assassinations, the patrol team brushed past her and did not notice anything strange. Aphrodite was also not anxious to return to the camp to find the whereabouts of the witches. After all, the substitution spell could only simulate the appearance, but couldn't read the mind. In case she met an acquaintance, it would be very easy to give herself away. Wait until these people were in chaos, then there would be countless opportunities for her to choose. When the moon hung high in the night sky, the idiots of Dreamland finally crossed the canal, approaching her side. And behind her also sounded a whistle. The patrolling and sentinel mercenaries began to withdraw to the camp. Her chance had come. Following the crowd into the camp, Aphrodite was surprised to find that the other side was far more than 100 people. They had formed a long circle, surrounding the top of the small hill. Some were crouching, some were standing, their hands holding that strange weapon, the end with the hole pointed at the enemy. She didn't have time to take a closer look. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she bent down and entered the nearest tent. Not long after, outside came the sound of battle cries, which were then interrupted by a more violent explosion. Aphrodite was startled. The sound was so dense, almost without the slightest pause. In the end, what happened? She resisted the urge to poke her head out to see what was going on, calmly waiting. As time passed, the camp became busy. Everywhere was the sound of footsteps and orders, probably adjusting the defensive strength according to the number of enemies attacking. What made Aphrodite anxious was, why after so long, they still hadn't attacked the top of the hill. After a while, the sound of banging gradually became sparse, and she could no longer hear the sound of the rats fighting. This made Aphrodite's heart sink. Could it be that the dregs of Dreamland had already been defeated? Even if the number of mercenaries doubled, it would still only be 200 or 300 people, and the more than 1,000 rats surrounding from all directions were actually unable to take a step onto the top of the hill. The opportunity seemed to be getting away from her. Aphrodite immediately drilled out of the tent, moving towards the center of the camp, waiting for the battle to end. When the people were counted, it would be very difficult for her to hide from everyone's eyes. This wasn't a well-prepared infiltration. She was completely unfamiliar with the mercenary group's personnel and password, so she had to finish the battle quickly. Bypassing 2 tents, Aphrodite slowly poked her head out, looking towards the center of the camp. She saw 4 women sitting around the campfire, probably the witches mentioned in the intelligence report. Although the numbers didn't match up, but from the beginning this damned intelligence report was never accurate, and killing 2 or killing 4 didn't make much difference. Any suspected fallen people should be interrogated. If there wasn't enough time to interrogate, then they should all be killed. Even if they were wrong, it was still a necessary sacrifice. She looked left and right, planning her retreat route, stood up from behind the tent, pretending as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the campfire. Just as she stepped into the center of the open space, Aphrodite felt a cold hard object pressing against the back of her head. Faceless felt a chill all over her body. How is this possible? She swallowed her saliva and said in a low voice, "Are you kidding me? I am Volt. It can't be such a coincidence that the other party just happened to know me. There are so many mercenaries in the camp, how could she remember everyone's name?" She did not expect a sneer to come from behind her. "Really? I never knew that a man could also gather magic in his body. Either you are a witch who sneaked into the camp with ulterior motives, or you are an extremely rare wizard. But no matter which answer, it can't be the Volt you mentioned. There is no one like you among the soldiers of the First Army. This person can see the demonic power? Aphrodite's heart had already sunk to the bottom. She now knew why she had been discovered. There were more than 4 witches in the camp, and the woman behind her was also a witch. Moreover, she had an ability similar to the Eye of Truth. In the Church's holy book of magic, such an ability was recorded. It was one of the hundreds of derivative abilities, and did not conflict with the main ability. She did not see anyone approaching. Then, the other party's main ability was to hide her body? Now kneel, hands behind your back, and I can still spare your life, she shouted, do as I say. The mercenaries were still fighting on the periphery, and did not notice the scene in the center of the open space, but the 4 witches by the campfire had already noticed the abnormal situation here, and one after another cast their eyes over. What happened, Nightingale? What happened? This was her last chance. Aphrodite realized that she was good at assassination rather than direct combat, especially in a situation where she did not wear the god's stone of retaliation. When dealing with witches with all kinds of strange abilities, she would not have the upper hand. It did not matter if the witch who could fly ran away, but the witch who could cure the demonic plague must die here, otherwise she would pose a serious threat to the Church's plan. Of course, there was also the possibility that after killing the other party, she would also not be able to escape. Thinking of this, her heart could not help but tighten, but it quickly turned into calmness. In order to unify the 4 countries, the Church did their best to resist the demons from hell, and had already sacrificed many excellent soldiers. If she could make up for this goal, it would also be something to be proud of. She believed Heather would not forget her, and in the future, her name would also be in the holy book. Don't come any closer, the witch called Nightingale shouted from behind. At this moment, she suddenly turned around and elbowed him in the arm. At the same time, she lowered her head to avoid being stabbed by the weapon. It was impossible for anyone to completely concentrate when they were talking. Therefore, there was a saying that people should hold their breath and concentrate. This was what the instructor had repeatedly taught her. On the contrary, if she wanted to escape or attack while the opponent was unprepared, it was best to take advantage of the moment when the opponent was talking. The mechanism hidden in his sleeve was also triggered at the first moment, and a white powder sprayed behind him. This kind of alchemy powder could release a large amount of heat when it came in contact with water, and if it entered the eyes or mouth, it could instantly make the opponent lose the ability to fight. Even if she was lucky enough not to inhale the powder, it was enough to make her flustered for a while. Next, Aphrodite pounced at the 4 witches by the bonfire. One of the golden-haired witches flew up in a flash, while the one who looked to be the oldest stood in front of the other 2 without any regard for her own safety. She pulled out a sharp dagger and stabbed it at the person in the lead. Anyway, the 3 people who couldn't escape would all die in her hands, so there was no need to distinguish who would die first. At the moment when the dagger pierced the opponent's body, Aphrodite saw an incredible scene. A white shadow appeared in front of her. Under the hood, the eyes flashed with an angry light, and there was clearly nothing there before. It was Nightingale behind her. That kind of powder spray at close range, why didn't it affect her at all? Faceless could hardly believe her eyes, only to see her raise her hands toward herself, and the silver weapon burst into a flame. Her body was pushed by something hard, and she suddenly lost her balance, falling backward to the ground. No, there are still 2 people to deal with. Aphrodite wanted to stand up and pull out her dagger to stab the next witch, but she found that even raising her hand became very difficult, and her consciousness quickly blurred. Unfortunately, her mind flashed the last thought. After shooting, Nightingale was still in the same place, watching the soldier who was hit in the chest fall down. Her body began to twist and shrink, slowly changing back into the appearance of a strange woman. This was the first time she personally killed a witch. It wasn't until Lily's anxious shout sounded that Nightingale came back to her senses. Suppressing the tumbling emotions in her heart, she put away the gun and ran back to Vendi's side. "Where are you hurt?" "It's nothing, I don't feel any pain," Vendi waved her hand, motioning everyone not to panic. "I shouldn't have been stabbed." "Did the protective suit work?" "I think it should be." She unbuttoned her chest and saw a slender dagger hanging on the side of her clothes. As the jacket opened, the dagger slipped out of the hole and fell to the ground. There was no blood on the tip of the dagger. Only the outer layer of the protective suit had a small hole, while the soft inner layer was still intact. You really scared me to death," Lily let out a long sigh, and her legs softened as she sat on the ground. "Don't rush to help me block the sword. I don't need you to do this kind of thing for me. Well, Vendi touched her head. "I'm fine, aren't I?" Lily shrugged her head, buried her head in the former's chest, and let out a muffled sound. "I was also scared. I only cared about blocking in front of her, and forgot to use my ability." Vendi shook her head. "If there was a strong wind, she shouldn't have been able to stab me. Because you rarely fight with people, it's normal for you to not be able to react," Nightingale comforted her. "Fortunately, I had the protective suit," Echo said with a look of fear, "otherwise this time we would have been in danger." Before leaving, His Royal Highness Roland gave each witch a special vest, and asked them to never take it off at any time. It was very light to wear, but it looked a bit thick, and it seemed to be divided into many layers. His Royal Highness said that each layer of silk was painted with Soraya sky coating, which made it extremely flexible, making it very difficult to be pierced by sharp objects, and had an excellent defense against swords and crossbows. If it hadn't helped to block the stab, Vendi might not have been able to survive until Nana's treatment. Lightning slowly descended to the side of the dead witch. "Why did she attack us? Aren't we the same kind?" Nightingale stared at the lifeless woman for a long time, unable to speak. The other's eyes were closed, and her long blue hair was scattered on the ground. Her expression was serene, and it seemed that she didn't feel too much pain. But she could never forget that when she flew towards Vendi, there wasn't a trace of hesitation in her eyes, only determination, and as if it was a matter of course. It was as if she wasn't killing people, but was instead practicing her lifelong ideals. Perhaps in her heart, this was the right thing to do. "There are countless islands in the fjords, and no one has ever been to the border of these islands," said a tall man with a rough and bold face. "The further east you go, the more unpredictable the climate becomes, and the same is true for the islands. I really don't know how strange they will be in the end." "Even you haven't been there?" Tilly asked curiously. "They say that you are the most outstanding explorer in the fjords, and besides you, there are almost no one who dares to cross the burning island and continue eastward." "Ha ha ha," he laughed heartily, "this is just an exaggerated praise. In fact, every year there are brave fjords people who explore the east, but it is very difficult to find anything new. The violent hurricanes and the sudden appearance of the fog will make it difficult for the ships to move." "He is Thunder," thought Ashes, the first explorer to discover the Shadow Islands, but since 2 years ago he had been lost in a shipwreck, many people thought that he had met with misfortune. Unexpectedly, he appeared on Sleeping Island, and also reached an agreement with the 5th princess. He would open up new routes for Sleeping Island, draw up sea maps and look for more new ruins, while Tilly would send witches to assist him in his exploration. As for the 2 years he had been missing, she had never heard him mention it, and Tilly had also kept her mouth shut about it, but she always felt that His Highness knew the inside story, otherwise the two would not have such a tacit understanding. This caused Ashes to feel slightly unhappy in her heart. Like yesterday's hurricane? Yes, it came in the blink of an eye and disappeared in a flash. Thunder shook his pipe, sprinkled the ashes into the sea, then filled it with grass and lit it. "If it wasn't for that magical witch, her name is Molly," Ashes reminded him stiffly. "Ah, yes, look at my memory." Thunder didn't care at all, touched the back of his head and laughed. "If it wasn't for Molly, I'm afraid the ship would have been turned upside down. Her ability is simply amazing. I often think that maybe witches are the most suitable explorers." "You already have one, don't you?" Tilly smiled. "The witch who inherited the title of the most outstanding explorer." Thunder took a deep drag on his pipe and exhaled a long stream of smoke. "I hope so." Ashes frowned. She couldn't understand what the two of them were talking about. She left the bow and walked to the stern to calm herself down. Her Royal Highness the 5th princess seemed to be very eager to explore the ruins. After cleaning the fjord's church, she immediately prepared to go to the sea. What surprised her was that His Highness wanted to go in person, and no matter how she tried to dissuade him, it was useless. Molly was sitting at the stern of the ship. The magic servant controlling her was holding a fishing rod and learning how to fish from the sailors. Although the sailors were still somewhat resistant to witches when they first boarded the ship, but after yesterday's hurricane, everyone's attitude had undergone a tremendous change. Molly had summoned a magic servant to rapidly expand, wrapping the middle part of the ship inside its body. Regardless of whether it was a gale or a rainstorm, nothing was able to invade it. Although the ship bobbed up and down in the waves, the hull of the ship remained stable. Nowadays, every sailor regarded witches as the god of luck, and some even said that without a witch accompanying them, they wouldn't dare to go out to sea. "Sister Ashes, look at the big fish I caught." Molly pointed to the bucket behind her. Inside it lay a scaleless fish with a sharp mouth. It was completely different from the river fish she had seen in Grey Castle. "What is this?" "Swordfish, it likes to follow the ship. Sometimes its sharp mouth will break through the bottom of the ship," the sailor replied. "But it tastes very delicious, especially the belly meat. When placed in the mouth, it is like melting ice." He smacked his lips. "In the evening, everyone can enjoy the delicious boiled swordfish." "I seem to have caught another fish," Molly exclaimed in surprise. She saw a shadow appear in the green water, and as the magic servant pulled the rod, it became bigger and bigger. Soon, it would come to the surface. This is," the sailor was stunned. "No, quickly throw away the fishing rod." Before his voice died away, a strange creature had already jumped out of the water, opened its big mouth and directly bit Molly. Seeing that it was about to swallow its target whole, Ash's speed was faster than it. She picked up the little girl with her left hand, and with her right hand, she swung the giant sword and directly hit the head of the attacker. The monster let out a painful cry and was smashed down from the air. Its 6 feet quickly moved, trying to escape back into the water, but Ashes didn't give it the chance. She put down Molly, held the sword with both hands, and plunged down, directly nailing the monster to the deck. It twitched for a moment, spitting out a string of white bubbles from its mouth, and soon stopped moving. "What is this?" At this moment, Ashes finally had the opportunity to carefully look at the monster in front of her. It somewhat looked like a fish, but it also had the short legs of a crab. When it opened its mouth, it was round, almost as big as its body, and was filled with densely packed teeth. The most disgusting thing was that on both sides of its mouth, there was a pair of hairy arms, the ends of which were divided into 5 fingers, looking like a human hand. "A mutated sea ghost." The startled sailor patted his chest. "They often disguise themselves as fish, bite fishermen, and drag them into the water. And I heard that only sea ghosts that have eaten humans will grow hands." "The latter part is just a rumor," someone behind her said. Ashes turned around and found that Thunder and Tilly had come over. "Mr. Captain." The sailor stuck out his tongue and immediately stepped aside. "The more sensational the rumor, the more inaccurate it is." Thunder stepped forward and kicked the monster on the ground. "In fact, it has a name that you may be more familiar with." "What?" Ashes asked. "Demonic beast," he said word by word. "Sir Thunder, the fog is rising." The lookout suddenly shouted. "Everyone, keep your spirits up." Thunder ordered loudly, "Lower the sails, we are sailing into the Shadow Sea." Ashes noticed that the previously clear sky suddenly became gloomy, and the green sea turned dark green, as if there was a mass of ink spreading under the water. Soon, the hull was surrounded by a thick fog, and she couldn't even see the figure on the bow from the stern. "What's going on?" Tilly couldn't help but grab Ash's arm. "It proves that we are not going in the wrong direction," Thunder smiled. "When the Shadow Islands emerge from the sea, there will be a thick fog rising in the sea. Of course, the correct way to say it is that the sea is ebbing, and the range is about 10 feet. Such a huge drop will produce a lot of water vapor, plus there are reefs everywhere, so if we are not careful, we will hit the reef and sink. I need your witches to help prevent the ship from being wrecked." The group of people came to the bow, and just like when they were fighting against a storm, Molly let the magic servant wrap the bow and tried to expand its body. Part of its body sank into the water, so that even if there were reefs on the bow, the servant would be the first to feel it. "If there are no witches, what are you going to do?" Ashes asked. "Then we can only rely on patience and luck," Thunder sighed. "The fleet will send a small boat to explore the road ahead, and after confirming that the road is clear, the big boat will follow. But the sea in this area is not calm, just like the demonic beasts you saw before. The closer we get to the Shadow Islands, the more numerous they become." fog, reefs, monsters. This is the reason why so many explorers go here, but only a few can find the entrance to the ruins. After sailing for about an hour, the fog gradually dissipated, and Ashes saw that there were more and more islands around them, but there were few plants on them, only green moss or algae, and there were also many crustaceans climbing on them. Are these islands submerged in the water? End of chapter 233. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.